Ding dong. 3 days remain until the end of the world. The host is requested to assemble a shelter vehicle as soon as possible. The system's urgent voice rang out just as Zhou Chen woke up. That voice had awakened a week ago at the moment of Zhou Chen's rebirth when he returned to 7 years earlier to a time when Earth had not yet fallen into apocalypse. Because he knew all too well that doomsday would truly arrive soon, he had no doubt that the system was real. He had obtained a vehicular system, an interface that possessed a fusion function for vehicles capable of transplanting any existing function of a car onto his Apocalypse Divine Vehicle. Moreover, it could upgrade the vehicle as well. Apocalypse Divine Vehicle Defense, 5 Tire Upgrade 1100 Armor Upgrade 1100 Attack 0 Speed 3 Comfort 0 Capacity 9 cubic meters 8 Energy Sources Gasoline Electricity Solar Power Air Power Mechanical Power Pedals Available Upgrade Points 1. As soon as he woke, Zhou Chen checked his vehicle status. For now, his so-called Apocalypse Divine Vehicle was still trash, utterly inferior to an armored tank. Compared to a tank as solid as a city wall, however, its advantage lay in the abundance of energy options. Even if it were damaged, it could be repaired through the expenditure of points. More importantly, it could be upgraded. After all, in 3 days, when a meteorite descended upon Earth, extinction-level mutagenic radiation would sweep the planet, turning 70% of humanity into zombies. And 100% of all animals and plants would become rotten, undead fauna and flora. The world would turn into a living hell. In his previous life, Zhou Chen had already been careful enough. He had been lucky enough to hide inside a solid prison, yet as zombie radiation continued to intensify, even the prison was soon breached, and in the end, he still could not escape death. In this life, reborn Zhou Chen understood very clearly no matter how sturdy a base was, it was ultimately useless. Only ceaseless movement was the true way to survive. This vehicular system was his hope of living through what was to come. He also knew exactly what his next objectives were. First, to refine his divine vehicle as much as possible, then to chart a precise route to Province Z. Province Z, along with several cities around the world, would become one of the last fortress cities in the apocalyptic era. After Doomsday, by using the military to scour and exterminate surrounding zombie life forms, they succeeded in erecting nanowalls, granting humanity a sliver of safe ground. Zhou Chen's parents were currently in Province Z. Of course, with 7 days' time, he could practically reach Province Z even on foot, but he had a reason he could not leave this place yet. Zhang Jiayao. She had been his confidant in his previous life. They had endured the apocalypse together and gone through many ordeals. Especially at the very end when he was about to die, the always cold Zhang Jiayao had finally given herself to him. Reborn in this life, there was no way Zhou Chen could simply let her go. Zhang Jiayao also lived in City A, but her parents had told Zhou Chen that she was traveling and would only return in 7 days. Time to get up and upgrade the vehicle. After washing up, Zhou Chen headed to an abandoned junkyard. That was where his vehicle came from. All the functions of the vehicle had been scavenged from here, then fused and remodeled through the system. At the moment, the car itself was stored in the vehicle space. Whenever Zhou Chen wished, it could appear in an instant. However, because the vehicle could not be properly registered and he wished to avoid trouble, Zhou Chen did not dare summon it casually. "You broke, useless brat, why are you here again?" The owner of the scrap yard grew angry the moment he saw Zhou Chen. The kid came every day, never spent a cent, only wandered around looking at things. Worst of all, every time after Zhou Chen left, the owner always felt as though something in the yard had gone missing. Yet after reviewing the surveillance footage, he could never find any sign of Zhou Chen taking anything. "Boss, this time I'm here to look at the accident vehicles. I really am going to buy." To convince him, Zhou Chen even showed the boss the 50,000 in his mobile payment balance. He was just an office worker who had recently been laid off. This was all of his savings. But in 3 days, money would be utterly meaningless. Bullets would replace banknotes as the new currency. Damn, only 50,000. If I were as poor as you, I'd just kill myself. The boss cursed, yet still led Zhou Chen to the other side of the iron fence. Beyond the fence, the area was much more orderly. In one empty slot sat a row of vehicles. There were family sedans, off-road vehicles, even sports cars. They all shared one trait: they were severely wrecked. Zhou Chen even saw a car whose body had been crushed almost completely flat, like an iron pancake. One could well imagine that the driver back then probably had not even had time to feel pain before turning into minced flesh. 5,000 as a deposit, the boss said, extending his hand. It was practically daylight robbery. Even so, Zhou Chen still transferred the money. In any case, in 3 days, these funds would truly become nothing but numbers. With 70% of humanity and all animals and plants becoming zombies, it was easy to imagine how utterly chaotic the world would be. Hiding at home and leisurely waiting out the disaster. That would not exist. After the apocalypse, the world's power grid would quickly fail, the internet would soon collapse, and humanity would be utterly blind to what was happening outside, trapped at home to slowly await death. I must choose carefully which function to fuse. I only have 1 point left. If only a mission would hurry up and appear. Zhou Chen muttered helplessly. He wanted to forge a true apocalypse divine vehicle, but although the vehicular system was heaven-defying, its restrictions were severe. To fuse any function, he had to expend 1 point. To repair the vehicle, he also had to spend a point. To upgrade it likewise cost points, and the higher the level, the more points would be consumed. Otherwise, in just 4 short days, Zhou Chen would have been able to create a formidable steel fortress armored divine vehicle instead of the current pitifully shabby contraption. Using this last point for armor isn't very meaningful, and as for speed, that's practically pointless. In 3 days, the world would be paralyzed. Traffic would be almost completely gridlocked. Under such conditions, most roads on land would be impassable. So after long consideration, Zhou Chen decided it was necessary to install a maritime function for his apocalypse divine vehicle. Of course, flight would be ideal, but it was unrealistic. A boat could sail for a month. Even if its energy ran out, it could still drift, still be rowed. An airplane, however, was different. If anything went wrong in midair, the fatality rate of a crash would be nearly 100%. Thus, Zhou Chen's plan was very simple. He would use this final point on a maritime function. He knew that recently there had been a certain model of car capable of traveling on water, and that wrecked vehicle was here in this yard. Found it. Zhou Chen searched all the way down the rows. Many luxury cars had features that seriously tempted him, but in the end he restrained himself and finally located the accident vehicle capable of traveling on water. Vehicular system, he called out. Activate grafting function. Extract water surface navigation. With the system's prompt, Zhou Chen's doomsday divine vehicle obtained a special ability to travel across the surface of water. As for that crashed car, because of Zhou Chen's haggling, the furious boss finally kicked him out and confiscated the 5,000 yuan directly. After all, even as a crashed vehicle, this amphibious luxury car was worth hundreds of thousands. Buying it for 50,000 was nothing but wishful thinking. Zhou Chen was more than happy with this outcome. Having exhausted all his points before the next points mission appeared, all he could do was wait for Zhang Jiayao to return from her trip and stock up on food. Sir, you're buying so many compressed rations. Are you going camping? The clerk could not help asking. Yes, Zhou Chen replied with a faint smile. Only those who have survived the post-apocalyptic world truly understand how terrifying it is. Setting aside the 70% of humanity that turned into zombies, the most dreadful of all were the 3 plagues. After mutating, rats possessed indestructible teeth that could easily bite through steel and demolish houses. They also carried an extremely potent contagion. Once bitten, infection was inevitable in less than half an hour. Cockroaches, on the other hand, could slip through any crevice. Even heavily fortified military bases were breached when mutated cockroaches swarmed in through air vents. If the 3 plagues had not developed a fear of light, after mutating they alone could have wiped out humanity. To avoid leaving his vehicle, Zhou Chen naturally had to prepare an ample supply of food. As for water, the Doomsday Divine Vehicle was equipped with an air separation function able to extract water, oxygen, and hydrogen directly from the air. The water would be used for daily living. The oxygen would sustain breathing inside the completely sealed vehicle, while the hydrogen would serve as both fuel and for cooking. Carrying several large bags, Zhou Chen left the supermarket. After stepping into a narrow alley and emerging again, his hands were once more empty. The supplies had already been stored inside the vehicle's onboard space. Hey beautiful, you're so gorgeous. Come have some fun with us. Relax, we're all good guys. We only enter your body, not your life. Don't be so shy. Just as Zhou Chen stepped out of the alley, these voices suddenly reached his ears. Having lived through the apocalypse, he had witnessed cruelties far worse than this. He had seen many beautiful women willing to do anything just to survive. Thus, Zhou Chen had no desire to interfere. He could barely protect himself as it was. How could he possibly save others? Just then a familiar chime rang out in his mind. Ding. Mission acquired, save Jiang Linlin. Reward 1 point. Special killing grants an additional 1 point. The long-awaited system voice finally returned, bringing with it a points mission. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen strode toward the scene. He saw 3 burly men cornering a pure-looking young woman, one hand clamped over her mouth, while the other roamed across her body. Tears streamed down her face in sheer terror. Zhou Chen knew that if not for the system's intervention, in another 5 minutes her body would likely be defiled beyond redemption. Brother, lend me a light, Zhou Chen said as he picked up a steel pipe and lightly patted the back of the muscular thug. The man had just begun to turn around when the steel pipe smashed straight into his head. A miserable scream tore through the air. Blood gushed as the thug's skull split open in a ghastly wound. Seeing their companion like this, the other 2 thugs recoiled in terror, not daring to intervene as they stared at Zhou Chen and backed away. Miss, this no longer concerns you. You can go now, Zhou Chen said, making an inviting gesture to indicate she should leave while he remained where he stood, steel pipe in hand. His intention needed no explanation. Thank you so much. Jiang Linlin etched Zhou Chen's face deeply into her memory before hurrying past him to escape. She understood all too well that without him her chances of survival today had been slim. I don't care who you are, you're dead. The injured thug snarled, clutching his wound, yet still finding breath to threaten him. Oh really? Zhou Chen walked toward him. Panic flickered across the thug's eyes. Not only had this man injured him, he clearly intended to do more. What are you going to do? What am I going to do? Zhou Chen's smile held no warmth. In your next life, remember to be a decent man. Having survived the apocalypse, it was impossible that he had never killed. Zombies were human once. Killing them had burdened him with guilt at the beginning. But the more he killed, the more numb he became. He had not originally intended to kill today, but the system demanded that he punish evil and uphold justice. This thug was almost certainly not a first-time offender. How many women had he dragged here hand over their mouths to be violated? No. Help. Stay away from me. The screams faded quickly. When the two thugs who had fled finally summoned the courage to return, all they found was a cold, lifeless corpse. They could hardly believe it. Normally for this kind of deed without concrete evidence, they would at most be detained for a dozen days, then set free to prey on women again. But now their boss was dead. They wanted to call the police, but doing so would mean confessing what they had done, and that would earn them years in prison. In the end, they pretended they had seen nothing and fled in the opposite direction. 2 points now, Zhou Chen murmured, walking down the main street with a hint of excitement. He felt no guilt for killing scum like that. Letting the man go today would have weighed on his conscience far more. If he was so brazen before the apocalypse, what would he become after it? Doomsday Divine Vehicle Defense, 5 tires upgrade 1100, armor upgrade 1100. Attack 0. Speed 3. Volume 9 cubic meters. Comfort 0. Energy sources gasoline, electricity, solar, air, mechanical pedal power. Special water navigation. Available upgrade points 2. After reviewing the stats, Zhou Chen immediately knew how to allocate the remaining 2 points. First was attack. Of course, this attack attribute was not meant for fighting zombies. With tens of billions of zombies after Doomsday, even nuclear weapons were of limited use, let alone any armament a single vehicle could mount. Thus, Zhou Chen intended to use the attack function mainly for clearing roadblocks. As for the last point, he planned to be a bit extravagant and put it into comfort. Since he would spend almost all his future life inside the Doomsday Divine Vehicle, investing in comfort was guaranteed to pay off. Having made up his mind, Zhou Chen went first to a scrapyard at an excavator depot and bought a discarded excavator. After grafting its digging functionality onto the vehicle, he headed to the most high-end luxury car center in City A. He had not expected to meet Jiang Linlin here again. This very 4S dealership belonged to her family. Mr. Zhou, this car is a gift for you. Thank you so much for what you did just now. Jiang Linlin directly handed the luxury car key to Zhou Chen, also bringing the contract. As long as he signed his name, the over 2 million value Maybach would belong to Zhou Chen. After taking Jiang Linlin's car, he decided to return a favor to her. He didn't sign the contract, but wrote down an address instead. If you want to live a little longer, wait for me at this address in 3 days. I will take you away. Oh, I don't want to say more, nor can I. This was about the apocalypse. Zhou Chen was prohibited by the system from being boastful, or else he would be erased. He couldn't even mention the existence of the car system. This is the rule. As for whether Jiang Linlin believed it or not, that was up to her. After all, this was the limit of what Zhou Chen could do. In the apocalypse, having an extra burden equates to diminishing hope. After all, bringing an extra person means more food consumption, and even the speed of the car would decrease due to the extra weight. Do not underestimate the impact on speed by bringing an extra person. The speed of the car would exactly match that of the zombies. Having an extra person would lead to being chased. And Zhou Chen no longer had points to upgrade his speed. Of course, the other party might not believe him and might not show up at the address in 3 days. Driving away in the Maybach, Zhou Chen continued to shop in various places. There were many items needed for the apocalypse. Since they would have to live in the car, essentials for food, clothing, and shelter were indispensable. Although there were compressed foods who would want to eat that if they could cook. Thus, he needed to buy pot seasonings and ingredients. One would still need to take a shower in the apocalypse. He had to install a shower in the car. Considering Zhang Jiao's presence, it was impossible to have a beautiful woman showering in front of him in the car. Curtains also needed to be prepared. Finally, there was the matter of sleeping. A 5-star bed was essential. Even in the apocalypse, one should enjoy a bit, otherwise life would have no meaning. After purchasing all these items, the money was almost spent, and it was the last day. After buying a large number of maps at the bookstore, the space was starting to become overloaded. Excuse me, has Zhang Jiao returned? At this moment, Zhou Chen was at Zhang Jiao's home. There were less than 3 hours left before the apocalypse, and even Zhou Chen had grown anxious. She is at the airport, why don't you go pick her up? Seeing the Maybach parked outside the Zhang family was quite warm. They could tell. Zhou Chen must be a suitor of their daughter. All right. By the way, uncle and aunt, this car is a gift for you. Jiao and I are planning to travel to Province C. I forgot to inform you. We must set off now, or it will delay our itinerary. If you can arrive in 3 hours, this car will be yours. Zhou Chen handed over the Maybach key. The Zhang couple was still quite shocked. This was a 2 million luxury car, and he was just giving it away. Their future son-in-law. They had to seize this opportunity. So Zhang Jiao's parents disregarded everything, not packing any luggage, happily taking the key and driving towards Province C. After they drove away, Zhou Chen summoned the system and took out the Apocalypse divine vehicle. Suddenly, with a twist of space, a powerful large vehicle appeared. With a bulldozer-like front, 6 large smokestacks billowing white smoke into the sky, the entire body was coated with a layer of titanium alloy metal, looking like an armored RV armed to the teeth. This was Zhou Chen's Apocalypse divine vehicle. He believed that one day, as the vehicle upgraded, it would become the divine vehicle ruling the apocalypse. Let's go. Zhou Chen sat in the driver's seat. The automatic driving function was simply too extravagant. With that many points, he might as well invest in speed. Inside, the car had already been arranged with the help of the system, featuring a bed, a shower, and a kitchen in the rear stocked with various foods and tools. In the front, there were 4 foot pedals. This would be the main source of power once the energy was depleted. I wonder if she will show up. Zhou Chen did not head directly to the airport. Instead, he drove in the opposite direction, first returning to the hotel near his rented place. He had promised Zhang Linlin that he would appear there at noon in 3 days. Regardless of whether Zhang Linlin came or not, Zhou Chen would wait for half an hour. This was his promise, and he would do it. She didn't come. He did not see Zhang Linlin at the hotel entrance. However, the exaggerated shape of the Apocalypse divine vehicle attracted attention. After all, just the modifications on this car cost no less than several million, and many people took out their phones to take photos. Damn, I saw a fool at the hotel today, turning a perfectly good RV into an Apocalypse vehicle. Has he watched too many Apocalypse movies? Huh, don't say that, it might really be the Apocalypse. An urgent news just aired about a uniquely shaped meteorite suddenly appearing 300 kilometers away from Earth. Now, all the governments worldwide are in a panic. However, I heard that this meteorite is too light. Even if it crashes on Earth, it won't cause much danger. But there is a massive radiation detected inside the meteorite, which is 1,000,000 times that of a nuclear explosion. Outside, the mocking voices were clearly transmitted to Zhou Chen's ears. Zhou Chen remained indifferent. There were 2 hours and 37 minutes left until the apocalypse arrived, at that time, they would know what the true apocalypse was like. Half an hour is up. Take care of yourself. It's time to leave. After waiting for half an hour, Zhou Chen did not see Zhang Linlin appear, which naturally indicated that she probably did not believe his words. The favor had been returned. Boom. The 12-cylinder divine vehicle roared. Zhou Chen released the handbrake and started the car to leave. Wait a minute. Just as the vehicle was about to turn and depart, Zhang Linlin's voice rang out. Through the window, Zhang Linlin came into view, dragging her suitcase in haste. Behind her loomed an extended Rolls-Royce as a young, elegant couple watched her departure with quiet solemnity. Zhou Chen opened the door. Zhang Linlin stepped aboard the armored motorhome. If you hadn't honked, I'd never have spotted you. She had in fact arrived long before. Yet she never imagined Zhou Chen would drive this flamboyant motorhome instead of his Maybach, and thus failed to notice it. Only the sharp blare of the horn startled her into looking up. Otherwise, she would have missed him entirely. My mistake, Zhou Chen murmured, inwardly chiding himself for his oversight. Seated inside the motorhome, he was all but invisible unless one deliberately glanced through the windows. Now that I'm on board, can you tell me where we're going? Zhang Linlin asked earnestly, half convinced he intended to claim her hand in marriage. Over those 3 days, she had weighed the decision carefully and ultimately secured her parents' consent to follow Zhou Chen anywhere across land and sea. Z Province. As Zhou Chen drove, his peripheral gaze flickered toward the police cruiser tailing them closely. The apocalyptic-grade vehicle bore no license plate. Drawing attention was inevitable, but Zhou Chen hadn't anticipated being intercepted so swiftly, barely 30 minutes after emerging. Fortunately, he had remained hidden for the past 7 days. Had he not, the vehicle would almost certainly have been impounded at the very onset of the cataclysm. While swerving deftly to evade the pursuing cruisers, he urged Zhang Linlin, trust me. Contact your family immediately. They must reach Z City without delay. Now, this instant. Though baffled by the sudden gravity in Zhou Chen's tone, Zhang Linlin had already staked her faith in him by boarding the vehicle. This was merely one more leap of trust. She dialed her parents. They assumed the trip was a formal meeting with her suitor and promptly arranged a private jet, arriving within the hour. You're not stopping. Zhang Linlin whispered, eyes widening as more patrol vehicles converged. Fear gripped her. Yet Zhou Chen drove like a fugitive, ignoring red lights, never slowing, let alone halting. We're out of time. Zhou Chen glanced at the clock. The police blockade had forced road closures citywide, transforming what should have been a 1-hour journey into a grueling 2-hour ordeal. Less than 30 minutes remained until the apocalypse. If he failed to retrieve Zhang Jiayao in time, the consequences would be unthinkable. Breaking news: an unregistered, illegally modified vehicle is speeding along Airport Expressway in City A. Meanwhile, Meteor RZ-18560 is now only 30,000 kilometers from Earth and will enter the atmosphere imminently. All residents of City A are urged to seek shelter in underground passages without delay. Upon hearing the broadcast, the police abandoned their pursuit. Civilian evacuation took absolute priority. At the airport, a stunningly beautiful, yet icy-eyed young woman found herself stranded by the same alert. It was Zhang Jiayao. She tried calling her parents to reassure them, but networks had collapsed en masse. Just as she joined the crowd descending into the subway tunnels for refuge, suddenly, chaos erupted. A massive armored motorhome crashed violently through the terminal's glass facade, and then, as if drawn by instinct, it locked onto her. It halted precisely before her. Zhang Jiayao, if you wish to know your parents' whereabouts, get in. The motorhome's window slid down smoothly. A stranger not only knew her name, but uttered words she could not ignore. She recognized this vehicle from the very broadcast moments earlier. Its occupants were likely criminals, or worse. Yet the raw urgency in his gaze stirred an unshakable intuition. This man sought her for something vital. He meant her no harm. Open the door, Zhang Jiayao commanded, voice glacial. As the door hissed open, she climbed aboard without hesitation. Years abroad had forged her self-reliance and survival through far greater perils. Should he harbor ill intent, she vowed he would regret it bitterly. Who are you? My parents, she began, when in the next breath, a colossal fireball erupted in the distant sky. She froze in shock, watching the incandescent orb plummet, then detonate with earth-shattering force. Then, something unforgettable unfolded. Skin across the terminal flushed crimson, then ignited as though consumed by invisible flame. Screaming people clawed frantically at their own faces. Before her eyes, they blackened into charred husks. No, no. Jiang Linlin clapped her hands over her mouth, tears streaming. It was unbearable, unspeakably cruel. In an instant, hundreds perished before her. And in that horror, she finally understood why Zhou Chen had said, if you wish to live longer, come with me. Within that cataclysmic blast, anyone remaining above ground in City A would be roasted alive, no exception. She turned to Zhou Chen. His expression remained calm, unmoved, as if witnessing such devastation were routine. Brace yourself, he said quietly. We're leaving. Leaving. Even as Zhang Jiayao voiced her confusion, the blackened corpses around them staggered upright, one by one, now resembling grotesque figures sculpted from molten rock. Their eyes burned with feral hunger. These were radiation-twisted zombies. A nearby zombie lunged, suddenly terrifyingly fast, as swift as a leopard. With a thunderous crunch, a deep dent appeared on the motorhome's armored hull. Impossible. Zhang Jiayao recoiled in disbelief. She had tested the vehicle's plating. It was top-tier alloy rivaling tank armor. Yet a charred corpse had dented it barehanded. What monstrous strength! I must tell you three things. First, as you've just witnessed, all of City A has fallen, and these creatures will soon overrun its periphery. We must escape the city, immediately. Second, your parents are safe. They await you in Z province. And third, Zhou Chen paused. This meteor will trigger the end of the world. Bang. Perhaps due to the zombie's unique sensitivity to humans, another zombie slammed into Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle at an incredible speed, leaving behind a human-shaped imprint. Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse. Although it was an apocalyptic vehicle, it was still in its initial state and had not yet reached an indestructible phase that was impossible to withstand the zombies' attacks. Moreover, this group of zombies was exceptionally frenzied, directly using their bodies to charge. Although he had experienced a similar situation in his past life, Zhou Chen faintly felt that this time the situation seemed to be much more severe than in his previous life. At least the zombies were much more frantic. No matter what had happened, at least this time, he had a chance to fight back. Hold on tight, Zhou Chen shouted, slamming down on the accelerator. The 12-cylinder engine of the apocalyptic vehicle roared, and the car shot forward, crashing through a line of zombies. Under normal circumstances, the roar of the 12-cylinder engine would attract countless onlookers, but now it only drew the pursuit of zombies. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao were clearly shaken, struggling to imagine the world outside. Zhou Chen noticed their condition, but said nothing more. After such a significant upheaval, they needed time to adapt. The journey to Province Z was not particularly long, but due to the sudden situation and human mutations, many vehicles were stalled on the road, with the majority having been involved in collisions and piled up together. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel at how he had upgraded the apocalyptic vehicle with a road-clearing function. Otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to get on the road now. If they couldn't move, the current apocalyptic vehicle wouldn't last long. The highway was filled with not only vehicles involved in accidents, but also swarming zombies. The apocalyptic vehicle was not moving quickly, only able to evade the zombies' pursuit. In this situation, its speed had dropped significantly. As more and more zombies gathered around, Zhou Chen's expression turned grim. The situation was much worse than he had imagined. Bang! Another zombie crashed into them, causing the vehicle to sway. This zombie left a human-shaped imprint beside Jiang Linlin's seat. The pampered young lady had never experienced anything like this. Within a few short hours, she was nearly on the brink of collapse. Just try to adapt slowly, such things are probably unavoidable. Zhou Chen, being someone who had been through this, spoke up to comfort the stunning beauty. However, the situation was indeed becoming increasingly serious. Although there was no internet or navigation, Zhou Chen had prepared a map in advance. Quick check where the nearest lakes and rivers are. He casually grabbed the map from beside him and handed it to the two women in the back. Now he had to focus entirely on the apocalyptic vehicle. Although there was autopilot, Zhou Chen still felt uneasy and preferred to grip the steering wheel tightly. The nearest river is 1 kilometer ahead. Zhang Jiayao quickly calmed down and spoke up after confirming their location. Fortunately, the nearest river was relatively close, otherwise they would have been in real trouble. Traveling on land had become increasingly difficult. Now was the time of the zombies' frenzied activity, and confronting them head-on was an unwise choice. Zhou Chen planned to take the water route, which was a skill he had prepared for the apocalyptic vehicle. As the number of zombies increased, Zhou Chen maneuvered the apocalyptic vehicle, drifting past the obstacles and steering onto a side road, crashing the rear of the vehicle into a line of zombies. He pressed the accelerator hard and sped away. Although the drift was quite stylish, all three inside the vehicle felt waves of discomfort. Although it was an apocalyptic vehicle, it was ultimately modified from a motorhome, and it couldn't compete with performance cars in terms of drifting. It seemed that comfort was still somewhat lacking. Zhou Chen thought to himself that he needed to upgrade the comfort level next time, since he didn't know how long they would have to stay in the vehicle. Ding dong. Mission acquired. Escape to safety. Reward points. 1 special. Killing 3 zombies increases points by 1. The long-awaited system notification finally arrived, bringing him 2 points of reward. Although he only had 2 points to upgrade, it was still a significant boost at the start. However, Zhou Chen found the task of killing 3 zombies somewhat challenging. In his past life, he had killed many zombies, but back then he had weapons in hand, making it easy to deal with zombies, even those that had already mutated. The current zombies were relatively weak, having just mutated, but he had no firearms at hand. It seemed that completing this task would be somewhat difficult. We're here. Zhang Jiao's calm voice snapped Zhou Chen back to reality. Finding a suitable spot, he turned the steering wheel, and the apocalyptic vehicle rushed straight towards the river. No. Help. I don't want to die yet. The two women screamed in unison, their piercing voices almost deafening Zhou Chen. The apocalyptic vehicle was extremely heavy and sank as soon as it hit the water. 3 seconds later, it floated back up from beneath the surface, moving forward slowly. Don't worry, this is an amphibious vehicle. Once Zhou Chen confirmed there were no issues around, he proudly stated. However, the two women clearly appeared shaken and pale, ignoring Zhou Chen. Having escaped from the horde of zombies, Zhou Chen began to consider what to do next. The bank was teeming with gathered zombies, and attempting to kill them now was no different from seeking death. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to wait for the zombies to disperse before taking action, hoping to encounter some that were isolated. Before he knew it, night fell, and the zombies on the bank had mostly disappeared. Although they were zombies, they had only recently mutated and still retained many human habits. After dark, they generally left. This was the weakest time for the zombies, as they still retained human traits, making it the best time to take action. Zhou Chen pulled out the large machete he had prepared from the vehicle and slowly steered it towards the bank. What are you planning to do? Zhang Jiayao frowned and asked in confusion. Don't mind me, just remember to open the door for me later. Zhou Chen said this, and then opened the car door and jumped out. After ensuring the door was securely closed, he felt relieved to leave. If zombies took over the vehicle, he would be completely doomed. Walking quietly forward, Zhou Chen was afraid of making a sound that would alert the zombies, otherwise it would become difficult to take action. Zhou Chen cautiously advanced forward until he spotted a target. A zombie whose movements were sluggish, suggesting some grievous physical impairment. This was precisely the kind of encounter Zhou Chen had hoped for. Facing a hulking agile zombie would have forced him to flee without hesitation. Confirming that no other zombies were nearby, Zhou Chen hefted his cleaver and approached the creature, not boldly, but by mimicking its shambling gait. These newly infected zombies possessed only rudimentary sensory awareness of humans, which emboldened Zhou Chen to attempt this perilous ruse. He slowed his breathing and sought to steady his heartbeat. Yet this was his first close-quarters confrontation with a zombie, and trepidation gnawed at his resolve. Within a meter, Zhou Chen could clearly see the creature, its right leg severed and dragging limply across the ground, its left arm mangled beyond half its length. Truly a crippled abomination. At such proximity, the crippled zombie sensed Zhou Chen and attempted to pivot, but its main body made even turning agonizingly difficult. Just as it finally twisted around, Zhou Chen's heavy cleaver descended. Though unassuming in appearance, the blade was unervingly sharp, an artifact he had prepared in advance, his very first weapon. The cleaver struck true. With it fell a gush of viscous emerald-green zombie blood, hissing as it struck the earth, and instantly corroding the surrounding vegetation. Zhou Chen recoiled in astonishment. He had not anticipated such terrifying toxicity in the creature's blood. Glancing at his cleaver, he exhaled in relief. It remained unscathed. A guttural hollow groan rose from the zombie's throat before it collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Zhou Chen dared not assume it was dead. Any final lunge would mean certain termination. A crisp chime resonated, ding-dong, followed by the system prompt: zombie eliminated 13. Only then did Zhou Chen accept the creature's demise, confirmed by the system itself. His first kill came swiftly, and a fleeting sense of ease washed over him. The task seemed deceptively simple. Then faint familiar sounds echoed from the periphery, identical to those emitted by the fallen zombie. Hearing that sound again, Zhou Chen inwardly cursed. So careless. Pride precedes disaster. Zombies began converging from all directions. The moment Zhou Chen registered the threat, he seized his cleaver and sprinted toward his apocalypse vehicle. He had been detected. As he ran, the horde surged after him. Yet a modest distance still separated them, granting him a fragile margin of safety. A thunderous roar erupted, far deeper, far more menacing than any ordinary zombie's cry. Instinctively, Zhou Chen glanced back. By the hazy moonlight, he glimpsed a crimson figure, its molten lava-like form blazing vividly against the pallid night. No way, my luck is truly cursed. As he fled, Zhou Chen lamented his ill fortune. He had stumbled upon a meteor-infected zombie, the most dangerous strain of all. He knew these creatures intimately. The earliest mutants were terrifyingly potent, capable of autonomous evolution. In his past life, they had ascended to such heights that even strategic-grade missiles failed to pierce their forms. Encountering one again, even in its nascent, unevolved state, filled Zhou Chen with profound dread. He dared not slacken his pace for an instant. If overtaken by ordinary zombies, he might yet struggle and survive, but if caught by that one, resistance would be utterly futile. Zhou Chen was swift, but the molten zombie was swifter still. Moments earlier they had been distant silhouettes, now the gap had narrowed to a hair's breadth. The guttural snarls echoing behind him sent chills down his spine. He dared not pause, not when survival hinged on every stride. Zhou Chen exhaled in weary relief upon reaching the riverbank, only to confront a dire realization: his apocalypse vehicle was gone. Gone, absolutely vanished. A curse escaped his lips. He'd forgotten. It was a vehicle, not a vessel. Of course, after idling, it must have drifted downstream with the current. But there was no time for reflection. The molten zombie was upon him. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen launched himself into the water. A colossal impact shook the air behind him, yet no splash followed. Evidently, these creatures feared water deeply enough to halt their pursuit at the shore. After remaining submerged long enough to confirm silence, Zhou Chen surfaced, his lungs burning, his breath ragged from prolonged submersion. Now he scanned the river for his apocalypse vehicle. It must have drifted downstream, but where exactly no one could say. Wary of lurking zombies ashore, he dared not emerge, instead swimming steadily onward. Then ahead, a massive silhouette floated upon the water's surface. He quickened his stroke. There it was, his apocalypse vehicle. He rapped sharply on the door. After a tense pause, it slid open, and he scrambled inside. He showered in the rear compartment and changed into fresh clothes. Settling into the driver's seat, Zhou Chen finally allowed himself a measure of calm. "Where have you been?" Zhang Jiao asked, eyeing his disheveled state with concern. "Just handled a minor matter. Let's move out." He had originally planned to complete all tasks here, but with a molten zombie now hunting him, that plan was untenable. Zhou Chen resolved to relocate and continue his mission elsewhere. Yet when he turned the ignition, the vehicle refused to respond. Only after a prolonged delay did the dashboard flicker to life, revealing critically low energy reserves. He recalled neglecting to refuel, but his vehicle supported multiple energy sources. He distinctly remembered air power being viable. As long as there's atmosphere, it should run. After careful inspection, he realized air power remained locked, unavailable for use. Only 4 options remained: operational gasoline, electricity, solar power, and the one he loathed most, mechanical propulsion, driven by the pair of foot pedals beneath him. Though he felt a strong aversion, there was no other choice now but to utilize this pair of pedals. "One of you two come help me push the other pedal. Unfortunately, this vehicle has run out of energy. We must use the pedals to continue moving forward." Zhou Chen spoke awkwardly. Previously, he had been quite dashing, and with such a magical vehicle, he must have appeared to them like a savior. No one expected that this man who resembled a savior would now have to pedal like riding a bicycle to keep the vehicle moving. "Are you sure this will really work?" Jiang Linlin said somewhat incredulously. Having been surrounded by luxury cars since childhood, she had never heard of any vehicle being driven this way. Oh, wasn't this just a bicycle? Trust me, it will definitely work. Come and give it a try, Zhou Chen awkwardly urged. At the very least, they could not continue drifting on the water, otherwise they might end up anywhere which could affect their subsequent route. Thus, Zhou Chen considered that it was time for him to drive ashore. Having avoided a significant number of zombies, the ones remaining were quite rare and manageable. The two of them began to use the pedals to generate power. As the pedals started to turn, the vehicle surprisingly roared to life, the sound of the 12-cylinder engine echoing once again. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao both wore incredulous expressions. Although Zhou Chen himself was also quite incredulous, he pretended to remain calm to maintain his handsome facade. Zhou Chen, too, couldn't figure out how the 12-cylinder engine was being driven by pedals, but it was indeed happening. After traveling a distance and finding a suitable spot, Zhou Chen drove the vehicle onto dry land once more. Once the vehicle was on land, the feeling was immediately different. It finally felt solid beneath his feet. Let's rest here for a while tonight. It should be fine here. After arranging a resting place, both of them went to rest, but Zhou Chen found himself in a bit of a dilemma as his resting spot was gone. With no other option, he had to recline the driver's seat and lie down to rest. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh. The comfort level still needed improvement. After turning on all the radar surveillance in the vehicle, Zhou Chen dozed off. If a large number of zombies gathered nearby, the radar would sound an alarm, waking them up. In the middle of the night, the radar did not alarm, but the sound of knocking on the door woke Zhou Chen up. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao were also awakened by the noise. Be careful, it seems there is a situation, Zhou Chen whispered to them before retrieving the large machete he had used earlier. Indeed, there was a mark left on the machete. The blood of zombies had caused some corrosion, but fortunately the impact was not too significant. At this moment, Zhou Chen also noticed that outside the vehicle were not zombies, but a group of people. This group was armed with various weapons, completely dispelling Zhou Chen's thoughts of getting out. Get down quickly, leave the vehicle and food to us, and we will spare your lives. One person outside said, his voice not particularly loud, likely fearing to attract nearby zombies. Hearing the conversation outside, Zhou Chen recalled how in his past life there was no trust between people. They would do anything to survive. He didn't expect it to start so soon, with people already disregarding their own kind in order to survive. Come help me generate power. Ew, I want to teach these people a lesson. It is unlikely for me to go down, but I will have no sympathy for such people. This was just the beginning. They had already started to rob cars and supplies. Who knows how far these people would go later? They could not let them continue to develop unchecked. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao both came over and began to generate power with the pedals. The vehicle charged, and the sound of the 12-cylinder engine roared to life. I didn't expect he was truly wealthy. Although this car looks ugly, it turns out to be a good one. Brothers surround him with our vehicles. Oh, let's see how he escapes today. The leader recognized the value of the vehicle and quickly ordered those around him to block Zhou Chen's apocalypse vehicle. However, this had no impact on Zhou Chen, as the apocalypse vehicle had previously been equipped with an excavator's digging mechanism, making it easy to clear a few cars. What happened next left everyone present in shock. This oddly shaped vehicle surprisingly extended an excavator's bucket from within, which then slammed down onto one of their vehicles. That vehicle crumpled immediately and was shoved aside. The next few vehicles met the same fate, all rendered scrap and unable to continue running. When this group of people saw the situation, they were momentarily stunned, unsure of what they had just experienced, and even more confused about the vehicle before them. Zhou Chen wanted to use the excavator's skills to eliminate this group, as they would only be a threat if left alive. But then he remembered that he had 2 girls with him. Although the apocalypse was terrifying, he thought it best to let them gradually adapt without throwing them into such situations right from the start. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to make as much noise as possible while also controlling this group to prevent them from escaping. The loud noise quickly attracted the attention of zombies, and soon zombies began to notice this side and gather here. What do we do, big brother? The zombies are all coming, but seems we can't escape. One of the younger members said, filled with fear. But there was nothing anyone could do. Their only means of transportation had been destroyed by this massive entity before them, and it seemed their only option now was to await their demise. When the situation was about right, Zhou Chen directly controlled the apocalypse vehicle to leave. Isn't this a bit cruel? After the car left, Jiang Linlin couldn't help but ask. Everything is their own doing. Remember, in this apocalyptic world, the only person we can trust is ourselves. This is the survival rule of the apocalypse. Although I am very reluctant to let them deal with such matters, there is no other way. After all, the world has become like this, and they must accept the cruel reality. The life of deception and betrayal has just begun. Hearing Zhou Chen speak like this, both of them fell silent. The civilized world they once knew has vanished, leaving only endless darkness. After causing such a commotion here, Zhou Chen dared not stay any longer. Remaining here might not be a good idea. Zhou Chen chose to continue on the road. As for the remaining 2 zombies, they would have to find another way. Just as dawn broke, the apocalypse vehicle indicated it would start using solar energy, allowing Zhou Chen to let the 2 of them rest. With solar energy available, Zhou Chen felt somewhat relieved. He set the car to autopilot and lay down to rest for a while. Before he knew it, it was noon. Zhou Chen was uncertain where the car had taken them, but he was not in a hurry. He took out the food supplies he had stored, and the 3 of them had a meal together. For the remaining issues, they would have to find another solution. After eating, Zhou Chen quickly assessed the surroundings and was surprised to find that the apocalypse vehicle had driven into a city. Zhou Chen took control of the vehicle, preparing to search for a supermarket within the city. The most important thing for them is supplies. While they still have a chance to stock up, they should hurry to gather resources, as it would likely become increasingly difficult to do so in the future. Though the storage space is only 9 cubic meters, the supplies they gathered would last the 3 of them for quite a while. After finding a supermarket, Zhou Chen drove the vehicle straight in. This was not the time for a leisurely supermarket visit. Driving in like this was quite a risky move. Fortunately, there weren't many zombies in this area, so Zhou Chen's actions did not attract too much attention. After confirming there were no zombies in the supermarket, Zhou Chen finally felt at ease to gather supplies. Although he said he was gathering supplies, it was primarily just parking the car nearby to load the items directly. Zhou Chen did not dare to swagger about like he would normally in a supermarket. After filling the 9 cubic meters of storage space, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease. This 9 cubic meters of storage space was filled entirely with food, rice and water were essential, and he also brought a considerable amount of compressed biscuits. As for fresh vegetables, there weren't many left after the meteorite crash. Zhou Chen selected a few, but only managed to gather a small amount, which he loaded into the car. These items could still fit in the car. After preparing most of the supplies, Zhou Chen felt much more confident. In this situation, even if the 3 of them stayed in the car without going out, they could last for several months. As long as he could find another place to replenish supplies in those months, everything would be fine. After gathering the supplies, Zhou Chen prepared to leave. However, as he was about to exit the supermarket, he felt something was off. The radar system started blaring. Zhou Chen looked around through the car window and saw no signs of zombies. Feeling a bit puzzled, Zhou Chen wondered if the apocalypse vehicle's radar system was malfunctioning. Just then, a swarm of zombies jumped down from the upper floors, instantly crowding the road in front of the supermarket. Seeing this, even Zhou Chen, who had experienced such things in his past life, felt his scalp tingle. There was no way out. He could only crash through. With the accelerator pressed to the floor, Zhou Chen controlled the apocalypse vehicle to drift out of the supermarket and onto the road. Just that one drift sent many zombies flying, with several others collapsing to the ground. Ding dong. Zombie killed 33, a mission complete, reward points 1. After drifting out, he unexpectedly received a system prompt indicating that the mission was complete. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt quite helpless. He had thought he needed to personally kill 3 zombies, but it turned out there were other ways to achieve this. Had he known this approach was acceptable, Zhou Chen definitely would not have risked using the previous method. But now it was too late to feel happy. The entire road was filled with zombies, and escaping was incredibly difficult. Moreover, zombies were constantly landing on the roof of Zhou Chen's vehicle. Various sounds filled the air. Dents had appeared on the roof and around the car, and there was a huge dent right above Zhou Chen's head. Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse, but there was no time to think about fixing the car. With no other options, he chose to use the points he had just earned to enhance the vehicle's defenses. After all, if this continued, his apocalypse vehicle might not hold up much longer. Apocalypse vehicle defense: 10 tire upgrade, 2100 armor upgrade, 2100 attack, 0 speed, 3 volume, 9 cubic meters, comfort 0, energy, gasoline, electric energy, solar energy, air energy, mechanical energy, foot pedal, special water navigation, obstacle clearing upgrade points 0. After allocating the points to the vehicle's defense, its defense doubled. Although doubling the defense at this stage isn't a particularly powerful upgrade in the current situation, it is an excellent choice. After confirming the upgrade, the vehicle began to enhance itself. All the previous dents were repaired, and the material seemed to have undergone some changes. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao were both extremely surprised by this sudden development, but they didn't say much. After all, this vehicle had already astonished them. There was nothing in this world that didn't leave them feeling amazed. With such a change in the vehicle, they had grown accustomed to the bizarre nature of it all. What could be more bizarre than the strange occurrences they had witnessed in the past 2 days? So now whatever happened, they could accept it. After the vehicle upgrade, both the armor and tires have been greatly reinforced, rendering this group of small zombies ineffective against the vehicle. With concerns resolved, Zhou Chen pressed the accelerator to the floor, eager to leave this place as quickly as possible. After all, so many zombies had gathered here, and if the group of lava zombies infected by the meteorite appeared, it would definitely cause some trouble. In such a cramped space, evading was not an easy task. As he crushed his way through the apocalyptic paint job on the vehicle had almost disappeared, stained by the blood of the zombies, turning the whole vehicle nearly green. However, at this moment Zhou Chen could think of nothing else but to charge forward. The more one fears something, the more likely they are to encounter it. Sure enough, there was a red zombie ahead. Zhou Chen scrutinized it carefully. It indeed bore markings resembling lava, confirming it was one of the initial lava zombies infected by the meteorite. It seems that wherever zombies gather, lava zombies must be present, or perhaps their existence is what draws so many zombies to this location. Zhou Chen felt a twinge of fear. After all, this was in the city, and the streets were filled with zombies, making it difficult to dodge. Yet for some reason the lava zombie seemed oblivious to Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle aimlessly searching alongside the other zombies. Zhou Chen did not fully understand what was happening, but at this moment he had no time to ponder, choosing instead to leave this place swiftly. After half an hour of reckless driving, the number of zombies on the road had significantly decreased, and he finally managed to exit the city, arriving in the suburbs. With a smaller population in the suburbs, the number of zombies was relatively low. Once he confirmed the surroundings were somewhat safe, Zhou Chen opened the car door to check if there were any issues with the apocalyptic vehicle. As soon as he opened the door, he was hit by a strong sour stench. The entire vehicle was now basically green, completely filled with zombie blood. Only the glass of the driver's seat remained clear enough to see the road ahead. Zhou Chen initially wanted to wash away all the blood, but then he reconsidered. The lava zombie might not have attacked his vehicle precisely because it was covered in so much zombie blood which concealed his scent. Although it was somewhat disgusting, Zhou Chen decided to keep the blood. After all, this could be a form of protection for his vehicle. Fortunately, the material of the apocalyptic vehicle would not be corroded by the blood, otherwise it would be troublesome. Ding dong. The system's voice echoed, announcing the completion of another task. After receiving a reward point, Zhou Chen pondered for a moment before temporarily sacrificing his comfort, adding the reward point to his speed. Apocalyptic vehicle defense 10 tire upgrade, 2100 armor upgrade, 2100 attack 0, speed 4, a volume 9 cubic meters, comfort 0, A energy, gasoline, electric power, solar power, air energy, mechanical power, pedal, special water navigation, debris clearance, upgrade points 0. The speed increased to 4. Although numerically it seemed insignificant, this slight boost could allow him to distance himself from the zombies. Though the situation was gradually improving, Zhou Chen discovered some unsettling news. They were lost. They had fled in a panic without knowing where they were headed. Now still in the suburbs with no road signs, it was difficult to determine their exact location. In his previous life, Zhou Chen mostly stayed in one place to defend. Now he was wandering outside, and he was only in the process of learning the necessary skills for survival in the outside world. With no other choice, Zhou Chen opted for the most traditional method to see where the sun was to gauge his direction. Although they had run for a long time in panic, they were definitely not anywhere near Province C. They still had quite a distance to cover. Province Z was located to their north, so heading north would certainly not be an issue, but once they reached a northern city, they could better ascertain their location. After roughly determining the cardinal directions, Zhou Chen got back in the car and pressed the accelerator, driving northward. Though the speed increase was minimal, after pressing the accelerator again, Zhou Chen felt a noticeable difference. Under normal circumstances, this slight boost was quite significant. The vehicle sped along quickly as Zhou Chen led the two of them northward. Whether it was due to the absence of zombies around, or because they had accepted the situation, both of their moods significantly improved, and they began to chat. After all, they would be spending a long time together, and no one could predict what the world would be like next. Listening to their light chatter eased Zhou Chen's tension considerably. However, according to his memories from his past life, it would not be long before more species on Earth were affected by the zombies and began to undergo various mutations. At that time, the Earth would truly become extraordinarily dangerous. Therefore, he must rapidly strengthen himself before other species mutated, or he might find it difficult to escape the fate of his previous life. The vehicle moved northward, and after passing through desolate mountains and wilderness, traces of a city finally appeared in the distance. Seeing the city once again, although aware it might be filled with zombies, the three of them felt a flicker of emotion. After all, this had once been a place where humans lived. Perhaps these houses gave them a sense of home. However, this time Zhou Chen was cautious, avoiding the reckless driving of before, and he approached the city center deliberately. Last time he had the good fortune to escape, but this time he could not rely on luck. In any case, he had plenty of energy, and the vehicle was very fast. Zhou Chen navigated quickly around the outskirts of the city, stopping only at places with road signs to check their indications. He sped through other areas to assess the zombie density and to avoid unnecessary trouble from encounters. After a simple geographic assessment, he realized they had only covered 1/3 of the distance. They still needed to head north to reach Province C. After confirming the items around him, Zhou Chen thought it best not to enter this place to avoid unnecessary trouble. After all, the supplies in his vehicle were quite sufficient, and entering this place seemed to serve no real purpose. It would be more prudent to head to Province C, where it was currently considered relatively safe, allowing him to develop himself during this brief period of peace. Otherwise, when the zombie mutations became severe, he would likely face the same fate as before. Ding dong. Task acquired: save humanity. Reward points. 1 special: kill 100 zombies to increase points by 1. Zhou Chen was already prepared to leave, but the system's notification sound rang out once again. Upon hearing the system prompt, Zhou Chen felt quite pleased, but after learning about the task, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. It seemed that wanting to leave this place was no longer a feasible option. He had to stay. Regarding this special reward, Zhou Chen thought it would be relatively easy to accomplish, though he had no immediate idea on how to complete the task of saving humanity. However, considering the cities he was contemplating, they were only just beginning to see zombie mutations, so there should still be some survivors. The system's current task seemed to be about saving the remaining humans. But searching for the remaining humans would be a very challenging endeavor, as humans had likely already hidden away and zombies were everywhere, posing significant dangers. However, there was no choice. If he wanted to survive in such chaotic times, he had to upgrade his apocalypse vehicle properly. Completing tasks was an essential part of that. Even though this task was indeed fraught with danger, he had to find a way to complete it. Moreover, saving humanity was something he should do. In his previous life, he had no abilities and was completely at the mercy of others. This time, reborn with certain strengths, he had to contribute to humanity. The most urgent task now was to quickly locate a place where humans were gathering. Once he found that, the remaining tasks would become much simpler. After all, being able to run over zombies with his vehicle meant that for these ordinary zombies, his apocalypse vehicle could easily crush them. Killing 100 was merely a matter of time. With a press of the accelerator, Zhou Chen swiftly maneuvered through the city. Although there were still many vehicles on the road, the smart autopilot of the apocalypse vehicle easily avoided them. After a while, Zhou Chen noticed something was off. He had not seen a single zombie in this city. He had basically scoured the outskirts and had not encountered any zombies. This situation was clearly quite unusual. With no issues outside, Zhou Chen had no choice but to control the apocalypse vehicle and venture deeper into the city. When he finally reached the city center, he began to encounter zombies in succession, and there were quite a number of them. There were no signs of human survival on the outskirts, suggesting that both humans and zombies were likely concentrated in the city center. This could become problematic if humans and zombies were all in the city center. The number of zombies would surely be overwhelming. At that point, saving humanity would likely be an impossible task. Yet Zhou Chen still intended to take on the challenge, since the system had issued such a task. It indicated that he could still complete it. At the very least, this would not be a task designed for him to die in. As he approached the city center, Zhou Chen kept observing the specific locations of humans. The number of zombies was increasing, yet he still had not found where the humans were gathering. After walking a bit further inside, Zhou Chen discovered an empty area where there were no signs of zombie activity. Bang! A gunshot rang out, startling Zhou Chen for a moment before he drove towards the source of the sound. He quickly saw a few young men armed with guns backed against each other, surrounded by a circle of zombies. As a zombie attempted to charge at them, one of the men fired, hitting the zombie, which fell to the ground. At this moment, Zhou Chen understood the situation. He pressed the accelerator and charged forward, executing a stylish drift that knocked down a large number of zombies. The sudden appearance of Zhou Chen left the group of young men momentarily stunned. Staring at the massive vehicle before them, they could not discern what it was. They only recognized it as a car, albeit a green one that emanated a foul stench. At that moment, Zhou Chen did not stop controlling the apocalypse vehicle to continuously crush the zombies surrounding the young men. The number of zombies was not particularly high, and it did not take long before the surrounding zombies were mostly cleared. The remaining few were shot dead by the young men. "Let's get in the car and talk," Zhou Chen said, opening the door. The 5 young men hesitated for a moment, but ultimately put away their guns and got in the vehicle. "Where are humans currently active?" "I can take you back," Zhou Chen said without elaborating further. "Who exactly are you?" one of the young men asked, as caution was essential in such chaotic times. "I mean you no harm. If I wanted to kill you, you would have been with those zombies just now." Zhou Chen's mood soured somewhat upon hearing the young man's words. After Zhou Chen spoke, the young man did not say much more, simply providing Zhou Chen with their location. After giving the coordinates, Zhou Chen moved in that direction without saying anything further. The atmosphere was tense, and Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao did not say much either. Soon they arrived at the location, and Zhou Chen opened the car door. "I've safely brought you to your destination. You can get out now," Zhou Chen said darkly, directly issuing an eviction order. "It's still very dangerous outside. Why not come in with us to take shelter?" The young men spoke heavily as they prepared to exit the vehicle. Although the previous attitudes of the few young men were not particularly good, Zhou Chen thought for a moment and decided to go in and talk to them. After all, there were not many humans left. "Take me to meet your leader," Zhou Chen said. After some consideration, he felt it would be more appropriate to meet their leader directly. There was no use speaking to these people. Perhaps talking to their leader could change his situation. "Let me take you to a place to park the car. I will inform our leader." Under the guidance of the young man, Zhou Chen parked the vehicle in an internal parking space. The doomsday vehicle seemed out of place here. However, the remaining vehicles were also oddly shaped, as ordinary cars couldn't survive in such conditions. They would likely be destroyed by zombies the moment they stepped outside. Only very sturdy vehicles remained. "I am Lincoln, the leader among this group of young people." The leading young man introduced himself. Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen did not say much, simply stating his name. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao followed behind him in silence. Led by Lincoln, Zhou Chen and his group quickly reached an office building, and after going upstairs they entered an office. Inside the office sat a middle-aged man in military uniform, robust in stature with a face that seemed chiseled and short hair that made him look particularly spirited. Seeing Lincoln enter with several unfamiliar faces, the man stood up. "What's the situation with these people?" he asked, his voice resonant and powerful. "They saved us on the way here, so I took the liberty to bring them to our base." Lincoln explained the situation to the middle-aged man. "In that case, thank you very much. We will quickly arrange accommodation for you. Since you are here, you can stay comfortably. This place is relatively safe." After learning the situation, the middle-aged man was very welcoming. "No need for that. I just came to discuss a few matters with you. We will leave shortly." Zhou Chen did not intend to stay here for long. After helping them resolve their issues, he planned to leave, as it would surely be much more comfortable to stay in his own vehicle. "In that case, feel free to tell me whatever you want to say." In times of chaos, everyone has their own choices, so the middle-aged man did not show any particular surprise upon hearing Zhou Chen's intention to leave. "You two can leave. We need to discuss some matters privately," Zhou Chen said, and the other three said nothing more as they exited. They have left. "If there's anything you want to say, just say it directly." The middle-aged man's expression had already turned somewhat grim. "I will help you clear out some zombies, but you will need to figure out the rest yourselves. If you can leave, do so as soon as possible. Do not stay here. This place will eventually fall." Zhou Chen had already crossed a line by saying this. He had warned them to leave. Whether they did so was their choice, and he had no authority to interfere. "In a moment, call a few capable people and take your best weapons. I will lead them to clear out the zombies." After saying this, Zhou Chen said nothing more and turned to leave. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, but nodded after a while and began to arrange for his subordinates. Before long, 8 young men appeared before Zhou Chen, with Lincoln among them. "Check your weapons, make sure there are no issues. Get in the car with me now." After saying this, Zhou Chen got into the vehicle, and the 8 young men followed suit, not daring to slack off. The doomsday vehicle roared to life, the 12-cylinder engine's sound echoing once more. The young men were shocked. They did not expect this seemingly unremarkable and even ugly vehicle to be so powerful. "In a moment, I will take you out to shoot at the zombies. You don't need to worry about the rest," Zhou Chen briefly instructed the young men. Although the young men were buzzing with discussions, they did not say much more. After the vehicle drove out, they were all very surprised, whispering amongst themselves. They soon encountered zombies. After giving a command, Zhou Chen instructed them to open the windows and began shooting wildly outside. The vehicle moved at high speed, and the few of them had decent shooting skills, plus there were plenty of zombies. They quickly eliminated numerous zombies. Ding dong, task: eliminate 100 zombies completed, reward points 1. The system's notification sounded. Zhou Chen had initially thought this method would not complete the task, but unexpectedly helping others eliminate zombies counted towards his own task. Now an additional task point appeared, but Zhou Chen had no immediate thoughts and intended to resolve the current situation first. After leading the group of young men in a shooting spree, Zhou Chen only took them back after they had exhausted all their ammunition. This time they had indeed eliminated a significant number of zombies, so there should not be much pressure in the vicinity for a while. However, the number of zombies was still quite high, and completely eradicating them was unlikely. Upon returning, the young men were clearly very excited, but Zhou Chen did not involve himself much with them and stayed alone in the vehicle. The middle-aged man was very excited, but seeing that Zhou Chen was unwilling to come down, he said nothing more. After all, it was already great that Zhou Chen was willing to help. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao also returned to the vehicle. "Stay safe and remain vigilant." Perhaps after such a long time, seeing a large group of people again made them a bit excited. But Zhou Chen had to remind them again that while these humans seemed very friendly, now one could never know who they might be in a real crisis. In his past life, Zhou Chen had experienced many such situations with countless examples of brothers turning against each other. Therefore, he was being especially cautious this time, unwilling to get too entangled with them. Having helped them to this extent was already a great kindness. As for becoming friends with them, Zhou Chen felt there was no need for that at the moment. In the following days, Zhou Chen took this group of people out every day to clear the surrounding zombies. After several days, the safe zone had expanded significantly, and the zombies no longer dared to roam here. However, in order to ensure the long-term survival of this human territory, Zhou Chen did not continue such actions. If they exhausted their bullets, who knew what kind of situation would arise in the future? Seeing that the situation was almost stable, Zhou Chen also prepared to leave. As for the task of saving humanity, it had yet to be completed, and Zhou Chen had no idea what the requirements for completing it were. It seemed rather vague. Upon learning that Zhou Chen and his group wanted to leave, many people tried to persuade them to stay. A group of people directly stood in front of Zhou Chen's vehicle, preventing him from leaving, insisting that he stay for today and celebrate together. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed by their hospitality, Zhou Chen agreed and got out of the car. In such chaotic times, fresh vegetables were already quite rare, and alcoholic beverages were even harder to come by. However, on today's dining table, both of these items appeared simultaneously, clearly indicating the gratitude these people felt towards Zhou Chen. After a few drinks, Zhou Chen's face became flushed, and his gaze started to drift. Zhou Chen's tolerance for alcohol had always been poor, as he had not fared well in the past. Even company social events rarely involved him. When he had drunk enough, Zhou Chen became somewhat dazed, and a few people came forward and restrained him. Suddenly confronted with this situation, Zhou Chen instantly sobered up. "What do you want to do?" Zhou Chen asked, but no one answered. Even without a response, Zhou Chen understood the situation. These people were clearly eyeing his apocalyptic vehicle. Seeing him about to leave, they were unwilling to let him go. As for who organized these people, Zhou Chen did not care to know. The ugliness of human nature was laid bare at this moment. A few individuals took Zhou Chen to the side of the vehicle, where Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao were also restrained. "Leave the vehicle, and we will spare your life." A young man spoke up. "Stop. Do you know what you are doing?" A familiar voice rang out as Lincoln approached with a gun aimed at the group. Clearly, this group was well prepared, immediately raising their guns at Lincoln. Lincoln also raised his gun, but outnumbered dared not act. Now neither side dared to act, as they were all on the same side and did not want to harm their relationship, while Zhou Chen was merely an outsider. "If we leave this vehicle, we can all survive. If we can't keep it, no one will live." A somewhat portly young man spoke up. "Li Fan, quickly stop your actions. This will dishearten everyone." Lincoln was momentarily at a loss for words. "Regardless of the circumstances, this vehicle must remain here today," Li Fan said before aiming his gun at Zhou Chen. "Open the car. If you leave the vehicle, you can go." Li Fan shouted angrily. Letting Zhou Chen leave was tantamount to sentencing him to death. After all, the outside was filled with zombies, and no one could survive on their own. Just then, a series of gunshots rang out. After the gunfire, the group that had taken Zhou Chen hostage all fell to the ground. Lincoln was momentarily confused about what had happened. However, Zhou Chen clearly understood. During the previous time, he had carefully considered that this vehicle needed certain combat capabilities, so he upgraded its combat attributes. Apocalyptic Vehicle Defense 10 Tires Upgrade 2100 Armor Upgrade 2100 Attack 1 Speed 4 Volume 9 Cubic Meters Comfort 0 Energy Gasoline Electric Power Solar Power Air Power Mechanical Power Pedal Special Water Navigation Obstacle Clearing Upgrade. 0. After the upgrade, the vehicle had acquired a bit of attack value. Though the attack value was only 1, it represented a significant change for this vehicle. Weapons had now appeared on it. Although they were just ordinary firearms, the ammunition was not unlimited. Yet given the current situation, it was sufficient. If not for the previous upgrade to its attack value, this time would have truly been troublesome. Just now, Zhou Chen used the attack skill of the apocalyptic vehicle to eliminate all those who had taken him hostage. "I sincerely apologize, I had no idea this would happen. I only rushed down when I saw the leader was restrained." Lincoln quickly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. "No need for so much explanation. Let me ask you a question. Are you willing to leave with me? I can take you away from this place." After this incident, Zhou Chen felt that Lincoln was quite decent, for at least he had held onto his true nature in the face of the apocalypse. It was rare to find someone who could maintain their true self, which was why Zhou Chen had the idea of winning him over. After all, he was only bringing 2 girls with him, essentially bearing everything alone, without even a helping hand. If he could have someone to assist him, that would naturally be wonderful. "I choose to stay here. After all, there are so many people waiting for me to protect them, and I cannot just walk away." Lincoln refused Zhou Chen without a second thought. "If that's the case, I won't force you. If one day you change your mind, you can come find me in Province C." Zhou Chen did not press the issue further. After saying a few words, he left with Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao. Watching the vehicle disappear into the darkness, Lincoln felt complicated emotions, unsure whether today's decision was right or wrong. Zhou Chen did not dare to delay and prepared to leave this place overnight. Ding dong. Task completed. Reward points 1. Not long after leaving the human stronghold, the system notification sounded indicating that the task had been completed. Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of what had just happened. The completion of this task seemed somewhat inexplicable. After reflecting on it during the journey, Zhou Chen seemed to have a clearer understanding of its meaning. Perhaps this salvation is not merely about helping them deal with the surrounding zombies, but more about resolving their internal issues. Perhaps there are no apparent problems among this group of people at the moment, but given time, they will inevitably encounter issues. Now they are able to threaten him into handing over his vehicle, and when faced with difficult choices in the future, they will directly and unhesitatingly betray their own teammates. Perhaps eliminating this group of people is the true meaning of saving humanity. Although the mission was accomplished, Zhou Chen felt a heavy burden in his heart. The apocalypse had only just begun, and no one knew how long it would last. But to his surprise, such treachery had already emerged at the very start. If this continues, it seems that humanity will not be defeated by zombies, but by themselves. Zhou Chen felt heavy-hearted, pondering how to address such problems, but after much thought he realized he was indeed overthinking it. Surviving on his own was already a difficult task. As for the entire human race, it was not something he should be considering for now. Once he had grown strong enough to hold a certain degree of influence, perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope to save the remaining people. Noticing that Zhou Chen had been silent throughout the journey, Zhang Linlin had tried to speak several times, but ultimately held back, saying nothing more. Zhang Jiao's expression remained cold. After the previous events, her demeanor had become even more indifferent. Although Zhou Chen did not express his thoughts, she could roughly guess them. Human nature is treacherous, especially in such an apocalypse. Whatever choices are made are merely for the sake of survival. Ultimately, everyone acts for their own interests. The journey ahead became much more mundane, consisting mostly of desolate mountains and wilderness. Zhou Chen was reluctant to be embroiled in such turmoil, so he primarily avoided cities in his travels. This also somewhat increased his speed. After all, reaching Province Z as quickly as possible was a better choice. However, Zhou Chen encountered difficulties along the way. In this small city, someone had already attempted to rob his Apocalypse Divine vehicle. If he made it to Province Z, who knows how many would covet him. After considering these matters, Zhou Chen allocated his remaining reward points to attack. Apocalypse Divine Vehicle Defense 10 Tire Upgrade 2100 Armor Upgrade 2100 Attack 2 Speed 3 Volume 9 Cubic Meters Comfort 0 Energy Gasoline Electric Solar Air Mechanical Pedal Special Water Navigation Obstacle Clearing Upgrade Points 0. Now the attack has been elevated to 2, and the backup ammunition has significantly increased along with a few extra firearms. This granted Zhou Chen a formidable combat capability. Even without assistance from others, he could unleash sufficient firepower while controlling the Apocalypse Divine vehicle alone, at least preventing himself from being surrounded by zombies. Seeing this upgrade, Zhou Chen felt considerably more at ease, knowing he at least possessed a certain level of combat capability. As long as he wasn't too far from the vehicle, he could ensure his own safety. As they prepared to cross a bridge, Zhou Chen noticed the bridge shaking violently. This abnormal situation caused him to hesitate. In such a desolate place, the bridge shaking violently was certainly unusual. At that moment, the radar monitoring system of the Apocalypse Divine vehicle began to alarm, indicating a large number of zombies nearby. Zhou Chen felt overwhelmed. He had managed to avoid zombies in the desolate mountains, only to still encounter them. However, upon careful observation, there was no trace of any zombies. According to the radar monitoring display, these zombies should be very close, possibly even pressed against his vehicle's windows. When Zhou Chen looked around, he did not see any signs of zombies. Could it be that the radar monitoring system of the Apocalypse Divine vehicle was malfunctioning? Zhou Chen felt puzzled, but then he thought it was absolutely impossible. If the system of the Apocalypse Divine vehicle could fail, he would truly be unable to survive. This place probably has some issues. Considering the bridge was shaking violently, Zhou Chen suspected that there were likely zombies underneath it. Just then, Zhou Chen decided to test his newly upgraded vehicle. After all, his vehicle now possessed formidable firepower, and he could use it to assess the firepower against the current small zombies. This way, when facing zombies next time, he would have a basic understanding of his attack power rather than blindly trusting in it. Not daring to take the risk to see what was happening, Zhou Chen drove the vehicle into the river. After all, Zhang Linlin and Zhang Jiao had already become accustomed to such occurrences. The Apocalypse Divine vehicle entered the water steadily and then floated on the surface. Zhou Chen began to observe whether there were zombies along the banks beneath the bridge, but there were none. An even more bizarre thing occurred. Sounds of crashing came from around the Apocalypse Divine vehicle, as if various things were continuously striking it. Now the Apocalypse Divine vehicle was becoming somewhat unstable due to the collisions. Zhou Chen felt perplexed about what was happening. It seems like there's something in the water. Zhang Jiao identified the problem and quickly spoke up. Zhou Chen also realized this and promptly controlled the Apocalypse Divine vehicle to move forward. As they moved forward, the feeling of being struck diminished significantly. At this point, Zhou Chen was basically certain that there was indeed something in the water striking his apocalypse divine vehicle. Such occurrences had not happened before. The only explanation was that the fish in the water had mutated. It must be the fish in the water that have mutated. Oh, we should head up. Zhou Chen explained the situation to the two of them before driving the vehicle to the shore. Zhou Chen had truly not anticipated the occurrence of mutations in the water. He certainly did not expect it to happen so quickly. Once the species in the water mutate, it signifies that the water source has become a significant problem. Naturally existing water sources are likely no longer drinkable, and now only stored water might still be consumable. Zhou Chen was not too sure if the water had undergone mutations, so after reaching the shore he began shooting at the water's surface. After a barrage of fire, some objects started to float up. Using materials at hand, Zhou Chen found a few wooden sticks and knocked all the floating objects to the shore. Seizing this opportunity, he took a good look at what these objects were. To his astonishment, it turned out that the fish had indeed mutated. The scales of these mutated fish had become exceedingly strange. They no longer clung closely to their bodies, and even began to grow outward, forming spiky protrusions. Moreover, the hardness of the scales far exceeded Zhou Chen's imagination. It seemed that only firearms could penetrate these scales. The mouths of these fish had sprouted sharp teeth, and if bitten, the affected area would likely be covered in bite marks. Seeing such mutations in the fish left Zhou Chen feeling a chill run down his spine. This mutation was far harsher than anything he had experienced before, and the speed of change was beyond anything he had previously witnessed. In his past life, he had indeed heard of such things, but he had never seen them with his own eyes. At that time, he was already hiding in a prison. The only mutation he had witnessed was that of rats. Moreover, in his past life, the mutations in aquatic species occurred at a very slow pace. He remembered that it took a long time for such changes to happen. However, he did not expect this time to be so swift. Not daring to linger any longer, Zhou Chen quickly hopped into the end times divine vehicle. He couldn't help but marvel at the thought that without the end times divine vehicle, his survival this time would likely be even more fleeting. Just as he got into the vehicle, the system's prompt sounded once again. Ding dong. Mission acquired. Rescue H City reward points. 1 special occupying the armory can increase points by 1. Zhou Chen intended to leave quickly, adhering to the principle of avoiding trouble, but unexpectedly the system had another mission for him, and it was a rescue mission. Though he was reluctant, Zhou Chen had no choice but to accept the mission. Not knowing where H City was, he returned to the bridge and looked at the name of the bridge. After locating the corresponding position on the map, Zhou Chen finally confirmed where H City was. Once he had determined the location, he pressed the accelerator to the floor, intending to reach it as quickly as possible. With the system issuing such a rescue mission, the situation there must be extremely dangerous. In completing the mission, Zhou Chen certainly aimed to assist them as much as he could. Having learned from past experiences, Zhou Chen's speed this time was much faster. Upon spotting the city, he drove straight into the heart of it. The center of H City was in utter chaos, filled with zombies, and it seemed that the areas where humans could operate had shrunk significantly. As Zhou Chen fired his weapon, he finally managed to find a relatively quiet area. It appeared he was getting quite close to the human stronghold. Stop! If you move forward, don't blame us for opening fire. A furious shout rang out, and several armed men rushed out from nearby cover surrounding Zhou Chen's end times divine vehicle. Don't shoot, I'm human too. Zhou Chen quickly rolled down the window and spoke to them. Upon confirming he was human, they lowered their weapons. After a brief exchange, they led Zhou Chen to the human stronghold. The human stronghold in H City was indeed somewhat small. The living area was already quite cramped, and there were no safe zones available around it. The distance to the zombies was also alarmingly close, and a small mistake could lead to disaster. Take me to see your leader. I have some matters to discuss with him, Zhou Chen stated. This time, Zhou Chen did not plan to beat around the bush and directly pressed on. This mission was to rescue H City. He had not encountered any urgent situations on his way here, so it seemed that this mission was not a simple act of rescue. After all, the place where humans lived was exceedingly cramped, and it appeared that this task was to assist them. Under the guidance of a young man, Zhou Chen finally arrived outside an office. After knocking, he walked straight in. Are you the person in charge here? Zhou Chen inquired. I am the mayor of H City. May I ask what you need? The busy middle-aged man looked up, adjusted his glasses, and asked Zhou Chen. I see that the area where humans live here has become exceedingly cramped, just a wall away from the zombies. What exactly has happened? Zhou Chen asked. The mayor sighed, helplessly closed the cap of his pen, and began to explain to Zhou Chen what had transpired. After a thorough explanation, Zhou Chen finally understood what was going on. It turned out that the human gathering place was quite far from the military base with weapons and ammunition. Unfortunately, just before the incident, the military of this city had gone out for training. This led to such an awkward situation. They were currently very low on firearms and ammunition, and maintaining their current state was already quite challenging. Moreover, they could be invaded by crazed zombies at any moment. At this point, Zhou Chen realized that his two missions were actually connected. It seemed that completing the armory mission would also fulfill the rescue mission for H City. I will help you resolve the issues of weapons and ammunition. Find a few smart folks to accompany me, and I will assist you in bringing them back, Zhou Chen stated directly. We have sent many people already, and none have returned. They may have met with misfortune. You are not from here, and it's already quite difficult for you to arrive safely. I do not expect you to help us, just focus on your own safety. The mayor sighed, helplessly unwilling to let Zhou Chen take the risk. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself, and I can ensure the safety of those who go with me, Zhou Chen assured him. After Zhou Chen's repeated requests, the mayor finally agreed to the matter, but still cautioned him to pay close attention to his safety and to avoid any problems. As previously agreed with the mayor, several young people gathered around Zhou Chen and boarded the vehicle with him. Clearly experiencing such a vehicle for the first time, they were all struck by awe, gazing at the interior as if it belonged to another reality. They longed to reach out and touch it, yet hesitated. To prevent a recurrence of the earlier incident, Zhou Chen remained silent throughout the journey, deliberately avoiding unnecessary interaction with them. Zhou Hu, sent by the mayor to ensure your safety. We're approaching the ammunition depot shortly. Since hordes of zombies congregate nearby, we'll prioritize returning safely unless absolutely necessary. No unnecessary risks. Zhou Hu spoke aloud. Indeed, seizing this depot had been considered before, but its dense zombie population made the operation exceptionally difficult. Leave it to me, Zhou Chen replied coldly. The Apocalypse Divine vehicle sped along the road, swiftly arriving at the depot under Zhou Hu's guidance. It appeared to be an unremarkable warehouse, indistinguishable from countless others scattered across the city. Had Zhou Hu not identified it, Zhou Chen would never have guessed this ordinary structure concealed an ammunition depot. True to Zhou Hu's warning, the area teemed with far more zombies than elsewhere. A massive horde gathered within. Zhou Chen had no intention of engaging them head-on. Instead, he maneuvered cautiously, seeking to slip through unnoticed. Passing through the depot's main gate, Zhou Chen drove the Apocalypse Divine vehicle directly inside. Once within, the number of zombies dwindled significantly, yet confrontation became unavoidable. Zhou Chen refrained from activating his vehicle's weapon systems, first, because the situation did not warrant it, second, because he preferred to conceal his capabilities. He instructed Zhou Hu and the others to eliminate the remaining zombies. A volley of gunfire echoed, and soon the surrounding undead lay scattered. Under Zhou Hu's direction, Zhou Chen parked the Apocalypse Divine vehicle in an inconspicuous corner. The group then coordinated their efforts to uncover a hidden passage beneath the floor. This seemingly mundane warehouse was merely a facade. The true ammunition depot lay buried deep below. The descent was narrow, forcing Zhou Chen and the others to proceed on foot, leaving the Apocalypse Divine vehicle above. Each carried a firearm. Though the depot showed no signs of breach by the zombies, caution remained paramount. After descending, they conducted a thorough sweep, confirming no traces of zombie activity, and breathed easier. Ding dong. Mission: secure the ammunition depot. Completed. Reward 1 upgrade point. A system notification chimed in Zhou Chen's mind, confirming mission success. Zhou Chen had not expected the task to conclude so effortlessly. With 1 upgrade point secured, he pondered where best to invest it. While the others sorted munitions below, Zhou Chen, uninterested in the labor, wandered idly. Several massive machines caught his attention. He approached and examined them closely, but could not decipher their purpose. This used to be an armory. These are munitions manufacturing machines, obsolete relics decommissioned long ago. Zhou Hu, intimately familiar with the site, offered the explanation upon noticing Zhou Chen's curiosity. Zhou Chen nodded thoughtfully. Then a novel idea flickered in his mind. What if the Apocalypse Divine vehicle could assimilate this machinery's function? It would become extraordinarily formidable. Yet he quickly dismissed the notion. The vehicle could only integrate functions from other vehicles. Machinery-based capabilities seemed fundamentally incompatible. A pang of regret tightened his chest. After prolonged hesitation, however, he resolved to attempt it anyway. Perhaps fortune would favor the bold. Following his established procedure, Zhou Chen initiated the skill integration protocol. Ding dong. Integration failed. Insufficient level, please upgrade. As anticipated, the system rejected the attempt, yet offered a sliver of hope. Failure stemmed solely from level insufficiency, meaning integration would succeed once upgraded. Though hopeful, Zhou Chen remained puzzled what exactly constituted level. He recalled possessing no personal rank. Could it refer to the vehicle's tier? Still lost in contemplation, he heard Zhou Hu's voice. We've nearly finished sorting. Everything will be loaded onto the vehicle shortly. Zhou Hu's words snapped Zhou Chen back to reality. Then let's begin loading, Zhou Chen said, and joined the effort. Zhou Hu carried the first load upward. Zhou Chen followed closely, only to hear a sudden thud as something crashed to the ground. Zhou Hu's burden had slipped from his hands. Zhou Chen rushed forward, only to find several zombies already gathered above one standing terrifyingly close to Zhou Hu. Zhou Chen raised his firearm, only to have Zhou Hu stay his hand. "He's my brother," Zhou Hu whispered, his voice raw and hoarse. Zhou Chen froze, then studied the zombie carefully. 80% resemblance confirmed that this was indeed Zhou Hu's elder brother. Brothers reunited, not an embrace, but across the chasm of undeath. Tears streamed down Zhou Hu's face, a towering man of 180 centimeters, now shattered by sorrow. His name is Zhou Long, Zhou Hu's elder brother. Before the outbreak, Zhou Long led our raids on armories. But after Zhou Long fell, Zhou Hu assumed his duties. A younger companion aware of the history quickly filled Zhou Chen in. Hearing the account, Zhou Chen stood speechless, his heart heavy with unspoken empathy. He placed a quiet hand on Zhou Hu's shoulder, then stepped aside in solemn silence. Although they knew that danger could appear at any moment, especially since Zhou Long had turned into a zombie, not a single person spoke. They all quietly watched the two brothers. Zhou Long seemed to recognize his brother. Despite having become a zombie and lost all ability to speak, he did not take a step forward. One person and one zombie stood facing each other from a distance, with Zhou Long seemingly struggling deeply. At the moment he saw his brother again, perhaps it was the last remnants of humanity within Zhou Long that kept him from attacking his own brother. "Brother." Zhou Hu's voice trembled as he spoke, struggling for a long time before managing to call out. No one expected such a thing to happen. The two brothers met in this way. As one person and one zombie locked eyes, more zombies gathered outside, yet no one showed any intention to attack. Occasionally, a few zombies attempted to rush forward, but were dealt with by the remaining people, unwilling to let the other zombies disturb the two brothers. "We should leave now." During this time, they had prepared enough ammunition for this trip and loaded it all onto the vehicle. Zhou Chen did not want to disturb the brothers, but it was indeed no longer feasible to stay. Zhou Hu was reluctant, but he could not gamble with the lives of so many brothers. He could stay to accompany his brother, but he could not let others do the same. All the zombies charged forward, and the sound of gunfire became increasingly dense. If they did not leave soon, it would likely be too late. As a few people fired their weapons, they pulled Zhou Hu to get into the vehicle. In the midst of the tugging, Zhou Hu reluctantly got in, but still leaned against the window to look in the direction of his brother. Zhou Long roared in anger and charged at the other zombies, quickly becoming overwhelmed. Perhaps this was the last vestige of humanity, within him the final act he could perform for humanity. Even as a zombie, he still fought against other zombies. Seeing his brother disappear among the horde, Zhou Hu covered his face and cried, yet there was nothing he could do. Zhou Chen had seen many instances of brothers turning against each other, but this was the first time he encountered such a situation. It was also the first time he saw zombies not attacking humans, but instead attacking other zombies. Perhaps sometimes humanity can truly triumph over the virus, but such instances are likely exceedingly rare. "I know you are in pain, but you must pull yourself together. We are surrounded by zombies and must break through with gunfire." Zhou Chen felt an immense pressure. The number of zombies here was quite overwhelming, and if they were to force their way out, it would definitely lead to trouble. They had to shoot. The few people in the vehicle did not dare to slack off, especially since they had indeed brought back a lot of firearms and ammunition. A few young men unleashed all the pent-up grievances they had held back for so long, firing bullets, as if they were limitless, wildly shooting at the zombies outside. Under the perfect driving of the apocalypse vehicle, it did not take long for them to break free from the narrow confines. When they returned to the main road, the surface was much wider, and the zombies were not as dense, prompting Zhou Chen to order them to cease fire. Although they brought back some ammunition, the quantity was still limited. They should save wherever they could, as they did not know how long they would need to hold out here. When the group returned to the human stronghold loaded with supplies, everyone was shocked. Although some had gone out before, those who returned alive were an absolute minority. No one expected that this time everyone returned safely and brought back so many firearms and ammunition. In such chaotic times, facing so many zombies, having weapons for self-defense brought some comfort to these people. Although the quantity of ammunition was not particularly large, it was still a significant improvement over the previous situation. Everyone in the stronghold was very happy, but Zhou Hu's mood was extremely low. Seeing Zhou Hu like this, Zhou Chen wanted to comfort him, but he did not know what to say. Although he had experienced many things and seen a lot of deception, this deep brotherly affection was something Zhou Chen encountered for the first time. In these chaotic times, being able to protect yourself and those around you is already quite impressive. Your brother is a remarkable person, deserving of our respect. After thinking for a long time, Zhou Chen patted Zhou Hu's shoulder and offered a simple word of comfort, saying nothing more. After saying this, Zhou Chen returned directly to his apocalypse vehicle. To avoid a repeat of the previous situation, Zhou Chen tried to minimize contact with the people in the stronghold. Aside from unavoidable interactions, he spent all his time in the Apocalypse vehicle. However, he ultimately could not refuse the mayor's hospitality, who personally approached Zhou Chen's Apocalypse vehicle, saying many flattering words. Zhou Chen had a relatively good impression of the mayor, so at the mayor's invitation, he got out of the vehicle and went into the room that had been prepared for him. Thank you so much today. If it weren't for you, we really wouldn't know how long we could hold out, but now we can definitely last a long time. The mayor said excitedly, leading Zhou Chen into the room, which was filled with a considerable amount of food. The food was just ordinary fare. Even a small portion of the supplies from Zhou Chen's vehicle was far better than the food on site. You know what our situation is like. This is the best we can offer. I hope you won't find it lacking. As he spoke these words, the mayor felt a bit awkward. After all, he was a mayor, and he did not expect that when hosting such a great benefactor, he could only present such a simple meal. Simple fare is sufficient. Although there were not particularly many delicacies on the table, one could not have high demands in such chaotic times. After this meal, Zhou Chen felt quite comfortable. Everyone looked at him with admiration, without any ill intentions. Once Zhou Chen finished eating, everyone respectfully escorted him back to the vehicle. This treatment made Zhou Chen feel quite at ease, knowing that these people harbored no ulterior motives towards him. The situation in H City has improved significantly. Logically, his rescue mission should have been accomplished, yet there was still no notification. Zhou Chen was uncertain about the circumstances. After all, the previous tasks given by this system had left him baffled, and this one was equally puzzling. Since the task has not been completed, yet it indicates that there are still areas where he has not succeeded. Thus, Zhou Chen considered continuing to transport some ammunition tomorrow, ensuring that they had enough firearms and ammunition for self-defense. There wasn't much he could do for them, and he couldn't take everyone away. The only thing he could do was to transport some firearms and ammunition. Having a bit of reward points left, Zhou Chen decided to upgrade his storage space with those points. N times Divine Vehicle Defense, 10 Tire Upgrade, 2100, Armor Upgrade, 2100, Attack 2 Speed, 3 Volume, 12 Cubic Meters, Comfort 0, Energy Gasoline, Electric Power, Solar Energy, Air, Energy, Mechanical Energy, Pedal, Special Water Navigation, Obstacle Clearance, Upgrade Points available 0. After upgrading the remaining reward point to Volume, the entire vehicle's size changed and the storage space became larger. In this situation, Zhou Chen would be able to stockpile more supplies, ensuring that he wouldn't be troubled by resources during the upcoming transfer. He could also transport more ammunition tomorrow, but Zhou Chen thought about unloading all of his supplies first. This way, he could transport ammunition more efficiently. After a good night's sleep, Zhou Chen hurriedly shared his thoughts with the mayor the next morning. You did return safely last time, but I still find this matter somewhat dangerous. Besides, what you brought back has sustained us for a while now. We will manage the remaining issues ourselves. You shouldn't take too many risks. Hearing Zhou Chen's intention to continue transporting supplies, the mayor immediately disagreed. After all, going out was a very dangerous endeavor, and no one was willing to take that risk, especially with an outsider like Zhou Chen. Don't worry, nothing will go wrong. Zhou Chen felt a warmth in his heart. Though the two were at an impasse, the mayor ultimately couldn't refuse Zhou Chen and agreed to his plan. However, he emphasized to Zhou Chen several times to return immediately if any problems arose, and not to overdo it. By the way, can you find me an empty room? I need to store some items, and I hope you can keep an eye on them. Zhou Chen was ready to unload the supplies from his vehicle, but those items had to be kept safe, otherwise they could easily be taken by ill-intentioned individuals. Rest assured, I guarantee that nothing will go wrong. The mayor quickly agreed, as Zhou Chen had already helped resolve many issues for them. If anything happened to his supplies, he would feel too embarrassed to face Zhou Chen. Soon an empty room was found, and Zhou Chen brought all the supplies from his vehicle into the room. After organizing everything, he prepared to take the group of young people to continue transporting firearms and ammunition. Given their previous experience, the young people had become bolder, and the process went smoothly. They quickly arrived at the ammunition depot to begin transporting ammunition. Soon the group noticed something was off. Last time they had filled their supplies in no time, yet this time, even after a long while, they still hadn't filled the space. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Zhou Chen smiled and said nothing more. Everyone found Zhou Chen to be quite mysterious, even more so than his vehicle. After all, in a world resembling an apocalypse, having a mysterious person driving a mysterious vehicle wandering about and solving significant problems for them was inherently mysterious. Once they finished transporting, Zhou, who looked at the chaos in the yard, feeling quite complicated inside. After all, in his last memory, he had seen his brother surrounded by zombies, and it seemed that his brother was no longer in this world. After some persuasion, Zhou, who finally adjusted his mood and prepared to get in the vehicle. Just as he got in, a zombie suddenly appeared not far away, and Zhou, who immediately noticed it. His expression changed the next second. The others followed Zhou's gaze and were shocked to find that it was Zhou, whose brother Zhou Long. Zhou Long posed no threat. Although he had turned into a zombie, he was at least still alive. He glanced at Zhou Hu and then swiftly disappeared, appearing quite agile, indicating that he should be fine. Zhou Hu's eyes were filled with tears, yet he didn't dare waste time lingering here and quickly got into the vehicle. The others were astonished at this scene, but Zhou Chen felt an inexplicable sense of relief. Zhou Long's agility had notably improved compared to when Zhou Chen saw him yesterday, showing a significant change. This indicated that Zhou Long had mutated. He was no longer just an ordinary zombie, but was evolving towards a higher-level zombie. This wasn't a particularly good sign. The rapid mutation of zombies in such a short time suggested that the situation would likely become even more severe. At this moment, Zhou Chen chose not to ponder too much. After all, the mutation of zombies was beyond anyone's control. Even if he wanted to control it, he couldn't. Therefore, being able to keep himself safe was already quite fortunate. Upon returning with a large amount of firearms and ammunition, everyone in the human stronghold was astonished. With so many firearms and ammunition, they would not face any issues in the short term and could rely on these supplies for movement. Zhou Chen had already shared everything he could with the mayor, and regarding their plans, he decided not to interfere any further. Ding dong. Task completed. Reward points. 1. The system's notification sound rang out again, indicating that another task had been completed. The rescue mission was accomplished, and Zhou Chen began to consider that it was indeed time for him to leave this place. After bidding farewell to the mayor, he had no intention of lingering any longer. The people here had left a rather good impression on him, and Zhou Chen was truly unwilling to tarnish this beautiful memory. If similar incidents were to occur in the future, it would truly affect his current good mood. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to take advantage of the absence of such events and leave promptly, preserving a beautiful memory for himself. Before leaving, Zhou Chen carefully considered and found Zhou Hu. Your brother may have undergone mutations, and whether he will still remember you in the future is uncertain, so we should be cautious about this matter and avoid taking risks. Zhou Chen was indeed somewhat uneasy about Zhou Hu, which was why he specifically discussed this matter with him. Despite only spending a short 2 days together, Zhou Chen had a relatively good impression of this young man. He did not wish for such a young person to fall in such chaotic times, which was why he emphasized the issue regarding his brother. This might be the last time we meet. I will take good care of this place. As for other matters, I won't dwell on them too much. Zhou Hu nodded and solemnly promised this. If there is an opportunity to go to Province Z in the future, I will be waiting for you there. Staying here is not a long-term solution. That place still allows for a longer survival. Zhou Chen was somewhat reluctant to let such a person fall, so he extended an olive branch. After what happened with Lincoln, he was very clear that it was unlikely for this group to leave with him directly, as they all had people they needed to protect. However, once this place fell, they might be able to come to his side. Zhou Chen had a special thought in his heart. He ultimately needed some helpers by his side. If he relied solely on himself to take care of 2 girls, surviving would be quite difficult. Finding some reliable helpers could provide him with significant assistance. Lincoln and Zhou Hu had already passed his tests, and it would be perfect if they could join him in the future. This gave Zhou Chen a rough idea in his mind to have a group of people belonging to him. Of course, this was just a general thought, and he did not plan to implement it immediately. Human nature, after all, must undergo certain tests. Hastily seeking allies could very likely brew a significant disaster for himself. After leaving City H, Zhou Chen continued towards Province Z according to the directions on the map. At the same time, he began to consider how to use the remaining reward points. Currently, both defense and offense had reached a basic usable state, and the storage space had seen significant upgrades. Thus, Zhou Chen thought perhaps he could use this reward point to enhance comfort. This was something he had already considered at the beginning, but after experiencing so many events and various bumps along the way, he gradually forgot about it. Now, considering the situation was relatively calm, and he had a bit of reward points left, Zhou Chen directly allocated those points to comfort. Apocalyptic Divine Vehicle Defense, 10 Tire Upgrade, 2100, Armor Upgrade, 2100. Attack 2 Speed, 3 Volume, 12 Cubic Meters, Comfort 1 Energy, Gasoline, Electric Power, Solar Power, Air Power, Mechanical Energy, Pedal, Special Water Navigation, Obstacle Clearing, Available Upgrade. 0. After enhancing comfort, the interior of the vehicle underwent a dramatic transformation. Previously, the Apocalyptic Divine Vehicle had inherited qualities from luxury cars, making the interior extremely lavish and comfortable. However, it was still just a vehicle. After this upgrade, the interior of the Apocalyptic Divine Vehicle resembled a finely decorated house, visually pleasing. Especially the driver's seat, Zhou Chen felt incredibly comfortable. Previously, it was still in a car state, making the driver's position not particularly spacious. In a short time, it was manageable, but over the long term, it would certainly become uncomfortable, and he still needed to rest in the back. However, after this comfort enhancement, the space in the driver's position had significantly improved. The seat in the driver's position had also become much more comfortable. Zhou Chen lay in such a comfortable seat, feeling that he could easily fall asleep there. Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiayao had grown accustomed to the vehicle's sudden changes. Jiang Linlin had attempted to ask several times, but was stopped each time by Zhang Jiayao. Zhang Jiayao, with her high emotional intelligence, was very clear that since Zhou Chen had not directly told them about it, it was evident he was unwilling to discuss it. Even if she were to ask at this moment, she wouldn't be able to get much information. Are you worried about your parents? Zhou Chen had also noticed Jiang Linlin's attempts to speak and roughly guessed the situation. However, Zhou Chen did not respond, but instead changed the subject. The situation outside is too complicated. We are indeed very worried. Zhang Jiayao quickly spoke up. There's nothing we can do. It's already quite difficult for us to keep ourselves safe, and the remaining journey will likely be even tougher. Worrying is of no use. Zhou Chen comforted both of them. For some reason, he always felt that the events he experienced after his rebirth had changed significantly compared to his previous life. In his memory, the transformation of zombies had not been so rapid, but unexpectedly this time the mutations occurred so quickly within just a few days. Zhou Chen was unsure whether these mutations were happening on a large scale or just with Zhou Long alone, but it was ultimately not a good sign. After all, he was still in a relatively weak state. Encountering a large horde of zombies would certainly become very troublesome, and there could be significant danger. Dealing with ordinary zombies was indeed manageable, but when facing the initially mutated lava zombies, Zhou Chen had no means to counter them. Even in his previous life, he had no way to deal with the lava zombies. The lava zombies were continuously changing, their mutations perpetually occurring and growing stronger. As he continued onward, Zhou Chen encountered a few zombies along the way. For these few zombies, Zhou Chen swiftly eliminated them all. After all, the number of zombies is still terrifying at present. Although he had only eradicated a minuscule fraction, every little bit counts. The more he eliminated, the more useful it would become in the end. Throughout this journey, Zhou Chen lost track of how many he had taken down. Ding dong. Hidden mission completed. Kill zombies 10001000 reward points. 1. As Zhou Chen sped down the road, he heard the system's notification sound and suddenly felt a bit stunned. When did a hidden mission come up? Zhou Chen was completely baffled, but he felt quite pleased to receive reward points. He just wondered if there would be more hidden missions like this. As for what to use the reward points on, Zhou Chen hadn't thought it through yet. After careful consideration, Zhou Chen decided to apply the reward points to speed. After all, his current speed was still a bit slow. To survive in the apocalypse, one must possess rapid mobility. Moreover, he had plenty of energy sources available, so he needn't worry about a shortage of energy. Since there were no constraints on energy, why not choose a faster speed? This was essentially a process of fleeing. Without a fast speed, he would likely be encircled by zombies in no time. Thus, after coming to a decision, Zhou Chen immediately invested his reward points into speed. Apocalypse Divine Vehicle Defense, 10 Tire Upgrade, 2100 Armor Upgrade, 2100 Attack 2 Speed, 4 Volume, 9 Cubic Meters Comfort 0 Energy, Gasoline Electricity, Solar Energy, Air Energy, Mechanical Energy, Pedal Special Water Navigation, Obstacle Clearing, Upgradable Points 0. The speed had now increased to 4. Zhou Chen intended to test the new speed, and after flooring the accelerator, even the scenery outside the window began to blur. Zhou Chen ultimately felt a bit uneasy about his driving skills and activated the autopilot function of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle. Watching it swiftly navigate outside, he felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Now that his situation had stabilized, he expected no issues in the short term. As long as he could safely reach Province C, he would then see if there were any missions that could help him level up. If things continued this way, his Apocalypse Divine Vehicle would always be superior to the zombies, theoretically allowing him to survive indefinitely. As for what would happen when he grew old and died, Zhou Chen hadn't given it much thought. Just as Zhou Chen contemplated a bright future, the speed of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle began to slow down. Noticing this change, he quickly sat up. The zombie radar monitoring sound blared again, and Zhou Chen hurriedly glanced at the monitor, shocked to see a large number of zombies surrounding him. Seeing this situation made Zhou Chen feel helpless. He had no idea how the autopilot of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle managed to drive right into a horde of zombies. Given that the area was in such a state, Zhou Chen dared not delay and took control of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle, eager to escape from the zombie horde. After all, the appearance of so many zombies was quite abnormal. Furthermore, it was very likely that there were lava zombies present. If there weren't any leading them, such a large gathering of zombies probably wouldn't have occurred. Just as Zhou Chen pondered this problem, the radar monitoring sound intensified, and through the screen, he saw a zombie rapidly approaching. The speed had reached a terrifying level. Zhou Chen considered that there was likely a lava zombie targeting him. After deducing this information, Zhou Chen felt a sense of helplessness. The Apocalypse Divine Vehicle was indeed a remarkable creation, yet it was still somewhat unrefined, lacking the intelligence to evade zombies. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a situation. Just as Zhou Chen contemplated these issues, the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle shook violently. Zhou Chen was momentarily stunned. Could it be that the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle had developed its own consciousness and could tell what he was thinking? Then again, considering there was still a system within him, it seemed quite normal for it to know his thoughts. Good boy, I'm not blaming you. Zhou Chen gently stroked the steering wheel of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle, trying to comfort it. However, this action seemed utterly insane to Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao. Even in such a perilous situation, he still had the presence of mind to soothe the car. Seeing the lava zombie closing in, Zhou Chen controlled the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle and executed a slick drift. The car suddenly swerved, and the lava zombie, caught off guard, continued forward in the direction it had been heading. By the time it reacted, there was already a considerable distance between Zhou Chen and the lava zombie. Yet Zhou Chen dared not relax. This distance was easily within reach for the lava zombie. Although he had increased his speed, the lava zombie seemed to have grown significantly, as well managing to keep up with his vehicle. The main issue was that lava zombies largely ignored terrain, whereas Zhou Chen had to navigate through flatter areas. Watching the relentless pursuit of the lava zombie, Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh in relief, grateful that he had just upgraded his speed. Otherwise, he would have probably been caught by the lava zombie by now. While this speed might not be particularly fast for the lava zombie, it was already rapid enough to outpace ordinary zombies, which had long since vanished. Now only a single lava zombie remained, desperately chasing after Zhou Chen's Apocalypse Divine Vehicle. With no options left, the lava zombie acted purely on instinct, launching frenzied attacks whenever it saw a human. Zhou Chen found himself unable to deal with this zombie. His current attack power was entirely insufficient to harm it. His only recourse was to flee. Zhou Chen dared not to slack off for even a moment, driving the apocalyptic vehicle at breakneck speed. However, the lava zombie relentlessly pursued him, seemingly fixated on Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle, showing no intention of letting up. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen felt a deep sense of helplessness. Was this zombie overly persistent? It had been chasing for such a long time without any sign of stopping. It seems zombies truly know no fatigue, otherwise it should have halted by now. Ding dong. Task acquired: escape from danger. Reward points 1. Special: severely injuring the lava zombie, can add 1. The system's notification sounded again. This task was quite simple. It merely required Zhou Chen to flee swiftly. Escaping was relatively straightforward, but the special task posed some challenges. Currently, the apocalyptic vehicle's attack system could not inflict significant damage on the lava zombie, only gradually wearing it down. Since the system had issued such a task, Zhou Chen was not polite and directly activated the firepower system of his apocalyptic vehicle. In an instant, bullets rained down upon the lava zombie. Though the damage from these bullets was not particularly high, their sheer quantity was overwhelming. It was not long before the lava zombie seemed to feel pain and hesitated to pursue as vigorously. It even began to dodge the bullets. The lava zombie was incredibly fast, making it difficult to hit while it evaded. Noticing this situation, Zhou Chen checked his bullet reserves and shut down the firepower system. Continuing to fire now seemed unwise. It was likely that he would not hit the lava zombie and would waste his ammunition. If he ran out of bullets, it would not be an easy situation to handle. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to wait before resuming fire. Indeed, after stopping the attack, the lava zombie went berserk again, madly chasing the apocalyptic vehicle. Bang! Zhou Chen was caught off guard and was actually caught up by the lava zombie. The lava zombie crashed into the apocalyptic vehicle, leaving a small dent on the upgraded vehicle. Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse. To him, the apocalyptic vehicle was his lifeline. If it were damaged by the lava zombie, he would truly be in peril. Feeling a surge of anger, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the apocalyptic vehicle once more. In an instant, bullets poured forth, in the distance between the lava zombie and the vehicle had already closed significantly, so most bullets struck the lava zombie. The lava zombie roared in anger, pulling back a certain distance from the vehicle. Zhou Chen was also furious, deciding not to evade any longer. The previous attack had inflicted considerable harm on the lava zombie. At this moment, seizing the opportunity to strike the lava zombie seemed feasible. Zhou Chen turned the vehicle around, charging directly towards the lava zombie, while the firepower system locked onto the current target and unleashed a barrage of attacks. The lava zombie, unwilling to back down, charged at the apocalyptic vehicle, preparing to launch an attack. The two were on the verge of colliding. If they were to collide head-on, it was uncertain what kind of situation would arise. Although the apocalyptic vehicle was made of special materials, the front still had some glass, otherwise it would be impossible to see the road ahead. If the lava zombie struck the glass part, even with the protective iron bars outside, it would be of no use. As the collision loomed, Zhou Chen controlled the vehicle, executing a drift to evade. The lava zombie crashed to the ground. Seizing this opportunity, the firepower system unleashed a torrent of bullets, landing heavily on the lava zombie. The lava zombie got back up from the ground, but Zhou Chen gave it no chance to counterattack. He slammed the accelerator and pulled away from the lava zombie. This series of maneuvers dealt a significant blow to the lava zombie, causing it to run much slower than before. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen felt a surge of joy, realizing that his attacks had indeed had some effect. At least now the lava zombie was not as formidable as before. With the lava zombie weakened, Zhou Chen certainly would not let this rare opportunity slip by. Zhou Chen maneuvered the apocalyptic vehicle around the lava zombie, while the firepower system continued its relentless assault. At this point, the lava zombie dared not launch fierce attacks as before. It could only keep dodging while looking for a chance to counterattack against the vehicle. Ding dong. Warning. Insufficient backup ammunition. Just as Zhou Chen felt confident that he could successfully kill the lava zombie, the system suddenly chimed in with a notification. At such a critical moment, the backup ammunition was running low. Upon realizing this, Zhou Chen felt a wave of helplessness. Zhou Chen checked the ammunition count, finding it indeed quite low. However, he decided to use all remaining bullets on this lava zombie, hoping to take it down. After adjusting the vehicle's direction, Zhou Chen charged straight at the lava zombie. Given the dwindling bullets, he needed to conserve them. Getting closer would ensure more bullets hit the lava zombie. Soon the distance between the apocalyptic vehicle and the lava zombie had significantly closed, and Zhou Chen activated the firepower system. A deluge of bullets rained down upon the lava zombie. The lava zombie retaliated with an attack on the apocalyptic vehicle. The lava zombie's fist struck the apocalyptic vehicle, causing the entire vehicle to shake violently. A massive dent appeared on the door. Zhou Chen was also taken aback, not expecting the lava zombie's attack power to be so terrifying. Even after inflicting significant damage, its attacking strength remained formidable. Seizing this rare opportunity, the firepower system unleashed all its ammunition upon the lava zombie. With a mournful howl, the lava zombie unexpectedly collapsed to the ground. Ding dong. Ammo exhausted. Just as the lava zombie fell, the system's prompt echoed, indicating that all bullets had been completely used up. Ding dong. Task completed. Reward points 1. Special task completed. Reward points 1. Hidden task, kill the lava zombie. Hidden task completed. Reward points 1. The system's notifications continued to sound. This task had been thoroughly accomplished along with a hidden task. He directly obtained 3 reward points. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming excitement. He never expected to have killed a lava zombie and completed 3 tasks at once. Receiving such a substantial amount of reward points all at once was indeed a rare event for him. Having gained so many reward points at once, Zhou Chen contemplated that he should indeed upgrade his apocalypse vehicle properly. First and foremost, the weapon system definitely needed to be upgraded after all the previous battle had used up all the ammunition. Recovering in a short time was not a feasible task, so he could only restore ammunition by upgrading the system. After all, the weapon system was still crucial for him. Without such attack capabilities, he would essentially have to rely on evasion in future encounters, rendering him utterly powerless. Thus, Zhou Chen first upgraded the attack power of the Apocalypse vehicle. Apocalypse vehicle defense 10 tire upgrade, 2100 armor upgrade, 2100 attack, 3A speed 4, a volume 9 cubic meters, comfort 1A energy, gasoline, electricity, solar energy, air energy, mechanical energy, pedal, special water navigation, obstacle clearing, upgrade points available too. This time the attack power was directly raised to 3, and all ammunition was fully equipped. Moreover, the backup ammunition was now much greater than before, and the number of firearms had also increased. The attack power of the Apocalypse vehicle experienced a qualitative leap, and the caliber of the firearms had greatly increased, signifying that the attack power would be even more terrifying. With 2 upgrade points remaining, Zhou Chen pondered for a moment and decided to upgrade the defense of the Apocalypse vehicle. Now that the attack power was sufficient, upgrading the defense in this situation was absolutely no problem. Additionally, some dents had already appeared on the Apocalypse vehicle, so upgrading the defense system would perfectly restore these dents. Although Zhou Chen was not a perfectionist, he was still somewhat of a perfectionist. Seeing such large dents on the vehicle made him feel slightly uncomfortable if they weren't repaired. Thus, Zhou Chen chose to upgrade the defense. Apocalypse vehicle defense 11 tire upgrade, 3100 armor upgrade, 3100 attack, 3A speed 4, volume 9 cubic meters, comfort 1A energy, gasoline, electricity, solar energy, air energy, mechanical energy, pedal, special water navigation, obstacle clearing, upgrade points available 0. After upgrading the defense, Zhou Chen was still contemplating where to use the remaining point, but found he had none. He didn't expect that now upgrading the defense would require 2 points. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen felt a bit overwhelmed, though he could understand it. After all, if the upgrade points were always just one, future upgrades would undoubtedly become very simple. Therefore, he could accept the increased difficulty of subsequent upgrades. After upgrading the defense system, all the dents on the vehicle had been completely repaired. However, Zhou Chen also noticed an unfortunate detail. The zombie blood left on the vehicle after he killed the zombie had completely vanished. Although the zombie blood was quite disgusting, it provided a certain level of protection, preventing ordinary zombies from fixating on him. Now, after the upgrade, it had all disappeared. For a moment, Zhou Chen was uncertain whether this was a good thing or a bad thing. However, it seemed that the material of the Apocalypse vehicle had undergone a significant change, and under such circumstances, it was likely that ordinary zombies would not pose a significant threat to his vehicle. Seeing such changes, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement within him. After briefly assessing the direction, he decided to continue on his journey. After so much trouble along the way, he had no idea where he had run to or how far away Z province truly was. To reach his destination quickly, Zhou Chen hardly stopped at all. When he was awake, he drove himself, and when he was not, he activated the Apocalypse vehicle's autopilot feature and rested in the back. It must be said that the upgraded Apocalypse vehicle was indeed much more comfortable. Although the journey was long and the roads were quite complex, Zhou Chen felt little discomfort while lying in the back, as if he were sleeping at home. If there was any change, it might be that two beautiful women were lying in the bed beside him. Looking at the two individuals lying next to him, Zhou Chen's feelings were complicated. Although he could still bring them along now, who knew how things would develop in the future. Whether he could protect them well was also uncertain. Contemplating these matters, Zhou Chen fell into a light sleep. In his dreams, all the zombies on Earth had vanished, and everything returned to its former state. Ding dong. The system's prompt echoed once again, awakening Zhou Chen from his slumber. It was all just a dream. The darkness of this world had not ended, rather it was merely the beginning. Task acquired: Rescue Cousin. Reward points 1. Special Rush in City S. Soon the system's task arrived once more. However, upon seeing the task, Zhou Chen felt quite perplexed. He had never heard of a cousin in his life. Oh, where did this task come from? Zhou Chen wore a puzzled expression, thinking for a long time, but still unable to figure out where this cousin had come from. However, the mention of City S in the special mission hinted that this task likely had some connection to City S. After completing numerous missions, Zhou Chen had essentially confirmed that every task and special mission was carried out in the same location. There was still some connection between the two missions. Let's see which direction City S is in, and we need to head over there. Zhou Chen asked. Zhang Jiayao took out a map and began to search for the location. Finding the location was always Zhang Jiayao's task, as she remained calm and collected, making her suitable for this mission. Jiang Linlin was ultimately a rich young lady. Although she had experienced quite a bit coming along with Zhou Chen, she still lacked in certain aspects. Thus, Zhou Chen didn't have high expectations for her to do anything. After all, there wasn't much to do now, they just needed to protect themselves on the apocalyptic vehicle. To our northeast, it's quite close. Not long after, Zhang Jiayao had already confirmed the location. After adjusting the direction, Zhou Chen pressed the accelerator, maintaining the vehicle at its fastest speed. He was contemplating how he needed to quickly reach City S to see what the situation was. After all, Zhou Chen still had some uncertainties regarding this mission. If any problems arose, it would not be good. The previous tasks had been quite easy to complete, and he should try to accumulate more points. If he missed any tasks ahead, things would likely become increasingly troublesome. There was a high possibility of falling into a vicious cycle. After all, his vehicle could still handle lava zombies. If it couldn't, that would indeed pose some trouble. Although the distance wasn't particularly far, Zhou Chen did not drive on the highway, but rather through the wilderness. Thus, their speed wasn't exceptionally fast. Though the speed wasn't particularly high, it ensured that they wouldn't encounter a large number of zombies. Driving on the highway would be much faster. However, encountering a large number of zombies would complicate things. Up ahead is City S, Zhang Jiayao said, glancing at the map, confirming and quickly informing Zhou Chen. After confirming the location, Zhou Chen charged straight in. I thought this place felt familiar. If I remember correctly, one of my distant cousins lives here. I actually lived here for many years when I was young. Jiang Linlin had been sleeping before, so she hadn't heard what Zhou Chen and Zhang Jiayao were discussing. When she groggily woke up, she discovered they had arrived in a city that felt incredibly familiar. After a careful confirmation, she realized it was indeed her distant cousin's city. Upon hearing Jiang Linlin speak, Zhou Chen suddenly understood. It turned out that this mission to save his cousin was not to rescue his own cousin, but to save Jiang Linlin's cousin. No wonder he received such a complicated task, even without having a cousin of his own. Since that's the case, let's go see if your cousin is in any trouble. After understanding what was happening, Zhou Chen felt much more relaxed. At least he now knew what kind of mission it was, making it significantly easier to complete. To be honest, I haven't seen this cousin in many years, and now encountering such circumstances, I don't know if she is still alive. Mentioning her cousin made Jiang Linlin's eyes a bit moist. In such chaotic times, she wondered how many of the people she knew would survive. She was even more uncertain about whether her parents had reached Province Z. Although she had previously communicated clearly with them, whether her parents believed Zhou Chen was still uncertain. There shouldn't be any problems, Zhou Chen replied. Zhou Chen was well aware that since the system had issued this task, it indicated that her cousin must be safe, at least still alive. However, it was likely that she was currently facing some trouble, which prompted the assignment of this rescue task to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen did not dare to delay and quickly drove towards the city center. By the way, do you know where your cousin's house is? Let's go check it out first. After some thought, Zhou Chen felt it was more appropriate to check their home first, even though the probability of her cousin still being at home was quite low. Yes, I'll guide you. Under Jiang Linlin's directions, Zhou Chen drove swiftly and soon arrived at the location. After confirming that there were no issues around, Zhou Chen took a gun and got out. In the city, stepping out of the apocalyptic vehicle was inherently a dangerous act, but after some consideration, Zhou Chen still decided to do so. The objective was simple: to confirm whether Jiang Linlin's cousin was still here. Although he felt that the probability of finding her still there wasn't particularly high, Zhou Chen thought it was more appropriate to confirm. As he ascended the stairs, Zhou Chen remained extremely cautious. He dared not make any noise while also listening for other sounds. Upon reaching the third floor, Zhou Chen noticed something was off. There were sounds coming from upstairs, and they seemed to be from zombies. Although the sound was not loud, it was faintly audible. Zhou Chen carefully lowered his footsteps. Reaching the fourth floor, Zhou Chen was nearly certain that there were indeed zombies upstairs. From the sound, it seemed to be on the fifth floor, as he could hear the low growls of the zombies. Not daring to be the least bit negligent, Zhou Chen loaded his gun. Although the sound of the bullet being chambered was very soft, it was ultimately heard by the zombies above. Zhou Chen could clearly sense the zombies above becoming agitated, seemingly approaching below. A zombie appeared in his line of sight, and without hesitation, Zhou Chen fired. The shot hit the zombie's head directly, a clean hit, and the zombie fell to the ground. The remaining zombies rushed down towards him, and Zhou Chen kept firing to eliminate them. Zhou Chen wasn't exactly sure how many zombies were left above, but he felt there couldn't be too many. Indeed, there were only a few zombies left above. Zhou Chen pulled the trigger and easily took care of those few zombies. A few zombies were gathered in front of the fifth floor door. Zhou Chen approached the door and knocked on it. Is anyone inside? I've dealt with the zombies outside. Based on the behavior of these zombies, there should be someone inside. After knocking, he found there was no response. Zhou Chen knocked on the door opposite, but still received no response. I'm here to rescue you. If there's no one, then I'll leave. Considering that those inside might be worried, he didn't speak further. Zhou Chen made a point to say, is anyone there? The door he had knocked on first echoed with the voice of a girl. I'm here to save you. If everything is all right, come out, and I will take you away from here. Zhou Chen wasn't sure if the person inside was Jiang Linlin's cousin, but since there was indeed someone inside, he felt he should rescue that person. Now the person inside was being targeted by the zombies. If Zhou Chen hadn't come, she might have been infected. After a long wait, the iron door finally opened, but only a small gap. If you don't want to leave with me, then you can stay here. Zhou Chen didn't want to waste any more time here, especially since he had just killed zombies and fired his gun. This could easily attract the attention of other zombies, and lingering here could lead to unnecessary trouble. He'll go with you. A girl pushed open the door and stepped out, her hair disheveled. After the zombies appeared, society had come to a standstill. Supplies of water and electricity had ceased. Just surviving was already a considerable challenge, and no one was concerned about trivialities. Even if there was a sip of water, it would likely be saved for drinking, not washing hair. Then I'll be careful behind you, Zhou Chen said, leading the girl downstairs. The more one worries, the more likely it is to come true. After descending 2 flights of stairs, Zhou Chen saw a zombie's head poking up. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen decisively fired his gun, the bullet hitting the zombie's head directly. Bang! Oh! The girl screamed at the sound of the gunshot. Clearly the girl had never experienced such a situation before and was frightened after the gunshot. If you want to live, don't scream. If more zombies come, neither of us will be able to escape. Zhou Chen felt his head throbbing. The girl's voice was simply too loud. He estimated that they would soon attract zombies. Not daring to linger, Zhou Chen grabbed the girl's arm and pulled her down. Before they had even reached the next floor, Zhou Chen spotted several zombies. After firing a few shots, all the zombies fell to the ground. After experiencing what had just happened, the girl was noticeably calmer, but she still trembled slightly. However, she was much better than before. Just as Zhou Chen was about to lead her further down, he encountered a scene he did not want to see. The stairway below was filled with zombies, all crowded together, making it impossible to tell how many there were. It seemed nearly impossible to go down now, so they had to quickly seek an opportunity to hide. Running to the 5th floor in one breath, as it was the girl's home, perhaps they could find a way to hide until the zombies thinned out. Hurry and open the door, we can hide inside. Zhou Chen quickly said to the girl as they reached the door. But I thought we were escaping, so I didn't bring the key. The girl weakly replied, lowering her head. After hearing the girl's words, Zhou Chen felt a pang of helplessness. He hadn't expected such a situation. Several fast-moving zombies had already chased after them, and Zhou Chen fired continuously. While shooting, he hurriedly led the girl up the stairs. After all, running up was their only slim chance of survival. Staying here would likely mean no chance at all. Before long, the two reached the rooftop terrace. Fortunately, the building wasn't overly tall, only 10 stories high. Yet there was no way out now. Zhou Chen could only keep shooting at the zombies charging up from below. Fortunately, when he first came up, he had brought several spare magazines. In such chaotic times, one must be cautious. Zhou Chen was in a state of heightened vigilance. However, he never anticipated encountering such a dire problem. Zhou Chen tried to conserve bullets, but they ultimately ran out. Now the only thing left for him to defend himself with was a small dagger at his waist. Zhou Chen felt a mix of helplessness and sadness. He had so many weapons and equipment below, yet he never expected to be cornered by zombies to this extent simply because he had run out of bullets. Look, there's a rope going down. Zhou Chen had already raised the dagger, preparing to fight the nearest zombie to the death, knowing that jumping from such a height would mean certain death. Even if he didn't die from the fall, he'd likely be encountered by other zombies. Rather than die in such a suffocating way, it would be better to take the fight to the zombies. Just as Zhou Chen was prepared for a desperate fight, unexpectedly the girl found a rope that was already secured. Zhou Chen put away the dagger and hurried over to take a look. It seemed someone had previously used this rope to escape. Hold on to me. In the dire situation, Zhou Chen didn't have time to think much. He wrapped his arms around the girl's waist and tied himself to the rope, preparing to descend. After all, the weight of two people is not the same as that of one. Although Zhou Chen had prepared in advance, he didn't expect the descent to be so swift. The descent speed was indeed a bit too fast. At first, Zhou Chen felt pain, but later he realized that his hands had lost all sensation. However, it was indeed a safer descent. The despairing thing was that the length of the rope was somewhat insufficient, so by the time they reached the second floor, there was no more rope left. At that moment, Zhou Chen could no longer control much. The two of them fell heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the doomsday vehicle was relatively close. Ignoring the pain in his body, Zhou Chen rushed towards the doomsday vehicle. He opened the door and got in, performing a series of actions in one go. For the first time, Zhou Chen felt that his speed in getting into the vehicle could reach such a level. Sitting in the car, he finally relaxed a lot inside. Gasping for breath, sweat dripped continuously from his forehead. What happened to your hand? How did you get such a serious injury? Zhang Jiayao was unsure about what had happened, but the car was filled with a strong smell of blood. After taking a glance, she realized that Zhou Chen's hand was dripping with fresh blood. Upon hearing Zhang Jiayao's words, Zhou Chen quickly looked down at his hand. At that moment, he discovered that his left hand had become a bloody mess, barely recognizable as a hand. First, find something to help me treat this. Later, let's see if we can find a human stronghold to figure out a plan. Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and said. The doomsday vehicle had stocked some medical supplies, mostly for emergencies. Soon Zhang Jiayao found some alcohol and gauze. She prepared to disinfect Zhou Chen's hand, but found it impossible to get started. Blood kept dripping down rapidly, making it nearly impossible to clean up. Given the current situation, I can only bandage you to stop the bleeding. Otherwise, if it keeps flowing, you'll faint soon, Zhang Jiayao said, helplessly starting to wrap Zhou Chen's hand. Okay. Zhou Chen felt his vision blurring and quickly agreed. Soon his left hand was bandaged. Although it was wrapped in a thick layer of gauze, blood still seeped through. However, it was much better than before. Ting, is that really you? Jiang Linlin said somewhat incredulously. She felt that the person in front of her looked very familiar, resembling her cousin, yet she hesitated to confirm. Are you Linlin's cousin? The girl referred to as Ting by Jiang Linlin also looked puzzled and spoke softly. That's great. I never expected you to still be alive. Jiang Linlin excitedly exclaimed, pulling Ting into an embrace. The reunion of sisters filled both with emotion, and neither wanted to disrupt the moment. However, Zhou Chen had other thoughts. He had noticed that the previous horde of zombies had all gotten out of the vehicle and were now heading in his direction. Given that he had bled quite a bit during the journey, it was likely that a lot of blood had dripped onto the ground. Many zombies were already approaching this direction. Zhou Chen's face turned grim as he activated the vehicle's firepower system. In an instant, numerous dark gun barrels extended from various directions of the vehicle, all aimed at the zombies chasing from behind. All the gun barrels fired simultaneously, and in an instant the deafening sound of gunfire rang out, causing the zombies behind to fall in droves. After a few seconds of gunfire, all the zombies in the back had disappeared. After seeing all the zombies lying on the ground, Zhou Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. It was also a form of revenge. Let your sister go take a shower first, then we can set off to find a human stronghold, Zhou Chen quickly said to Jiang Linlin. After all, Tingting had gone through so much and must be feeling extremely terrified. It was time for her to have a nice hot shower and relax. More importantly, Zhou Chen needed to hurry and find a human stronghold. The doomsday vehicle indeed had nothing to treat external injuries, just some items to stop the bleeding. In the short term, his hand shouldn't pose any problems, but over time it would definitely be unsuitable. Given the complexity of the current environment with so many people outside infected and turned into zombies, Zhou Chen was very concerned that if he accidentally touched something inappropriate with his wound, it would lead to trouble. By then, he might not even have started to survive before getting infected. Since his hand was already injured, Zhou Chen activated the doomsday vehicle's autopilot function. Zhou Chen kept planning the route, letting the doomsday vehicle continuously search for the location of the human stronghold. Although he knew that the human stronghold was most likely at the center of the city center was still quite large, and a thorough search was necessary. The doomsday vehicle roamed around the city, and Zhou Chen kept looking for suspicious places until he finally pinpointed the area where the zombie numbers were increasing. If no accidents occurred, the area where the zombies were continuously increasing should also be where humans were gathering. After all the zombies now wanted to eliminate all humans. Zhou Chen charged through, and after passing an area without zombies, he felt that he had reached the place where humans were gathering. The surrounding buildings were almost completely abandoned except for one building at the very center, which still showed signs of human habitation. Thus, Zhou Chen drove directly to that building, preparing to see if it was a human stronghold. However, upon arrival, Zhou Chen felt that something was amiss. At this time, there should be many young people patrolling outside with guns. After all, they were wary of zombies sneaking into the humans' base for an ambush. However, after a round, Zhou Chen did not discover any patrols. It was obvious that something was wrong. After a deep muffled roar, the group of zombies outside went wild. Hearing that roar, Zhou Chen felt a headache coming on. He was all too familiar with that sound. It belonged to the lava zombies. Realizing the situation, Zhou Chen felt helpless. He had originally thought he arrived at the human stronghold, but unexpectedly he had come to the zombies' lair and gone deep inside. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen slammed on the gas and charged out. Never did he anticipate such a situation. At this moment, Zhou Chen dared not hesitate even the slightest, pressing down on the accelerator in haste to escape this place. However, it was evident that the lava zombie had also noticed Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle. With a roar, it began to pursue him. The remaining zombies did not lag behind, all rushing towards Zhou Chen's direction. In an instant, the number of zombies reached an astonishing level, making it quite difficult for Zhou Chen to drive out. Zhou Chen could hardly see the road now. Everything was in disarray. In desperation, he quickly activated the vehicle's weapon system. After all, if he didn't clear some of the zombies, it would be nearly impossible for him to leave this place, especially with a lava zombie trailing behind him. If it were ordinary zombies, he could still deal with them, but this lava zombie was indeed quite troublesome. Although he had previously killed a lava zombie, it was mostly due to luck. Now attempting to kill another lava zombie seemed nearly impossible. After all, this was in the city, which was inherently complex. Coupled with the fact that there were so many ordinary zombies around, moving around was already quite a challenge. Moreover, attempting to kill a lava zombie at this moment was nothing short of a fool's errand. Thus, from the very beginning, Zhou Chen dismissed this idea. At this time, it was definitely more appropriate to make a hasty escape. Staying here was certainly not a good plan. Luckily, they were in the city where the lava zombies' mobility was not particularly great. It was also improbable for it to catch up to Zhou Chen directly. After activating the weapon system of the apocalyptic vehicle, Zhou Chen created a significant impact on the surrounding zombies. Soon a clear area emerged. Seizing this opportunity, Zhou Chen hurriedly fled, weaving through the city streets while evading the pursuing lava zombie. He was acutely aware that running in a straight line at this moment would indeed pose some danger. Although his speed had increased previously, he had no idea how fast the lava zombie was. Thus, it was more suitable to take a winding route for now, at least preventing the lava zombie from catching up to him directly. As the number of surrounding zombies dwindled, Zhou Chen was well aware that he had broken free from the encirclement. However, the lava zombie still relentlessly pursued him. Zhou Chen felt helpless. Although the automatic driving feature of the apocalyptic vehicle was powerful, he still preferred to drive himself at such a moment. After all, artificial intelligence could never truly replace humans. In the heat of the intense driving, Zhou Chen even forgot that his left hand was severely injured, gripping the steering wheel tightly, unwilling to relax for even a moment. As a result, the blood from his left hand had thoroughly stained the bandage red, with drops of blood still trickling down. Zhang Jiao wanted to remind Zhou Chen, but given the urgency of the situation and Zhou Chen's anxiety, she bit her lip and remained silent. However, she tightly clutched the alcohol-soaked bandage. As soon as Zhou Chen relaxed even a bit, she could quickly help him tend to his wound. The car constantly changed directions in the city to the point where Zhou Chen no longer knew which direction he was heading. The three girls in the car were feeling nauseous, sitting tightly in their seats, afraid to move even slightly. At this moment, Zhou Chen seemed to be in a frenzied state, completely disregarding whether the lava zombie was catching up behind him. Zhou Chen's only thought now was to leave this place as quickly as possible. Gradually, Zhou Chen began to feel a wave of dizziness. Just as he was about to pass out, he activated the automatic driving feature of the apocalyptic vehicle. After releasing the steering wheel, Zhou Chen immediately lost consciousness. Zhang Jiao had been watching Zhou Chen's condition closely, so as soon as he fainted, she rushed to his side. No wonder Zhou Chen passed out at this time. After the intense driving, the bandage on his left hand had become soaked with blood, and it was unknown how much blood he had lost. Zhang Jiao quickly removed the bandage, disinfected it with alcohol, replaced it with a new bandage, and then lifted Zhou Chen onto the bed in the back. Fortunately, the apocalyptic vehicle was still functioning, allowing the three of them to care for Zhou Chen with some degree of peace. Especially Tingting. After all, if it weren't for him saving her, Zhou Chen wouldn't have been injured so severely, and he wouldn't have fainted from excessive blood loss. The medical supplies in the car were not particularly abundant, just some emergency items. Zhang Jiao administered glucose to Zhou Chen. After all, since he was still unconscious, this was the only way to supplement his nutrition. As time ticked by, seeing Zhou Chen's complexion gradually improve, the few of them felt a bit more relieved. Before they knew it, a night had passed, and throughout the night the apocalyptic vehicle continued to traverse. Jiang Linlin had grown up in a car dealership, having been exposed to various luxury cars. Although the vehicle was still in automatic driving mode, Jiang Linlin sat in the driver's seat. If anything went wrong, she could respond immediately. The night passed peacefully like this. Fortunately, there were no major issues, and Zhou Chen gradually woke up in a haze. Finally awake. How are you feeling? Is your body better? Tingting quickly spoke up upon seeing Zhou Chen awake. Tingting had hardly rested throughout the night. I'm fine now. Although he felt weak all over, at least he was awake now and should be fine. You all need to find a human stronghold. This can't continue as it is. Zhou Chen considered carefully. This situation was indeed untenable, as there were no supplies in the vehicle to treat his hand. If it were a short time, there shouldn't be any issues. But if it took too long, who knew what troubles would arise? Finding a human settlement is my responsibility. Lin Lin hastily agreed. She had already gained a fundamental understanding of controlling the apocalypse divine vehicle. As long as it was driven like an ordinary vehicle, no issues would arise. As for its special functions, Lin Lin could not access them without Zhou Chen's explicit authorization. Thus, in anyone else's hands, the apocalypse divine vehicle was merely an ordinary recreational vehicle, indistinguishable from any other. In that case, go ahead and study it. Zhou Chen wanted to drive himself, but he was too weak to rise, so he remained in bed resting quietly. After half a day of searching, Lin Lin finally located humanity's main stronghold. The vehicle had been driving continuously across the city for so long that it had circled the entire urban area. If no settlement had been found by now, something would indeed be deeply amiss. Following a brief negotiation, Lin Lin drove the apocalypse divine vehicle inside. Soon, professional medical personnel escorted Zhou Chen into the newly established hospital. Young man, your life force is truly extraordinary. You not only drove back from the outside world, but survived such grievous injuries. An elderly physician examined Zhou Chen's wounds and couldn't help but sigh in awe. Just lucky, that's all, Zhou Chen replied, and said nothing more. Medical conditions were far from ideal. They could only temporarily stabilize Zhou Chen's injured hand. No effective treatment existed in the short term. Recovery would have to proceed naturally. Once basic treatment concluded, Zhou Chen left the hospital and returned to his apocalypse divine vehicle. Only aboard his own vehicle did he feel truly at ease. Where's Tingting? He asked the moment he stepped inside, discovering she was missing. With chaos still rampant outside, sending anyone, especially a young girl, out alone carried considerable risk. She learned her parents were still here, so she went to find them. I accompanied her briefly, confirmed everything was safe, then returned. Lin Lin quickly explained. Zhou Chen made no further inquiry and continued resting aboard the apocalypse divine vehicle. His previous mission had been completed, earning 2 reward points. Exhausted from relentless travel, he hadn't even recalled their existence until now. Now, as he rested, Zhou Chen began contemplating how best to allocate those 2 points. The vehicle's defensive systems for the time being required no upgrades. Its current defenses had reached an astonishing level. Ordinary zombies posed absolutely no threat to the apocalypse divine vehicle. Therefore, enhancement should focus elsewhere. More critically, Zhou Chen remained uncertain how many points a defensive upgrade would demand. The last upgrade had consumed precisely 2 points, so this time he resolved to consider alternatives. After careful deliberation, he decided to invest both points into speed and attack, the 2 attributes most urgently needed at present. Speed held particular priority. for he knew he would soon be forced into constant flight, making velocity indispensable. After thorough consideration, Zhou Chen allocated 1 point each to speed and attack. Fortunately, each attribute required only a single point for enhancement. Apocalypse Divine Vehicle Defense 11 Tire Upgrade 3100 Armor Upgrade 3100 Attack 4 Speed 5 Volume 11 Cubic Meters Comfort 1 Energy Sources Gasoline Electricity Solar Power Atmospheric Energy Mechanical Energy Pedal-Driven Special Functions Aquatic Navigation Obstacle Clearance Available Upgrade Points 0 With the upgrades complete, Zhou Chen felt significantly reassured. The Apocalypse Divine Vehicle stood out starkly in this environment. Such massive vehicles were exceedingly rare under normal circumstances. In this era of chaos, encountering a vehicle of such scale seemed almost miraculous, yet its sheer size also made it dangerously conspicuous to zombies. That these youths had survived thus far astonished everyone. To avoid unnecessary complications, Zhou Chen rarely disembarked, unless absolutely necessary. Tingting visited several times accompanied by her parents. To prevent drawing excessive attention to his vehicle, Zhou Chen descended from it. He preferred keeping knowledge of the vehicle discreet. He trusted Tingting implicitly. After all, he had saved her with his own life. Yet he harbored reservations about her parents. Should they divulge this information to others, especially those with ill intent, it would undoubtedly invite trouble. Though Zhou Chen considered the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle utterly secure, as long as he remained aboard, being targeted by outsiders was never desirable. It was therefore wiser to remain unnoticed. Her parents' visits entailed little more than expressions of gratitude. Zhou Chen acknowledged them briefly, avoiding elaboration. His rescue of Tingting had been prompted solely by a system alert. Why the system issued that alert remained unclear to him. After recuperating for a week, he returned to the hospital to consult the elderly physician once more. His hand had healed remarkably well, though scarring was likely inevitable given the severity of the injury. Bone had been exposed. Zhou Chen paid the scars little mind. A man bearing such marks was unremarkable. No one would dwell on them. If I'm not mistaken, you'll be leaving this place before long, the elderly physician remarked after changing Zhou Chen's bandages. Indeed, nowhere is truly safe, so while I'm still mobile, I intend to seek a relatively secure haven. Remaining here passively is untenable. This place has already become perilous. Zhou Chen responded calmly to the physician. There is something I wish to ask of you. Would you grant me this request? Having finished gathering his belongings, the elderly physician turned to Zhou Chen with solemn gravity. Please speak freely. If it lies within my power to do, I will certainly assist you. Zhou Chen held a favorable impression of the old doctor. After all, the physician had consistently aided him, tending to his needs with unwavering attentiveness and care. Thus, upon hearing that the doctor had a matter requiring help, Zhou Chen agreed without hesitation. Would you take Tingting away from this place? The doctor sighed deeply before finally voicing his plea. Startled by these words, Zhou Chen paused momentarily, unable to process their meaning. I'm afraid I'm not quite certain. Do you mean the young woman I brought here? Still uncertain, he asked aloud. Yes, that very girl you brought with you. The doctor affirmed with a nod. What is your relationship to her? Zhou Chen felt puzzled. He had no recollection of Tingting ever mentioning any connection to this physician. I am her maternal grandfather. With a weary shake of his head, the physician spoke quietly. Though unaware of the precise history between them, Zhou Chen sensed a rift, perhaps even deep-seated misunderstanding or conflict, between Tingting and her grandfather. In light of this, he resolved not to involve himself further in their private affairs. As you know, venturing outside carries grave risk. I may well encounter zombies. Why not keep Tingting here among family? Puzzled, Zhou Chen voiced his question without delay. I am no novice at reading people. I trust my judgment. I believe Tingting will be safer with you than with us. So please, take her away from here. His expression was complex, yet he offered this explanation with quiet conviction. It is not merely a matter of my willingness to send her away. It rests ultimately on Tingting's own choice. Adding one more person posed no logistical difficulty, but what truly weighed upon Zhou Chen was whether that person would willingly accompany him. Should she resist, he refused to burden himself with reluctant company. Each extra passenger consumed precious rations and slowed the vehicle's speed. He would never compel anyone to leave against their will. Your consent alone suffices. If Tingting declines, we shall not press her. Relieved by Zhou Chen's agreement, the doctor added warmly, then it is settled. Having concluded the arrangement, Zhou Chen departed promptly. After a brief final preparation, he returned to his apocalyptic divine vehicle. Back aboard, he reflected carefully upon the matter and decided it imperative to consult Jiang Linlin first. After all, Tingting was Jiang Linlin's cousin. I have no objections whatsoever. So long as you agree, I agree. If you refuse, then so do I. Jiang Linlin assented immediately. She possessed keen self-awareness. Her survival owed entirely to Zhou Chen, who had brought her aboard this miraculous vehicle. Had it not been for him, she would long since have succumbed to zombification. Thus, she dared not impose unreasonable demands, even when the person involved was her own cousin. Over the following days, Zhou Chen rested thoroughly within his apocalyptic divine vehicle. Once sufficiently recovered, he prepared to depart, and notified the elderly physician in advance, honoring their prior agreement. As Zhou Chen readied himself to leave, Tingting arrived beside the vehicle, carrying her possessions. Zhou Chen paid little mind to the additional passenger. After Tingting boarded, Jiang Linlin gave her a concise orientation to the vehicle's interior and helped her acclimate. Thankfully, the rear compartment offered ample space, more than enough sleeping quarters for the three young women. Zhou Chen meanwhile made do with a narrow cot behind the driver's seat, a modest arrangement, yet far better than nothing. He recalled his former life. Merely securing shelter for sleep had been a luxury. By then, zombies had evolved, significantly forcing all surviving humans into fortified encampments. A place to rest had been a rare blessing, especially given the emergence of mutated vermin. Rats and cockroaches now carried lethal contagion. Sleep demanded constant vigilance. One might awaken transformed into a zombie. Tingting's parents came to bid her farewell, joined by many curious onlookers. Amid such oppressive conditions, Zhou Chen's apocalyptic divine vehicle had long been an object of fascination. Its imminent departure stirred even greater excitement, and Zhou Chen noticed the elderly physician watching silently from an upper-floor window. Zhou Chen offered no deliberate farewell, only a brief honk of the horn before accelerating away. The thunderous roar of the 12-cylinder engine echoed across the human enclave, instantly bringing tears to many eyes. They had dwelled there for months. No one had dared or managed to escape. Now the once irritating clamor of engines sounded profoundly comforting. All longed to drive out just once more, yet none possessed the courage to venture forth, risked never returning given the overwhelming hordes of zombies beyond the walls. Zhou Chen lingered only briefly, not only out of concern for Tingting's sorrow at parting from her family, but also to avoid another encounter with the molten zombie. That creature had pursued him with terrifying ferocity. Should they meet again, no one could predict what horrors might unfold. Throughout the journey, Jiang Linlin gently comforted Tingting. After walking a distance, Tingting's mood improved significantly, and she hardly thought about her parents' situation. Once he found the direction, Zhou Chen headed north. His injury had indeed caused quite a delay. Zhou Chen could understand her feelings after all he had promised to take her to find her parents. However, given the current situation, Zhou Chen was also unclear about whether Zhang Jiao's parents had safely arrived in Z province. Jiang Linlin's parents should not have encountered any problems. They had amassed significant wealth, so reaching Z province quickly should not be an issue. Zhou Chen was still quite worried about Zhang Jiao's parents, especially since he had given them a luxury car. If her parents flaunted the luxury car and did not heed his advice to hurry to Z province, it could lead to serious trouble. Thinking about these matters, Zhou Chen felt a wave of anxiety. Suddenly, he heard a crackling sound from his car and thought he was imagining it. However, the other three girls also heard the sound. Did you hear that crackling sound too? Zhou Chen was somewhat uncertain, so he asked, and all three girls nodded, confirming that it was indeed not just his imagination. Zhou Chen was puzzled about what was happening and searched his car carefully, eventually discovering that the sound came from the radio. Faced with this situation, Zhou Chen was even more baffled. Although his car was luxurious, it still had the most basic radio. Logically, the radio should have long been out of service, considering the world could no longer function normally. Power outages and internet disruptions had become commonplace, especially for a radio. Yet the radio was indeed transmitting sounds, and not long after voices could be heard. The radio broadcast had actually resumed. Hearing the broadcast again, Zhou Chen felt a mix of emotions. He never expected to hear a broadcast in such a world. After listening for a while, Zhou Chen began to understand the situation. It turned out that after some repairs, certain radio equipment had been restored to functionality. After all, the maintenance costs for such equipment were relatively low, requiring neither a large workforce nor significant resources. Thus, after careful consideration, the leaders of humanity chose to prioritize the repair of the radio equipment to ensure at least some basic communication. Now, the broadcast signal had essentially covered most areas, as every city still had some remnants of humanity. As long as there were no complete exterminations of humans in the local cities, relevant messages could be received through the broadcast signal. Hearing the broadcast again brought tears to Zhou Chen's eyes. At the very least, it ensured some level of communication. Through this broadcast, Zhou Chen received a very important message. The government had sent people to intervene in the spread of zombies. Now, a Dr. Zhao had bravely stepped forward to assess the situation and seek ways to contain the spread. The transmission of the zombie virus was indeed a challenging issue. It only spread when the virus entered human blood. This meant being bitten by a zombie. Although the transmission method was stringent, it was terrifyingly effective. After all, zombies found it very easy to bite humans. Hearing that someone had finally stepped up, Zhou Chen felt a sense of joy. In his previous life, there had indeed been doctors who stepped forward, and many had worked tirelessly, but zombies were so frenzied that many doctors fell victim to them. Recalling these events filled Zhou Chen with dread. He had heard of this Dr. Zhou from his past life, a highly skilled doctor known for his selfless dedication. However, fate had not been particularly fair. Dr. Zhou ultimately failed to save humanity. Therefore, hearing about Dr. Zhou again now stirred not only excitement in Zhou Chen, but also deep concern. Zhou Chen contemplated whether he could go help Dr. Zhou. Ding dong, task acquired, save Dr. Zhou, reward points 1. Just as Zhou Chen was still mulling over this matter, the system's notification sound rang out, and the task was precisely what he wanted to accomplish. Moreover, this time the system was particularly considerate, providing him with navigation to Dr. Zhou's location. It was clear that Dr. Zhou was on the move, likely to venture outside to assess the situation. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen pressed down on the accelerator. Let's temporarily halt the plan to go to Z province and assist Dr. Zhou first. To reassure the three girls, Zhou Chen said this aloud. The three girls were quite understanding, knowing that Dr. Zhou was out to save them. The third girl expressed her support for Zhou Chen. With the support of others, Zhou Chen felt even more resolute as he hurried toward Dr. Zhou's location, following the navigation directions. On the way, he did not dare to slack off. Whenever he grew tired, he activated the car's autopilot, traveling day and night toward Dr. Zhou's location. After a long day and night of travel, Zhou Chen checked the navigation and found he was now very close to Dr. Zhou's address. Zhou Chen did not intend to have direct contact with Dr. Zhou if there were no issues on Dr. Zhou's side. He would simply provide support from the sidelines. However, after observing for a while, Zhou Chen noticed something was amiss. Dr. Zhou's position on the navigation had not moved for some time. It seemed very likely that Dr. Zhou had encountered some trouble causing the vehicle to stop, and it might be a significant issue. Without a second thought, Zhou Chen pressed down on the accelerator, heading toward Dr. Zhou's direction, ready to see what had happened. Fortunately, the distance between Zhou Doctor and Zhou Chen was not particularly far. After a few minutes, Zhou Chen arrived near Zhou Doctor. This place was swarming with zombies. At that moment, Zhou Chen understood why Zhou Doctor had not moved for so long. He was surrounded by zombies. There was no time to ponder much, so Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the Doomsday vehicle and began to sweep fire at the zombies ahead. After a barrage of gunfire, a large area in front had been cleared with all the zombies lying on the ground. Zhou Chen did not spare the zombies in other directions either. After circling around Zhou Doctor's armored vehicle, he had completely cleaned up all the zombies. Zhou Doctor had come out in an armored vehicle, yet he was ultimately surrounded by zombies. This was enough to prove that when the number of zombies was sufficiently high, no one could do anything. Fearing there might still be risks nearby, Zhou Chen took a gun before getting out. Zhou Doctor, the surrounding zombies have been cleared. Are you okay? Zhou Chen knocked on the armored vehicle's door twice and shouted loudly, I have no problems here. A response came from inside, and it was clear that a lot of effort was put into that shout, but the voice was much quieter. Not long after the armored vehicle's door opened, an elderly man with many gray hairs stepped out. Zhou Doctor was no longer young. He appeared to be around 60 years old. Although Zhou Chen had expected someone with such high academic achievements to be of considerable age, seeing the elderly man emerge still stirred his heart. Where are the people who escorted you? Zhou Chen asked. They all sacrificed themselves to protect me. Zhou Doctor said, his mood heavy with tears welling in his eyes. Where do you want to go? They'll take you there and ensure your safety. Zhou Chen said this and directly helped Zhou Doctor onto his Doomsday vehicle. Despite Zhou Doctor's extensive experience, once he was on the Doomsday vehicle, he looked around like a child who had never seen the world. This vehicle is my own modified one, and it's precisely because of it that I've survived until now. You should be relatively safe inside this vehicle. Seeing Zhou Doctor's demeanor, Zhou Chen smiled slightly and hurriedly explained. Zhou Doctor nodded, but did not say much more. After briefly familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Zhou Doctor resumed looking at the materials in his hands. It seemed that nothing significant had changed around them. Zhou Chen couldn't help but admire such an elderly man who, despite his age, still ventured out into such great risks. According to your previous plan, where were you planning to go? Let me take you there. Actually, there wasn't a clear plan before. How about this? Just take me to the nearest city and let me see what the situation is like. Zhou Doctor pushed up his glasses and told Zhou Chen, then began to look down at his materials again. With Zhang Jiao's help, Zhou Chen quickly identified the nearest city and headed directly there. City A was indeed a rather luxurious place. With a very large population, the situation in City A should be more complicated after such an event, given the sheer number of people. Though it was still somewhat risky to go, Zhou Chen considered taking Zhou Doctor there. After all, he could still ensure Zhou Doctor's safety. Moreover, the high number of zombies and people there would be more beneficial for Zhou Doctor's research. Upon arriving in city A, Zhou Chen felt a distinct difference from the previous city. This city was indeed much more prosperous. Similarly, the roads were filled with many more zombies. The streets and alleys were teeming with them, making it very troublesome to navigate. However, there had previously been stationed troops in city A, but now it was unclear what the situation of the military was like. It should be much better than in other cities. After a brief search, Zhou Chen found the human base in city A, which was the previous military outpost. Indeed, places with military presence were markedly different. The human base area was vast, and patrolling troops were everywhere to maintain security. As Zhou Chen approached, he was immediately stopped. "I am here to escort Zhao Doctor." Zhou Chen spoke directly to the person outside, and Zhao Doctor cooperatively explained his situation and presented his credentials. After confirming Zhao Doctor's identity, the patrolling soldiers were very pleased and led Zhou Chen directly into the camp. Such an imposing vehicle arriving at the military camp quickly attracted a lot of attention. Upon learning that Zhao Doctor was here, even more people took notice. After safely settling Zhao Doctor, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease. He found a spot to park his doomsday vehicle and moved into the camp. In such a place, Zhou Chen felt very secure. Patrolling troops were everywhere maintaining order, and there were no longer people trying to steal his doomsday vehicle. Even if someone wanted to steal, they wouldn't dare to be so bold. After all, everyone knew that Zhao Doctor had come in his doomsday vehicle. If someone were to steal his doomsday vehicle, who knows how others would treat them? It seemed that the military was indeed a way to stabilize people's hearts. After staying in this place for 2 days, Zhou Chen found that it was indeed much better than other places. At the very least, the mindset of the surviving humans was quite good, and they had begun to voluntarily organize training. After all, the military personnel could not be overworked indefinitely, and many people had started to patrol alongside the soldiers. Currently, the situation in City A was very positive. Upon seeing such a good state, Zhou Chen felt very happy. It was likely that the situation in Province C was even better, which put him much more at ease. Zhou Chen temporarily stayed in this place with 3 girls receiving much respect due to Dr. Zhao. The people in the military were clearly more interested in this vehicle, but whenever the topic arose, Zhou Chen found ways to deflect. After all, discussing the vehicle could lead to complications. It was better to avoid bringing it up altogether. The mission to rescue Dr. Zhao had been completed and the reward points were obtained, but Zhou Chen had yet to utilize them. He was considering whether he could save these points for a while. Given that his current situation was relatively stable, if he encountered troubles later, he could use those points as a contingency. If zombies were to chase him down, he could definitely use the points to enhance his speed. If his attack power was insufficient, he could upgrade that as well. At the very least, Zhou Chen had not identified any deficiencies at the moment. Regarding issues of comfort, he felt there was no need for concern in the short term. After careful consideration, Zhou Chen chose to keep the points for now. A knock sounded from outside the apocalyptic vehicle, prompting Zhou Chen to open the door and step out. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Chen asked, a bit puzzled to see a soldier standing next to his vehicle. "Dr. Zhao has something to discuss with you and sent me to fetch you," the soldier said before turning and leaving. For a moment, Zhou Chen was unsure what was happening, but since Dr. Zhao had called for him, it surely indicated some trouble, so he made his way to the location arranged by the military. "What's wrong? Did Dr. Zhao call me over for something?" Zhou Chen quickly inquired after knocking and entering. "I have indeed encountered some difficulties. I'm not sure if your vehicle can take me out. I want to gather some materials, but no one is willing to escort me, claiming it's too dangerous. I want to see if your vehicle is an option. Originally, I didn't want to trouble you with this, but it's become a bit hard to resolve, so I'm contacting you now," Dr. Zhao explained. "Of course I can take you, but the military might have some reservations. After all, they are trying to ensure your safety." Taking the doctor out would be quite easy, but Zhou Chen considered that others also wanted to protect Dr. Zhao's safety. If he took her out, it might complicate things for everyone else. "Don't worry, I've already informed the person in charge. He has agreed for you to take me out, but you must ensure safety, and it would be best to send a few more people with us." Dr. Zhao hurriedly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. "I can take you out alone. My vehicle is safe enough. If I have to take too many people, I might struggle to manage them. You know how my vehicle is, and I can't disclose too much." Having ridden in Zhou Chen's vehicle before, Dr. Zhao understood its conditions. Zhou Chen, not wanting too many people involved, quickly stated his requirements. "Don't worry, I will handle the work here. They'll meet you by your vehicle in an hour." Dr. Zhao, overjoyed, quickly agreed with Zhou Chen. An hour later, Dr. Zhao appeared beside Zhou Chen's vehicle, and he let her in, driving her out immediately. "Dr. Zhao, what is so urgent that you must go out?" Zhou Chen casually asked as they drove. In his past life, Zhou Chen held great admiration for Dr. Zhao, but he had never had the opportunity to interact with her. Now, with this chance, Zhou Chen intended to engage in some conversation with Dr. Zhao. "I want to get a closer look at the zombies, ideally collect some of their blood. This will greatly aid our research into which virus it is and how to formulate the corresponding antidote." When discussing this matter, Dr. Zhao was quite relaxed, as if it were not a big deal. However, Zhou Chen abruptly slammed on the brakes upon hearing her words. The people in the vehicle jolted violently. Dr. Zhao, you can't be serious. This was not a trivial matter, the risks were too high. He could not take her on such a dangerous venture. If trouble arose, he would have no way to explain it to others. Zhou Chen was not afraid to undertake this task. He simply could not allow Dr. Zhao to take such risks. If anything happened to Dr. Zhao, he would undoubtedly be labeled a great criminal. Only by getting close to the zombies can I obtain fresh blood, which is vital for my upcoming research. And there will likely be many such opportunities in the future. Even if this is dangerous, I must pursue it. Dr. Zhao quickly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. How about this? You give me the equipment to collect the blood samples, and I'll handle the rest all right. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and decided to agree, but he would bear the risk himself. That's definitely not acceptable. You taking me out is already quite risky. You can't be exposed to such dangerous work. Dr. Zhao immediately refused upon hearing Zhou Chen's intent. After all, this was originally Dr. Zhao's professional duty, and she did not wish to see such a young person take on such great risks. It was already a significant challenge for this young man to take her out, and he was already taking considerable risks. If you agree to help me, I will handle the blood sample collection. If you refuse, then we should just go back. This matter requires careful consideration. Zhou Chen was certainly unwilling to let Dr. Zhao undertake such a dangerous task. Unless he did it himself, he would not agree to it. I really have no way to deal with you young folks. In that case, you must be careful. If it's not possible, don't push yourself. In the end, Dr. Zhao reluctantly agreed to this matter, as refusing would likely mean going back. Since that's the case, let's find a place with fewer zombies. When the time comes, you can choose which one, and it'll help you draw its blood. After making a joke, Zhou Chen stepped on the gas and drove directly out of the city. Although this statement had a joking tone, Zhou Chen was very clear in his heart that he indeed needed to find a place with fewer zombies. If there were too many zombies, it would likely become quite troublesome. Therefore, without a second thought, Zhou Chen left the city, planning to see if there were scattered zombies in the suburbs outside. After a short drive, Zhou Chen finally spotted a relatively small group of zombies, looking to be about a dozen. Dr. Zhao, how about these few? Zhou Chen asked, still uncertain, confirming with Dr. Zhao whether these zombies met his requirements. As long as it's zombie blood, that's fine. However, I must remind you to prioritize safety. If you encounter any problems, I truly wouldn't know what to do, especially since there aren't any good medicines available right now. Fearing that Zhou Chen might run into trouble, Dr. Zhao reiterated the importance of safety before Zhou Chen left. Don't worry, I will definitely be careful. After agreeing, Zhou Chen grabbed a gun from the vehicle and stepped out. Even though he only had one gun, it would surely be sufficient to deal with these few small zombies. Zhou Chen shot accurately, wasting no bullets, and soon only one zombie remained. The last one looked quite weak and had its legs broken by bullets. Zhou Chen wanted to draw some blood from this zombie, but suddenly a different idea struck him. If he had to draw blood like this every time, it was indeed quite dangerous. After all, not everyone would have such good luck each time. So Zhou Chen wondered if he could catch a zombie and bring it back to the human base. This way he would avoid a lot of trouble, but it would also pose a significant risk to humanity. Faced with these matters, Zhou Chen felt somewhat hesitant. But in the end, he retrieved the necessary tools from the vehicle, bound the zombie, and firmly controlled its mouth. After dragging the zombie to the side of the vehicle, Zhou Chen opened the door and called Dr. Zhao down. What do you think about bringing this zombie back? I still wanted to consult Dr. Zhao's opinion. While this method indeed avoids a lot of trouble, it might be dangerous, and the people there may not be able to accept it. Dr. Zhao really wanted to bring this zombie back, as having such a specimen would save a lot of hassle for his research work. However, this matter was indeed very dangerous, and it was estimated that the people there would find it hard to accept. After all, it was the appearance of zombies that caused such significant changes in their lives, to the point that they now had nowhere to live. If a zombie were brought back, it could easily provoke public dissatisfaction, and if chaos ensued, it could lead to a new wave of turmoil if someone accidentally got infected. In such a situation, Dr. Zhao also felt quite troubled. Let's forget it for now. Oh, I believe the timing isn't quite right yet. Ultimately, Dr. Zhao refused this matter. Given the current special situation, it would be somewhat inappropriate to bring back a zombie. Dr. Zhao thought to himself that if he returned to his laboratory in the future and had another opportunity like this, he might consider it, but for now he was borrowing someone else's space. One should respect the opinions of others. I will listen to you. If such an opportunity arises in the future, just come to find me, and I'll help you. Zhou Chen nodded, not wanting to dwell too much upon the matter. After all, this wasn't something he could decide alone. Then, under Dr. Zhao's direction, Zhou Chen drew quite a bit of blood from the zombie and sealed it all safely. This would be kept by Dr. Zhao for experiments later. Once he confirmed there were no issues, Zhou Chen drove the apocalypse vehicle a safe distance away from the zombie before firing to kill it. After all, they had been too close to the zombie before. If the zombie's blood splattered elsewhere, it would be quite inappropriate. Especially if Dr. Zhao had any wounds on him that came into contact with the zombie's blood, that would be too troublesome. After returning to the camp, Dr. Zhao hurriedly began his experiments. A crowd gathered around Zhou Chen, wanting to ask how he managed to do it. In reality, getting them to kill zombies was quite simple since many people had guns now. More people wanted to know how to safely leave this place and reach the suburbs. After all, they had tried going out before, but the losses were too great. Each outing cost many lives. After a few attempts, no one had the desire to go out again. Zhou Chen's appearance gave this group new hope, inspiring them to try to leave this place again. Although the outside was filled with danger, everyone wanted to go to a safer place. If they could reach a safer area, taking some risks on the way would be acceptable. You don't have to think so much about this. It's not that simple, and this matter is not replicable, so don't obsess over it. Just stay here. Your lives are more important than anything else, so don't think too much. Surrounded by this group, Zhou Chen felt somewhat helpless, not knowing what to do, so he seriously told them these words. However, many people thought Zhou Chen was being evasive, unwilling to tell them the details, and angrily left. Zhou Chen's behavior quickly made others feel uncomfortable. However, Zhou Chen was unfazed, as he was keenly aware that his actions were in fact helping them. If he were to engage in lengthy conversations with them, it was highly likely that this group would simply run away. At that point, it would be hard to predict what kind of situation would arise. Not speaking to them was in reality a means to save them. What Zhou Chen thought in his heart remained a mystery to everyone. However, all believed that Zhou Chen was being overly stingy, unwilling even to disclose such matters. As a result, many people were quite dissatisfied with Zhou Chen, though they did not express this openly. For now, Zhou Chen still attracted attention and had helped Dr. Zhao resolve a significant problem. Therefore, even though these individuals had certain thoughts, they dared not show them to Zhou Chen. After all, if they did, they had no idea what kind of consequences they might face. The peaceful days did not last long, as urgent news soon came from the military. A vial of zombie blood that had been used for experiments was missing. If this vial of blood were to spread among the populace, there would likely be no safe place left in City A, and it was estimated that no one would survive. Upon receiving this news, everyone immediately sprang into action, beginning the search for the missing vial of blood. However, every place had already been searched, and nothing was found. The only location left was Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle. Soon a group of people gathered around the apocalyptic vehicle, and a military leader stepped forward, knocking on the door. What's the matter? Is there something wrong? Zhou Chen had been inside the apocalyptic vehicle for some time, as there was nothing pressing to attend to, hence he had not come out. Suddenly being knocked on the door and surrounded by so many people left, Zhou Chen somewhat bewildered. Take a look at this notice. All other places have been searched thoroughly without any issue. I believe we should search this location as well for everyone's peace of mind. The military leader handed Zhou Chen a notice and hurriedly explained the situation. Zhou Chen took the notice and glanced at it briefly, quickly grasping the situation. However, after reading it, he couldn't help but smile. You think I took that zombie blood, right? How utterly ridiculous. Zhou Chen was genuinely infuriated. He never expected that they would suspect him. This matter cannot simply be brushed off by calling it ridiculous. Everyone has agreed to the search. You should allow us to check here as well. One young man boldly spoke up, and the rest of the group echoed his sentiments. Zhou Chen had a good memory and recognized this person as one from the group that had previously questioned him, although he had not shown this individual any courtesy. I brought back the zombie blood. If I had wanted it, I could have brought back another vial easily. There was no need for me to return it just to steal it back. Don't you think that logic is absurd? Zhou Chen roughly understood the situation. Although he was uncertain whether this matter was related to this person, it was clear that the young man opposite him wanted to push him into a corner and make him uncomfortable. He even seemed eager to enter Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle to investigate further. After all, this young man likely yearned to go out. Regardless, we must search your vehicle thoroughly. This is a very important matter for all of us. The young man incited the crowd once again, and many became quite agitated. The military leader struggled to maintain control of the situation and sought Zhou Chen's opinion again. In that case, go ahead and search. If you don't find any issues, I hope you can provide me with an explanation. At this point, it seemed that whatever Zhou Chen said would be futile, so he could only agree to their search of his vehicle. However, he would definitely require them to pay a price. If you don't find any issues on your end, you can handle it as you see fit, the young man excitedly replied, leading the group onto the apocalyptic vehicle. Previously, Zhou Chen was uncertain about this matter, but after the young man made that statement, he became almost certain. It was highly likely that this young man wanted to frame him. However, Zhou Chen currently had no leads, so he decided not to say much and would wait to see the results of their investigation. I found it. What do you think this is, eh? The voice of the young man echoed at that moment. Clearly, he was a bit excited, even somewhat gleeful. Soon a vial of green zombie blood was brought forth. The green blood was conspicuous, and it was easy to identify it as zombie blood without much effort. How do you plan to explain this? The young man was arrogant and seemed to have already envisioned Zhou Chen's downfall. I'm quite curious about where you found this. Zhou Chen thought as logically this should not have been in the vehicle since he had never allowed anyone inside. It was right behind your exhaust pipe. If I hadn't been so meticulous, you might have indeed escaped detection. I truly wonder what your intentions are, the young man said with pride, seemingly seeking praise. Well, you really did look thoroughly, Zhou Chen remarked, quickly grasping the implication. What do you mean by that? Are you not planning to admit to anything? Seeing Zhou Chen's expression, the young man hurriedly spoke to mask his inner panic. The rest of the group, spurred on by him, began to demand that Zhou Chen explain the situation. After all, this was no ordinary matter. It could potentially endanger the lives of everyone present, so everyone was quite concerned, including the military leader. You really should explain this matter, otherwise it may be truly indefensible. Although the military leader was also unwilling to believe that Zhou Chen was responsible for this at this point, it seemed that Zhou Chen would struggle to defend himself without any evidence. I truly had no knowledge of this matter, but I believe I can present credible evidence. Zhou Chen paused, carefully recalling he had never handled the object in question, nor had he noticed anyone approaching his apocalyptic divine vehicle. Yet these individuals were unaware that his vehicle possessed an extraordinary feature: comprehensive surveillance coverage around its perimeter. Thus, even if he himself could not recall who had been nearby, reviewing the footage would swiftly clarify the truth. I'll board the vehicle to assess the situation and return with a definitive answer. With those words, Zhou Chen climbed inside. Once aboard, he immediately accessed the apocalyptic divine vehicle system to retrieve prior surveillance footage. After a brief search, he located a clear high-resolution clip: the young man deliberately dripping zombie blood onto the vehicle's rear exhaust pipe. It had been nighttime. Few people ventured outdoors, rendering the act invisible to bystanders. Having confirmed the facts, Zhou Chen recorded the footage directly on his mobile device. He preferred not to allow others onto his apocalyptic divine vehicle, hence this discreet method. Well, are you prepared to confess now? The young man spoke arrogantly as Zhou Chen descended, convinced his scheme was flawless and undetectable. This matter is admittedly complex, but resolvable. Please examine this surveillance footage. It should clarify everything. Zhou Chen promptly displayed the clip. Onlookers watched in stunned silence. Baffled, the young man hurried to Zhou Chen's side to view the footage himself. The recording was unerringly sharp, his own face unmistakably captured, leaving him utterly speechless. He had meticulously scouted the area beforehand, confident it lay within a blind spot, precisely why he dared commit the act. Yet he never imagined the vehicle itself housed surveillance, operational even at night, capturing his every move in full detail. The facts are now unequivocal. Beyond this, I have little more to say. As for how this individual should be dealt with, I expect a fair and reasonable resolution. Zhou Chen spoke with palpable fury. Indeed, the incident was grave. Had his vehicle lacked surveillance, he would have borne the consequences alone. He shuddered to imagine the fallout. With irrefutable evidence, the young man stood mute, unable to utter a single defense. Military personnel swiftly detained and imprisoned him. Zhou Chen, however, held no interest in his ultimate punishment. What deeply concerned Zhou Chen was Dr. Zhao's security protocol. Zombie blood had been stolen, revealing critical vulnerabilities. When the vial of zombie blood was returned to Dr. Zhao for analysis, he declared it counterfeit. The revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd. If this sample was forged, then authentic zombie blood had already been obtained and weaponized. No one knew the perpetrator's motive, but all sensed profound danger lurking beneath the surface. No time for speculation. Immediately seal off the entire area. Quarantine everyone. Avoid any mass gatherings. We may already harbor infected individuals. A chilling premonition seized Zhou Chen, prompting him to urgently brief the military commander, who instantly grasped the gravity and issued orders without delay. Zhou Chen turned to re-enter his apocalyptic divine vehicle, only to freeze upon descending the stairs. Dozens of zombies already staggered across the courtyard. Whether others lurked elsewhere remained unknown. Their tattered clothing suggested they were former residents, confirming Zhou Chen's worst fears. Deploy troops immediately to contain these zombies before they multiply, Zhou Chen shouted, then sprinted downward. In his past life, he'd witnessed identical outbreaks at human settlements, triggered by unchecked mass gatherings. The aftermath was catastrophic. Infection spread like wildfire. Drawing on that harrowing experience, he acted decisively, without hesitation. Mass assembly was unthinkable. Instead, all identified zombies must be corralled, and every survivor rigorously screened for infection. The military commander wasted no time executing Zhou Chen's directives. Troops swiftly encircled the zombies. Gunfire erupted, then silence. The dozen zombies collapsed lifeless. Survivors began systematic infection checks. The sweep concluded rapidly, no additional infections detected. A collective breath of relief escaped many. "Opt!" A piercing, agonized cry tore through the air. "Scatter! Danger!" Zhou Chen roared the warning, but it was too late. More screams followed in rapid succession. Only then did the crowd disperse, realizing with horror that an infected person had been concealed among them. Worse still, the newly infected began savagely biting others. Zhou Chen had hoped the crisis was over, but this escalation revealed deliberate sabotage. Everyone keep a safe distance and do not approach one another. The army commanders, having gained some experience, had everyone maintain a measured gathering, and then corralled the remaining zombies together. After the zombies were dealt with, the commanders turned their attention to the humans present at the scene. A quick check with other locations revealed no similar incidents, which strongly suggested that the perpetrator was among this very group. Moreover, the man had zombie blood on his hands. He might be attempting to infect others by some means, turning them into zombies. Zhou Chen had not expected the virus to be so horrifying, that a person could be turned into a zombie in such a short span of time. Everyone raise your hands for a body inspection. To prevent a recurrence, the commanders resorted to compulsory measures. They had to determine precisely who was compromised. Though it felt somewhat improper, there was no alternative. If they did not identify the source, far worse trouble might follow. Zhou Chen stood on higher ground, quietly observing the crowd. For safety, he held a gun in his hand. Although brandishing a firearm before the military was awkward, the extraordinary circumstances left no one to quibble over formalities. As more people were searched, the remaining pool grew ever smaller. Zhou Chen fixed his gaze on the last cluster, searching for anyone suspicious. Sure enough, when only a dozen or so remained, Zhou Chen suddenly saw a bald man lift the syringe in his hand, preparing to jab it into someone nearby. Zhou Chen did not hesitate. He raised his gun and fired. His marksmanship was unerring, a skill honed in a former life. The shot blew the man's hand apart. In an instant, the bald man's hand was a mass of blood, the palm mangled beyond recognition. The scene had been deathly quiet before. The gunshot rent the air and startled many, plunging the crowd into a momentary chaos. Zhou Chen lifted his gun and fired a warning shot into the sky. Gradually, the crowd calmed. "That man has something. Bring it here to be examined." Zhou Chen pointed at the bald man, and several soldiers in uniform with guns at the ready moved to his side. Given the precarious times, everyone had to ensure their own safety. Sure enough, a syringe filled with a green liquid was produced. The green liquid was fiercely corrosive. The plastic syringe had already begun to deform. Although they could not yet definitively state that it was zombie blood, it was clear the substance was nothing benign. And the bald man had intended to inject this into others. On that count alone, he had committed a grave crime. After being shot, the bald man lay on the ground, wailing incessantly, protesting his innocence. But those around understood the situation and paid him no heed, as some even wanted to kick him, though others held them back. Soon the syringe and its green contents were sent to Dr. Zhao, who did not dare be complacent and immediately began tests on the sample. The conclusion was unmistakable. The liquid was indeed zombie blood, almost certainly the very vial that had gone missing. Before long, the matter was settled. The bald man was detained and locked in a small room. It served as a makeshift prison. There had been no preparations for such things. No one could have imagined that surviving in this chaotic age would already be so arduous. That anyone would seek to harm their fellow humans was unthinkable. Zhou Chen, however, found himself oddly intrigued by the bald man. He wanted to know what had driven the man to use zombie blood against others. "What were you thinking?" he asked. "I truly want to know." The bald man, in a frenzy, replied, "None of us can really survive anyway. Better to die together. It would spare us much suffering." His words were deranged. The man's emotions were in full tumult, and his mind seemed far from sane. Seeing this, Zhou Chen ceased his questioning. In such a world, all manner of people and deeds could appear and be treated as normal. There was little point in prying further if few things could be changed. Preserving one's own life was already a rare feat, let alone rescuing the entire world. A swift military inquiry soon unraveled the truth behind the man's actions. When the zombies mutated earlier, his entire family had been infected and transformed. He had barely managed to survive alone. Before arriving at the human stronghold, he had endured many horrors and suffering, leaving him severely traumatized and partly unmoored from reality. Upon learning there was zombie blood, he conceived the notion of perishing together with others. Zhou Chen could only shake his head in helplessness. This world had driven many to madness. Zhou Chen had seen much of it. Mad people might warrant pity, but those whose madness leads them to harm their own kind deserve none. After long persuasion, the bald man still would not accept help, and there were not enough resources or personnel to care for a man whose mind was broken. After careful deliberation, the leaders decided to release him. None could predict what keeping him here might entail. Everyone understood what he would likely face upon release. Yet although they knew the outcome, no one pleaded his cause. Many had lost relatives in recent times. The bald man merited pity, but others, those bereaved, were even more deserving of compassion. The turmoil had not lasted long, as if everyone had already forgotten about the incident. After all, in a situation like this, bloody events are common. Aside from the families of those involved, it seemed no one paid much attention to the matter. Indifference among people is often so prevalent. Zhou Chen had long seen through these things and faced the coldness of human nature with indifference. Dr. Zhao's research had reached a certain bottleneck, as the situation here was not particularly favorable. It was unrealistic to expect to discover anything useful. Therefore, Dr. Zhao planned to leave City A and head to Province Z to see how things were there. After all, the situation there should be much better than in City A. Since Dr. Zhao was preparing to leave, Zhou Chen naturally intended to accompany him. Zhou Chen was staying in this place merely to escort Dr. Zhao. Now that Dr. Zhao was ready to leave, Zhou Chen planned to go with him to Province C. Ding dong. Quest acquired. Escort Dr. Zhao. Reward points 1. Just as Zhou Chen was packing up to leave with Dr. Zhao, he unexpectedly heard the system's prompt sound giving him a new task. Moreover, this task was surprisingly simple: just escort Dr. Zhao away. Upon seeing this task, Zhou Chen was immensely pleased, as the reward felt like a windfall. After all, he and Dr. Zhao were heading to the same destination, and he planned to escort her there. Thus, receiving such a task made Zhou Chen very happy. Soon Dr. Zhao finished packing and brought a box that looked tightly sealed. Zhou Chen quickly realized that the box probably contained the blood of the zombies. Dr. Zhao would definitely not leave such a thing here. Who knows what kind of trouble could arise if there were another incident like with the bald man. So it was essential to take this item away. Zhou Chen understood this matter well. He found a relatively safe spot in his apocalyptic vehicle and placed the box inside. I really feel a bit embarrassed to trouble you once again. I originally wanted to apply to the military to take me back, but it's quite complicated. They don't come easily. After getting in the car, Dr. Zhao quickly said to Zhou Chen, "This is what we should do, and we are heading to the same destination. Please make yourself comfortable. We are setting off now." Zhou Chen knew what Dr. Zhao was thinking. She was merely concerned that it would be troublesome for him to take her back. After a brief exchange, Zhou Chen pressed the accelerator and drove off. After so many experiences, Zhou Chen had gained ample experience in charging out from zombies. So this time rushing out required little effort, and he easily drove away. To ensure a safer journey, we will take some more remote routes, but it may be a bit bumpy. Oh, I hope you can bear with it. Zhou Chen explained to Dr. Zhao about the possible situations they might encounter. After all, she had started examining the items in her hands as soon as she got in the car. Zhou Chen was somewhat unwilling to disturb Dr. Zhao. However, he had no choice, as the path was indeed bumpy. Fearing that Dr. Zhao might not be prepared, Zhou Chen made sure to inform her. "All right, just stay safe." Dr. Zhao looked up at Zhou Chen and replied before lowering her head again to examine her belongings, seemingly oblivious to the surrounding environment. While Dr. Zhao was unconcerned, Zhou Chen remained extremely vigilant. He could easily deal with ordinary zombies, but if they encountered a lava zombie, he had to be well prepared. If he wasn't prepared in advance, he might really suffer some consequences. Therefore, Zhou Chen focused entirely, not daring to be the slightest bit careless. Fortunately, the journey was relatively calm, and they were about to reach Province C. Zhou Chen was very clear that since the system had already assigned him a task, he should be able to reach Province C safely. At the very least, there shouldn't be any other tasks that would make him stop. Previously, his movements were quite slow, partly due to encounters with zombies and partly because he had tasks that halted him. While driving forward, Zhou Chen noticed that there was actually a train moving ahead. Seeing this, Zhou Chen was quite surprised, as these trains should have stopped functioning. He didn't expect that a train was still in motion. Some trains have already started moving. After all, many people have been trapped, and we must find a way to get them to a safer place. Dr. Zhao also noticed the train, and seeing Zhou Chen's confusion, immediately began to explain. Zhou Chen recalled that such events had occurred in his previous life, but they had encountered numerous troubles. However, fortunately, it seemed that there were no issues this time. Just as Zhou Chen was contemplating this, the train ahead actually derailed. After derailing, it scraped against the mountainside and flipped over. The train was entirely overturned, looking extremely dangerous. "Quick, let's go see if we can help them." Upon seeing the train derail, Dr. Zhao immediately thought that people might be injured, so she quickly urged Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen reacted quickly, driving the apocalyptic vehicle straight towards the derailed train. After reaching closer, he did not dare to get too close, as he was unsure if the train had completely stopped. After driving a distance and confirming that the train had entirely stopped and would not flip again, Zhou Chen finally parked the vehicle a bit further away. To ensure the safety of himself and Dr. Zhao, Zhou Chen took down his gun. Dr. Zhao hurriedly gathered all the medical supplies she could find and dashed over, ready to save people. The train was severely deformed, making it extremely difficult to rescue the trapped individuals. Zhou Chen and Dr. Zhao worked hard for a long time before finally finding a door that could be opened. Zhou Chen retrieved some tools from the car, and after much effort the two managed to pry open the car door just a crack. Fortunately, there was a collision with the train, otherwise opening this door would have been nearly impossible. Is there anyone inside? Hearing no response, Zhou Chen called out hoping for a reply. However, there was no answer from within, only the sounds of painful cries could be heard. Clearly the situation was very serious, but thankfully the people inside were still alive. You wait here, I'll go see if I can rescue anyone. The door was now above, so to find someone Zhou Chen had to jump down from this car door. Given Dr. Zhao's age, Zhou Chen was reluctant to let him go down alone, so he decided to check the situation himself. After jumping down, Zhou Chen discovered that the train carriage had suffered severe deformation, and many people lay scattered on the ground, all with serious injuries, and there was a significant amount of blood. With no time to waste, Zhou Chen searched for the nearest person, preparing to pull them up. The person's face was covered in blood, and Zhou Chen couldn't tell whose blood it was or where it was coming from. After a struggle, he finally managed to drag the person up exhausted and laid down beside them to rest. After all, lifting someone like this was quite troublesome, especially since the person was a very robust young man. Once the person was brought up, Dr. Zhao hurriedly began treating the young man, checking where he was bleeding from. After a thorough examination, it was found that the young man had a large gash on his forehead. Fortunately, it hadn't hit his brain, he was just bleeding quite a bit. After treating the young man, Zhou Chen had rested enough and prepared to continue rescuing another person. Although their situation was quite troublesome, they had no choice but to proceed saving as many people as they could. Zhou Chen was ready to go down again when the rescued young man opened his mouth as if to say something. Zombies. The young man's voice was weak and hoarse. Wait, don't go down yet. Despite its frailty, Dr. Zhao clearly heard what the young man said, quickly stopping Zhou Chen. What's wrong, Dr. Zhao? Zhou Chen asked, confused. You need to listen to what this young man is saying. He seems to be talking about zombies. Given the peculiar circumstances, they should be cautious, especially since the young man had mentioned zombies. Zhou Chen did not dare to delay and hurried over to listen to the situation. Both held their breath and listened. Indeed, they could hear the young man's hoarse voice mentioning zombies. This seems rather suspicious. Although Zhou Chen could not confirm the young man's words, he felt something was off. After all, a train derailment was not something that happened easily, yet here they were. Moreover, the young man was continuously emphasizing zombies. At this level of severity, the insistence on zombies suggested that they might have encountered them, leading to this outcome. Thus, Zhou Chen became more cautious, picking up his gun and loading it, scanning the surroundings for anything abnormal. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, with only Zhou Chen's breathing and heartbeat echoing in his ears. Zhou Chen dared not make a sound, fearing he might miss something. Sure enough, after careful listening, he heard the low growl of a zombie. Dr. Zhao, you need to hurry and find a way to get this young man out of here. It seems there are indeed zombies. I'll handle the situation here. Upon hearing the zombies growl, Zhou Chen became even more cautious, not daring to make a sound. Although Dr. Zhao was quite old, he was still in decent physical condition. After a difficult struggle, they managed to lift the young man, who gradually regained some consciousness and tried to walk on his own. In this situation, Dr. Zhao felt the pressure ease significantly as they both shakily made their way towards the doomsday vehicle. After seeing the two of them move a bit further away, Zhou Chen also prepared to follow. If everything went smoothly, he would join them in the doomsday vehicle. If any problems arose, he could deal with the zombies right away. Zhou Chen held his gun facing the train, cautiously stepping back. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he turned around to assist Dr. Zhao in getting the young man to the doomsday vehicle. Just as Zhou Chen turned around, a zombie crawled out of the train carriage and charged at him at high speed. Zhou Chen had been in a state of high tension, so he immediately heard the sound and turned without hesitation, shooting at the approaching zombie. With a painful howl, the zombie collapsed to the ground. Zhou Chen breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that he had remained vigilant, otherwise he might have been ambushed. As the first zombie fell, many others began to emerge from the other carriages. Zhou Chen fired his gun, trying to take down the horde, but their numbers were overwhelming. After firing a few shots, Zhou Chen realized the situation was dire. It was no longer something he could handle alone. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen rushed over to carry the young man down, preparing to return to the doomsday vehicle. If any problems arose, being left behind with Dr. Zhao would surely lead to trouble. So many zombies could not be dealt with by just his gun. He would need the strength of the doomsday vehicle. Zhou Chen hurriedly quickened his pace, handing the firearm to Dr. Zhao, who ran ahead, while assisting Zhou Chen in dealing with the zombies behind. Fortunately, Dr. Zhao had excellent physical fitness, so he was not much slower than Zhou Chen while dealing with the zombies. Zhou Chen couldn't help but sigh internally. If it were an ordinary elderly person, they would probably have panicked by now. After covering Dr. Zhao and the young man as they got into the vehicle, the zombies had already reached Zhou Chen's side, reaching out to grab him. Zhou Chen was immediately alarmed. If he were caught by the zombies, he would surely become one himself, especially since Dr. Zhao had yet to develop any effective medication. Feeling an overwhelming fear, Zhou Chen exerted all his strength and lunged into the apocalypse vehicle. The sound of tearing fabric followed, and then a gunshot rang out. Dr. Zhao shot and killed the zombie behind them just as the vehicle's door closed. Dr. Zhao, please check if I have been grabbed by a zombie. Zhou Chen had made it inside, but he was still quite anxious. If he had been caught, it would surely lead to serious trouble. Dr. Zhao hurried over to check Zhou Chen for any issues, and the three young women quickly gathered around. Everyone was deeply concerned about whether Zhou Chen had been grabbed by a zombie. After all, for those who relied on each other for survival, if one were to be caught, it would be a devastating blow to everyone. Fortunately, it's just a torn shirt and no serious issues. Dr. Zhao was also quite tense inside, but after thoroughly examining Zhou Chen's skin and finding no injuries, he felt much more relaxed. Hearing Dr. Zhao's words, Zhou Chen also felt a wave of relief. He collapsed onto the driver's seat, gasping for breath. It had indeed been perilous. If he had been directly caught by a zombie, it would have been game over, leaving no room for struggle. As for all the apocalypse vehicles and equipment, they would likely disappear from this world as well. Zhou Chen was still in a state of shock with various knocking sounds coming from outside. Zhou Chen checked the vehicle's radar system and saw that they were completely surrounded by zombies. All the zombies were frantically pounding on the vehicle, trying to break into the apocalypse vehicle. However, the quality of the apocalypse vehicle's steel was exceptional. It was impossible for these ordinary zombies to breach it. "I'm angry too," Zhou Chen said darkly, and the first thing he did after activating the apocalypse vehicle was to turn on its weapon system. In an instant, bullets rained down, and the zombies surrounding the apocalypse vehicle were wiped out completely, with over a dozen zombies collapsing to the ground. Zhou Chen pressed the accelerator, sending several more zombies flying, but he had no intention of letting this group of zombies off easily. After all, leaving these zombies here would be a disaster. Who knows how many people they would harm. It was better to eliminate this group of zombies directly. Thus, in this situation, Zhou Chen continued to operate the weapon system of the apocalypse vehicle without stopping. Now, the firepower of the apocalypse vehicle had reached a quite impressive level, sufficient to deal with these ordinary zombies. As a result, Zhou Chen quickly eradicated all the zombies within a short time while driving the apocalypse vehicle. Once there were no standing zombies left, Zhou Chen felt much better. What about the young man? Can he hold on until we reach Province C? After venting his concerns, Zhou Chen began to think about the young man's situation. After all, Zhou Chen was reluctant to bring the young man along. It would be somewhat inconvenient, and since the young man was injured, someone would need to take care of him. I'm afraid it won't work. The young man's injuries are very severe, and I have no medical equipment to treat him. He urgently needs a blood transfusion, and I have no way to help him. As he spoke about these matters, Dr. Zhao sighed helplessly. In that case, let's head to the nearest city. If we can find a human stronghold, there might still be hope for this young man. After pondering for a moment, Zhou Chen concluded that the only option was to go to the human stronghold. Although it might waste some time, there was no other choice. They couldn't just abandon the young man, especially since the young man had indeed helped him immensely. If he hadn't reminded Zhou Chen to enter the vehicle, he would likely have been infected by zombies by now. The nearest city is directly east of us, about 100 kilometers away. Zhang Jiayao quickly provided information about the nearest city. In that case, let's go to that place. With no other options, Zhou Chen decided to hurry and get the young man to the nearest city for treatment. Fortunately, this place wasn't too far away. Although Zhou Chen chose to take the mountain roads, the apocalypse vehicle was still very fast. In just half an hour, Zhou Chen arrived in that city. After the previous experience of driving the apocalypse vehicle into a zombie stronghold, Zhou Chen became very cautious this time, trying to confirm whether it was truly a human gathering place. However, without going in, no one could be sure, so Zhou Chen gritted his teeth and pressed the accelerator, driving directly in. Once he entered, Zhou Chen became cautious. After finally confirming it was indeed a human stronghold, he felt much more at ease. After a brief communication, it was basically confirmed that everything was fine on Zhou Chen's side, and they hurried to let him in. This is the human stronghold in City D, where the number of humans is still relatively large, and the facilities are quite complete. Thus, leaving the young man here for treatment is a very good decision. While it may not guarantee the young man a luxurious stay, at the very least, all the necessary amenities are available. After briefly explaining the situation to the people here, Zhou Chen returned directly to his apocalypse vehicle. Instead, Dr. Zhao became quite busy. It turned out that the local doctors were familiar with Dr. Zhao, and upon learning of his arrival, they began to collaborate on research regarding zombies. As a result, Dr. Zhao became so engrossed in the research that he completely forgot about himself. Zhou Chen felt helpless upon witnessing this. It seemed unlikely that Dr. Zhou would leave this place anytime soon. After confirming with Dr. Zhou multiple times, he decided to stay for 2 days to share research findings with the local doctors. With no other choice, Zhou Chen, who had the task of escorting Dr. Zhou, stayed as well. He was also curious to see how much the young man could recover. After all, if the young man did not regain consciousness, Zhou Chen was quite reluctant to leave. This young man could be considered his nominal savior. Ding dong. Task completed. Reward points 1. Just as Zhou Chen pondered these matters, he was surprised by the system notification, which indicated that his task had been completed. Hearing this prompt, Zhou Chen was somewhat perplexed. Logically, this task shouldn't have been so easy to complete. However, the system had already marked the task as completed. Zhou Chen was unsure of the specifics, but since the task was done, he decided not to dwell on it further. In the following days, Zhou Chen remained at this location, though he stayed inside the Apocalypse vehicle without stepping out. After all, Zhou Chen was merely accompanying Dr. Zhou and wanted to see how much the young man could recover. He did not intend to get too entangled with the local people. Every day, many people gathered around the Apocalypse vehicle wandering about. Zhou Chen felt helpless but had no recourse. After all, he had parked the vehicle here, so he couldn't prevent others from looking. Gradually, Zhou Chen became indifferent to this as the number of onlookers increased, and he began to adapt. Zhou Chen basically treated this group of people as if they did not exist. Fortunately, the windows of his Apocalypse vehicle were covered with curtains that were tightly sealed, not like traditional curtains, but more like an additional layer of glass. After covering all the windows, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease, out of sight, out of mind. Luckily, he had 3 girls in the vehicle to keep him company, and he began to play cards with them to pass the time. While preparing these things, Zhou Chen had already gotten the playing cards ready, he just hadn't had the opportunity to take them out until now. After all, during his previous life, Zhou Chen had hidden away in one place, feeling extremely bored with no entertainment options. So this time, while preparing for an escape, he made sure to bring the playing cards. Since using electronic devices was ultimately inconvenient, playing cards were much simpler and more practical. Just after playing a couple of rounds, there was a knocking sound from outside the Apocalypse vehicle. Although the group of people had been watching continuously, none dared to knock on the door. Zhou Chen was puzzled and walked over to open a window, and upon seeing Dr. Zhou, he quickly opened the door. "Are you done?" Dr. Zhou had been very busy these past few days and hardly paid attention to Zhou Chen's situation. Now that he had come to the Apocalypse vehicle, Zhou Chen suspected that Dr. Zhou must have finished his tasks. "No, there's a very urgent situation I need to discuss with you. The supplies here are running critically low, and that young man is in danger of not making it." The hospital indicated that if they could retrieve supplies from the main facility, there might still be hope. After a pause, Dr. Zhou quickly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. He understood that they simply wanted him to help retrieve some resources. "Don't worry, I've got this," Zhou Chen assured him without asking too many questions. Just moments ago, a system notification had appeared in Zhou Chen's mind, assigning him a new task to procure the necessary medicines from the hospital. Moreover, the reward for this task was also 1 point. It was precisely because he had received the task that Zhou Chen readily agreed. "Aren't you going to think it over?" Dr. Zhou was surprised by Zhou Chen's quick agreement. Saving lives is paramount. Zhou Chen merely stated this, and soon Dr. Zhou brought over the list of required medicines from the hospital. "This large list contains the essential medicines, and I've also prepared a smaller list of medicines that you might need later. I think we should stock some medicines in the vehicle. After all, we can't just make a trip for nothing and do so much work for them." As he spoke, Dr. Zhou handed Zhou Chen 2 lists, one large and one small. Seeing Dr. Zhou's considerate gesture, Zhou Chen couldn't help but smile. Dr. Zhou was quite good to him, even thinking about preparing some supplies for him. "Don't worry, there shouldn't be any issues. However, you should ask them to send a few people over, as I can't carry so many medicines by myself. It would be best to find a few clever young people." Though he was reluctant to interact with this group, there was no other option. After all, if Zhou Chen went alone, it would probably take an unreasonably long time. Having more people would enable them to gather all the medicines and return as quickly as possible. "Don't worry, you'll bring people over shortly, so choose quickly." Dr. Zhou agreed and hurriedly left. Not long after, a group of young people stood before the Apocalypse vehicle, standing very straight. Zhou Chen selected a few that caught his eye and led them onto the Apocalypse vehicle. The 3 girls also followed Dr. Zhou to another area to rest. In truth, it was acceptable to bring anyone along, but Zhou Chen still wanted to be selective. After all, he preferred to choose those who were pleasing to his eye, ideally ones who could follow his commands. If he ended up with a few who wouldn't listen, it would undoubtedly lead to a lot of trouble. Having stayed in this place for such a long time, if he took a few people out just to relax without helping him, that would indeed be quite problematic. Even worse, it could potentially attract a large number of zombies. "Let me warn you all in advance, you must listen carefully to the commands. If you don't, I can't guarantee your safe return to the human stronghold." Although Zhou Chen's words were harsh, they were painfully true. The situation outside was exceedingly complex, and one wrong move could lead to problems. Fortunately, the few young people currently seemed to be quite obedient, all nodding seriously. Under the guidance of one young man, Zhou Chen quickly drove the vehicle into the hospital. There was no crowd gathering at the hospital, so once the people inside were infected by zombies, the number of zombies there quickly diminished. This was a very good thing for them, as it saved them a lot of trouble from the very beginning. After finding a relatively safe spot to park the vehicle, he went inside with the young people all armed with guns. Fortunately, the storage area for medications was located in a first-floor warehouse. After confirming the location, Zhou Chen parked the Apocalypse vehicle beside the warehouse. However, the warehouse was quite large and very empty. No one knew whether there were zombies inside, so before entering, Zhou Chen emphasized to the people present to be cautious and careful. The individuals he brought along were responsible for moving the necessary items from the hospital, while Zhou Chen kept an eye on the surrounding situation and began searching for the medications he needed. After all, this was a list specifically prepared for him by Dr. Zhao, and if he guessed correctly, these medications should be very important. Thus, Zhou Chen dared not be the slightest bit careless, diligently searching for each medication. The medications brought by the young people were all placed directly into the Apocalypse vehicle, and Zhou Chen found the medications he needed, but he put them all into the storage space. This was also to distinguish them from the medications they brought. Similarly, Zhou Chen did not want this group of young people to know he had collected so many medications. After all, he had come out under the pretense of gathering medications for them. Although others couldn't take the supplies he stored here, if he took them for himself, this group would surely have some objections. Zhou Chen considered it best not to stir up unnecessary trouble. Soon he prepared a sufficient amount, while the young people continued moving the required medications. Zhou Chen finished preparing his side and stood beside the vehicle on guard. There should be no zombies in the warehouse, and while the young people were moving the medications, they had all set their guns aside. Thus, they were currently unguarded. Zhou Chen stood guard beside the Apocalypse vehicle, still fearing that zombies might appear in the vicinity. However, the more he feared, the more likely it was to happen. From a distance, Zhou Chen noticed a few zombies approaching from the supermarket, and they seemed to have already noticed him. Quickly move the items over. It looks like zombies are already coming. Zhou Chen quietly reminded the young people, for if they made any loud noises, it could easily attract the attention of other zombies. But ultimately, it was still a bit late. The zombies had clearly already noticed Zhou Chen and his group. A few zombies were sprinting towards them at an alarming speed. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen raised his gun and fired directly at the zombies. Soon the few zombies fell to the ground, but Zhou Chen quickly urged the young people to get into the vehicle. After all having already fired a gun, it wouldn't be long before other zombies would hear the noise and come over. If they didn't hurry to evade, they would likely be surrounded by zombies. Quickly, the young people climbed into the vehicle, and Zhou Chen hurriedly got in and drove away. While driving out, Zhou Chen had already noticed quite a few zombies. Fortunately, they were moving quickly and were not caught by the zombies. If they were really surrounded, it would likely waste a significant amount of time. It seems we are missing someone. Just as Zhou Chen was relieved to have gotten away, one person in the vehicle suddenly stated. Zhou Chen immediately slammed on the brakes. Quickly confirm if someone is really missing. Although he didn't know the specifics, if they were indeed down a person, it would be very troublesome. The person left behind would be in great danger, so Zhou Chen quickly stopped the vehicle to let the group check. We are indeed missing someone. Lao San didn't get on the vehicle. The leading young man quickly informed Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen helplessly shook his head, but quickly turned the vehicle around, preparing to go back into the hospital to retrieve him. Now a considerable number of zombies had gathered at the warehouse, which confirmed that Lao San was indeed inside. The warehouse door was still open, and it was very likely that zombies had already entered, meaning Lao San was facing immense danger and might have already been infected. However, Zhou Chen thought it would be better to go down and take a look. Activating the firepower system of the Apocalypse vehicle, Zhou Chen eliminated all the zombies outside the warehouse, disregarding the shock of the few people in the vehicle, and quickly urged them to grab their firearms and head down to check. Although the young people were quite surprised by the operation of carrying guns from the vehicle, they quickly came to their senses, grabbed their guns, and prepared to go down to rescue Lao San. Indeed, there were quite a number of zombies inside the warehouse. The group essentially maintained a huddle as they advanced inside. Gunshots rang out intermittently as zombies fell to the ground. Lao San, how are you doing? Zhou Chen urgently called out, wanting to inquire about Lao San's situation. I'm here. Quickly come save me, I'm in danger. Lao San's anxious voice came through, and Zhou Chen and the others dared not be careless, rushing over. Next, there was no sound from Lao San's side, only the occasional gunfire resonating in the air. Fortunately, Lao San had brought a gun when they left, otherwise it would have been difficult to imagine the severity of the situation. Zhou Chen and his companions dared not be careless, advancing cautiously towards Lao San's direction while remaining ever vigilant. After all, the lighting facilities in this warehouse were damaged, and although it was daytime, the illumination inside was not particularly good. Through a few small windows, they could only vaguely discern the items inside. If there were zombies lurking in the shadows, it would be quite difficult to find them. While cautiously guarding against zombies, Zhou Chen led several young people towards Lao San's direction. The sound of gunfire continued, and the zombies inside the warehouse kept falling, but the number of zombies far exceeded Zhou Chen's expectations. We must hurry. If we continue to delay, the situation on Lao San's side will likely worsen. Zhou Chen sensed that something was amiss. After calling out to the young people, he hurriedly moved quickly towards Lao San's location. All the zombies that emerged along the way were dealt with by their gunfire. After advancing for a distance, they indeed discovered a large group of zombies. The corners surrounded by that group should be where Lao San was. The gunfire continued until they had mostly cleared this batch of zombies. "How's it going? Is there any problem?" As they reached Lao San's side, Zhou Chen quickly asked about his condition. "I'm fine, but I just twisted my ankle and probably can't run anymore." Lao San forced a smile. However, it was already quite difficult to keep his life. Two young men went over to support Lao San, preparing to swiftly take him away from this place. The number of zombies outside had increased significantly. Zhou Chen and the others kept firing at the zombies in front of them, while also quickening their pace. However, the number of zombies was simply too overwhelming, and the warehouse space was very cramped. Even attempting to shoot the zombies required careful preparation, otherwise they risked accidentally harming their own people. "You should leave me here. If this continues, I doubt anyone will be able to escape." Lao San also recognized that something was off. The number of zombies here was simply too great, and his speed was too slow. Not only would this affect him, but it would also drag down the two others. The rest would naturally be unable to leave. Because of him alone, it was very likely that everyone would be stuck here. "If you have the strength for that, you might as well hurry up and speed up your pace." Zhou Chen quickly responded upon hearing Lao San's words. After all, leaving Lao San here at this time felt somewhat inappropriate. It was better to quickly find a way to get out. As the zombies ahead grew in number, the movements of the group became increasingly troublesome. Zhou Chen understood very well that the outside was likely completely surrounded by zombies. After their recent sprint, Lao San's leg injury had worsened. With every step, he grimaced in pain. With no other options, Lao San could only grit his teeth and follow Zhou Chen and the others as they prepared to exit. "I really can't go on, or if this continues, you all might have to stay behind." Lao San felt that this situation could not continue. If he delayed any longer, it was very likely that this group would not be able to escape. He could not let that happen. Thus, Lao San raised this issue once more. "You all must be careful of the zombies. Oh, just leave Lao San to me." After saying this, Zhou Chen immediately went over and lifted Lao San onto his back. He was not willing to abandon Lao San just yet. If he left Lao San here, Zhou Chen feared he would feel guilty for the rest of his life. The number of zombies continued to increase, and with Lao San on his back, his speed slowed considerably. The remaining few all stayed close to Zhou Chen, cautiously moving forward as they prepared to head towards the doomsday vehicle. However, this pace was simply too slow. There were several close calls where zombies nearly charged at them, but the quick reactions of the young people prevented any disasters. The current situation was extremely urgent. If one person were bitten by a zombie, their defensive formation would completely collapse. At that point, it would be difficult to regroup, and it was likely that more people would be captured by the zombies. Lao San was slumped on Zhou Chen's back. Although he kept firing, it ultimately lacked some effectiveness. They were missing a point of firepower, and their movement speed had slowed. The surrounding zombies only continued to grow in number. Zhou Chen furrowed his brows tightly. He needed to think of a way and could not continue to wait idly. "Really, just let me down. If this continues, none of you will survive. Put me down, or perhaps you all still have a glimmer of hope." Lao San had a higher vantage point, so he understood the situation better than anyone on the scene. The zombies outside were endless. If it weren't for the guns they had, which posed a certain threat to the zombies, they would have likely been overwhelmed already. "Shut up." Zhou Chen was also somewhat angry. However, he had no other choice. He knew Lao San was thinking of everyone. But the thought of abandoning Lao San was something Zhou Chen found difficult to accept. Therefore, he was also quite conflicted. Ultimately, Zhou Chen still felt he should take Lao San out. After all, Lao San was someone he had chosen and brought along. If he didn't bring Lao San back, he would never forgive himself. Bang! Another round of gunfire rang out, but this time no zombies fell. Zhou Chen felt a warmth on his back, followed closely by Lao San's gun dropping. "Lao San!" One person shouted in alarm. The expressions of the group were all quite complex. Zhou Chen was pressed against Lao San, who, although he did not turn around, he knew what had happened. It was indeed Lao San who had fired. He did not shoot at the zombies, but rather took his own life. Thinking of 1,000 possible outcomes, Zhou Chen truly did not expect such a situation. He never imagined that the third brother would choose to take his own life. In an instant, tears filled Zhou Chen's eyes. The others were not in a much better state. Watching their fallen comrade die beside them left each of them with a complicated mix of emotions. Moreover, everyone knew deep down that the third brother's death was inextricably linked to each of them. Kill. Zhou Chen picked up the gun that the third brother had dropped and unleashed a frenzied barrage at the zombies ahead. It wasn't until the gun ran out of bullets that Zhou Chen's emotions began to settle somewhat. Although the others were also deeply saddened, they did not display their grief as Zhou Chen did. After all, if everyone had used up all their bullets, they too would likely be here accompanying the third brother. The third brother sacrificed himself so that these few could escape safely. If these few could not escape safely, the third brother's spirit would surely not rest in peace. Once Zhou Chen had emptied the gun of its bullets, he gradually felt calmer. Let's go leave this place. After the third brother's suicide, the group's speed noticeably increased. Although there were still many zombies outside, it wasn't particularly easy for them to block the few of them, especially since they were all armed. The closer they got to the outside, the more zombies there were. As the number of zombies reached a critical point, Zhou Chen and the others found their movements becoming increasingly difficult, risking being overwhelmed by the approaching horde. As they struggled to move outside, just when the zombies were about to rush at them, Zhou Chen finally established contact with the Doomsday vehicle. Without hesitation, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the Doomsday vehicle. In an instant, bullets rained down and large groups of zombies fell before Zhou Chen. Moreover, the firepower system of the Doomsday vehicle was extremely accurate, with each bullet hitting its target precisely, not wasting a single shot. There was no need to worry about these bullets hitting themselves. That was simply impossible. With the firepower of the Doomsday vehicle covering them, Zhou Chen hurriedly advanced towards the vehicle. The other young people were clearly a bit taken aback. They had originally thought this was just a modified RV. It appeared to be quite sturdy, but they had not expected that this RV was actually equipped with firearms. Furthermore, it could automatically aim and fire. This left the group genuinely startled. Although zombies had emerged in this world, making anything seem possible, the sight of such a miraculous vehicle still left the young people somewhat bewildered. What are you still dazed for? Hurry up and get in the car. Seeing the young people in a stupor, Zhou Chen quickly reminded them. Prompted by Zhou Chen, the young people hurriedly got into the vehicle. With the firepower system of the Doomsday vehicle providing cover, Zhou Chen pressed the accelerator and charged straight out of the hospital. Not daring to stop for even a moment, they arrived at the human stronghold. There were designated people responsible for unloading the supplies from the vehicle, but Zhou Chen and the few young people he brought were clearly somewhat distracted. After today's events, Zhou Chen felt quite uncomfortable. He had helplessly watched a comrade left behind, feeling utterly powerless. No, we must bring the third brother back. After careful consideration, Zhou Chen finally spoke. You're right, we must retrieve the third brother. In the end, we owe it to the third brother. Yes, we must go and bring the third brother back. After Zhou Chen spoke, the young people responded in unison. Now go load up your bullets. We are going to fetch the third brother. After sending off the young people, Zhou Chen began to consider what he should do. After thinking for a moment, he decided to upgrade his firepower system. It seemed that in this situation, he needed the firepower system even more. So Zhou Chen directly upgraded the firepower system. Doomsday Vehicle Defense 11 Tire Upgrade 3100, Armor Upgrade 3100, Attack 5, Speed 5, Volume 11 Cubic Meters, Comfort 1, Energy, Gasoline, Electric Power, Solar Energy, Air, Energy, Mechanical Energy, Pedal, Special Water Navigation, Obstacle Clearing Upgrade Points, Available 0. Zhou Chen upgraded the firepower system, originally thinking that it would only require a few points, but he did not expect that upgrading the firepower system now required 2 points. Fortunately, he had saved 2 upgrade points before, and this time, he could use them all. After upgrading the firepower system, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease. Ding Dong Mission Acquired, Rescue the Third Brother, Reward Points 1, Special Kill 1000 Zombies, Reward Points 1. Zhou Chen closed his eyes to rest, preparing for the possible situations that might arise next. Unexpectedly, the system's prompt sound came again, and this time the mission aligned perfectly with his intentions. Zhou Chen had been considering whether he should clear the zombies in the hospital properly. However, with the system assigning him such a mission, he naturally would not hold back. At the same time, Zhou Chen noticed that after his attack level increased to 5, there were some changes in the attack system. The bullets he fired were no longer ordinary. They now had a slight explosive effect, possessing a far more terrifying lethality. Seeing the change in the bullets, Zhou Chen was greatly astonished. Although the slight explosive effect would not have a particularly significant impact on the lava zombies, it was indeed devastating to ordinary zombies. Moreover, in greater numbers, it would also pose a considerable threat to the lava zombies. Although he knew that once zombies mutated to a certain extent, ordinary missiles would no longer be a threat, seeing his weapon system achieve such upgrades made Zhou Chen quite happy. This meant that when zombies mutated, he would still have a way to control them. As the zombies continued to upgrade, his firepower system was also continuously evolving. If all went well, his firepower system should still be capable of handling the zombies' upgrades. Of course, all of this hinges on the premise that one can accomplish the tasks with utmost stability and receive the rewards. If one cannot smoothly complete the tasks to obtain the rewards, then subsequent upgrades are likely to become exceedingly slow. Zhou Chen also wanted to swiftly complete the tasks, but he found himself utterly without any means. After all, the emergence of tasks is not something he can decide. Sometimes tasks appear in quick succession, while at other times there may be long periods without any tasks. Nevertheless, new tasks have now emerged, and both of these tasks are quite suitable for him. Thus, Zhou Chen prepared to complete these two tasks first, and then hasten the upgrade of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle. The firepower system of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle offered Zhou Chen a glimmer of hope. Soon, several young individuals arrived, each equipped with exceptionally fine gear, especially spare magazines, bringing as many as they could. Since you are all ready, let's set off right away. After all the young people boarded the vehicle, Zhou Chen said this and pressed down on the accelerator. After circling a few times within the city, Zhou Chen quickly drove the vehicle back to the hospital. This time there were noticeably fewer zombies inside the hospital, as there were no humans left. Although there were significantly fewer zombies, Zhou Chen still cautiously parked the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle right next to the warehouse. There were still quite a few zombies inside the warehouse. Previously, because there was a human presence here, many zombies had gathered, and they had not completely dispersed yet. Zhou Chen quickly confirmed that there were no zombies nearby, before leading the young people out of the vehicle. Although there are fewer zombies now, we still need to be cautious. There should still be quite a few inside. After disembarking, Zhou Chen carefully reminded the young individuals. After all, Zhou Chen did not wish to see such a situation occur again. If anything were to happen to these young individuals, he would truly be at a loss. Given the previous incidents, the young individuals had become much more cautious, not rushing in directly, but instead carefully raising their guns as they entered. Indeed, there were quite a few zombies inside. As Zhou Chen and the others entered, the group of zombies quickly detected their presence and charged towards them. Zhou Chen and the others were exceedingly cautious. Upon seeing the zombies charge, they hesitated not even for a moment and directly opened fire to eliminate them. The gunfire rang out incessantly, with zombies falling to the ground continuously. Soon they reached the side of Lao San. The others stood guard while Zhou Chen carefully lifted Lao San onto his back once more. "Let's go, brother, I'll take you home now," Zhou Chen said, then once again allowed Lao San to climb onto his back, but this time it was not a living person but a cold corpse. This time going out became much simpler. There weren't too many zombies outside, and the group had an ample supply of ammunition. On the way out, they cleared all the zombies ahead. Successfully returning to the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle, Zhou Chen found a place for Lao San to lie down. After the group returned to the vehicle without a hitch, Zhou Chen adjusted the position of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle and directly activated its firepower system. Due to the presence of Zhou Chen and his group, many zombies had gathered here. This was precisely what Zhou Chen desired, as one of his tasks was to eliminate 1,000 zombies. If the number of zombies were to be low, he would have to search for them himself. Upon activating the firepower system of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle, bullets rained down, and this time the bullets also had an explosive effect. Soon the area around the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle was cleared. However, Zhou Chen did not intend to leave this place easily. After making a large circle around the hospital and eliminating all the zombies, he still showed no intention of leaving. "Aren't we leaving yet?" At this moment, one of the young men expressed some concern, as there were still many zombies around them, and they were still outside. If they were to exhaust all the bullets they had, returning would become exceedingly difficult. Even though this vehicle is formidable, it does not possess an infinite supply of ammunition. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Zhou Chen had been waiting for the system's notification sound, as he had yet to eliminate 1,000 zombies. Zhou Chen thought it best to seize this opportunity to complete the task directly, not intending to waste any more time. After waiting a while longer, Zhou Chen noticed that the number of zombies around seemed to have decreased significantly, so he drove the vehicle out. After all, the longer they stayed outside, the greater the danger. Although he still had the task of eliminating 1,000 zombies, he couldn't afford to take too many risks. Thus, Zhou Chen decided to change locations. There were still plenty of zombies wandering on the highway, and the firepower system of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle effortlessly handled the zombies on the road. The young people in the vehicle were unsure of what Zhou Chen was doing, but since he was taking action, there must be a reason behind it. Moreover, this vehicle belonged to Zhou Chen, so they didn't dare to say much. After wandering outside for a long time, Zhou Chen had finally killed quite a few zombies. Ding dong. Task completed. Reward points gained 1. The task to eliminate 1,000 zombies was completed, and Zhou Chen finally felt a sense of relief. This was not merely about completing a task. Perhaps it was more of an emotional release for Zhou Chen. After all, such a severe incident had occurred, with a vibrant life passing away on his back. It would be difficult for anyone to accept such a situation. After eliminating so many zombies, Zhou Chen felt somewhat better. This could also be seen as avenging Lao San. Let's find a place to bury Lao San. After some thought, he felt that bringing Lao San back to the human base camp might not serve any purpose. Ultimately, Lao San needed a proper burial. Since Zhou Chen was not particularly familiar with this area, he asked the young people in the vehicle, "Let me guide you." A young man sighed helplessly before speaking. Under the guidance of this young man, Zhou Chen quickly drove the car out of the city, arriving at the foot of a small hill after a moderately bumpy journey. This place used to have a particularly good environment, but after what happened before, it has turned into a desolation. I wonder if there will ever be a day it returns to its former beauty. A young man explained, "If that's the case, let's bury Lao San here. I believe that one day this place will regain its former beauty, and I hope Lao San can find joy here." Although Zhou Chen didn't know what this place looked like before, he trusted that the young individuals had chosen this location for a good reason. Zhou Chen had some tools in the car, and with the efforts of the young men, they finally buried Lao San here. After a simple ceremony, Zhou Chen and the young men got back in the car. After all, they couldn't stay here for long, as no one knew what unexpected situations might arise in this desolate place. Ding Dong task completed. Reward points earned 1. As Zhou Chen was preparing to leave, the system's notification indicated that this task was completed. However, this time Zhou Chen felt no joy in completing the task, as the cost of this mission was simply too great. Although he had little contact with Lao San, the things Lao San had done were enough to leave a lasting impression on Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen couldn't help but recall his past life, where deceit and treachery filled every aspect of life. Everyone fought for their own survival, yet no one was willing to sacrifice themselves. Once again encountering such a touching situation, Zhou Chen's heart could not find peace for a long time. After activating the autopilot function of the Apocalypse vehicle, he leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes to rest. He had no idea how much time had passed, but when he returned to the human base, Zhou Chen finally opened his eyes. After arranging for the young men to return, he remained in the car. When the knocking sound came again, Zhou Chen opened his eyes and got out of the car. Dr. Zhao had arrived. "Is there anything else, Dr. Zhao?" Surprised that Dr. Zhao had come again, Zhou Chen quickly asked, "The person you saved has awakened. You should go see him. He wants to meet you." Dr. Zhao said. Zhou Chen didn't dare to be slow, quickly getting out of the Apocalypse vehicle and following Dr. Zhao to the temporary hospital. The young man lay in bed, his face very pale and looking quite weak. However, at that moment the young man had already awakened. Zhou Chen hurried to the young man's bedside and greeted him. The young man had learned from Dr. Zhao that Zhou Chen was the one who saved him, so he was quite excited to see Zhou Chen. The two exchanged brief pleasantries. Then the young man began to recount what had happened to him. The young man's name was Zhao Fan. He had originally planned to relocate by train. However, something unexpected happened, and there were actually zombies on the train. In a short period, many people were infected, and by the time they realized it, it was already too late. The number of zombies had increased significantly. Fortunately, their carriage was positioned towards the back, so they did not suffer an attack from the zombies. Although it was unclear why the train derailed, Zhao Fan speculated that it was likely related to the zombies. It was very possible that there had been an issue with the train personnel, leading to a failure to address the problem in time, resulting in the derailment. The derailment itself was suspicious. Under normal circumstances, even without a driver, the train should be able to operate properly without derailing. As for what exactly happened, no one knew. After the derailment, everyone lost consciousness. When Zhao Fan woke up again, he was already in the hospital. The memories of that time were intermittent. "Just rest here and don't worry too much." After understanding the situation, Zhou Chen didn't inquire further. After all, this was not a good experience for Zhao Fan. It could even be considered a trauma. Thus, Zhou Chen chose not to press for more details. Moreover, asking too much wouldn't be of any use. The incident had already occurred, and Zhou Chen had no way to remedy it. After finishing his conversation with the young man, Zhou Chen returned directly to his Apocalypse vehicle. Dr. Zhao had no thoughts of leaving yet, so Zhou Chen stayed as well. After all, Zhou Chen wanted to ensure Dr. Zhao could leave this place safely. If Dr. Zhao needed to relocate later, it would be troublesome if Zhou Chen was not around, as he had no idea what kind of situations might arise. In the following days, whenever Zhou Chen had free time, he would go to check on Zhao Fan. After all, they had saved each other's lives. More importantly, Zhao Fan was unaware of the existence of Zhou Chen's Apocalypse vehicle. Therefore, during their interactions, Zhou Chen felt relatively relaxed. The two young men found they had quite a bit in common. During their free time, they reminisced about their previous beautiful lives and lamented the harshness of their current living conditions. After a few more days, the research results from Dr. Zhao had nearly concluded, and he was preparing to head to Province Z. They must have wasted a lot of time on the way, although there were many gains along the journey. However, more research results would still have to wait until they returned to Province Z to be resolved. "I'm about to leave this place for Province Z. You still need to continue receiving treatment, so I won't be taking you with me. If you wish to leave later, you can find me in Province C. Zhou Chen still felt a bit uneasy about Zhao Fan, so he made sure to mention this to him before leaving. However, there was no way to leave any contact information now, he could only find a way to connect with Zhao Fan after he arrived in Province C. Don't worry, once I'm better, I'll definitely come find you. Zhao Fan felt somewhat disappointed to hear Zhou Chen was leaving, but he couldn't ask Zhou Chen to stay. Thus, the two had such an agreement to meet again in Z Province in the future. After a brief tidying up, Zhou Chen and his companions prepared to head to Z Province. However, before leaving, Zhou Chen planned to stop by the supermarket to stock up on supplies. Although the food in his vehicle was still relatively sufficient, the water supply had become quite scarce. Although there was water in this place, the resources were ultimately not abundant. Moreover, Zhou Chen did not intend to waste their water resources here, as he still had ways to replenish his supplies. Currently, the water in the rivers outside had gradually become undrinkable as mutated species had begun to appear in the rivers. At present, the groundwater had not been contaminated, but it was estimated that it wouldn't take long for the situation with the groundwater to deteriorate as well. Therefore, Zhou Chen did not use the water from the human base and planned to check the supermarket for drinking water. After asking a young person about the largest supermarket in the area, Zhou Chen drove directly to that supermarket. Learning from previous experience, Zhou Chen did not drive directly into the supermarket, but instead circled around and parked in the warehouse of the supermarket. Supermarket warehouses generally store some items, which is certainly more convenient than searching directly inside the supermarket. Furthermore, the quantity would be significantly greater. Zhou Chen quickly found the supermarket's warehouse and soon located the drinking water area. After opening the storage compartment of his vehicle, he continuously transported water into it. Water occupies a significant amount of space, and before long the storage compartment was already filled without having collected much. Zhou Chen was not greedy. He was very clear that replenishing water resources was still relatively simple. After all, many resources in supermarkets had not been utilized by anyone. As time went on, replenishing water resources would become increasingly troublesome. This was because the resources stocked in these supermarkets were mostly emptied. It was uncertain whether the water outside could be purified later, otherwise water resources could potentially become a very serious issue. After transporting the water, just as Zhou Chen was about to get into the vehicle, he suddenly heard the roar of zombies outside. Upon hearing this sound, Zhou Chen couldn't help but curse. He was all too familiar with this sound. It was the roar of the lava zombie. From the very beginning, he had constantly encountered lava zombies, so Zhou Chen was exceptionally familiar with their sound. The sound of this type of zombie was much louder and more piercing than that of ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies had a very low and hoarse sound. After hearing this sound, Zhou Chen dared not delay for even a moment. He quickly got into the doomsday vehicle and pressed the gas pedal, preparing to flee. However, he did not expect that the lava zombie had already set its sights on him. Thus, after Zhou Chen maneuvered the doomsday vehicle out, the lava zombie began to pursue him. Zhou Chen felt a headache coming on. His luck seemed to be exceptionally good as he encountered lava zombies whenever he arrived at a new location. He truly did not know how to articulate this. It was as if someone had arranged it all. However, this was not the time to ponder such matters. Zhou Chen concentrated on driving, while keeping an eye on the movements of the lava zombie behind him. After all, this was in the city, and driving was inherently inconvenient. Furthermore, the sudden appearance of zombies caused many vehicles to be abandoned on the road, severely impacting traffic. Zhou Chen felt extremely anxious, but had no choice but to dodge the vehicles as best as he could. For those vehicles he could not avoid, he chose to crash through them. Although he could directly crash through those vehicles, his speed decreased significantly, causing the lava zombie behind to nearly catch up. With no other option, Zhou Chen had to activate the weapon system of the doomsday vehicle. Although firing at the lava zombies at this moment was essentially a waste, he had no alternatives. If he did not impede the lava zombie behind him, it would soon catch up. Indeed, the upgraded weapon was very effective. The bullets now had a small area of explosive effect. Every time a bullet hit the zombie, it caused the lava zombie to shudder. If it were an ordinary zombie, it would have been blown to pieces by now, but the lava zombie was still quite terrifying. It merely trembled under the explosions. A small number of bullets would certainly not cause significant damage to the lava zombie, but a larger number would undoubtedly have an effect. Essentially, in a very short time, hundreds of bullets were fired at the lava zombie. After being hit by so many bullets in succession, the lava zombie's speed ultimately slowed down. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhou Chen quickly controlled the doomsday vehicle to speed away. Fortunately, this area was relatively close to the outskirts. It didn't take long before the surrounding buildings significantly decreased and there were fewer vehicles on the road. Thus, the speed picked up dramatically. However, the lava zombie behind was still hot on his heels. Zhou Chen, unwilling to continue being chased by the lava zombie, chose to upgrade his speed. Doomsday Vehicle Defense 11 Tire Upgrade 3100 Armor Upgrade 3100 Attack 5 Speed 6 Volume 11 Cubic Meters Comfort 1 Energy Gasoline Electric Power Solar Power Air Power Mechanical Power Foot Pedal Special Water Navigation Obstacle Clearance Upgrade Points Available 0. This time the speed was upgraded to 6, but unfortunately it also consumed 2 upgrade points. Zhou Chen felt quite pained about his upgrade points. After all, if this continued, the upgrade points would only keep increasing. However, the points gained from completing tasks were only 1 or 2. If this continued, he didn't know how many tasks he would need to complete for an upgrade. However, Zhou Chen quickly dismissed this thought as it was not the time to consider so much. After the speed upgrade, he noticeably felt much faster. With the roads outside becoming much more spacious and fewer vehicles around, Zhou Chen quickly managed to shake off the pursuing lava zombie. After confirming the direction, Zhou Chen drove the apocalypse vehicle straight towards Province C. Along the way, he encountered quite a few zombies, but fortunately no significant problems arose. After all, the road chosen by Zhou Chen was one that had virtually no chance of encountering zombies. Even if some zombies appeared, their numbers would not be overwhelming. Zhou Chen swiftly dealt with those zombies. However, the journey was long, and while the number of zombies encountered was not particularly high, the frequency of encounters added up. Thus, throughout the journey, Zhou Chen had effectively eliminated several hundred zombies. Although it sounds like he had eliminated a significant number of zombies, in reality, it was still a minuscule fraction compared to the current zombie population. After all, the current human population was terrifyingly massive, and due to the meteorite, a large portion of people had already turned into zombies alongside the subsequent infections. Basically, 70 of humans had transformed into zombies. This was a truly horrifying figure. Moreover, the number of zombies was continuously increasing if a suitable method to suppress this situation was not found soon. It was likely that humanity could not hold out for much longer. Although Dr. Zhao was already working hard on it, Zhou Chen knew very well that this issue was not something that could be easily resolved. If it could be resolved so easily, he wouldn't have ended up in such a dire situation in his previous life. In his past life, although he initially did not recognize these issues, many remedial actions emerged later. However, by then it seemed too late. The number of zombies had reached a terrifying level, and the human living environment had become exceedingly worrisome. Dr. Zhao, please make sure to protect your own safety. After contemplating these matters, Zhou Chen felt compelled to remind Dr. Zhao. After all, Dr. Zhao appeared to be quite dedicated. If Zhou Chen didn't remind him casually, it was very likely that Dr. Zhao might overlook certain details. Although he was unsure about the relevance of Dr. Zhao's research to humanity, it was clear that Dr. Zhao had already contributed a great deal, and his intentions for humanity were undoubtedly good. Voices were intermittently transmitted from the car's radio. After all, they were still in a desolate area, so the sounds were not particularly clear. Occasionally 1 or 2 broadcasts could be heard. Nevertheless, this was a relatively positive development, as it finally allowed for some simple communication. Although it wasn't as convenient as before, it was certainly better than the chaotic state at the beginning of the apocalypse. Hearing the sounds of the broadcast brought an inexplicable sense of reassurance to Zhou Chen. At the very least, the government had begun to intervene in this matter and had already achieved certain results. If timely information dissemination wasn't possible, it could lead to dire consequences. It seems the current situation is not very good, although nothing was explicitly stated. I can sense it. Dr. Zhao couldn't help but sigh. After all, Dr. Zhao was from Province C and was relatively familiar with the situation there. The news being broadcasted did not contain any good tidings, which already indicated the gravity of the situation. In that case, let's hurry over and take a look. Zhou Chen was quite clear in his mind that Dr. Zhao should have achieved quite a bit this time, but the overall impact on the situation wouldn't be particularly significant. As for the extent of the impact, it was likely that they would have to wait for Dr. Zhao to return to his laboratory for a thorough analysis. After a long journey, Zhou Chen and his group finally arrived at Province C. From a distance, they could see a massive city ahead, which was the central city of Province C. This city was far larger than any they had encountered before. Province Z was one of the nation's economic powerhouses, so its central city had developed rapidly, far surpassing cities in other provinces. It was precisely due to its formidable economic strength that it could provide a place for humanity to survive in this apocalypse. They quickly reached the city's outskirts. After confirming that there were no issues, Zhou Chen drove the apocalypse vehicle inside. The central city still had a significant number of zombies, especially at the city's edge. Once Zhou Chen drove the apocalypse vehicle, and they soon encountered many zombies. However, Zhou Chen paid little mind to it. After all, he could easily deal with these ordinary zombies he encountered. As long as he didn't run into lava zombies, he could handle the current circumstances. Even if he couldn't fight, he could quickly leave the area. At present, he had become very fast. Even if these ordinary zombies were crazed, it would be quite impossible for them to catch up with him. Under Dr. Zhao's guidance, Zhou Chen navigated through the central city. They soon arrived at a vacant area devoid of zombies and humans alike. It was clear that this was a demarcation zone between humans and zombies. Although these zombies had lost all rationality, they still chose to maintain a certain distance from humans. After all, the weapons in human hands were not to be trifled with. One could even say that this empty area had been forcibly cleared. As they moved inward, they should reach the gathering place of humans. Indeed, after walking for a short, while they saw a tightly secured front line, it could be said that they hardly walked a few meters before encountering the guards on duty. A high wall had been built made from nearby materials, mostly consisting of abandoned vehicles. However, this was already effective in blocking the zombies, preventing them from rushing in from all directions. Soon, several young people armed with weapons rushed over, including several in military uniforms. A group of people surrounded Zhou Chen's apocalypse vehicle. Dr. Zhao, I think you should handle the next steps. It seems my words hold little weight. Zhou Chen waved his hand, helplessly speaking to Dr. Zhao. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Dr. Zhao immediately grasped the situation. After all, speaking here, where Zhou Chen held no authority, was futile. Don't worry, I'll handle this. Dr. Zhao nodded in agreement, hurriedly disembarked, approached the on-duty personnel, exchanged brief greetings, introduced himself, and presented his official credentials. Ah, you're Dr. Zhao. Please come right in. After verifying the documents, the officer in charge was visibly astonished and promptly ushered Dr. Zhao inside. Having settled matters with the gate personnel, Dr. Zhao rushed back to the apocalypse vehicle. It's done. We can go in now. Dr. Zhao added calmly. Zhou Chen instantly pressed the accelerator, surging forward through the gate. That vehicle looks extraordinarily formidable. Daring to drive it openly outside at a time like this, surely he must be exceptional. If I'm not mistaken, it's at least a 12-cylinder engine. What remains unsaid goes without saying. Clearly he's a man of means. Once Zhou Chen had departed, the guards began murmuring among themselves about his apocalypse vehicle. Zhou Chen paid them no mind. His sole focus was delivering Dr. Zhao safely and securing his own place within this sanctuary. Though he had spent years surviving here in his previous life, his knowledge of the city remained scant. He'd spent that entire time hiding from zombies inside a prison. In truth, this was his first true arrival in the city. Guided by Dr. Zhao, he swiftly delivered him to the designated research institute. The institute bristled with heavy security, a clear sign its occupants wielded extraordinary influence, perhaps even shaping the course of the present crisis. Here are the keys to my apartment. I won't be returning there anytime soon. Since you'll need shelter, consider it yours. As he prepared to depart, Dr. Zhao handed Zhou Chen a set of keys. That seems inappropriate. I couldn't possibly accept your home. We'll find our own accommodations. After brief reflection, Zhou Chen still felt uneasy about accepting such generosity. In times like these, where else would you even begin searching for housing? Stay in my place. Do me the favor of guarding it while you're at it. Otherwise, who knows what condition it might fall into. Dr. Zhao clapped Zhou Chen firmly on the shoulder, speaking with quiet sincerity. In that case, thank you. Zhou Chen expressed his gratitude. Dr. Zhao then gave precise directions to his residence. Though unfamiliar with the area, Zhou Chen knew he could locate it without difficulty. Stepping outside, he noticed pedestrians moving along the streets, evidence that life here remained surprisingly stable. Though resource scarcity loomed, humanity's sphere of activity had expanded considerably, yet most people still remained sequestered indoors. Given the unpredictability of the world beyond, no one dared venture out carelessly. Soon Zhou Chen located Dr. Zhao's residential complex and drove straight in. The complex stood largely abandoned, unmanaged, and silent. Zhou Chen circled once before parking in a secluded spot. Dr. Zhao's building lay tucked away in a remote corner. So Zhou Chen parked deep within that quiet, forgotten corner, where his vehicle would draw no attention, for few ever wandered there, and fewer still would pass by. Ascending the stairwell, he found Dr. Zhao's apartment, unlocked the door, and stepped inside. Though modest in size, the apartment contained 3 bedrooms. Each of the 3 young women claimed one, while Zhou Chen chose to sleep on the living room sofa. After all, it would have been improper to ask any 2 of them to share a room. Even though Jiang Linlin and Ting Ting were cousins, they hadn't seen each other in years. Cohabiting would only invite awkwardness. Zhou Chen assigned each woman her own bedroom and settled into the living room. After a quick tidy-up, he carried up provisions from the apocalypse vehicle. These supplies would sustain him for quite some time. He resolved to rest here for 2 days, then begin searching for their parents. Zhang Jiayao's and Jiang Linlin's parents were still in the city. He had made his warning unmistakably clear, but whether they heeded his words remained uncertain. They decided to clean the apartment first. After all, it hadn't been occupied in a long while and dust had settled thickly. Hardly had they begun when a sharp knock echoed at the door. Zhou Chen frowned. Could Dr. Zhao have returned so soon? Just as he moved toward the door, a system chime sounded once more. Ding. Quest acquired. Discipline the hoodlum. Reward 1 point. The sudden notification left Zhou Chen momentarily bewildered, yet the knocking persisted. So he set aside the quest and turned his attention to whoever stood outside. Peering through the peephole, he saw a young man with dyed yellow hair and an array of ostentatious ear piercings. His face bore a sneering, contemptuous expression, the very portrait of a petty thug. Zhou Chen suddenly understood the quest's purpose. Unless fate played a cruel trick, the hoodlum standing before his door was precisely whom he was meant to discipline. Without hesitation, he flung the door open. "You." The thug barely uttered a syllable before Zhou Chen drove a devastating kick squarely into his chest. Caught utterly off guard, the youth flew backward, slamming hard against the wall behind him. "Do you wish to die, boy?" Grunting through pain, the thug staggered upright and pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Chen, furious defiant. Zhou Chen seized the opening, he lunged forward and gripped the outstretched finger, then wrenched it backward, sharply. Agony exploded through the thug's arm. He shrieked, begging for mercy, voice raw with terror. The little thug kept begging for mercy, but Zhou Chen had no intention of letting him off easily, as the system's task was to teach this little thug a proper lesson. Zhou Chen unleashed a flurry of punches and kicks on the little thug. After all, Zhou Chen dared to grapple with zombies, let alone such a little thug. Especially since the little thug's strength seemed rather lacking, he displayed virtually no resistance against Zhou Chen's assaults. In a very short period, Zhou Chen easily pinned the little thug to the ground. At that moment, the system notification chimed in, signaling that he had successfully completed the task. Although he had completed the task smoothly, Zhou Chen still couldn't understand why he had suddenly been assigned such a task. "So what brings you here?" Zhou Chen finally remembered to ask the little thug what he wanted. After all, the little thug had knocked on the door earlier, indicating he had some intentions. "I can tell you quite clearly that you are finished. Do you know where you are? How dare you come in here without our permission?" The little thug arrogantly remarked, seemingly forgetting who had just beaten him. Upon hearing the little thug's words, Zhou Chen felt puzzled and couldn't figure out what was going on. "This house was handed to me by someone who personally gave me the key. It has nothing to do with you." Though he suspected the little thug might be trying to deceive him, Zhou Chen still spoke up. "To be honest, this neighborhood already belongs to our boss. No one gets to decide anything here. To live here, you must obtain our boss' permission." The little thug declared arrogantly, as if every house here belonged to him. Zhou Chen was confused and couldn't understand the situation, but since the little thug had already said that he thought he could have some fun. "In that case, tell me how I can get your boss' permission. I really want to stay here." Zhou Chen was intrigued. Having been in a lull for so long without anything interesting happening, he was eager to find some excitement. The little thug was quite entertaining, and Zhou Chen was curious to see what kind of person his boss was. At that moment, 3 girls from inside the house also heard the commotion and came over. After all, Zhou Chen had been standing at the door for quite a while, and the 3 girls were afraid something unexpected might happen. Upon seeing the 3 girls, the little thug was momentarily stunned. After all 3 were very beautiful, and each had a distinct style. In an instant, they captured the little thug's attention. Especially now, with the human population drastically reduced, the number of girls was already very low, particularly those as beautiful as these. "If you want to stay, that's fine, but you'll need to exchange something for it. You know, money isn't the most important thing anymore. If you can bring some supplies, that would be great. But if you want to exchange these 3 girls for it, I would be very pleased, and I believe my boss would be too." The little thug finally revealed his true nature, a lewd expression crossing his face. Though Zhou Chen did not show it, he was extremely angry inside. After all, Zhang Jiayao was a goddess in his heart, and the other 2 girls were ones he had personally saved, holding significant emotional ties. He would never allow this little thug to insult them. "You 3 go inside first, I need to talk to him for a moment." Zhou Chen turned to the 3 girls behind him and said, and once they entered, he closed the door. "So what do you think? Do you find this deal worthwhile?" Seeing Zhou Chen send the 3 girls into the room, the little thug thought Zhou Chen was ready to agree, and he excitedly exclaimed, "I think it might not be a good deal." Zhou Chen replied darkly as he walked towards the little thug. The little thug seemed to sense something was off, especially with Zhou Chen's expression, which made him feel uneasy, as if something bad was about to happen. Thus the little thug instinctively retreated a few steps, bumping into the wall behind him. "What do you want?" The little thug finally couldn't hold back, stammering, "I came to discuss that deal with you." Zhou Chen replied and advanced towards the little thug. The little thug had just been beaten and was now a bit incapacitated. Seeing Zhou Chen approach, he hurriedly thought of escaping. But how could Zhou Chen allow such an opportunity for the little thug? Though unsure of what the little thug's boss was like, it was clear from the little thug himself that the boss was likely not a good person. Zhou Chen moved directly towards the little thug, and after grabbing him, he taught him another lesson. After being taught a lesson again, the little thug had blood at the corners of his mouth and found it even more difficult to move. "I've given you a chance. I hope I don't see you again, otherwise you won't be so lucky next time." Although the little thug's words were quite unpleasant, Zhou Chen didn't see himself as a killer. He only intended to teach the little thug a lesson not to kill him. After all, every living person might represent the hope of humanity. Zhou Chen didn't want to inadvertently extinguish humanity's hope. Although he felt that this little thug was somewhat insufferable after being taught a lesson, the little thug quickly fled, knowing that staying any longer could lead to another beating. Watching the little thug hurriedly slip away, Zhou Chen knew that this matter wouldn't end so easily. Zhou Chen had witnessed such incidents countless times. It was only a matter of time before the thug's boss arrived to confront him. Zhou Chen felt no fear. On the contrary, he eagerly anticipated meeting their leader. Merely subduing this petty thug would not suffice. True resolution demanded eradication. In his heart, Zhou Chen remained resolute. Root and branch must be severed. Under current circumstances, men like this were little more than blights upon society. To leave them unaddressed would be deeply inappropriate. Though his capacity for grand action remained limited, eliminating such minor threats lay well within his reach. It was in its own modest way a contribution to humanity. After tidying up thoroughly at Dr. Zhao's residence, he prepared a proper meal, using supplies stored in his apocalyptic vehicle. Savoring steaming hot food once more stirred profound emotion within Zhou Chen. He had cooked several times inside the vehicle before, but the experience lacked authenticity, a subtle yet undeniable absence. After all, dining inside a vehicle bore no resemblance to sitting down at home. Now seated once again at a domestic table, even if not his own, the comfort was palpable, profoundly restorative. Before the meal had progressed far, a sharp, impatient knocking echoed from beyond the door. At the sound, Zhou Chen instantly grasped the situation. Most likely the same thug had returned, and this time accompanied by his superior. It seems today's meal won't be enjoyed in peace. You stay and eat. I'll deal with this lot outside. Zhou Chen sighed wearily, set down his chopsticks, and stepped out. That persistent grating knock had already soured his mood. What had begun as calm composure now curdled into sharp irritation. Zhou Chen flung the door open to find a cluster of figures gathered before him, the same thug standing among them. This time, however, the thug stood markedly farther back, clearly deferring to someone of far greater authority positioned ahead of him. What is it? Zhou Chen feigned ignorance. What have you done? You surely know that yourself. Still playing dumb at a time like this. The thug spat, seething with fury. He bore grievous injuries from the earlier beating, and Zhou Chen's denial now struck him as an unbearable insult. Oh, it's you. So I gave you a thrashing. Now you've brought reinforcements. Zhou Chen affected sudden recognition. The gesture alone enraged the thug beyond restraint. Don't you think your actions demand retribution? A burly man stepped forward, yet even at a glance he appeared merely a subordinate, unlikely to be their true leader. For the boss himself to intervene over such triviality would be a grave loss of face. I understand what's on your minds. This corridor is too narrow. We'll settle this downstairs. With that, Zhou Chen shut the door firmly and led the group downward. He deliberately walked far toward his apocalyptic vehicle, only halting once he regained full control over it. So, how do you intend to resolve this? Zhou Chen spoke with brazen nonchalance, as though dismissing them entirely, a provocation that instantly frayed their nerves. You struck my brother. There is only one path forward for you, death. In this fractured world, lawlessness reigned. Authorities turned a blind eye to such thugs. All organized forces focused solely on defending against the undead. Unless their crimes crossed egregious thresholds, no one intervened. In such a world, killing had ceased to horrify. It emboldened them, inflating their arrogance to dangerous heights. If that's your stance, then this grows tedious. Besides, do you truly believe you can kill me? Zhou Chen smiled faintly at the burly youth. Whether I can kill you isn't for you to decide. With those words, the young man advanced several steps. It was unmistakably a threat, yet Zhou Chen stood unshaken. His apocalyptic vehicle stood at his side, a silent, lethal sentinel. He now commanded its weapons systems fully, capable of unleashing devastating fire at will. Thus Zhou Chen felt no anxiety, not even a flicker. He awaited their performance with detached, almost theatrical curiosity. Then by all means, show me. Zhou Chen smiled again, his gaze dismissive, utterly contemptuous. Repeated mockery finally broke the youth's restraint. Snatching a massive cleaver from a companion, he raised it high and charged. It was no ordinary blade. One strike would almost certainly prove fatal. Even survival would mean catastrophic, life-shattering injury, perhaps worse than death itself. Zhou Chen stood motionless, eyes fixed ahead, as if the weapon did not exist. The other thugs, mistaking stillness for terror, erupted into jeering laughter. As the burly youth lunged forward, gunfire cracked sharply through the air. He collapsed instantly onto the ground. Blood gushed forth. Thanks to recent upgrades to the vehicle's armament, the round detonated on impact, transforming a bullet into an explosive charge. A grotesque, fist-sized cavity exploded through his chest, piercing front to back, horrifyingly translucent. Crimson welled ceaselessly onto the pavement, unstoppable, relentless. Suddenly the situation shifted dramatically, startling the gang of thugs beyond measure. None had anticipated such an outcome. They never imagined anyone would fire a gun, and even more alarmingly, they remained utterly unable to identify either the shooter or the location of the shot. To them, this was profoundly terrifying. An unseen enemy loomed somewhere in the shadows, and death could strike at any moment. Swift, silent, and inexplicable. Panic surged through the group, yet not a single one dared to flee. No one knew what might happen next. Turning away could mean instant fatal betrayal. What rotten luck? I hadn't even begun disciplining your boss before I was gunned down. Perhaps you'd best haul him away now before this spectacle grows any more humiliating. Zhou Chen spoke sharply to the thugs. After what had just transpired, his voice carried chilling, unassailable authority. At his words, the thugs scrambled without hesitation toward the burly man, hoisting him up as if handling fragile, volatile cargo. Don't forget to wipe the bloodstains from the floor. It's rather unsightly. Zhou Chen added coldly. The remaining thugs, desperate to comply, tore off their own shirts and scrubbed frantically at the floor. Their garments shredded entirely before the stains were finally smudged into near invisibility. Enough. Be off now. If you're so idle, go guard the perimeter against zombies instead of lingering here, causing trouble. Zhou Chen dismissed them. Clearly the incident had shattered their composure and left deep psychological scars. The thugs nodded frantically and hastily dragged away the lifeless, massive figure. Only for Zhou Chen to call out, I told them to leave, but never said you could. Seeing the young thug attempt to slip away, Zhou Chen strode forward, seized him by the arm, and held him fast. The grip alone buckled the thug's knees. He collapsed instantly, trembling, his body collapsing into abject submission. Brother, spare me. I truly failed to recognize a mountain when I saw one. After all, that hulking man had been fearsome, yet he'd been pierced clean through and violently ruptured by a single bullet. The thug possessed enough self-awareness to know he stood no chance against gunfire, and offending this youth would surely end in agonizing death. In such dire straits, pride dissolved, survival demanded utter humility. No face-saving, no pretense. Only raw, unvarnished supplication. We're old acquaintances. No need for formalities. I've detained you solely to discuss your boss. Zhou Chen still intended to question the thug about his leader. After all, the man who'd arrived earlier clearly wasn't the true boss. Ask anything. I'll tell you everything. Relieved it was merely interrogation, the thug hurriedly agreed. At that moment, his life mattered infinitely more than loyalty. What harm could revealing his boss's secrets possibly do? Interrogating you piece by piece is tedious. Instead, bring your boss here yourself. I'll speak with him directly. Zhou Chen reconsidered. Painstaking questioning would be inefficient, and the thug likely knew little anyway. Better then to summon the so-called boss outright. If he proved excessively dangerous, Zhou Chen wouldn't hesitate to eliminate him. After all, should this boss threaten humanity itself, mercy would be neither warranted nor granted. That may prove difficult. My boss isn't summoned on whim, and certainly not by me. The thug's face paled at Zhou Chen's demand. The boss was no common underling, but a figure shrouded in formidable authority. Two choices: bring him, or share the same fate as the man lying there. Choose now. Zhou Chen offered no further debate, only stark, irrevocable alternatives. The second option was indistinguishable from execution. I'll try. Defeated and resigned, the thug acquiesced, his voice hollow with reluctant compliance. Let me make this unequivocal. I killed him silently, and I can kill you just as quietly. Consider that carefully. Zhou Chen emphasized the warning deliberately. Its weight was vital to maintaining absolute dominance over the shaken thug. His claim of tracking the thug anytime was mere psychological warfare. Though few remained in the area, locating one specific thug would in truth be no simple task. Zhou Chen wielded intimidation as a tool, not truth, but calculated pressure. Yet the thug believed it utterly. The earlier killing had been unervingly spectral. No one understood how it occurred, and that mystery bred profound dread. Yes, I understand. I understand completely. The thug stammered immediate assent, too terrified to utter another word. This man was terrifying, killing without trace, vanishing without sound. His threats carried lethal credibility. Under that crushing pressure, the thug finally yielded. With terse final instructions, Zhou Chen released him. They agreed the thug would return to this very spot with his boss. Once arrangements were settled, Zhou Chen departed, returning home to resume his meal. The three young women naturally asked questions, but Zhou Chen deflected them with a casual, plausible excuse. After all, it was getting late, so Zhou Chen did not set the appointment for today, but rather for tomorrow. After a simple meal, the few of them went straight to rest. Although Zhou Chen was sleeping on the sofa in the living room, he felt quite comfortable. No matter how comfortable the vehicle of the apocalypse was, it could not compare to being at home. At least in this house, he felt particularly at ease. Zhou Chen slept very soundly that night, and when he woke up the next day, it was already 10 in the morning. The three girls had already gotten up early and prepared breakfast. Zhou Chen smiled awkwardly and quickly got out of bed to eat. As noon approached, there was another knock at the door which made the girls feel a bit worried. After a day filled with knocking, they had all changed a little. Don't worry, just stay in the house. I have some matters to attend to, Zhou Chen quickly told the three girls before turning and leaving. As soon as he stepped outside, he saw the little hoodlum, but there was no one else with him. What's going on? Wasn't it agreed that your boss would come? Why did you come alone without bringing your boss? Zhou Chen asked, puzzled as he looked around and saw no one. Fei Gu is already waiting for you downstairs at the same spot as yesterday, the little hoodlum said nervously. Zhou Chen thought that this person named Fei Gu must be the leader of their group. It seemed he had to teach this Fei Gu a good lesson, as he was rather arrogant. Zhou Chen didn't think too much and followed the little hoodlum downstairs. Once downstairs, they arrived at the same place as yesterday. At that moment, Zhou Chen noticed that many people had gathered at yesterday's spot, even more than the day before. These people all looked like hoodlums, but one person stood out, appearing to be a wealthy second generation. Seeing this person who looked like a rich kid, Zhou Chen felt a bit puzzled. After all, under such circumstances, there shouldn't be such a concept. Money had long since become something dispensable, so, in such a situation, the term wealthy second generation seemed somewhat inaccurate. However, that young man indeed looked like a wealthy second generation, dressed in luxurious and elegant clothing. Although Zhou Chen did not know what brand the clothes were, he could tell they were quite expensive. This is our boss Fei Gu, the little hoodlum quickly informed Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen then walked towards the Fei Gu, who looked like a wealthy second generation. What do you have to say? Shouldn't you give me an explanation for what happened below? Zhou Chen spoke directly. What don't you understand? Don't you know what you've done? My men have already died at your hands. What else do you want? Fei Gu said, feeling quite helpless. Although he didn't know what this young man wanted by calling him over, it certainly wasn't a good thing. After all, his men had died in a very strange manner. After all, your men have disturbed my life, and I really want to know why this place has become your territory. Zhou Chen directly expressed his thoughts. What does it matter to you whether this is my place or not? I took this house solely by relying on my own strength. I can temporarily let you go regarding your house, but the matter of killing my brother cannot be so easily resolved. Fei Gu initially did not intend to take this matter too seriously, as losing a subordinate did not significantly impact him. However, the situation now seemed a bit off. The person in front of him was acting too arrogantly. Not only did he fail to provide an explanation, but he also dared to demand compensation, which was simply too excessive. The remaining subordinates were equally furious. However, the group of people who had been involved in the incident with the burly man yesterday did not have anyone willing to come forward. Yesterday's event had indeed left a significant impact on them, so under such circumstances these young people dared not approach. Those who came were all unfamiliar faces. If it weren't for the lack of options, the little hoodlum wouldn't have wanted to come. But with no other choice, the little hoodlum could only follow along. Since that's the case, I will tell you the truth. I came out today to teach you a good lesson. Zhou Chen felt that there was no need to continue hiding too much of being stunned in such a society. He had no intention of beating around the bush. Do you understand what consequences you will have to bear for speaking like that? Fei Gu looked quite angry and pointed at Zhou Chen, saying this with fury. As soon as Fei Gu finished speaking, the group of little hoodlums under him also spoke arrogantly. After all, this group of hoodlums had not experienced much, so they did not feel fear when facing Zhou Chen. Only the little hoodlum who had shown up initially felt very anxious. He had no idea what kind of situation would unfold next. Thus, in such a situation, the little hoodlum could only try to hide in a corner, preparing to find an opportunity to escape. What kind of consequences could there be? Do you think you can cause me any harm? Zhou Chen said arrogantly at that moment. After all, Zhou Chen was very clear that even if this group had some firearms, it shouldn't be much. Moreover, he was right next to the vehicle of the apocalypse. If any danger arose, he could have it attack immediately. Thus, there was no need to worry about his safety. He could take this opportunity to educate these little hoodlums properly. In that case, I must make you pay a certain price. Fei Gu spoke with brazen arrogance, then promptly drew a handgun from his pocket. The moment Fei Gu produced his firearms, several of his underlings also brandished handguns, though their numbers remained limited. At that instant, Zhou Chen grasped why Fei Gu carried himself with such unbridled audacity. He possessed a gun. Moreover, his gang members were similarly armed. This arsenal alone explained their swaggering confidence. Those dwelling here, Zhou Chen surmised, were certainly no ordinary folk. An ordinary person would long since have buckled beneath such relentless intimidation. Kneel and beg for mercy now. It may still spare your life. Fei Gu leveled his pistol at Zhou Chen's temple and declared, voice dripping with contempt. Do you truly believe that possible? Though if you do kneel and plead before me now, there remains a sliver of possibility. Amid this peril, Zhou Chen remained utterly unruffled. Perhaps you've been stunned into silence. Then allow me to end you swiftly before ascending to reunite with my 3 dear sisters for a leisurely reunion. As he spoke of the 3 girls upstairs, Fei Ji's leer turned lewd. Zhou Chen had felt little ire until that moment. The mention of those 3 girls ignited a furnace of fury within him. Indeed, escorting 3 young women through such chaos was no simple matter. In this lawless era, they were dangerously vulnerable to predation. Should these villains encounter them, who could fathom the horrors awaiting those girls? I had granted you a thread of salvation, intending only to chastise you soundly. But given your insolence, you no longer merit lingering in this world. With those words, Zhou Chen activated the apocalyptic vehicle's armament system, not firing directly at Fei Gu, but striking one of his henchmen beside him. That henchman too held a handgun. A single gunshot cracked the air, and his chest erupted in a gaping, perforated wound. The blast tore a grotesque, fist-sized cavity straight through his torso. Who fired? Without my order, dare you court death? Fei Gu roared, incensed. Ammunition was scarce, his own reserves meager, and every round counted. In such dire straits, restraint was paramount. Gunfire was reserved solely for emergencies. A single bullet might mean the difference between life and death when confronting zombies. This handgun was his lifeline. Yet his men had squandered precious ammunition, sparking white-hot rage. Not us. It was him. A trembling subordinate stammered, having just witnessed his comrade collapse, riddled with catastrophic injury. If not you, then am I the one who fired? Fei Gu snarled, whirling around, only to see his fallen underling sprawled on the ground. The man's chest cavity was obliterated, a wound no standard handgun could inflict. Unless fate intervened, such devastation demanded an exceptionally high-caliber weapon. Upon absorbing the horror of his subordinate's ruin, Fei Gu spun sharply toward Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen waved dismissively and shook his head with weary resignation, signaling utter ignorance of the incident. Fei Gu knew full well he'd kept his gaze locked on Zhou Chen. The man had never possessed an opening to fire. Yet gunfire had echoed, and his man lay dead at his feet. Had the shot deviated by even a hair's breadth, he might have been the first to fall. That chilling realization sent ice down his spine. No need to search further. It truly wasn't me. Zhou Chen sighed again, palms open in plain demonstration. He held no weapon, nor had he any opportunity to shoot. Let them unravel the mystery themselves. Should they fail to grasp the truth, their fragile composure would shatter imminently. Cease this spectral charade. Speak plainly, or I'll put a bullet in you. Fei Gu bellowed, his mind racing. Someone must be aiding Zhou Chen. Otherwise, how could his men fall without warning? He'd scanned the surroundings, no one visible. Yet the gunshot had detonated mere inches from his ear. Yesterday, it was the same. Yesterday, we couldn't locate the shooter either, yet our men fell dead. The henchman hurried to Fei Ji's side, breathless with the report. Hearing this, Fei Ji's fury deepened. He knew instinctively an unseen hand was guiding this slaughter, undetected but undeniably present. Summon everyone you've hidden nearby, or suffer the consequences. His conviction hardened. Zhou Chen orchestrated this, but the method eluded him. I genuinely have no idea what transpired. Did you witness me with any chance to fire? Zhou Chen shrugged again, hands clearly empty. No weapon, no opportunity, no deception. Fei Gu was truly baffled. The man before him held no opening to shoot, and no accomplice lurked in sight. Most unnerving of all, the gunshot had erupted beside him, yet its origin remained maddeningly invisible. Boom! Another gunshot shattered the air. A second henchman crumpled beside Fei Gu, chest blown open, identically death-swift and savage. Upon hearing the gunshot, Fei Gu quickly glanced around, yet saw no one firing. However, one of his subordinates had indeed collapsed. The situation was truly terrifying, causing panic to erupt among many people nearby. Fei Gu felt a rush of anxiety within, but as the leader he could not afford to show his fear. He maintained a facade of calm. Everyone remained silent. There is definitely something suspicious about this. We must investigate thoroughly. Although everyone around him, including Fei Gu, appeared extremely anxious, there was nothing they could do. If they could not uncover the truth behind this incident, it might lead to even greater trouble. You better clarify what's going on, or don't blame me for being ruthless. As he spoke, Fei Gu raised his handgun and pressed it against Zhou Chen's forehead. The situation had become very clear. If Zhou Chen failed to speak up about what was happening, Fei Gu would likely pull the trigger. Don't shoot yet. I must tell you that I have no idea what is going on. You can see that I have nothing on me, no weapons. How could I possibly have shot someone? As Zhou Chen spoke, he pushed down Fei Gu's gun. The instant the gun was lowered, Zhou Chen issued a command, and after a gunshot, another person beside Fei Gu fell. With 3 people down all in such a manner, the gangsters were thoroughly frightened. Though they were unsure of what was happening, it was undeniably terrifying. The gangsters began to murmur among themselves, with some already attempting to flee. Fei Ge felt helpless, but there was nothing he could do. One of the gangsters had already escaped. Just then another gunshot rang out, and the fleeing gangster collapsed. In such circumstances, those who wanted to run had to reconsider remaining rooted to the spot, none daring to flee. Enough with the useless actions. In this place I can make anyone die. You should know what the situation is, so don't resist futilely. Zhou Chen also felt that this game was becoming somewhat boring, so he quickly spoke to Fei Ge. After experiencing so much stimulation, Fei Ge was indeed quite anxious. What exactly are you thinking? Fei Ge could no longer hold back, and urgently asked Zhou Chen about his thoughts. I want to experience what it feels like to be the boss. Otherwise, just let me be your boss, and I will spare you all. It was unlikely that Zhou Chen would kill all of them, so after some consideration he decided it was better to spare them. If he could change their mindset to pursue different paths, perhaps he could save them. If they were unwilling to accept his transformation, he could still deal with these gangsters later. You must be tired of living right. Do you really think you can be our boss looking like that? I'll kill you now. After saying this, a gangster raised his gun ready to shoot Zhou Chen. However, Zhou Chen would not give him that many opportunities. After issuing a command, the response time of the apocalyptic vehicle was far quicker than that of the gangster. 2 gunshots rang out in succession. When the first shot was fired, the gangster's arm exploded and his gun fell to the ground. When the second shot rang out, a massive cavity appeared in the gangster's chest, completely penetrating through. Everyone met a similar fate, and this gangster was no exception. Given the immense power of the apocalyptic vehicle's weapon system, no one could withstand such a shot. Once the bullet struck a person, it would create a substantial cavity. Perhaps there were those who had initially resisted, but after this incident, everyone had completely abandoned thoughts of struggling. Even Fei Ge had set aside his thoughts of resistance. In the choice between being someone else's subordinate and dying, everyone would choose to be a subordinate. After all, survival was paramount. Earlier, it seemed like someone didn't quite understand the situation. Have you all figured it out? After resolving the rebellious gangster, Zhou Chen quickly spoke. My brothers here recognize you as our boss. At this point, there was no way out. Fei Ge decided against further resistance, for one wrong move could lead to his own downfall. Thus, in this situation, it was better to quickly acknowledge this new boss, as there might still be a chance to turn things around in the future. If you had been like this earlier, perhaps fewer people would have died, Zhou Chen said helplessly to the group before him. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, Fei Ge couldn't help but roll his eyes discreetly. Zhou Chen considered that if this young man had clarified the situation earlier, he wouldn't have had to deal with so many casualties. If that's the case, then let me hear you call me boss. Seeing that the gangsters appeared somewhat reluctant, Zhou Chen thought it more appropriate to kill to the heart, and insisted that the gangsters acknowledge him as their boss. Boss. This group of gangsters sounded rather unenthusiastic, lazily saying the words. Zhou Chen did not give them any face, directly controlling the apocalyptic vehicle to fire again, but this shot did not hit anyone. Upon hearing another gunshot, the gangsters were thoroughly frightened, fearing they might be the next targets. After confirming everything, it seems that his body was unharmed, and the people around him also appeared unscathed. The group of delinquents finally felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted off their shoulders. Rest assured, I haven't harmed any of you. I merely wanted to teach you a lesson. I hope you can realize who is the boss now and not treat me like this. At this moment, Zhou Chen quickly spoke to the group. After all, he hoped to establish a certain rapport with them, which would facilitate the transformation of these delinquents. If he couldn't control this group of delinquents at this point, it would probably be quite impossible to carry out any transformation on them in the future. Boss. After what had just happened, the group of delinquents was filled with fear, so when they called out to their boss again, in such circumstances their voices were much more unified and resounding. This was the first time Zhou Chen encountered such a situation, and he felt quite excited. While he thought it might not be something to be proud of, having so many people listen to him was indeed a good option. Since that's the case, you can head back for now. If I remember correctly, there shouldn't be anyone in the house across from me. Arrange for someone to relay messages from that house. If anything comes up, I will contact you through him. Zhou Chen quickly mentioned this after some thought. Although it felt a bit unseemly to stay in someone else's house, there was no other option at the moment. After all, he still needed to maintain some control over this group of delinquents. If he couldn't contact them in a timely manner, everything he had done today would be meaningless. Soon the delinquent he knew was arranged to come over. Alright then, since that's the case, you can all head back. If anything comes up, I will contact you through him. Zhou Chen said this, and the remaining individuals quickly carried away, the bodies disappearing from sight along with Brother Fei. Brother Fei ran away even faster. Only this one delinquent remained here. By the way, I still don't know your name. Introduce yourself to me. After a moment of thought, Zhou Chen realized he truly didn't know this delinquent's name, not even a title, so he quickly asked. They all call me Monkey. Boss, you can call me Monkey too. The previous delinquent quickly replied. Zhou Chen looked at him. This person had a sharp monkey-like face and was quite skinny. It was indeed fitting to call him Monkey. Fine, since that's the case, find a place to settle down here. I will contact you first if anything arises, and you help me keep in touch with this group. Zhou Chen hurriedly said this and let Monkey leave. Ding dong. Hidden mission completed. Initial scale achieved. Reward points 1. Just as Zhou Chen was about to leave, he suddenly heard a system prompt sound, and it turned out to be a hidden mission. After hearing about this mission, Zhou Chen seemed to understand a bit about what was going on. Could it be that he completed this initial scale mission because he recruited these few people? Although Zhou Chen couldn't fully grasp the situation, it seemed to indicate that this was indeed such a mission. Knowing that there was a hidden mission made Zhou Chen feel very pleased. This mission was quite simple for him. It was just that he hadn't encountered suitable individuals before. Now that he had 2 upgrade points, Zhou Chen considered that he might need to upgrade the N times divine vehicle. After thinking about these matters, Zhou Chen didn't return home immediately. Instead, he first boarded the N times divine vehicle. Once inside, he contemplated what upgrades to make. After some thought, he felt he should upgrade the vehicle storage system. After taking a substantial amount of medicine, last time the storage space was nearly filled. Moreover, he now needed to stockpile water resources, making the storage space a bit tight under such circumstances. Therefore, under such conditions, Zhou Chen directly upgraded the storage space. N times divine vehicle defense 11 tire upgrade 3100 armor upgrade 3100 attack 5 speed 6 volume 13 cubic meters comfort 1 energy gasoline electric energy solar energy air energy mechanical energy pedal special water navigation obstacle clearance available upgrade points 1. After upgrading the storage space, it now has a capacity of 13 cubic meters. Each upgrade allows for an increase of 2 cubic meters, which is quite substantial. Fortunately, this time the upgrade only consumed 1 upgrade point, leaving him with 1 remaining. With 1 upgrade point left, Zhou Chen began to consider what to upgrade next. Now it was becoming increasingly difficult to find suitable upgrades, as most important items required 2 upgrade points. Thus, Zhou Chen opted to upgrade the storage system again. N times divine vehicle defense 11 tire upgrade 3100 armor upgrade 3100 attack 5 speed 6 volume 15 cubic meters comfort 1 energy gasoline electric energy solar energy air energy mechanical energy pedal special water navigation obstacle clearance available upgrade point 0. After this upgrade, the usable storage space has reached an astonishing 15 cubic meters. This can be considered a significant enhancement. Thus, under such circumstances, Zhou Chen prepared to replenish some resources. After all, he now had a considerable amount of space, so it was essential to replenish resources in a timely manner, especially drinking water. Given that drinking water resources would inevitably become increasingly scarce, he couldn't afford to run out of drinking water preparation at any point. However, finding drinking water in this protected area should be quite challenging. After all, the order here was relatively good, and all supplies were under unified control. In such circumstances, Zhou Chen considered that he might need to go out once. The areas overrun by zombies were left unmanaged, allowing him to directly collect all the resources from there. After contemplating this matter, Zhou Chen felt that it might be somewhat inconvenient for him to come and go. After all, the management of this place was quite strict. He could probably get out, but getting back in wouldn't be so simple. After some thought, Zhou Chen felt that he could seek help from Dr. Zhao for this matter. After all, when he entered previously, Dr. Zhao had shown his credentials and entered with ease. Perhaps he could ask Dr. Zhao to provide a proof of some sort to ensure his safe return. After considering these matters, Zhou Chen hurried upstairs to discuss this with the 3 girls. He ended up taking all 3 of them with him. Although this place was relatively safe with no zombies around, there were plenty of humans present. If other ill-intentioned individuals found out there were 3 defenseless girls here, who knows what kind of situation might arise. So after careful consideration, Zhou Chen felt it was more appropriate to take the 3 girls with him. After all, it wouldn't cause any negative impact on his side. Once the 4 of them got into the car, Zhou Chen drove the post-apocalyptic vehicle directly to Dr. Zhao's research facility. After reporting to the people below, it wasn't long before Dr. Zhao hurried down from above. What happened? Is there a problem on your side? Dr. Zhao was quite surprised by Zhou Chen's sudden arrival, so he quickly asked him. Actually, it's not a big issue, but I want to go out to gather some resources. I'm worried about not being able to return safely, so I hope you can provide me with some sort of proof to ensure my safe return. Zhou Chen quickly explained the situation to Dr. Zhao. That's easy. He'll go up now and provide you with a proof saying that you're going out to help me collect some data. After saying this, Dr. Zhao hurried back to his laboratory. Before long, Dr. Zhao came back down with a piece of paper that briefly explained the situation and had several seals stamped on it. Although he didn't know whose seals they were, Zhou Chen glanced at them and estimated they carried significant weight. If they were ordinary people's seals, Dr. Zhao certainly wouldn't have stamped them on this paper. This paper you have will be useful whenever you go out. Just show them this paper and no one will dare to stop you. Dr. Zhao said to Zhou Chen. Thank you so much, Dr. Zhao. If that's the case, please continue with your work. I'll go gather some resources now. If you need anything, just let me know and I'll jot it down right away. Zhou Chen didn't expect this issue to be resolved so smoothly, so he quickly expressed his gratitude to Dr. Zhao. However, since he was going out under the pretense of helping Dr. Zhao collect data, if Dr. Zhao needed anything, he would surely find a way to bring it back. If that's the case, could you bring back some zombie blood for me? You should already know how to use it from last time. He'll go up now and get the items for you. Dr. Zhao smiled, and without hesitation made this request before heading up to gather the items regardless of whether Zhou Chen agreed. Before long, Dr. Zhao returned with a more complete set of equipment, which was much more comprehensive than the previous set, and hurriedly explained. Zhou Chen introduced the specific uses of the equipment. After all, this matter was quite complicated, and improper operation could significantly affect the human body. Thus, Dr. Zhao had to emphasize to Zhou Chen that he must be careful with this matter. Rest assured he'll handle this. Zhou Chen quickly assured him. After all, this was a very simple task for Zhou Chen, just capturing a zombie to collect some blood. He just needed to find a relatively remote place, and encountering a zombie would allow him to complete the task easily. After confirming with the monkey about a larger supermarket outside, Zhou Chen went directly out. As soon as he reached the entrance, he was indeed stopped. Zhou Chen handed over the proof that Dr. Zhao had prepared for him. The guard was quite surprised upon seeing the proof, and quickly returned it to Zhou Chen respectfully. Be careful, the person at the gate said respectfully. Zhou Chen was quite surprised by this situation. While he thought this proof should be quite useful, he didn't expect it to have such a degree of influence. To the extent that this group of people had started to treat him with such respect. Zhou Chen didn't think too much about it, but the proof indeed provided him with great convenience. After going out, Zhou Chen began searching for the legendary large supermarket according to the monkey's description. However, given the complexity of the outside world, it wasn't particularly convenient to search. Zhou Chen took quite a long time before finally locating the supermarket. After searching for a long time within the supermarket, Zhou Chen finally found the storage room inside, and quickly parked the post-apocalyptic vehicle beside it, then got out to open the large door. The storage room was quite large, and Zhou Chen drove the post-apocalyptic vehicle inside. At this time, fresh vegetables were hard to find, and after careful selection, he managed to gather a small portion. The remaining space was mostly filled with water. After all, water resources were clearly more important now. Zhou Chen also prepared some other food that was relatively easy to preserve. There was no point in keeping food with a short shelf life, it was better to keep some with a longer shelf life. At this point, instant noodles seemed to have transformed into a miraculous item, though they weren't particularly convenient to carry and took up quite a bit of space. After moving these items around, Zhou Chen felt a sense of relief in his heart. These supplies were sufficient to support him for a period of time, and during his stay at the human gathering point, they would hardly be needed. Just like the current situation, there were still enough resources in the city for him to use normally, and he could obtain supplies as well. Zhou Chen prepared these items merely as a precaution for unforeseen circumstances. Having prepared these items, Zhou Chen was ready to complete the task assigned to him by Dr. Zhao. He intended to find a zombie and extract its blood. In fact, extracting blood from a zombie is a relatively simple task, but finding a solitary zombie is not particularly easy. After all, the population in this area is very large, so the number of zombies would not be lacking. Zhou Chen was uncertain when he would be able to find a lone zombie. After wandering around the city for quite some time, he still hadn't found a solitary zombie. Even if there were solitary zombies in the city, Zhou Chen felt hesitant to take action. Zombies could appear anywhere in the city at any moment, even if they were solitary now. It was uncertain whether they would remain solitary for long. After considering the situation carefully, Zhou Chen felt he might need to venture out in search of one. Perhaps the suburbs would be more suitable. After thinking of these things, Zhou Chen stopped wandering in the city and set off in a suitable direction. Before long, he arrived in the suburbs where the population was relatively sparse, and thus the number of zombies was also significantly reduced. After a brief search, Zhou Chen encountered a group of zombies numbering around a dozen. Zhou Chen did not intend to waste any more time on this matter. He activated the firepower system of the apocalypse vehicle and unleashed a barrage upon the group of zombies. Soon only one zombie remained. After confirming that the other zombies would not move, Zhou Chen finally got out of the apocalypse vehicle with his gun in hand. The remaining zombie noticed Zhou Chen and charged at him like a madman, but Zhou Chen remained completely unfazed, raising his gun and firing a volley at the zombie's legs. In no time, the zombie lost its ability to move and collapsed to the ground. After confirming that the zombie posed no immediate danger and could not move, Zhou Chen returned to his apocalypse vehicle to retrieve the items Dr. Zhao had given him. Having helped Dr. Zhao with a similar task before, Zhou Chen was quite familiar with extracting blood from zombies. Although this time the equipment was much more complex than before, the basic principles remained the same. Zhou Chen, while ensuring safety, quickly filled all the reagent bottles. Once filled, Zhou Chen prepared to leave. However, after some careful consideration, it seemed inappropriate to leave at this moment. Or rather, it felt like a loss. Considering that Dr. Zhao's experiment required a significant amount of zombie blood, Zhou Chen pondered whether he should take the zombie back with him. Last time he didn't bring back a zombie, because the situation was not particularly favorable and he couldn't keep the zombie. However, the current situation was relatively good and Dr. Zhao would remain there for the experiment, so Zhou Chen was still considering it. It was very likely that he could take the zombie back. This would save Dr. Zhao a lot of trouble, so Zhou Chen felt quite hesitant, unsure if his decision would be a good one. After much contemplation, Zhou Chen ultimately felt it might be necessary to bring the zombie back to Dr. Zhao. After all, this zombie could no longer move, which significantly reduced the potential troubles. After considering it thoroughly, Zhou Chen returned to his vehicle and retrieved the appropriate tools. Having had that thought before, Zhou Chen had prepared a tool, but he had never had the opportunity to use it until now. Now that he finally had the chance, Zhou Chen quickly took out all the tools. Rather than a set of tools, it was more accurate to say it was just a cage. This cage was entirely made of metal sheets with part of it constructed from wire mesh. The design was intended to allow him to see the condition of the zombie inside, while also providing some airflow, although Zhou Chen was unsure if zombies needed to breathe. This cage had been specially processed, and Zhou Chen had tested various tools without being able to easily destroy it. Thus, using this cage to contain a zombie should be feasible, preventing it from breaking free. After preparing everything, Zhou Chen got ready to place the zombie inside the cage. However, the zombie seemed reluctant to enter the cage, and it took Zhou Chen quite a while to shove the zombie inside, while ensuring he remained unharmed. After all that effort, Zhou Chen felt a bit tired. He didn't dare linger in the area for too long, as he might encounter other zombies, and he was unwilling to waste ammunition here. Although every time he upgraded his ammunition, there was a significant improvement, and the previously used ammunition would be replenished. However, Zhou Chen was uncertain when he would be able to upgrade next, especially since he had no upgrade points or any tasks available at this time. Thus, Zhou Chen considered that he should be cautious with his bullets. If he continued to squander them as before, the road ahead would become exceedingly difficult. Therefore, Zhou Chen made a very prudent decision to only use the firepower system of the Apocalypse vehicle on a large scale when there were tasks available. He would avoid using it casually. After placing the zombie in his storage space, Zhou Chen prepared to head back quickly. The journey back was relatively smooth. He did not encounter too many zombies and managed to evade them effortlessly. Soon he arrived at the same location he had entered the city before. Previously, he needed to provide certain evidence to leave, but now upon his return, many complications had been eliminated. At this moment, the person had already recognized Zhou Chen. Even if he didn't know Zhou Chen personally, he was familiar with Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle. Therefore, upon seeing the apocalyptic vehicle, the guard directly opened the gate. Zhou Chen was initially searching for his proof inside the car. Unexpectedly, the person simply opened the gate. "Thank you, brother." Zhou Chen greeted the person at the door and then stepped on the accelerator, disappearing. After returning, Zhou Chen immediately headed to Dr. Zhao's research institute. After speaking briefly with the person at the door, the doctor quickly came down from above. "How did it go? Was it smooth?" Dr. Zhao hurriedly asked Zhou Chen upon seeing him return. "It was alright, quite smooth, but this time I specifically brought you a big surprise. I just don't know if you will like it," Zhou Chen said mysteriously to Dr. Zhao. "At my age, you're still preparing surprises for me. I'm quite curious about what you have prepared." After hearing Zhou Chen's words, Dr. Zhao smiled and quickly replied, "Just wait." After saying this, Zhou Chen directly opened the storage compartment of the apocalyptic vehicle and took out the large iron box from inside. Perhaps due to the movement of the box, the zombie inside was clearly reluctant, struggling violently, causing the box to shake. However, this was enough to prove that the box was indeed very effective and of high quality. The zombie had been trapped inside for such a long time, yet the box showed no signs of wear. "What is this? It seems still alive." Dr. Zhao also noticed that the box was still shaking, so under these circumstances, he quickly asked Zhou Chen and walked over to see what was inside. Through the wire mesh on top, Dr. Zhao saw a very hideous face. "What is this? Is it a zombie?" Although he had seen many zombies before, this was Dr. Zhao's first time encountering one at such close range. "This is a disabled zombie I captured. I had already prepared the blood, but considering that this zombie might still have significant use, I brought it back." Zhou Chen hurriedly explained the situation to Dr. Zhao. "I really don't know what to say to you. Do you have any idea how reckless this is? Have you considered what would happen if you were infected by the zombie?" Dr. Zhao was momentarily at a loss for words. This matter was indeed a bit too terrifying. Although bringing this zombie back could provide many benefits for his experiments. "I had this idea last time. Actually, it's not particularly dangerous. In that case, you should quickly arrange for someone to take care of this zombie." After all, keeping a zombie here is not particularly safe, but it needs to be monitored by a dedicated person. Zhou Chen was very clear about what it meant to bring back a zombie, so he quickly told Dr. Zhao to arrange for someone to guard this zombie. Don't worry, I'll find someone to arrange this immediately. I will ensure nothing goes wrong with this zombie. Although Dr. Zhao was very worried about Zhou Chen facing any problems, he was still very excited when the zombie appeared before him. After saying this, he quickly went to find someone. Not long after, a group of people dressed in white coats, just like Dr. Zhao, came down. Upon seeing the zombie, this group of people were all very excited. Soon a military team arrived, and the personnel directly lifted the zombie. Seeing the military personnel take charge of the zombie, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease. It was much better than having no one to guard the zombie. After all, if this zombie were to escape, the impact on humanity would be considerable. Once everything was arranged here, Zhou Chen did not linger any longer and drove the apocalyptic vehicle directly back to Dr. Zhao's home. Now that the supplies had been fully replenished, there really shouldn't be any issues in the short term, so Zhou Chen called over the monkey, intending to ask him to find out about Jiang Linlin and Zhang Jiao's parents. After all, the main reason for bringing the two girls over this time was to see their parents, and he was unsure if their parents had come. After entrusting this task to the monkey, Zhou Chen felt quite anxious inside. Although he said he entrusted this task to the monkey, it was actually passing it to Brother Fei, letting him take his underlings to help investigate the matter. At least this gave Brother Fei's group of underlings a legitimate task to do. Even though it was just to help find someone, it was much better than engaging in those nefarious activities before. 3 days passed just like this. During these 3 days, Zhou Chen basically remained at Dr. Zhao's house without going out much. After all, there was really nothing to do outside now. When the knocking sound came, Zhou Chen knew it was likely news from the monkey, so he hurried to open the door. Upon seeing the monkey, he quickly invited him in. Brother Fei has already prepared everything. He said, I just need to take you over. The monkey said excitedly. Since that's the case, let's go together. Zhou Chen did not expect the monkey's side to be so efficient, having found the person he wanted within 3 days. After speaking with the 3 girls, Zhou Chen directly took the 3 girls and the monkey onto his apocalyptic vehicle. This was also Zhou Chen's first time taking outsiders on the apocalyptic vehicle, and it was a group of small thugs. It was evident that the monkey was quite startled once he got on the vehicle, looking around in amazement. The monkey gazed at everything around it with a sense of wonder, momentarily at a loss for words, wanting to reach out and touch these marvelous things, yet hesitating. Seeing the monkey's reaction, Zhou Chen could only sigh and say, just give directions honestly. After all, it was only natural for anyone to be surprised upon seeing their vehicle in such a state. One would certainly be astonished in their heart. However, there were important matters to attend to today, so Zhou Chen quickly reminded the monkey. Turn left after you go out. After Zhou Chen's reminder, the monkey quickly grasped the situation and promptly replied. Under the monkey's guidance, Zhou Chen drove to another residential area. After getting out of the car, the monkey led Zhou Chen and the 4 of them upstairs, knocking on the door. When they reached it, someone inside the house peeked out, confirmed their identity, and hurriedly brought them in. Boss, the person has already been locked inside by Fei Go. The little thug quickly spoke up, seemingly eager to take credit with a look of joy on his face. However, after hearing this from the little thug, Zhou Chen felt something was amiss. What did it mean to lock someone inside? Hurry and open the door, let me take a look. Sensing the situation was not right, he quickly told the little thug. The little thug hurried over and opened the door. Upon entering, Zhou Chen saw 2 people tied to chairs. A man and a woman, both securely bound, their mouths taped shut. Although they were tied up like this, Zhou Chen recognized at a glance that they were Zhang Jiao's parents. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen became extremely angry and slapped the little thug beside him. I asked you to find people who told you to tie them up. Hurry up and untie them, Zhou Chen said angrily. Although the little thug didn't quite understand what was happening, he didn't dare to be slow and hurriedly went to untie Zhang Jiao's parents. What on earth is going on? Zhang Jiao's parents clearly didn't understand the situation and quickly asked. Even though they encountered that familiar young man again, the previous group of thugs had indeed frightened them. Uncle An, I'm really sorry. I just asked them to bring you here. I brought Yao Yao along wanting you to meet, but I didn't expect these people might have misunderstood my intentions, leading to this situation. At this moment, Zhou Chen quickly explained the situation to Zhang Jiao's parents. This matter was quite embarrassing to explain, so Zhou Chen just gave a brief summary, without going into too much detail. Are you saying Yao Yao has come too? Upon hearing that her daughter was also coming, Zhang Jiao's mother was quite excited. It had been a long time since she had seen her daughter, and recalling all the things the young man had said earlier, it was impossible not to worry. Now hearing that her daughter was coming, Zhang Jiao's mother was very pleased. Yao Yao is outside, let me call her in to reunite with you. After Zhou Chen said this, he went out, spoke to Zhang Jiao, and then she hurried into the room. As they reunited, Zhou Chen did not go over. What about the other 2? How's the situation? However, he couldn't find Jiang Linlin's parents, so Zhou Chen quickly called the little thug over to ask. We haven't found the other two yet. The brothers are still searching, and Fei Gu has gone to look as well. Although the little thug had received a slap from Zhou Chen, he dared not say much and hurriedly explained the situation. Quickly think of a way to notify them. I asked you to invite them over, not to tie them up, Zhou Chen said, helplessly emphasizing this matter to the little thug. Zhou Chen truly did not want to face such matters any longer, as Jiang Linlin's parents were people who lived in comfort. If they experienced something like this, who knew what would happen? All right, big brother, I'll go right now. I absolutely won't let such a thing happen again. The little thug said this and hurriedly left. They have already been sent to continue looking for your parents. You need not worry. I believe your parents might be living in a better place, so they haven't been contacted. Zhou Chen quickly comforted Jiang Linlin. I believe my parents will definitely come. Seeing others reunited, Jiang Linlin felt quite happy, but at the same time, she missed her parents dearly. At this moment, Jiang Linlin was very grateful to Zhou Chen. If he hadn't brought her along and reminded her parents, who knows what kind of ordeal she and her parents would have faced. Perhaps by now they would have turned into zombies. She was already immensely grateful to Zhou Chen for allowing her to survive. Her parents should not have encountered any major issues. In that case, let's rest here for a while. After all, Zhang Jiayao needed to catch up with her parents, so Zhou Chen didn't rush them. It was obviously inconvenient to take Zhang Jiayao's parents to Dr. Zhao's house. Thus, he could only take this opportunity to let them catch up while the thugs found a room. As for what to do next, Zhou Chen was uncertain. If Zhang Jiayao was willing to stay by his side, it would surely be a wonderful thing. If she didn't want to stay, he could not force her. Zhang Jiayao spent the entire afternoon reuniting with her parents, never stepping out of the room. Zhou Chen waited patiently outside. There was no rush. She hadn't seen her parents in years. Their reunion under such unforeseen circumstances weighed heavily upon his thoughts. Not until dusk began to settle did Zhang Jiayao finally emerge from the room with her parents. Her eyes were red and swollen, clear evidence of tears recently shed. Young man, we truly owe you our deepest gratitude. Had it not been for you, I dread to imagine what might have happened. Her father approached. Zhou Chen grasped his hand firmly and spoke earnestly. It was but a small favor, Zhou Chen replied, unfazed. Still, we must thank you, Zhang Jiayao added, her voice steady and sincere. Earlier she had doubted Zhou Chen, wondering if he deceived her by failing to bring her parents to her. Yet now, standing before them again, she realized her suspicion had been unwarranted, born of fear, not reason. Zhou Chen had not only saved her life, he had also rescued her parents. Few others would have dared such a perilous act, let alone carried it through. You're welcome. It was my duty. His tone remained calm, almost detached. In his past life, he had failed to save Zhang Jiayao, and that failure had haunted him like an unhealed wound. This lifetime, however, he possessed strength, and had not only rescued her, but her parents as well. For him, this fulfilled a long-held obsession. As for what came next, he no longer cared deeply. He had grown indifferent to such matters. This time he had found a reason to live, and survival above all else had become his sole imperative. Perhaps in his previous life, it was that raw, desperate will to survive that had fixated his mind on every detail, every regret. So, what are your plans now? Zhou Chen asked plainly. He could not remain here indefinitely. A departure was inevitable. It was only right to ask Zhang Jiayao what path she intended to take. Why don't you go ahead and leave? I'd like to stay with my parents for a while. We haven't seen each other in so long. Zhang Jiayao bit her lip, hesitant, reluctant, yet she voiced it at last. That makes sense. You absolutely should spend time with your parents. Here's what I'll do. I'll have Hosey stay nearby. If anything arises, he'll contact me immediately. Zhou Chen proposed swiftly, and Hosey nodded without hesitation. Then we truly appreciate your kindness. Zhang Jiayao nodded in quiet acceptance. Over these past few days, Zhou Chen had gained a clear understanding of the situation. Widespread zombification had emptied nearly every residence. Most of these abandoned buildings now fell under Fige's control, which explained why during his last visit Fige had sent underlings to confront him. Though morally questionable, this arrangement proved immensely convenient. Leaving Hosey behind simplified everything, eliminating countless complications. Then stay here safely. I'll take my leave now. With those words, Zhou Chen descended the stairs accompanied by the two young women. Once downstairs, Zhang Jiayao's parents began questioning her. What's going on? Why are there two other girls with him? What do you make of it? Her mother spoke first. Mom, what do you mean by that? Zhang Jiayao blinked, startled by the sudden interrogation. Even I know this young man once cherished you deeply. Why didn't you hold on to him? How is it possible he's now surrounded by other girls? Don't you see? Her mother's voice grew urgent. Ever since Zhou Chen had gifted her a luxury car, she had already chosen him, in her heart, as her future son-in-law. She'd assumed this visit was to meet his family, only to be met instead with chaos. And now seeing him flanked by two other women, her confusion deepened into dismay. There's no need for you to overthink it. What happens between us is our own affair, not yours to meddle in. Zhang Jiao sighed, exasperated. She knew precisely how Zhou Chen felt about her. She always had. That certainty had once burned fiercely within her, but with every trial they endured it dimmed, until she began questioning whether her earlier perception had been flawed, or whether Jiang Linlin's presence had altered everything. Yet Zhou Chen treated Jiang Linlin with the same quiet detachment, leaving Zhang Jiao uncertain, even doubtful of her own judgment. I'm done arguing. I've decided he will be my son-in-law. You figure out how to make it happen. With that, her mother turned and retreated into her room. Zhang Jiao shook her head helplessly. She had no answer. Not yet. Meanwhile, Zhou Chen drove Jiang Linlin and Tingting back towards safety. Jiang Linlin was anxious, desperate, but powerless. Her parents' whereabouts remained unknown. All she could do was wait and hope. Zhou Chen understood her anguish and knew just as clearly that he could offer no real aid. 3 days later, Hosey delivered the long-awaited news: Jiang Linlin's parents had been located. This time his subordinates had acted with commendable discretion. They had brought the couple here respectfully, not by force. Upon hearing the report, Zhou Chen wasted no time. He summoned Jiang Linlin and Tingting at once and prepared to depart immediately. His vehicle sped across the wasteland, driven by Jiang Linlin's mounting urgency. Fortunately, the destination lay close, merely a short distance away within a nearby residential complex. Zhou Chen arrived swiftly, steering the apocalyptic-grade vehicle to a precise halt. Under the guidance of the monkey, Zhou Chen, accompanied by Jiang Linlin and Tingting, once again entered a residential building. After confirming Zhou Chen's identity, the people inside quickly opened the door. Then the two hurriedly rushed over. Zhou Chen clearly saw that they were Jiang Linlin's parents. Upon recognizing her parents, Jiang Linlin immediately threw herself into her mother's arms. Thank you so much, young man. If it weren't for your reminder, we wouldn't have known what kind of situation we might face. Our daughter probably wouldn't be safe either. Jiang Linlin's father quickly shook hands with Zhou Chen, expressing his excitement. Although such an event had occurred, and it resembled a disaster escape, Jiang Linlin's parents still appeared dignified, and their attire was notably different. It seemed that while this situation had some impact on Jiang Linlin's parents, it was not particularly severe. They did not panic and lose their composure like others. This is what I should do. Zhou Chen, understanding the situation, did not elaborate on his reasons, and Jiang Linlin's father also refrained from asking too many questions. They were unwilling to ponder how Zhou Chen knew these details, after all the fact that he did not disclose them was enough to prove that it was probably a secret. While Jiang Linlin reminisced with her parents, Tingting was also drawn into the conversation as she was a distant relative. Zhou Chen remained on the side. After a brief chat, Jiang Linlin returned to Zhou Chen's side. I have discussed this matter with my parents, and we all feel that staying close to you is more appropriate. After all, you have saved me more than once, and I trust you greatly. At that moment, Jiang Linlin quickly expressed her thoughts to Zhou Chen. Although Zhou Chen found this somewhat strange, he could not identify anything wrong with it. We will entrust Jiang Linlin to you. Jiang Linlin's father came over to say to Zhou Chen, Uncle Aunt, you don't mean anything else, do you? After hearing Jiang Linlin's father emphasize this point, Zhou Chen felt that something was off, but he could not articulate it at the moment. It's just a literal meaning. If you think there is something else implied, that is not something we should consider, but rather something for you two to contemplate. After Jiang Linlin's father finished speaking, he smiled. Dad, what are you talking about? Jiang Linlin said helplessly, her face slightly flushed. Seeing the father-daughter pair, Zhou Chen began to understand the situation. However, he felt it better to pretend not to understand. How about this? If nothing happens tomorrow, let's gather together. Another family is also coming from our place, and it is quite a rare opportunity for us to meet here. We should enjoy the reunion together. Zhou Chen thought for a moment and felt it was necessary to gather. Although he did not particularly miss old friends, older folks often longed for their hometown. If there are fellow townsmen, it might be better. That sounds wonderful, Jiang Linlin's father replied, clearly pleased with this arrangement. After discussing this matter, Jiang Linlin did not linger with her parents and returned with Zhou Chen to Dr. Zhao's home. On the way back, Zhou Chen went to the monkey and asked it to convey this news to Zhang Jiao. Zhou Chen did not elaborate on this matter. When Zhang Jiao's parents learned of this, they seemed to know something significant and were very happy. Zhang Jiao was confused about what her parents were so happy about. Early the next morning, Zhou Chen directly took Zhang Jiao's parents to Dr. Zhao's home. After dropping off Zhang Jiao's parents, Zhou Chen then went to pick up Jiang Linlin's parents. Thus, the two families met at Dr. Zhao's home. Jiang Linlin's father and Zhang Jiao's father were both very happy. After all, it was a rare occasion to meet fellow townsfolk again after so long, especially those of similar age. Both of them felt a great deal of joy. However, Jiang Linlin's mother and Zhang Jiao's mother both appeared somewhat displeased. especially Zhang Jiao's mother, who seemed as if she wanted to devour someone at that moment. Nevertheless, Zhou Chen did not pay much attention to this. From the storage space of the Doomsday vehicle, he retrieved some good food along with some relatively fresh vegetables and various meats. Most of the meat was already cooked or preserved. Fresh meat was impossible to keep at this point. Zhang Jiayao and Jiang Linlin busied themselves in the kitchen for a long time, and soon a large table of dishes was served. When the table of food was served, both Zhang Jiao's and Jiang Linlin's parents' eyes lit up. Although Jiang Linlin's parents had certainly enjoyed various delicacies before, after experiencing so much, they felt quite excited to eat ordinary meals again. After all, once they arrived here, money had lost its value, and even obtaining a meal had become quite difficult, let alone enjoying fresh vegetables and meat. The meal was incredibly enjoyable. At the table, Zhang Jiao's mother frequently signaled to Zhang Jiao, as if there were things she wanted her to do. However, Zhang Jiao seemed completely oblivious to her mother's expressions, focusing on her own meal. Serve Zhou Chen some food. Jiang Linlin's mother straightforwardly instructed Jiang Linlin. Hearing her mother's words, Jiang Linlin hurriedly picked up some dishes and placed them in Zhou Chen's bowl. Thank you, I can manage myself, Zhou Chen said awkwardly. Upon seeing this, Zhang Jiao's mother clearly looked displeased. Looking at Zhang Jiao, her face was filled with disappointment. Zhou Chen felt quite embarrassed in this situation. After all, he had only invited them to share a meal since they were from the same place. Both mothers seemed to be overthinking things, which only made Zhou Chen feel more awkward. If it were any other time, Zhou Chen might have been quite interested in these things. However, now he has become rather indifferent to them, especially in the presence of Zhang Jiao. Having safely brought Zhang Jiao out this time, perhaps because he fulfilled a certain thought in his heart, Zhou Chen's feelings towards her have instead become rather bland. Sometimes, even Zhou Chen himself couldn't quite understand what he was thinking. What should have been a very pleasant dinner has turned uncomfortable due to some special feelings. Yet the two fathers seemed to be enjoying their meal. Amidst the clinking of cups, time has flown by. After dinner, Zhou Chen sent Jiang Linlin's parents back. Jiang Linlin still wanted to stay by Zhou Chen's side. What Zhou Chen did not expect was that Zhang Jiao also chose to stay. It was unclear whether Zhao Xian was influenced by Zhang Jiao's mother, or if Zhang Jiao genuinely wanted to stay. After sending their parents away, the atmosphere in the house became strange. It felt like the looks from these two people towards him were somewhat different, but it was not a look of affection, rather it was an especially peculiar gaze. Zhou Chen was also not particularly clear about what exactly was going on in this situation. However, he understood that it probably wasn't a good thing. After considering it for a while, Zhou Chen decided to have Brother Fei take his men to protect their parents. Since he hadn't met their parents before, he certainly hadn't provided sufficient protection for them. Now that he was here and had the strength, he should properly protect their parents. With these arrangements in place, Zhou Chen felt much more at ease. At the very least, there was nothing particularly large happening around him, and fortunately their parents had not encountered any problems, allowing the stone that had been weighing on his heart to finally be set down. Ding Dong mission acquired. Code Fence reward points 1. After a few days of stability, Zhou Chen once again received a message from the system. Upon receiving the system message again, Zhou Chen felt very pleased. After all, it had been quite a long time since he received a message from the system, which was not a particularly good sign for him. Only by continuously receiving system missions could he keep leveling up. If the speed of his upgrades slowed down, encountering zombies in the future would not bode well for him. However, Zhou Chen was somewhat unclear about the nature of this mission. Could it be that there was some problem with the defenses here which prompted the issuance of such a task? Zhou Chen was still a bit uncertain, so he quickly went to find Monkey to help him inquire about the situation. Not long after, news came back from Monkey. The zombies had indeed begun to attack the human stronghold. Moreover, it seemed to be quite ferocious, with many surrounding cities already affected to varying degrees. Although the central city was not severely impacted, the situation was hardly better, as the number of zombies was simply overwhelming. Alright, you take care of the elderly, you don't have to worry about the rest, Zhou Chen said, understanding the situation after hearing Monkey's news. Without worrying too much, Zhou Chen spoke to Monkey and prepared to go out to help. After all, having received such a mission, he should hurry to assist. As he was leaving, Zhou Chen still felt somewhat uneasy, so he hurriedly asked the three girls for their opinions. Although going could indeed be dangerous, it seemed even riskier to leave the three girls here. After considering, the three girls felt it would be safer to follow Zhou Chen. With the three girls in tow, Zhou Chen drove out in the Apocalypse vehicle. When leaving, there were no obstructions, as the patrolling personnel already recognized Zhou Chen and his Apocalypse vehicle. Once outside, Zhou Chen observed that the situation on the outskirts was not particularly good. The number of zombies was exceedingly high and gunshots echoed continuously outside, but ordinary firearms had relatively little effect on zombies. If there were only 1 or 2 zombies, the lethality would be terrifying, but when the number of zombies reached a certain level, their threat diminished significantly. As the zombies rushed forward in droves, even with many weapons it would be difficult to hold the line. Intense gunfire erupted ahead very close by, and Zhou Chen seemed to hear the roars of zombies. Hurrying over to see what was happening when the apocalypse vehicle drove past, he noticed that the outer wall had already suffered severe damage. A small team of over a dozen people was desperately resisting the onslaught of zombies outside. It wouldn't be long before they would be unable to hold on, as their ammunition was also limited. Without a second thought, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the apocalypse vehicle. In an instant, the number of zombies outside was greatly reduced, and a large, relatively empty area appeared ahead. Seeing this situation, the small team breathed a sigh of relief, astonished, and quickly turned around. Turning around, they saw Zhou Chen's apocalypse vehicle, like a moving fortress, continuously firing bullets. "You all go to the back, it'll help you defend," Zhou Chen quickly said to these few people. After he finished speaking, the defenders all retreated to the back, directly coming behind the apocalypse vehicle to assist Zhou Chen. Perhaps because there was only this one gap and all approaches were from this direction. When the apocalypse vehicle was defending, it felt particularly comfortable. It didn't take long before the zombies outside had been cleared out significantly. Zhou Chen also noticed that his own ammunition had been consumed quite severely, leaving only half. Clearly, the quantity of bullets was a very serious issue, and at this rate, they wouldn't last much longer. This was not particularly good news for Zhou Chen. He could bear it for a short while, but if it prolonged, he felt he might not be able to endure it. Today, just a part of it had been executed, yet it had already caused such significant ammunition loss. Fortunately, this breach had been secured, and there should be no issues in the short term. There shouldn't be any problems in the short term, but you should quickly think of a way to defend this area. After stepping down from the end times divine vehicle, Zhou Chen quickly spoke to the leader of the group. This group of people seemed a bit stunned, momentarily unsure of what to do. "We'll handle the remaining matters." Several young people hurried over to gather usable items, preparing to block this breach. Watching a few people struggle with these items was somewhat troublesome, and Zhou Chen felt a pang of sympathy. "Step aside, let me help you with this." After speaking to the young people, Zhou Chen directly boarded the end times divine vehicle. He had previously integrated the functions of an excavator to ensure a safe departure. Although it was just a matter of clearing some obstacles, it seemed to be somewhat useful at this time. Transporting these items was far less troublesome than manual labor. Zhou Chen utilized the clearing function of the end times divine vehicle to gather everything around him. While he couldn't build a wall for the young people, he had already saved them a great deal of trouble. After handling most of it, the young people continued constructing the wall, while Zhou Chen stood guard beside them. Occasionally, one or two zombies would appear, but Zhou Chen easily dealt with them. Ding dong, task completed, reward points earned 1. Once the construction here was finished, Zhou Chen's task was also complete. After completing the task, Zhou Chen did not linger and directly left the area. Zhou Chen initially thought this task would be quite troublesome, but he did not expect it to be so simple. It was merely about helping to defend a location. After receiving this reward point, Zhou Chen upgraded the firepower system without a second thought. End times divine vehicle defense 11 tire upgrade 3100, armor upgrade 3100, attack 6, speed 6, volume 15 cubic meters, comfort 1, energy, gasoline, electric power, solar energy, air energy, mechanical energy, pedal, special, water, navigation, debris clearing, upgrade points available 0. This upgrade directly raised the attack to 6. Moreover, all the bullets used previously had been replenished. An even more critical issue was that the attack power of the bullets had improved significantly, far surpassing the explosive effects of before. If he had to compare this to something, Zhou Chen would prefer to call it a type of small cannonball. Zhou Chen also encountered some zombies along the way to test it out. At that moment, the bullets fired could affect several zombies, meaning he could conserve more ammunition when dealing with them. After this incident, Zhou Chen felt it was more appropriate to upgrade the firepower system. Previously, Zhou Chen had considered upgrading comfort, believing he would be in the vehicle for a long time, thus comfort might be more crucial. However, after so many events, Zhou Chen felt it was more important to upgrade other aspects, and comfort did not seem as vital anymore. After all, he was mostly in a state of fleeing for a long time, and in such circumstances, he couldn't afford to think too much about comfort. As for not being in a state of fleeing, he could still find places to stay and rest. Regarding how the situation would develop later, Zhou Chen was not particularly clear, but he believed there was no need to upgrade comfort in the short term. After dealing with this batch of zombies, Zhou Chen noticed a few people in front of his house. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be from Dr. Zhao. Upon seeing Dr. Zhao's people approach, Zhou Chen did not hesitate and walked over directly. "What's the matter? Is there something that Dr. Zhao needs me for?" He guessed a rough idea, so he hurriedly asked. "There has indeed been an issue. You need to drive and go with us. Dr. Zhao requires your assistance." The expressions of these individuals appeared serious. Although he did not know what had happened, Zhou Chen sensed that something was amiss. Not daring to delay, Zhou Chen directly boarded the N-times divine vehicle and stepped on the accelerator. After all, he was quite familiar with the route to Dr. Zhao's place, so Zhou Chen drove over without waiting for the others. Soon he arrived at Dr. Zhao's building. After exchanging a few words with the people downstairs, Zhou Chen hurried upstairs and quickly reached Dr. Zhao's office. "What's going on, Dr. Zhao? What's the problem?" Zhou Chen felt some confusion in his heart and hurriedly asked. "Something rather unfortunate has occurred. The zombie we were leaving for experimentation has gone missing." Dr. Zhao shook his head helplessly, reluctantly bringing up this matter. How could this happen? Wasn't there someone specifically watching over it? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Chen was also quite shocked. Although he found it hard to believe this incident had indeed occurred, Zhou Chen could not comprehend how this happened. With dedicated personnel guarding it, how could the zombie have escaped? Actually, this could very well be my fault. Dr. Zhao adjusted his glasses, speaking with some resignation. This zombie's healing ability is truly terrifying. After just a couple of days, its leg had already healed. Now we have no way to deal with it. We just changed its cage, and perhaps that caused the incident. Dr. Zhao sighed helplessly as he spoke about the situation. "Take me to the scene, and I want to see what the situation is like." Zhou Chen prepared to go and take a look at what exactly was happening. Zhou Chen felt that this matter seemed more complicated than it appeared. If it were merely zombies trying to escape, it would likely be an improbable scenario. Even if the zombies managed to escape from that cage, the first thing they would likely consider would be to find nearby humans, instead of simply running away. Currently, the zombies did not possess such intelligence. Once they encountered humans, they would probably attack them. If that were truly the case, the traces of this zombie would have been discovered long ago. The fact that it has not yet been found suggests it is unlikely that a single zombie escaped on its own. Thus, Zhou Chen contemplated going over to see what the situation was like. "Alright, I'll take you to have a look." Although unsure of Zhou Chen's reasoning, Dr. Zhao hastily agreed to accompany him. They soon arrived at the house where Dr. Zhang and the others had arranged for the zombies. The room was well sealed with only a small window. Moreover, there were designated guards outside, but since the zombie had already escaped, the guards at the entrance had left. Logically speaking, in such circumstances, it should be nearly impossible for a zombie to leave. However, it was evident that the zombie had indeed escaped, and so thoroughly that no one had noticed. Zhou Chen was still somewhat unclear about the situation, so he hurriedly pushed the door open to take a look. What greeted him was a very large iron box. Rather than an iron box, it was more accurate to call it a cage constructed from steel bars. The steel bars were quite thick. Even with tools, it would take a significant amount of time to pry the door open. Thus, keeping the zombie here was indeed quite safe. However, 2 steel bars at the entrance had already been opened, expanding outward. Although the area was not particularly large, it was sufficient for the zombie inside to escape. Perhaps it was because those 2 steel bars were opened that allowed the zombie to run out. Zhou Chen walked over to take a look and felt that this was somewhat beyond what a zombie could achieve. The steel bars were so thick that if the zombies had such strength, the iron box would have been destroyed long ago. It's likely not the work of a zombie. There's a high probability that someone deliberately released this zombie, and that person may have taken the zombie away, directly creating this situation. Although there was still no direct evidence, Zhou Chen felt there were indeed many strange aspects to this matter. That's unlikely. You've seen how thick this steel bar is. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to affect it at all. It would be impossible to open without specialized tools. Dr. Zhao still found it hard to believe. If this were indeed man-made, it would be quite terrifying. There's a high probability it was man-made, and they might have used some special tools. As for what kind of tools, I'm not exactly sure, but it feels like this isn't a sign of a zombie escaping. If the zombie had escaped on its own, it would have attacked humans by now, and news of it would have spread. But since there has been no news, that's enough to prove that someone harbors ulterior motives. Zhou Chen shared all his thoughts with Dr. Zhao after some contemplation. If you say it like that, it does make a certain amount of sense. Why didn't I consider so much before? Reminded by Zhou Chen, Dr. Zhao also began to sense that something was off. Was there no one guarding this zombie at the time? Zhou Chen was puzzled. Special personnel had already been assigned to watch over this zombie, so why was there such a situation now? There were indeed guards before, but some issues arose. A large-scale zombie attack. The troops were simply insufficient, so a few of them left. No one expected this zombie would cause a problem. Dr. Zhao quickly explained. Hearing this, Zhou Chen gradually understood that this matter was indeed likely man-made. It was just that so far no evidence had been found. Zhou Chen searched carefully in the room and finally discovered something amiss. Under the sunlight, he noticed that there were reflective spots on the steel bar. This was quite unusual. Normally, this steel bar would have a special coating that presented a completely black appearance. Under the sunlight, there should be no color change. Yet just now he saw some shiny areas. Zhou Chen hurriedly approached to inspect. The original color of that steel bar had been exposed, and the coating had long since disappeared. Zhou Chen then carefully examined the remaining steel bars and found similar issues on them. Many of the steel bars had their original color exposed, and the coating had been completely stripped away, indicating they had likely been subjected to considerable force. It seems these steel bars were indeed opened with special tools to release the zombie, Zhou Chen said as he quickly pointed out what he had discovered to Dr. Zhao. This is indeed troublesome. I must hurry to report this to the higher-ups to let them devise a plan. After Dr. Zhao made this statement, he hurriedly left. Ding Dong task acquired. Find the zombie reward points. 1. Zhou Chen initially intended to leave. After all, this matter was not particularly related to him. He just needed to wait and see how it developed. However, unexpectedly, just as Zhou Chen had one leg out the door, the system once again emitted a prompt sound. Moreover, this task was surprisingly related to the zombie, making it seem unlikely that he could leave. Given that he had received such a task, it was unlikely for Zhou Chen to leave, so he stayed on site preparing to continue his investigation. He hoped to find some useful information. However, after a thorough search, Zhou Chen still found nothing of value. Still here, Dr. Zhao returned and noticed Zhou Chen was still in place, seemingly pondering something, and he asked, I still haven't figured out what the situation is. I'm going to continue contemplating this matter here. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. I have already reported this information to my superiors, and they are taking this matter very seriously, but there likely won't be any results in the short term. Dr. Zhao said this and shook his head helplessly before turning to leave. Zhou Chen couldn't shake the feeling that this matter was not as simple as it seemed, or it could very well be a significant conspiracy. If it were merely an ordinary matter, the system would not assign him such a task. There was indeed nothing more at the scene, so Zhou Chen, feeling quite helpless, had no choice but to drive a stranger's car back home. Upon returning home, Zhou Chen realized that relying solely on one person's strength would indeed make it quite difficult to accomplish this task. After some thought, Zhou Chen quickly called for Monkey, preparing to share this matter with him and Brother Fei. This matter needed to involve his group of little rascals to help search. If it was just him searching, he didn't know how long it would take. Hurry and help me investigate where some large metal boxes or similar items have been brought in recently. If you find any news, let me know immediately. Zhou Chen quickly informed Monkey about this matter. What are we looking for? Do you have any more specific clues? Monkey, somewhat confused about Zhou Chen's thoughts, quickly asked him for clarification. If I had specific clues, would I need you guys to look for it? Zhou Chen kicked Monkey, saying this with great frustration. After being kicked by Zhou Chen, Monkey dared not say more and quickly scampered away. Zhou Chen didn't intentionally try to make things difficult for Monkey, it was just that the evidence he could provide was scarce, so in this situation, he could only give Monkey vague information to investigate. Over the course of several days, Zhou Chen continued to investigate this matter, but information was simply too scarce. After the large-scale zombie attack on humanity that day, Dr. Zhao's armed forces had basically all left. The remaining researchers were mostly confined to the lab and did not come out. Thus, in this situation, there were hardly any people left in that building. This also resulted in no one noticing that the zombies were gone, let alone who had arrived at that location. After a thorough investigation, realizing there was no way forward, Zhou Chen could only place all his hopes on Brother Fei and his group. After all, Zhou Chen wasn't particularly clear about how many people Brother Fei had under him lately, and he wasn't certain whether Brother Fei could uncover any useful information. A few days later, one morning, while Zhou Chen was still waking up, he heard a frantic knock at the door. Awakened by the knocking, Zhou Chen quickly opened the door to see what was happening. To his surprise, it was Monkey anxiously knocking at the door. What's the rush? Zhou Chen asked, somewhat puzzled as he opened the door for Monkey to enter. Monkey grabbed the water from the table and gulped it down. After catching his breath, he finally spoke. After our recent investigation, we have basically confirmed our target. A group of people did indeed transport a metal box through here not long ago, and we have now identified the specific location. Monkey quickly relayed the situation to Zhou Chen. Well done, kid. I didn't expect you to be quite reliable. Zhou Chen genuinely did not expect that Monkey and the others had managed to find such information and even an address. In fact, the information he could provide to Monkey was not particularly abundant, so Zhou Chen did not place all his hopes on them. After all, with just this piece of information, Zhou Chen couldn't guarantee what could actually be uncovered, let alone what this group of people could find. In that case, what are we waiting for? Let's hurry and go see what the situation is. At this moment, Zhou Chen felt a bit anxious. After all, it was not easy to have a lead, and it was indeed necessary to check it out. In that case, let's set off quickly, Monkey said excitedly, seeming to be seeking praise. Zhou Chen and Monkey went downstairs together, preparing to head to the location Monkey mentioned, but before that, Zhou Chen first went to inform Dr. Zhao about the situation, asking him to bring people and follow him while he would go ahead to check what the situation was. They quickly arrived at the place Monkey mentioned, which looked like a warehouse. It had a vast area, and from the outside it was hard to tell what the situation inside was. Are you sure this is the place? Upon arriving, Zhou Chen felt a sense of oppression and thought it didn't seem like a good place, so he specifically confirmed this with Monkey. Although Zhou Chen was not particularly afraid of provoking others, he still had an important task to accomplish, so it was unnecessary to bring unnecessary trouble upon himself. A large metal box has indeed been transported here, but I'm not too sure if it's what you're looking for. Monkey quickly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. In that case, let's go take a look. Though uncertain of what the situation was, Zhou Chen still felt he should go and check to confirm this matter. Zhou Chen descended directly from the doomsday vehicle with the monkey. Though the monkey had always followed under Fei Guest's command, he had never had the chance to handle a gun. Now that he finally had one, he was obviously very happy, unable to suppress the smile on his face. I must warn you, don't get too excited, there might be some issues here. Zhou Chen noticed the monkey seemed overly excited, so he quickly spoke up. Don't worry, boss. The monkey replied and hurriedly secured the gun, preparing to follow Zhou Chen. As they walked over, Zhou Chen discovered a large iron door. After a push, the door surprisingly opened. Once the large iron door was pushed open, Zhou Chen led the monkey inside. Upon entering, they found the place was particularly dimly lit. Although there were a few large windows nearby, not much light was coming in. Who are you and who allowed you to come here? At that moment, a voice emerged from within, and immediately all the lights turned on. After a moment of daze, Zhou Chen finally saw the situation inside clearly. It appeared to be a factory filled with numerous machines for production. From a distance, Zhou Chen spotted a huge tin box. Although he was unsure if it was the one used for storage, he decided to approach and take a look. Are you talking to me? Are you deaf? At that moment, the voice came again. Zhou Chen finally reacted. I just want to see what's inside that tin box. Zhou Chen stated his true intentions directly, not wishing to beat around the bush. Have you inquired about what kind of place this is? Do you think you can come and go as you please? Moreover, you want to see our things. You truly have no idea of the consequences. At that moment, the man spoke again and walked over. It was evident that he was a bald-headed man, very stout, with a large gold chain around his neck. Although Zhou Chen didn't know what kind of person this bald man was, his appearance suggested that he was not someone to be trifled with. We're in big trouble this time. Zhou Chen had not yet figured out the situation, but the monkey beside him had already spoken, looking extremely frightened. What's going on? Hurry up and explain it to me. Zhou Chen was a bit confused about the situation, so he quickly asked the monkey, as he felt the monkey seemed to know something. That bald guy is Fei Guest's sworn enemy, known as De Biao. He used to be involved in the underworld. We were forced into this situation due to the massive zombie outbreak, but this group of people has always been like this, becoming even more ruthless, completely disregarding human lives. The monkey hurriedly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. The monkey and his group were merely engaging in petty crimes, and it was only after the zombie outbreak that they had to resort to such measures, simply trying to survive. However, De Biao, the bald man across from them, had gone too far. He had previously mingled in the underworld and had become even more ruthless since then. It seems this situation is indeed troublesome. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. I say, you two really don't know the limits of your own abilities. Do you really dare to come here? Are you looking for death? De Biao said angrily, but the young man across from him seemed to not take him seriously at all, which only fueled De Biao's anger. I've made it very clear, I just want to see what's in that tin box. As long as you let me see what's inside, I won't linger here any longer. Zhou Chen said helplessly, as he was not here to cause trouble, but merely wanted to confirm whether there were zombies inside the box. Do you think it's a matter of face? I just want to see what's inside. It doesn't significantly affect you, so why not let me take a look? De Biao was also quite furious at that moment, truly not expecting the young man to be this audacious. No one ever dared to speak to him like that. This isn't about face, I merely want to see what's inside. It shouldn't have a significant impact on you. Why won't you show it to me? Moreover, there's nothing else here. Zhou Chen said somewhat helplessly, as he was still struggling to understand the situation. He just wanted to see what was in the box. How did it turn into a matter of face? Boss, how about we head back first and think of another way later? The monkey was getting anxious. De Biao was not someone to be trifled with. If they stirred up trouble, Zhou Chen and he would not know what kind of situation they would face. Shut up. Zhou Chen turned around and said angrily to the monkey. It was bad enough that the monkey wasn't helping him. Now he was backing out. Zhou Chen regretted bringing him along. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, the monkey dared not say anything more. If you persist in your folly, don't blame me for being unkind. No one has ever dared to speak to me like this. De Biao said angrily, and after finishing his words, he directly picked up a small pistol from beside him and pointed it at Zhou Chen. Do you really think a small pistol can threaten me, After saying this, Zhou Chen took the automatic rifle he had been carrying on his back. In the face of a small pistol, this automatic rifle was completely overwhelming. As a result, once the automatic rifle was drawn, De Biao's imposing manner instantly vanished. Zhou Chen took out the automatic rifle, posing a significant threat to De Biao. Brother, don't rush. Let's discuss things calmly, all right? After all, a wise man doesn't suffer immediate losses. With a handgun in my hand and facing an automatic rifle, we have no advantage here. If you had said that earlier, we wouldn't have any issues. I just want to see what's inside your metal box. Zhou Chen said helplessly, there really isn't anything in this box. De Biao still seemed reluctant, so he hastily spoke to Zhou Chen. It seems you still don't understand the situation. Zhou Chen said helplessly, taking out his automatic rifle and firing a shot at the ground beside them. The gunshot startled both Monkey and De Biao. There's really nothing good in here, but I can't let you see it. De Biao appeared anxious and hesitant. I just want to confirm if there's something I need inside. It's that simple. If you plan to do anything, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Chen initially intended to talk this over calmly, but seeing the current situation, it was clear that the person across was unwilling to discuss matters properly. In this case, Zhou Chen decided to give De Biao another chance. If he couldn't see what was inside the metal box, he wouldn't hold back. Tell me what you need to find. If it's inside, I'll let you know. If not, you can leave directly. How does that sound? De Biao thought about it, but felt that opening the box directly was inappropriate, so he hastily replied to Zhou Chen. It's not impossible. They'll tell you I came here to look for zombies, and I want to know if what's in your metal box is a zombie. Zhou Chen quickly interjected. After hearing Zhou Chen's words, De Biao's expression evidently changed. Although De Biao hadn't shown any overt reaction, yet his expression suggested that this matter was not so simple. In this situation, Zhou Chen vaguely understood what was going on. Brother, what do you need this for? Do you really think such things would appear in the hands of ordinary people like us? De Biao quickly responded to Zhou Chen. No need to say so much, just open the box and let me see. Although De Biao didn't say much, his previous expression had already betrayed him. In this context, Zhou Chen was even more certain that these things were indeed in De Biao's possession, possibly inside that large metal box. That thing isn't with me, De Biao quickly stated. Do you think I would believe what you're saying? Zhou Chen smiled and replied. After all, De Biao's expression had already revealed too much. In this case, if Zhou Chen didn't take a good look at what was inside, he'd feel uneasy. Even if what's inside isn't the zombie he was looking for, it likely wouldn't be anything good. Thus, Zhou Chen had to take a look. Just then, a loud commotion erupted outside, and shortly after, a group of people rushed in one after another. These individuals appeared to be minor thugs, each armed with various weapons. Some even held handguns. Moreover, the number of handguns was significantly greater than when Zhou Chen encountered Fei Gu and his group, indicating that their strength was much greater. We're done for. Everyone from their side has come over, and they're armed. We're really in trouble now. Monkey seemed to realize that something was wrong, so he quickly spoke to Zhou Chen. Of course, there was no need for Monkey to emphasize this. Zhou Chen wasn't blind and had already noticed everything happening on site. Regardless, Zhou Chen remained calm. He felt capable of handling these people. Do you really think you're invincible? Can you deal with all of this? Seeing that his men had arrived, De Biao reverted to his previously arrogant demeanor. After all, he had previously been alone with just a handgun, clearly unable to compete against the automatic rifles on the opposite side. But now that his men were here with so many people, he feared nothing. Does that mean there's indeed a zombie in that metal box? Although De Biao didn't directly confirm it, the situation was already clear. What does it have to do with you? You're about to face death. What's the use of worrying about it now? De Biao was extremely arrogant at this moment, completely disregarding Zhou Chen as if Zhou Chen had already been sentenced to death. It seems there's really no use anymore. Since that's the case, I won't stay here any longer. They'll take my leave. With that, Zhou Chen turned and pulled Monkey, preparing to leave. Did I say you could leave this place? Zhou Chen, without hesitation, pulled Monkey and walked towards the exit. De Biao was furious. If Zhou Chen managed to leave with Monkey, it would be quite embarrassing for him. However, the two in front seemed to have not heard his words, which only increased De Biao's anger. Bang! Unable to endure any longer, De Biao fired a shot at the ground. Upon hearing the gunshot, the Monkey visibly shivered, and Zhou Chen had no choice but to come to a halt. After all, if he continued forward, he might truly be shot dead, so, in such a situation, Zhou Chen had to find a way to escape. Considering that if he stayed here to fight against the people on the other side, it would be rather inappropriate, he had to think of a way to use his apocalyptic vehicle. I admit I made a mistake. I know I overstepped my bounds. Just wait for me to come out and bring something as an apology. At this moment, Zhou Chen had a broad smile on his face and quickly said to De Biao, I warn you, don't try any tricks. De Biao hurriedly responded to Zhou Chen. However, De Biao was quite confident in his group of brothers. With so many of them, how could just two people possibly escape? Therefore, under such circumstances, De Biao confidently let them leave. Zhou Chen truly did not expect that this matter would be resolved so easily. Perhaps it was due to De Biao's excessive confidence in his men that he was allowed to leave. Zhou Chen went straight to the side of the apocalyptic vehicle. Although there were two small thugs following him, they did not pose a significant threat. Zhou Chen activated the weapon system of the apocalyptic vehicle, and after 2 gunshots, the 2 small thugs fell to the ground. Get in the car. After speaking to the monkey, Zhou Chen directly dashed onto the apocalyptic vehicle, and the monkey reacted, quickly scrambling into the vehicle. What's going on? Hearing the gunshots outside, De Biao was unsure of the situation, so he hurriedly asked his little brothers. But he received no response. Let's go outside and see what's happening. Raoul also sensed that something was amiss, so he quickly instructed his little brothers. Then several little brothers walked to the entrance, preparing to see what was happening. At that moment, the door was suddenly crashed open, and the 2 little brothers at the entrance were knocked down by the door. Zhou Chen drove the apocalyptic vehicle straight in. Although the lighting here was not particularly good, he could still clearly see the vehicle. The imposing sight of the vehicle left De Biao and his men puzzled, as they had no idea what was happening. This machine truly struck a heavy blow to De Biao. Although he didn't know what kind of vehicle this was, De Biao was unsure. This vehicle had nothing to do with him and was likely here to cause trouble, so he quickly pulled out his gun and started shooting. Shoot at that vehicle, De Biao exclaimed, angrily, realizing that the vehicle seemed quite difficult to deal with. He had already fired several shots at the vehicle, yet it showed not a single mark. The little brothers around also seemed to notice this. After firing several shots at the vehicle, they found no evidence of damage. Boss, this car seems to be quite troublesome. We can't handle it. One of the little brothers hurriedly spoke to De Biao. It's just a vehicle to get to work. I refuse to believe we can't handle a single car. De Biao still felt that this situation was quite bizarre. Logically, it was just an oddly designed car. How could it be so tough? He had fired several shots at the car, yet none had any effect. Moreover, even shooting at the car's windows yielded no results. Stop wasting bullets. Your efforts are futile. Zhou Chen rolled down the window and said arrogantly. However, after saying this, Zhou Chen quickly rolled the window back up, as it was indeed bulletproof, but he himself was not. If he were to get hit for this reason, it would truly be a great loss. I didn't expect it to be this kid, or it seems he's indeed quite troublesome. Hurry up and find a way to deal with this vehicle. Upon seeing the person inside the car, De Biao was completely furious. He had indeed been tricked by this kid, fully aware that he was full of malicious intent. The little brothers used various tools against the vehicle, yet to no avail. After all, guns were already ineffective against the apocalyptic vehicle, let alone the knives and baseball bats in their hands. Having toyed with them for a while, Zhou Chen felt that there was no fun left in this. After all, he had an important purpose for coming here, so he decided not to waste any more time. After firing several shots, one of De Biao's little brothers was nearly dead. After all, these were no ordinary bullets, possessing a certain explosive effect resembling mini nuclear bombs. Consequently, under such circumstances, a single bullet could sometimes harm several people, leading to a rapid decrease in the number of De Biao's little brothers. Following this, the remaining men were thoroughly frightened and all began to prepare to flee. I advise you to stand still, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Seeing De Biao about to run away, Zhou Chen quickly rolled down the window and said to him. After Zhou Chen's remark, De Biao immediately froze in place, as he was well aware that fleeing might lead to a very grim end. Come over quickly, I need to discuss something with you. Zhou Chen was unwilling to get out of the car, as that would introduce many variables, so he urged De Biao to come over. Just tell me what you need, I will help you as much as I can. At this moment, De Biao dared not say much and hurriedly approached the side of the apocalyptic vehicle, smiling broadly at Zhou Chen. Did I not make it very clear before? I just want to see what exactly is inside that metal box, so you should hurry over and open it. This might be a bit inappropriate, don't you think? At this moment, De Biao seemed somewhat reluctant to take action. If that's how you feel, then I might not be able to help you. I could go down myself. As long as I kill all of you, I can safely descend. I am giving you a chance, and I hope you truly cherish it. Zhou Chen replied helplessly. He was indeed correct. He could directly go down, but there were still quite a few of De Biao's men present, which posed a certain level of danger. Of course, if he killed all of them, there would be no danger left. No need, I will handle it myself, De Biao said, walking directly to the metal box. After a long struggle, De Biao finally opened the metal box. Inside, he found a cage made of steel, and indeed there was a zombie inside. Although Zhou Chen did not know if this was the one that had gone missing from the laboratory, it was clear that having a zombie inside was decidedly abnormal. Did we not agree that you would tell me directly if you had what I mentioned inside? Why are you unwilling to speak now? Zhou Chen, still somewhat puzzled, quickly asked De Biao. This matter is indeed a bit complex. After all, this is not my possession, so I cannot make decisions on it. De Biao shook his head and replied helplessly. Warning, emergency situation, automatic window closure. Just as Zhou Chen was about to continue speaking, suddenly, he heard a system alert in his mind, and the car windows closed immediately. Zhou Chen had not yet understood the situation when he heard a gunshot, and a bullet struck the glass right beside him. At this moment, Zhou Chen finally understood what was happening. Someone had secretly attempted to shoot him, and was preemptively warned by the system, prompting the windows to close. Zhou Chen felt a wave of fear wash over him. If it were not for the special skill of the apocalyptic vehicle, he would likely have been hit by the bullet. This was a truly terrifying situation for him. If he were to be hit, he would have no chance to struggle. After regaining his composure, Zhou Chen looked in the direction of the gunfire, and indeed saw someone hiding in a corner. Without a second thought, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the apocalyptic vehicle. The person clearly intended to flee, but Zhou Chen would not give him that opportunity. The apocalyptic vehicle fired accurately, predicting the person's direction, and with a gunshot the person collapsed to the ground. De Biao naturally witnessed this scene. Seeing his brother fall to the ground, he was utterly helpless. He felt a surge of anxiety. I had originally planned to give you a chance to leave, but unexpectedly some people still dared to provoke me. Zhou Chen quickly replied, "Let my brothers go. Whatever happens, let it come at me." De Biao shook his head helplessly and then began to plead with Zhou Chen. "Actually, letting your people leave is not impossible, but I hope you can clarify what exactly is happening. Why did you steal this zombie, and how was it taken?" Zhou Chen was filled with doubts, realizing that letting De Biao and his men leave without understanding the situation was not appropriate. If he could retrieve the zombie this time, they might find a way to steal it again next time. Therefore, it was essential to clarify how they had taken the zombie. "If I tell you, will you let my brothers go?" De Biao appeared somewhat skeptical and hurriedly confirmed this with Zhou Chen. "As long as you can clearly explain the situation, your brothers can leave safely." Zhou Chen quickly reiterated this to De Biao. In truth, Zhou Chen did not intend to eliminate all of De Biao's men, he merely sought to investigate the situation. Thus, under these circumstances, allowing De Biao's men to leave was entirely acceptable. "If that is the case, then let my people go first. Rest assured I will tell you everything I know." Upon hearing Zhou Chen's response, De Biao felt much more at ease. "Then you should let your men leave quickly." Zhou Chen was unwilling to dwell on this matter any longer, so he urged De Biao to resolve it. Soon after, many people began to leave the warehouse one after another. All these individuals were De Biao's subordinates. After the earlier incident, they had all found corners to hide. After De Biao called them out, they gradually left. Once everyone had left, De Biao approached Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle. "The people who needed to leave have left. Now it's time for you to explain what is going on." After all the people had been sent away, Zhou Chen began to feel a bit impatient. After such a long time, he simply wanted to clarify what was happening. "To be honest, this matter does not have much to do with us. We are merely temporarily storing this item. It was assigned to me by others." "Are you saying that there are others involved?" Upon hearing De Biao's words, Zhou Chen was somewhat taken aback and quickly confirmed whether it was as he suspected. That phrasing may seem slightly imprecise, but in truth it is precisely how things must be stated. Upon learning this, Zhou Chen felt a profound shock. He had never imagined the matter would implicate so many individuals. Yet upon reflection, it made perfect sense. A mere gang of petty thugs could hardly orchestrate something of such scale. More critically, retaining a zombie served no apparent purpose for such low-level thugs. Clearly someone far more powerful stood behind them with sinister intent. "Then tell me about the person above you," Zhou Chen said, at once determined to uncover the truth behind this affair. "Truthfully, I know very little, and much of what I do know is classified. At my level, such information remains inaccessible. We simply received orders to preserve these specimens. Our role was merely custodial." De Biao shook his head helplessly before elaborating on the situation. Hearing this, Zhou Chen felt a sharp pang of frustration. The matter was far more complex than it first appeared, and its ramifications likely extended deep into unseen hierarchies. Only something of extraordinary gravity could provoke such elaborate concealment. The fact that even someone like De Biao knew nothing confirmed just how formidable and elusive those pulling the strings truly were. Yet Zhou Chen remained deeply unsettled, unable to pierce the mystery. Something about this felt profoundly unnatural. In the brutal reality of the apocalypse, such calculated manipulation should have vanished long ago. In the past, coercion relied on money, a currency now utterly worthless. So how then did they compel obedience? What leverage held these men in thrall? Then tell me, why do you serve them? Having turned the question over endlessly without resolution, Zhou Chen decided it was time to ask the source directly. It's actually quite simple, mere reciprocity. Men like us crave firearms to bolster our authority, and they supplied them. Beyond that, I know nothing. With matters having reached this point, De Biao saw no further reason to conceal anything, and thus revealed all he knew. Then name the one who issued the order. Once you do, your involvement ends here. Zhou Chen pressed urgently. He needed a single thread to follow, a single name to unravel the entire web. Failure to trace this chain would not only stall the investigation, but risk drawing far greater danger down upon himself. A man called Lao Wu. His underlings address him as Fifth Master. As for his true identity, I know nothing. Here's his address. The rest is no longer my concern. Deal with it as you see fit. With those words, De Biao hastily produced a small slip of paper and handed it to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen scanned the address. It meant nothing to him. He had no familiarity with the location. He immediately passed the note to Hou Zi, asking him to identify the place. Upon reading it, Hou Zi paled. The address is genuine. Though the place itself is notoriously treacherous, Hou Zi confirmed with a solemn nod. You may leave now. Your part in this ends here. Choose the path of virtue. This matter carries grave peril. Once assured, Zhou Chen dismissed De Biao without delay. De Biao bowed gravely, then hurried from the warehouse, vanishing swiftly beyond its threshold. Never mind the address for now. Help me lift this crate onto the vehicle. Its sheer size made solo handling impossible. Zhou Chen needed assistance to load it onto the transport. Boss, this feels wrong. There's a zombie inside. If it breaks free and grabs me, shouldn't we call more people? Honestly, I can't bring myself to touch it. Had he remained ignorant of its contents, Hou Zi would have lifted it without hesitation. But now that he knew, his resolve faltered entirely. What nonsense are you imagining? It's sealed inside a steel crate. I'm not afraid, so why should you be? Zhou Chen sighed in exasperation and kicked Hou Zi lightly. After a brief pointed warning, Hou Zi reluctantly agreed, and together they hauled the steel crate into the storage compartment. It took considerable effort, but eventually the crate rested securely within the compartment. Though the task involved only a single crate, Hou Zi collapsed in exhaustion. Zhou Chen suspected it stemmed less from physical strain than from overwhelming psychological dread. Get in the vehicle now. Zhou Chen signaled Hou Zi, who scrambled aboard with astonishing speed. Traumatized by the ordeal of handling the zombie, Hou Zi fled straight to the Apocalypse Divine vehicle, desperate to avoid any further entanglement. Watching him vanish inside, Zhou Chen could only shake his head in weary disbelief. It was just a crate. With a sharp press of the accelerator, Zhou Chen sped out of the warehouse and immediately turned his attention to returning Hou Zi to his current residence. I'm assigning you a task. Immediately investigate who this old five really is and determine the exact location of this place. Report your findings to me without delay. Zhou Chen quickly briefed Hou Zi on the matter, and before Hou Zi could even react, Zhou Chen gunned the engine and sped off. From Hou Zi's initial reaction upon seeing the note, Zhou Chen sensed at once that this was no ordinary affair, perhaps even tied to underworld knowledge long buried among those who walked the shadowed paths. Zhou Chen knew Hou Zi would resist this assignment fiercely, so he gave him no chance to hesitate or refuse. Having entrusted the task to Hou Zi, Zhou Chen now focused on delivering the zombie to Dr. Zhao's research facility without delay. After all, keeping such a creature in his own possession unsettled him deeply. He arrived at Dr. Zhao's institute shortly thereafter. After a brief exchange with the staff downstairs, Dr. Zhao descended from the upper levels. I've brought back the zombie. It's in my vehicle. Dispatch someone to retrieve it immediately and ensure absolute discretion. No commotion, no exposure. Finding a quiet spot, Zhou Chen relayed the matter to Dr. Zhao. A missing zombie was never trivial. It was a crisis waiting to ignite. To prevent unwarranted panic, Dr. Zhao sealed the incident under strict confidentiality, just as he had done before. Since the leak had already been contained, the zombie's return had to be executed covertly. No eyes, no traces. Within moments, several soldiers in crisp uniforms arrived and carefully carried the reinforced steel crate upstairs, back into the containment chamber. The original cage had been destroyed, so they reused the same heavy-duty crate. A fortunate choice, given its exceptional durability. Once the scene was secured, Dr. Zhao escorted Zhou Chen to his office. What exactly happened? Dr. Zhao's voice betrayed genuine astonishment. He needed answers, and he needed them now. I retrieved it from a gang of street thugs, but they were merely pawns acting on orders from above. They knew nothing of the true circumstances. I've traced the chain upward, but the investigation has yet to begin, or it will take time. Zhou Chen concisely recounted what he knew, though his knowledge remained fragmentary at best. Relaying even this much proved no small feat. This situation is indeed complicated. Someone is clearly manipulating events behind the scenes. Proceed boldly with your investigation. If you require assistance, contact me immediately. I'll provide whatever support lies within my reach. Dr. Zhao recognized the gravity of the matter and wasted no time offering his full backing. Sending military personnel would be ill-advised. Their involvement would be too conspicuous, too overt. Moreover, the armed forces are stretched thin, locked in relentless combat against the ever-escalating zombie onslaught. These creatures have grown dangerously aggressive. Any misstep could trigger catastrophe. Every unit stands on high alert, fortifying defenses. There simply aren't spare personnel available for a delicate off-the-books inquiry. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chen stood out unmistakably as the ideal operative. There is something I'll need your help with. It's perilous. I enlisted a few street thugs earlier, but I lack sufficient firearms. Violent confrontation is likely, so I need your support in arming my team. Zhou Chen spoke plainly. Safety and deterrence were non-negotiable. Come with me. I'll get them for you right away, Dr. Zhao replied without hesitation. Zhou Chen had expected deliberation, perhaps even formal authorization from higher command. He was utterly unprepared for Dr. Zhao's immediate effortless assent, so much so that he momentarily faltered. Dr. Zhao, please confirm I require firearms and ammunition, Zhou Chen clarified, fearing miscommunication. I understand perfectly. You'll accompany me to collect them, Dr. Zhao affirmed with a calm nod. Zhou Chen was stunned. He'd assumed Dr. Zhao was merely a skilled physician, not a man wielding authority vast enough to authorize arms transfers at will. I know what you're thinking. Don't worry. This modest privilege falls well within my purview, Dr. Zhao declared with quiet confidence. Without restraint, Zhou Chen selected only the finest equipment, precision weapons, tactical gear, and an ample supply of ammunition. Unlike the self-replenishing rounds of his apocalyptic vehicle, these bullets were irreplaceable, each one gone forever once fired. So he took as much as he possibly could. Hold on there. You've already taken quite enough. Dr. Zhao finally interjected, unable to watch any longer. Zhou Chen offered an awkward smile and ceased his loading. Rest assured, Doctor, I'll complete the mission. Beaming with satisfaction, he thanked Dr. Zhao, and then leapt into his apocalyptic divine vehicle, vanishing in a blur of speed and dust. A chime echoed. Mission completed. Reward points 1. The system's notification sounded once more, but Zhou Chen paid it no mind. Clutching the weapons, he hurried back. After all, such an arsenal would surely ignite envy if seen by others. More pressingly, Zhou Chen needed to ascertain exactly what was happening. This matter was delicate. He had to return at once and clarify everything with Fei Ji's crew. Soon Zhou Chen steered the Apocalypse divine vehicle straight to Houzi. Gather everyone, Fei Gu included. I have something important to discuss with you all. Zhou Chen paused to consider, entrusting Houzi with this request felt inappropriate. Fei Gu, after all, was their undisputed leader. Understood. I'll see to it immediately, Houzi replied without hesitation. Yet communication in this ruined world remained arduous. Assembling them would take time. Over an hour later, Fei Gu arrived at last, flanked by a throng of followers. There's something in my vehicle. Houzi, bring a few men to help me unload it. Zhou Chen spoke, and Houzi promptly led several men over. In moments, a pile of heavy iron crates stood before them. What on earth is this? Fei Gu stared astonished, utterly baffled by the crate's purpose, and voiced his question at once. A surprise for you. Open it and see for yourself, Zhou Chen said enigmatically, then stepped aside without touching the crate. Though puzzled, Fei Gu hesitated, uncertain whether to act yet unwilling to appear timid. Go on, open it, and find out what's inside. After deliberation, Fei Gu deemed the situation too uncertain to handle himself, so he delegated the task to Houzi. Brother, isn't this rather unseemly? Houzi balked, reluctant to open the crate, its contents wholly unknown to him. Houzi turned to Fei Gu for support, but Fei Gu refused outright. Sensing the impasse, Houzi appealed to Zhou Chen, who merely shook his head helpless. This is Fei Ji's decision, not mine. I bear no authority here, Zhou Chen declared, deflecting responsibility entirely. With both leaders refusing to intervene, Houzi realized further reluctance would seem cowardly and unacceptable. Bracing himself as if facing death, Houzi approached and slowly lifted the lid of the black iron crate. When no danger emerged from the narrow opening, he dared lift it fully. Peering through the gap, he recoiled in shock, then slammed the lid shut the moment he glimpsed its contents. These things, they're terrifying, Houzi exclaimed, yet his expression betrayed not fear but exhilarated awe. What are you doing? I told you to inspect it, not slam it shut. Fei Gu watched, irritation flaring as Houzi closed the crate once more. Brother, these are treasures beyond words. Come see for yourself, Houzi replied, voice hushed with reverence. Seeing Houzi unharmed and visibly elated, Fei Ji's curiosity kindled into anticipation. What could possibly lie within? After prolonged hesitation, Fei Gu finally stepped forward and opened the crate himself. His eyes widened in stunned disbelief. No way, you actually secured these? He gasped, staring at the gleaming firearms and ammunition inside. Distribute these among the brothers, but understand they aren't gifts. A new mission has been assigned. Only upon completion may we keep them. Seizing the moment, Zhou Chen clarified the mission's terms, essential given the gravity of the situation. Zhou Chen threw open every crate. As the crowd beheld their contents, astonishment rippled through them like thunder. So many guns. Incredible. We've never seen such firepower. Who'd have thought we'd wield gear like this? Now let's see who dares bully us again. Murmurs swelled across the group, elation surging as each man gazed upon the armory. These weapons come with a condition. We must investigate. Lao Wu. You all know something. Speak now. Brother, Lao Wu is untouchable. Even with these arms, we must tread carefully. Having learned the target's name, Fei Gu drew near Zhou Chen to speak in confidence. Just who is this Lao Wu? Why does everyone grow so guarded the moment his name is spoken? Zhou Chen noticed it instantly, the air-chilled silence falling like frost. That alone signaled grave tidings. Lao Wu is an enigma, shrouded in dread backed by forces beyond reckoning. Before the zombie cataclysm, and still today, he remains a figure no one dares provoke. Fei Gu hastily briefed Zhou Chen on Lao Wu, but his account remained vague, veiled in cautious ambiguity. Even now, Zhou Chen still couldn't figure out the exact situation. He could only hear this group bragging about just how impressive Lao Wu was. Is there anything specific you can share? I don't know what kind of situation you're talking about, Zhou Chen said helplessly. After all, with just this information, he couldn't determine what kind of person Lao Wu truly was. To put it simply, everyone who has offended Lao Wu or has caught his attention has disappeared for various reasons, and all the reasons for their disappearance are quite legitimate. Since then, no one has dared to provoke Lao Wu again. At this point, Fei Gu hurriedly explained the specifics regarding Lao Wu. After he finished speaking, the people around nodded in agreement. However, from these sparse clues, Zhou Chen still couldn't deduce what the actual situation was. He couldn't even understand why Lao Wu would want to deal with this zombie. To be honest with you, the mission assigned to us is to investigate everything about Lao Wu. Once we clarify this matter, all these weapons will belong to you. If we fail to investigate thoroughly, they will have to be returned. Now those who wish to withdraw may do so directly. Zhou Chen quickly communicated this to those present, as using normal methods would be futile. It was necessary to show these little thugs some tangible benefits, otherwise they would certainly refuse to cooperate. After Zhou Chen said this, the people on site began to hesitate. Although these weapons appeared extremely enticing, obtaining them would indeed allow one to dominate a territory. However, offending Lao Wu would also have dire consequences, and it was likely that Lao Wu's weapons were not much inferior to their own. In such a situation, many people were unsure of what to do. The attendees were very hesitant, and some had even begun to contemplate giving up on this matter. I agree to this matter. Zhou Chen did not expect that the first person to agree would be Fei Gu. After Fei Gu agreed, Monkey followed suit. With those two leading the way, the remaining group members also basically agreed to this matter. Even if a couple of people wanted to back out, they felt too embarrassed to do so at this moment, as these little thugs still valued their pride. Soon, everyone present had agreed to this matter. In that case, you all should properly investigate this matter. It doesn't require extensive investigation for me. As long as you find out exactly where Lao Wu is, that's enough. I'll handle the rest myself. At this point, Zhou Chen also laid out the specific mission. He was very clear in his mind that having these people investigate would not yield significant results. Moreover, it could potentially alert Lao Wu to the situation. So in light of this, Zhou Chen carefully considered the situation and decided to quickly ascertain Lao Wu's whereabouts, leaving the rest for himself to resolve. As for the reason behind it, he could simply ask Lao Wu later. After assigning this task, the little thugs all dispersed to attend to their own matters. In just one day, Monkey had already relayed the news that they had found out where Lao Wu was. At this moment, Zhou Chen quickly compared this address with the one Big Biao had given him, and indeed they were not the same place, and were quite far apart. Zhou Chen couldn't help but exclaim luckily he had reinvestigated this matter. Had he gone directly, it would have likely been quite troublesome. It seemed that Lao Wu was indeed very cautious. The addresses given to his subordinates were all fake, preventing any possibility of betrayal. If he had followed the address provided by Big Biao, he wouldn't have known what kind of situation he would encounter. Since Lao Wu had anticipated this, it was very likely he had set traps at that location, putting Zhou Chen at great risk of meeting a dire fate. Have Fei Gu arrange a few agile brothers to come with me. After careful consideration, Zhou Chen still felt it was more appropriate for him to go directly. If he sent his subordinates, he couldn't predict what kind of situation might arise. Don't worry, I'll take care of it right away. After Monkey agreed, he left immediately. Not long after Monkey and Fei Gu arrived with a dozen agile brothers. Fortunately, the space inside the apocalyptic vehicle was quite large, so, with a little squeeze, these dozen people could fit. With these dozen people in tow, Zhou Chen drove directly to the address. He soon arrived at a location that resembled a factory. It seemed this group really liked such places as they were relatively spacious, and if someone was lying in ambush, it would indeed be hard to spot them. At the entrance was a large iron gate. Zhou Chen drove up beside it and honked the horn. Who is it? Are you looking for death? A very impatient voice came from inside. After a short while, a small door opened, and a seemingly laid-back thug walked over. The thug appeared groggy upon seeing such a large vehicle. He was genuinely startled. What is this? Who are you? What do you want here? Although the vehicle was intimidating, the thug quickly regained his composure and asked Zhou Chen about his intentions. I want to find Lao Wu. Zhou Chen got straight to the point without any beating around the bush. Is Fifth Master a name you can just call? The thug arrogantly replied. You really don't know the heights of heaven and depths of the earth. It appeared that Lao Wu indeed held significant authority. The thug on the vehicle shouted, "Those on the vehicle, hurry up and get down. Don't blame me for being rude to you." "What should we do, boss? Should we go down?" Monkey quickly asked Zhou Chen. After all, if they went down directly, it might not be very appropriate. The situation at the scene was quite dangerous. However, if they didn't go down, it would essentially mean thoroughly offending the people on Old Five's side. Who knows what might happen in the future? "If you don't go down, just wait on the vehicle," Zhou Chen told Monkey quickly. "Are you pretending to be foolish up there? I warn you, if you don't come down now, don't blame me for being rude." The thug at the entrance said this with great arrogance, genuinely surprised that the people in the vehicle were so unyielding. After repeatedly demanding for several times, the people in the vehicle remained unresponsive, causing the thug to lose his patience. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." After saying this, the thug pulled out a handgun and fired a shot at Zhou Chen's vehicle. It was merely an ordinary small handgun, which would not cause any harm to the vehicle. The thug noticed this situation too. After firing a shot, he found that it only created a spark and left no mark on the vehicle. Doubting his luck, the thug fired several shots at the vehicle, but the result was the same. The vehicle remained unscathed. Seeing this, the thug was quite frightened. The vehicle was incredibly formidable, showing no impact from the gunfire. "What's going on?" Soon another thug's voice came over and he approached. After all, hearing so many gunshots outside made the group of thugs curious. "Big brother, come quickly and see. This vehicle is terrifying. I've fired several shots at it, yet it left no trace at all." The thug hurriedly explained the situation to his older brother. "I think you might still be half asleep. What vehicle is so powerful that it can withstand so many bullets?" The thug's leader quickly responded, but after saying this, he was also startled as he saw a very large vehicle before him. "Is this the vehicle you're talking about?" the leader asked uncertainly. "Yes, this is the one. I've shot at it several times, but there are no marks left on it." The thug quickly explained the situation to his leader. "I really don't believe it can be as incredible as you say." The leader clearly didn't believe this, so after saying that, he drew his handgun and fired several shots at the vehicle. However, the result was just like before. There were only a few sparks and no marks were left on the vehicle. "You two should stop wasting time and hurry up and call Old Five out." Zhou Chen looked at the two thugs below and couldn't help but want to laugh. The people in the vehicle could no longer hold back and burst into laughter, but the people outside were unaware. "Shut up. Do you think you can just call out Lord Five's name?" Hearing the thug's leader say this, Zhou Chen shook his head in helplessness. It seemed impossible to get Old Five out. Bang! With the sound of a gunshot, the two thugs were instantly incapacitated. After all, the firepower system of the vehicle had been significantly upgraded. The bullets hit like cannonballs, causing tremendous damage to ordinary people. Although only one shot was fired, the two thugs were blown away. Zhou Chen thought it would be more suitable for him to drive directly in. So at that moment, Zhou Chen decided not to waste more time with the two thugs, and after resolving them, the vehicle crashed through the door. After rushing in, it quickly attracted the attention of a group of thugs. They surrounded the vehicle, clearly having noticed the situation. Even if they hadn't noticed the situation at the entrance, the very act of the vehicle charging in was an offense to them. "Who are you? What do you want?" one thug quickly exclaimed, but Zhou Chen did not respond. He activated the vehicle's firepower system, firing a shot that hit its target, causing several people around to suffer. The nearby thugs were all blasted away. "What do you want?" These thugs realized something was off and began firing back. However, it was of no use. Their bullets could not harm the vehicle. After firing several rounds, they realized the situation was not right. This vehicle was too terrifying, as ordinary bullets simply could not inflict damage on it. "Hurry up and bring Old Five over, or none of you will survive." Zhou Chen quickly stated that he had come here solely to find Old Five, not to eliminate this group of thugs. "You should take a look at who you are. Do you think you are worthy?" one thug arrogantly retorted. Although they recognized the person before them was tough, they remained brash. Zhou Chen felt helpless. He had given this thug a chance, but the little brat didn't appreciate it. Thus, in this situation, Zhou Chen decided he wouldn't give this thug any more chances, and at the very least he needed to resolve this thug first. After activating the firepower system, a single shot struck the target directly. In an instant, that person and several others around him were blown away. Upon witnessing this situation, the group of petty thugs realized that the matter was far from simple. This vehicle possessed terrifying defensive capabilities. Its offensive power was equally formidable. Despite this, a group of them remained somewhat unconvinced and began to focus their fire on the doomsday vehicle, yet it yielded no results. "I have made myself very clear. Bring Lao Wu over here." Taking advantage of the pause from the group, Zhou Chen hurriedly spoke to the thugs. Even if the thugs were reluctant to summon Lao Wu, he should have received some news by now and would likely be arriving soon. Zhou Chen fired a few shots intermittently, quickly reducing the number of thugs by more than half. If Lao Wu continued to delay his appearance, Zhou Chen began to contemplate that he might indeed have to eliminate all these thugs. Stop shooting, let's discuss this properly. At that moment, a deep voice resonated. Then a middle-aged man leaning on a cane approached. He had finely styled short hair, and although his clothing was unidentifiable in brand, it was extremely well-fitted and exuded elegance. He appeared not particularly old, yet it was unclear why he relied on a cane. Fifth Master. As soon as the middle-aged man arrived, all the thugs at the scene halted their actions, greeting him with considerable respect. Zhou Chen found this scene quite astonishing. It was truly impressive. You all should learn from me. I hope to have such a presence next time. Let's come down and discuss what the friend in the vehicle wants. I'm already out here, and I hope you can show your sincerity as well. At this moment, Lao Wu spoke, his voice not particularly loud, but sufficiently compelling. Zhou Chen couldn't comprehend how this person who seemed far from the typical head of a thug was indeed the leader of the thugs. Look at the crowd around you with so many eyes watching me. Do you think I can trust you? Zhou Chen quickly responded. After all, there was a point to this. You all can disperse. I need to have a good talk with the friend in the vehicle about the situation. Lao Wu quickly said this, and soon the group of thugs vanished, leaving only a few to protect him closely. After all, they were still afraid of anything happening to Lao Wu. In that case, let's get out of the vehicle. After Zhou Chen spoke, he promptly opened the door of the doomsday vehicle, and soon everyone inside stepped out. All of them wielded top-tier weapons, and upon exiting they attracted the attention of the remaining thugs. Finally, Zhou Chen stepped out as well. Who is looking for me? Upon seeing everyone disembark, Lao Wu quickly inquired. However, Lao Wu felt a twinge of anxiety. He hadn't expected so many people to emerge from the vehicle. Had he known, he would have kept a few more men behind. This situation felt rather unsafe, especially with this group possessing such advanced weaponry. It's not quite appropriate to discuss this outside. Oh, let's find a quieter place to have a proper conversation. Zhou Chen stepped forward to say this to Lao Wu. All right, I understand. Lao Wu replied, and then led the way. He quickly brought Zhou Chen into a room, and Zhou Chen led all his companions inside as well, while Lao Wu had a significant number of men standing by. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely tense. Little brother, you have killed quite a few of my men. Don't you think you owe me an explanation? At this moment, Lao Wu hurriedly expressed this, especially since it was in his territory, having lost many brothers. If he didn't demand an explanation, it would surely be inappropriate. I have already made myself very clear. As long as you come out, it can be arranged. However, it seems that your men are unwilling to bring you out, and I have no way to change that. Besides, it was your men who fired first. Zhou Chen quickly explained the situation, and he was not wrong. It was indeed the thugs who shot first. If the thugs hadn't fired, Zhou Chen wouldn't have had to wipe them out completely. In that case, why don't you tell me what your purpose in finding me is? Lao Wu sighed, seemingly suppressing his anger, then quickly spoke up. I want to ask about your relationship with De Biao. Why did you send zombies to De Biao, and how did you manage to bring this zombie out? Zhou Chen at this moment did not hold back and directly expressed his thoughts. Is this what you are here for? If so, then let me inform you, I have nothing to say. Lao Wu quickly replied. It was evident that Lao Wu's expression had turned quite sour. Both Monkey and Fei Ge noticed this situation and began to feel uneasy. Having killed so many of Lao Wu's men, they were likely to face his furious revenge. I came to find you precisely for this reason. If you don't clarify things, do you think you'll be able to leave this place? Zhou Chen spoke firmly. The two of them were at a standoff. Young man, don't be so hot-headed. Lao Wu smiled as if the previous incident had never happened. However, everyone could clearly sense that Lao Wu was already very angry, even harboring thoughts of violence. Zhou Chen, of course, could sense this as well, but he chose to ignore it. He merely wanted to investigate these matters clearly. Fifth Master, if you say it like that, wouldn't it lose all meaning? I simply wish to investigate these matters thoroughly and have no other intentions. To tell you the truth, brother, this matter cannot be disclosed. I have superiors to answer to, and I must be responsible for them. Then why not tell me who your superiors are? I can go directly to them. Hearing this, Zhou Chen was quite surprised. He originally thought Fifth Master was the mastermind behind this, but to his astonishment, there were others above him. Brother, are you trying to push me to my death? If that's the case, then I can no longer be courteous with you. As soon as Fifth Master finished speaking, all his men raised their guns. Zhou Chen's men reacted quickly, as well, raising their weapons in unison. Both sides entered a standoff, although it was evident that Zhou Chen's side was better equipped. Zhou Chen's side was uniform with automatic rifles, while Fifth Master's side appeared much poorer, armed primarily with handguns. Although these handguns could instill enough intimidation in others, they held no power over Zhou Chen's men. In such a situation, handguns stood no chance against rifles. Tension filled the air instantly. Everyone was extremely tense, including Zhou Chen, who had never encountered such a situation before. He felt completely inexperienced. Originally, he thought he could rely on Brother Fei to manage the situation, but he hadn't anticipated that Brother Fei would be even more panicked than himself. At this moment, Brother Fei was so frightened that his legs were trembling. In contrast to Zhou Chen's situation, Fifth Master appeared much calmer. Although he was already a middle-aged man and had no weapons, he seemed utterly unperturbed. Since Fifth Master is unwilling to discuss this matter, then so be it. However, if you wish to seek compensation, that is unlikely given that it was your men who made the first move. Zhou Chen hastily replied to Fifth Master. All right. Fifth Master gritted his teeth and ultimately acquiesced to the matter. After all, the opposing side was much better positioned, and they indeed made the first move. In that case, I shall take my leave for now. If one day you wish to discuss this matter, we can reconnect. After saying this, Zhou Chen turned and left, followed by his men, who gradually exited the room. Boss, are we really just leaving like this? Doesn't that seem a bit too disadvantageous? After all, they had already offended Fifth Master and had yet to extract any information. Let's leave for now, or this matter won't end so easily. Zhou Chen whispered to Brother Fei, preparing to get his men in the vehicle. Warning, danger alert. At this moment, a system prompt from the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle suddenly echoed in Zhou Chen's mind. Then the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle fired a shot, hitting a person in the distance, sending him flying. What does this mean? Fifth Master quickly asked. Though he didn't know what had happened, Zhou Chen understood that if that person didn't harbor any ill intentions toward him, the system wouldn't have acted. If your men hadn't acted, I believe my vehicle wouldn't have fired either. Zhou Chen quickly said this and hurriedly got his men into the vehicle. After all, it was quite dangerous to stay here, so getting into the vehicle was the most prudent choice. Soon all of Zhou Chen's men had boarded the vehicle. Fifth Master, I give you one last chance. I hope you can clarify this situation for me. If you cannot, then do not blame me for lacking chivalry. After getting in the vehicle, Zhou Chen quickly spoke. I have already made myself very clear. If this matter cannot be disclosed to you. Fifth Master also quickly responded, feeling quite upset after what had just occurred. In that case, I shall no longer abide by any chivalrous code. Saying this, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle. In an instant, bullets rained down, annihilating all of Fifth Master's men, leaving only Fifth Master standing in place. Fortunately, the bullets from the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle were controlled perfectly, allowing Fifth Master to remain unharmed. Fifth Master, now aware of what had transpired, was shocked to find that all of his men had disappeared in such a short time. Seeing this, Fifth Master felt a mix of astonishment and fear. I ask you once more, do you think we can still discuss this matter? Zhou Chen repeated his question, for he could not directly act against Fifth Master. I have already made myself very clear. If this matter cannot be disclosed to you. Despite the terrifying events, Fifth Master still refused to reveal anything. Fifth Master, you are aware of the current situation. If you do not speak up, I fear it will be quite difficult for you to leave this place. At this moment, Zhou Chen hurriedly informed Lao Wu about the situation. After all, Zhou Chen had come out to investigate this matter, and if Lao Wu remained silent, the chain of evidence would be severed. Therefore, under such circumstances, it was imperative for Lao Wu to reveal the truth. I have made it very clear that this matter cannot be disclosed to you. If there is nothing else, you may go about your business. I will not pursue the issue of you killing my subordinate. Lao Wu spoke plainly, and though his tone was calm, an aura of killing intent emanated from him. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified by now, but Zhou Chen was not afraid of such things. This is no longer a matter of whether you want to pursue it or not. If you cannot clarify the situation, no one will leave here today. After confirming that there were no bystanders around, Zhou Chen opened the car door and stepped out with his subordinates. In an instant, a group of people surrounded Lao Wu with all guns pointed at him. Even if you kill me today, you will not obtain what you desire. Facing the guns around him, Lao Wu smiled slightly, showing that he was not particularly afraid of the situation. If I were to kill you directly, wouldn't that violate the code of the underworld? This place is perilously dangerous, and Fifth Master has no one to protect him. I should take him to a safer location. After saying this, Zhou Chen waved his hand, and his subordinates, understanding the gravity of the situation, swiftly subdued Lao Wu and took him to the Armageddon vehicle. Zhou Chen contemplated that if they could not extract information from Lao Wu, they would have to take him back. After all, leaving Lao Wu here might mean the loss of future opportunities to inquire. With no other options, Zhou Chen decided to take Lao Wu back. He drove the Armageddon vehicle directly to Dr. Zhao's research facility. Since Zhou Chen had nowhere else to leave Lao Wu under the circumstances, Dr. Zhao's place seemed to be the best option. Moreover, Dr. Zhao could mobilize some force, ensuring that Lao Wu would not encounter any issues there. They soon arrived at Dr. Zhao's research facility, and Zhou Chen informed his subordinates, prompting Dr. Zhao to arrive shortly. How is the investigation progressing? Dr. Zhao quickly asked upon seeing Zhou Chen. The situation is somewhat complicated. I have not determined the exact outcome, but I have brought you a person. The remaining matters will require your efforts as I do not have a good approach. What do you mean by bringing me a person? Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Dr. Zhao was momentarily taken aback and did not grasp what was happening. I have brought back the leader of a small gang. He should know everything, but he is unwilling to tell me. Therefore, I have no other choice but to bring him back, Zhou Chen said helplessly. After all, there was truly no way to proceed in the current situation. If he is unwilling to tell you, do you think I can make him speak? Dr. Zhao felt somewhat helpless. Actually, you don't necessarily need to extract information. Just ensure that this thug's leader is kept under watch, and eventually we will gather some information. At this moment, Zhou Chen hurriedly revealed his true intentions. He merely had no way to deal with Lao Wu and needed a place to keep him. Since you have said so, rest assured, I will definitely find someone to keep a close watch on him. Dr. Zhao promptly agreed after understanding the situation. In that case, I will leave this person to you. The remaining matters still need ongoing investigation, so I won't go on about it here. After discussing these matters with Dr. Zhou Chen instructed his subordinates to quickly take Lao Wu to a special room upstairs. Soon someone directly restrained Lao Wu. After confirming that there should be no issues with Lao Wu, Zhou Chen hurriedly returned with his group of thugs. After sending the thugs to their resting place, Zhou Chen quickly returned to Dr. Zhao's residence. At this moment, he was somewhat troubled as the situation was indeed difficult to resolve. If Lao Wu refuses to reveal anything, it would truly be improbable for him to investigate these matters. After all, investigating like this could be said to have no clues whatsoever. After much contemplation, Zhou Chen felt that this issue was not particularly easy to resolve, and certain methods and strategies must be employed. However, Zhou Chen still could not think of a better solution in the short term. After 2 days passed, the group, led by Monkey, was also continuously investigating the matter, yet no results had emerged. Zhou Chen still felt that this matter was not as easily investigated as it seemed. During these 2 days, Zhou Chen had been pondering what methods could be employed to clarify this issue, but he had not come up with any suitable ones. After a lengthy period of consideration, he felt that it was inappropriate to keep Lao Wu in this place. If Lao Wu continued to stay here, it would likely be impossible to investigate further. Perhaps releasing Lao Wu could provide a glimmer of hope. After all his associates had been dealt with, so it was likely that he would seek help from those above him. Considering this, Zhou Chen decided to consult Dr. Zhao about the matter to see if there were any feasible options. Fearing that a good opportunity might be missed, Zhou Chen hurriedly drove to Dr. Zhao's place. After speaking to his subordinates, Dr. Zhao quickly came down. What's the situation? Have you found out any results? After Dr. Zhao came down, he wasted no time in asking Zhou Chen about the situation. There are no results at all. Getting to the bottom of this matter is likely to be quite troublesome, so I thought of an alternative method. I plan to release that person. Zhou Chen expressed his thoughts to Dr. Zhao. If we release that person, won't it make it even harder to investigate this matter? Dr. Zhao didn't understand Zhou Chen's reasoning, so he asked for clarification. What I mean is to release this person as bait and then have someone follow him. Perhaps there will be unexpected surprises. If we continue along this path, I don't know if we will ever uncover any results. Zhou Chen laid out all his thoughts. From what you're saying, it sounds like you already have a complete plan. In that case, you should execute it quickly. Is there anything you need me to do? Dr. Zhao asked, knowing that Zhou Chen had come to seek assistance, otherwise Zhou Chen would have handled these matters on his own. I do need your help. I hope you can find a reasonable opportunity to release that person and continue to follow him to see if we can uncover anything. Zhou Chen shared all his thoughts with Dr. Zhao. This matter was merely an idea he had how to implement. It was not solely his decision. After all, many aspects of this situation should be entrusted to Dr. Zhao. In this context, Zhou Chen hurriedly conveyed this matter to Dr. Zhao, hoping he could thoroughly study the issue. If that's the case, I understand the situation now. There's no need to say more. I've got it covered. Leave the rest to me, and if there are any issues, I will inform you immediately. Dr. Zhao had understood everything at this point. After agreeing to the plan, he hurried to attend to his own affairs. After discussing this matter with Dr. Zhou Chen quickly returned home, no longer needing to overthink the remaining issues. However, Zhou Chen didn't completely relax. He called the monkey over to his home. I've arranged everything on that side. For the next few days, you'll stay there. As soon as you see Lao Wu leaving the research institute, follow him closely and make sure to investigate the situation. Of course, be sure to stay safe. Zhou Chen quickly informed the monkey about this matter as he was hesitant to trust others in this situation. He felt his own people were more reliable. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. The monkey quickly agreed. After confirming this task, he hurried to investigate. The following week was quite peaceful as there were no immediate issues. Soon news came from the monkey that Lao Wu had escaped from the research institute. However, it seemed he was seriously injured, stumbling as he walked. At that moment, Zhou Chen couldn't worry about that. Whether Lao Wu was injured had nothing to do with him. The most important thing now was to investigate where Lao Wu was headed. After a day, the monkey reported that he had figured out Lao Wu's destination. Upon receiving this news, Zhou Chen felt a surge of excitement inside. However, this place might be a little troublesome as it's in a residential building. If a conflict arises, it won't be good for us, especially since we've never dealt with such a large number of firearms. At this time, the monkey quickly expressed his concerns. If that's the case, we should be cautious and prudent. After hearing the monkey's remarks, Zhou Chen understood the situation. It seemed this matter indeed had its complications. I'll call all my brothers over. As for the specifics, I'll rely on their opinions. The monkey also inquired about Zhou Chen's thoughts. Perhaps they might have some good ideas. You're right, let's quickly gather all the brothers. Zhou Chen thought it made sense. About 2 hours later, a group of brothers gathered in a residential building. Zhou Chen shared all the concerns he had with the people present and hoped they could provide some insights. This situation is indeed quite troublesome. If it weren't for the boss's incredible car, I believe it would be difficult for us to handle the others. Fei Gu spoke up. Soon everyone began to discuss various opinions. After a while, they reached a consensus. That is, if a confrontation were to occur, Zhou Chen would have virtually no chance of winning. After all, when dealing with Lao Wu's group previously, they had already been at a disadvantage and nearly got bullied. At this point, the group had no idea what the situation entailed. Thus, it was evidently a risky endeavor. Let's think of a way to lure this group of people out. If we can get them out, perhaps there's still a chance. Zhou Chen contemplated carefully. If he could bring this group out, he would be virtually invincible, especially with the aid of the post-apocalyptic vehicle. However, if they were in the residential building, he would have no advantage at all, as he lacked such experience. But attempting to lure this group out seemed nearly impossible. This is in essence an almost impossible undertaking, bordering on sheer fantasy. Fei Gu pondered carefully and still deemed the plan excessively perilous. Thus, he promptly briefed Zhou Chen. I too consider this venture highly risky, so I urge you to conduct a thorough investigation first to ascertain whether any viable opportunity remains. After all, our understanding of the adversary remains profoundly limited. Rushing in blindly would be reckless. A meticulous reconnaissance is imperative before any action. Once intelligence on the site is sufficiently gathered, success may yet prove attainable. The discussion concluded without resolution. Fei Gu soon departed with his team, initiating their investigation. The group launched an immediate inquiry, and Zhou Chen placed all his hopes upon them. If they uncovered anything vital, it would be an extraordinary breakthrough. 2 days later, Hou Zi returned with the team, reporting that their reconnaissance was nearly complete. Zhou Chen hurriedly met them to hear their findings. We have completed our preliminary reconnaissance. The target location harbors minimal combat strength, merely a handful of personal bodyguards. If we proceed, victory remains within reach. Hou Zi swiftly recounted his discoveries to Zhou Chen. Are you absolutely certain? These individuals are shrouded in profound mystery. I suspect even their personal guards possess terrifying capabilities. Zhou Chen paused thoughtfully before voicing his reservations. This endeavor was undeniably fraught with complications. Such a possibility certainly exists, but I believe we should attempt it nonetheless. Even if we cannot subdue them, a safe withdrawal seems assured. Fei Gu spoke deliberately, the conclusion born of deep, sober reflection. If you phrase it thus, your reasoning holds merit. Then let us prepare immediately. We must dare this gamble. Zhou Chen weighed the matter. Absolute safety would in itself be suspicious. Moreover, his team wielded formidable weaponry. This risk was justified. Even if no decisive action unfolds, at the very least we shall retreat unscathed. Very well, let us depart at once. I shall now mark our destination. Fei Gu exclaimed with palpable excitement. Moments later, the group descended and boarded the Apocalypse Divine Chariot. I must stress up front, this mission is exceptionally hazardous. Should any among you wish to withdraw, now is your final chance. Before departure, Zhou Chen solemnly addressed his team. This operation entailed grave danger, requiring them to disembark the Apocalypse Divine Chariot and engage in direct combat. Thus, full transparency about the peril was essential. Fear not, Chief. We will safeguard you at all costs. His subordinates voiced unwavering resolve in unison. Seeing no one falter, Zhou Chen felt a quiet surge of gratitude. Though these men had been recruited through unconventional means, their loyalty, however provisional, was genuine, and that warmed him deeply. The entourage advanced with imposing momentum and arrived swiftly at their destination. The estate appeared opulent. Even now, in its desolate state, its former grandeur remained unmistakable, a testament to pre-apocalyptic extravagance. Is this truly the place? Zhou Chen asked, uncertainty edging his voice as he turned to his team. Yes, this was once a private manor. Its original owner was said to be immensely wealthy. After the zombie outbreak, however, he vanished without trace. Whether the current leader is that same man remains unknown. Fei Gu outlined the manor's history. Zhou Chen nodded slowly, yet inwardly suspected the truth lay precisely there. Only someone of extraordinary influence could erect such a sumptuous estate, a fact speaking volumes about its erstwhile master's power. Perhaps he now hides for reasons both urgent and profound. Then let us enter and see for ourselves. Zhou Chen accelerated the Apocalypse divine chariot straight into the manor grounds. The entrance was little more than a simple gate. Such luxury had always deterred intruders. Even in ruin, the estate commanded awe. No one dared trespass. Until now, Zhou Chen was the first to breach it uninvited. His arrival instantly drew every eye, and a squad of armed guards surged forward, encircling the Apocalypse divine chariot. "Who dares approach this place without sanction?" demanded one guard. "I seek Lao Wu. Fetch him here now." Having reached this precipice, Zhou Chen chose audacity. Hesitation would invite contempt. "Do you mistake this for some common thoroughfare, where anyone may summon its master at whim?" The lead guard snarled, and his men pressed inward, sealing the vehicle in an iron ring. "Exit, now, or face consequences beyond mercy." He raised his pistol, leveling it squarely at the Apocalypse divine chariot. The situation could not be more apparent. If Zhou Chen did not come down, they were prepared to open fire. However, Zhou Chen was not afraid of such a situation at all, as his apocalyptic vehicle was impervious to the damage of these bullets. Even if all these people aimed their handguns at his apocalyptic vehicle, it would not inflict any harm. In this circumstance, Zhou Chen felt an overwhelming confidence. "I will give you one last chance. If you do not come down, I will truly open fire." The person leading the group hurriedly replied, seemingly reluctant to resort to gunfire. Nonetheless, Zhou Chen understood the situation. After all, bullets were quite scarce in their group, so they could not afford to waste them. These people were not like Zhou Chen, who could casually expend bullets. Fire a shot to teach that person a lesson. At that moment, Zhou Chen was too lazy to take action himself, as using the bullets from his apocalyptic vehicle would be excessive, inappropriate to some extent. Thus, in such a situation, it was better to let his subordinates take action, which would be more intimidating. Upon hearing Zhou Chen's words, Fei Ge did not hesitate, and quickly opened the window, aiming his automatic rifle at that person, firing several rounds. In an instant, the bodyguard fell to the ground, groaning twice before losing all signs of life. The surrounding people were thoroughly frightened by the audacity of those in the vehicle to open fire. They had truly not expected that the people in the vehicle would be so audacious, not only charging in, but also firing shots. "I warn you not to go too far." Another person quickly spoke up, surprised that the person in the vehicle had actually fired a gun. "I have made it very clear, I'll let Lao Wu come out immediately. If you do not comply, do not blame me for being ruthless." Zhou Chen expressed his frustration, having stated from the very beginning that he was here to find Lao Wu. Yet it seemed this group did not understand his words. No matter how he said it, no one was willing to mention Lao Wu. "Please wait here for a moment." After saying this, that person left. Not long after, he returned accompanied by a middle-aged man. Zhou Chen initially thought that person had brought Lao Wu back, but upon closer inspection, it was not Lao Wu. In this situation, Zhou Chen felt a surge of anger. It was clear this group did not regard him at all. If they continued to toy with him, he would indeed have to activate the firepower system of his apocalyptic vehicle. "I have already made it clear that I want Lao Wu. Who is this person? I do not recognize him." Zhou Chen quickly pointed out the issue. "I know you are here to find Lao Wu. I merely wanted to invite you inside. After all, discussing Lao Wu cannot be done here. It would be rather inappropriate to speak outside." The middle-aged man said with a smile, appearing as if the previous events had never occurred. The man wore a warm smile, looking very amiable, but Zhou Chen was keenly aware that this man was likely hiding a dagger behind that smile. As for what situation might arise later, no one could be certain. "There is no need to say anything unnecessary. I just want to see Lao Wu. So please let him out quickly. We can discuss the rest outside." Zhou Chen insisted, realizing that entering could lead to an unpredictable situation, so staying outside was safer. Moreover, being outside allowed him to remain hidden in the apocalyptic vehicle, making it impossible for these people to do anything to him. "If that is the case, I will call Lao Wu over. Please wait here for a moment." After saying this, the middle-aged man also left. Seeing this situation, Zhou Chen felt a sense of helplessness. This group was indeed troublesome. After going back and forth so many times, they still had not found Lao Wu. And if there were no mistakes, Lao Wu probably would not come out sooner. It seemed someone would continue to delay the matter. As Zhou Chen had anticipated, after a while another middle-aged man walked out. Upon careful observation, Zhou Chen confirmed this person was also not Lao Wu, which made him quite angry. "What are you all thinking? I have already made it very clear. I just want to find Lao Wu. You do not need to put on a show. I know Lao Wu is here. I have investigated thoroughly." Zhou Chen was truly furious at this moment, thus he quickly voiced his frustration. "We still think it is more appropriate to discuss this matter inside. After all, there are so many people here, and it is somewhat lacking in decorum." If this gets out, it would embarrass our boss greatly. Another middle-aged man quickly commented, clearly indicating that his status was much higher. I believe there is no need for that. Since you are unwilling to negotiate properly, I have no other options. After saying this, Zhou Chen activated the firepower system of the apocalyptic vehicle. Zhou Chen did not come here to kill, so he did not directly attack the surrounding thugs, instead aiming at a room in the building. With a gunshot, a large hole was blown into the wall of that room. The surrounding glass was shattered as well. After the gunshot, both middle-aged men were momentarily stunned, clearly not understanding what was happening. After all, they had only just heard a gunshot, but what they saw next was truly terrifying. Though it was merely a gunshot, it carried the power of artillery, which was indeed a frightening matter. I have made myself very clear. Hurry up and call Lao Wu over. If he doesn't come, don't blame me for being rude. I estimate this house won't hold up much longer. Zhou Chen felt an intense anger within him and quickly said this to the two middle-aged men. However, Zhou Chen had not expected that the firepower of the apocalyptic vehicle had reached such a level that it could cause significant damage to buildings. He initially thought it could only inflict some damage on the walls, but was surprised that it had directly breached the wall. In such a situation, Zhou Chen was still quite astonished. Soon two elegantly dressed individuals approached, and Zhou Chen could see that the one leaning on a cane was indeed Lao Wu. As for the two people in front, Zhou Chen did not know who they were, but if he guessed correctly, they should be the owners of the estate. Wasn't it said that the owner of this estate had disappeared? How did he end up here? Could it be that all those previous messages were false? Fei Gu also said in shock at this moment. The owner of this estate was a complete tycoon, so there were hardly any who did not know him. It had already been heard that this tycoon had vanished, and later this estate was occupied by that group of people. Everyone believed that this tycoon had disappeared, not realizing that he was the one who supposedly occupied this estate. It seemed there was indeed something amiss here. If there were no issues, the tycoon wouldn't have used such a method to shed his identity. It seems this matter is indeed quite troublesome. After hearing Fei Gu speak, Zhou Chen understood the situation. It appeared that this tycoon was indeed a very troublesome person. Brothers in the vehicle, why don't we come down and chat? The tycoon approached and said to Zhou Chen. This tycoon was truly eloquent, and from the moment he spoke, he exuded a unique charm. I don't think it's necessary to go down, but safer in the vehicle. If we go down, who knows what might happen? So I won't be going down, Zhou Chen replied. Although these words sounded somewhat inappropriate, in such a situation his safety was the priority. If you find it convenient this way, it's fine to chat like this. I am very curious about what you came here to discuss with Lao Wu. The tycoon smiled calmly, not overly concerned about the matter, and directly began discussing with Zhou Chen. I only want to know who commissioned Lao Wu to handle that zombie, and what the purpose is. Since the conversation had reached this point, Zhou Chen no longer beat around the bush and directly expressed his thoughts. After all, things had escalated to this extent, and there was no need to continue with pleasantries. Although he had a high probability of guessing that it was all the tycoons doing, Zhou Chen still preferred to hear it directly from Lao Wu. After all, words coming from Lao Wu would serve as evidence. If it came from him, it would merely be speculation. He was very clear about this matter. There is nothing to ask about. All of this was instructed by me to Lao Wu. If you have any questions for me, just ask directly. The tycoon smiled amicably and quickly agreed to this matter. Then I would like to ask, what is your purpose with this zombie? Zhou Chen asked the question he was most curious about while also adjusting the monitoring system of the apocalyptic vehicle. After all, the apocalyptic vehicle itself was equipped with a monitoring system, making it quite suitable for such a situation. Though it was just a simple tape that could not provide substantial evidence, it was sufficient. I just want to create some panic. After all, there are still some people who don't quite understand the situation and are being too arrogant. The tycoon quickly interjected, but his expression had turned somewhat grim, even fierce. Though Zhou Chen did not know what the situation was, he was very clear that the tycoon likely had some issues, otherwise he would not have said such things. Does creating panic benefit you in any way? Zhou Chen asked to clarify these matters, considering the tycoon's evident issues. I must dominate this place. I need the people here to know who can save them and who their leader is. After saying this, the tycoon laughed arrogantly. Leader, leader, leader. The surrounding crowd echoed him, appearing as though they had been completely brainwashed. Zhou Chen was genuinely startled to witness such a scene for the first time. If he were to encounter such a thing anywhere, it would likely be in those TV reports about pyramid schemes. This was practically indistinguishable from a pyramid scheme organization. If there was any difference, it was that the leader of this scheme indeed had a certain level of power. So how did you manage to retrieve the zombie? After all, there are people guarding it there. Zhou Chen, feeling somewhat perplexed, asked. Though the person in front had become somewhat deranged and even lost his rationality, his logic did not seem to falter while speaking. Do you think there are none of my people in there? The tycoon laughed, speaking arrogantly. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Chen felt a flicker of fear deep within his heart. Yet he paused and realized there was a grain of truth in it. If the tycoon had no informants inside the compound, he could never have extracted the zombies so effortlessly. Well, are you frightened now? The tycoon laughed with arrogant disdain. Your words sound like the ramblings of a madman. Do you truly believe I would fear you? Though this turn of events had indeed caught Zhou Chen off guard, genuine fear held no sway over him. At the very least, he could not afford to betray even a trace of fear. You may join me, the tycoon continued, and I shall grant you boundless wealth and glory. The tycoon remained haughty as ever. Glory and riches. At a time like this, what glory remains when civilization itself hangs by a thread? Zhou Chen burst into laughter at the tycoon's absurdity. This was no longer the era of mundane privilege, yet the man still spoke of opulence as though nothing had changed. In this shattered world, wealth and status were hollow relics, survival alone held meaning. You are still too young to grasp what I offer. Is ruling all of humanity not the ultimate glory? The tycoon shook his head in weary resignation before uttering those words. Upon hearing them, Zhou Chen felt a sharp pang of exasperation. The tycoon's logic was profoundly alien, his declarations bordering on the inconceivable. No ordinary person would dare utter such a claim, let alone speak of ruling all humankind. That he could voice such madness revealed a profound fracture in his mind, far beyond the bounds of rational thought. Have you considered seeking medical evaluation? Conditions may be harsh, but competent care remains available, even enough to diagnose the affliction plaguing your mind. Zhou Chen could no longer contain himself. He had assumed the tycoon was merely reckless, only to discover he was dangerously unhinged. Yet Zhou Chen puzzled over one question: why had so many gathered around such a broken man? Was there truly something extraordinary about him? Some uncanny charisma that commanded unwavering loyalty? Many have spoken to me thus before. They are all dead. The tycoon's face darkened, his earlier mockery vanished, replaced by cold, lethal stillness. Wake up. This charade has gone on long enough. Zhou Chen steeled himself. The farce had run its course. Yet one question lingered: why did these people willingly play along with a lunatic? Kill them all, now. Fury twisted the tycoon's features. He barked the order, then turned to command his men into action. The moment the words left his lips, every subordinate drew their firearms. Dozens of barrels swung toward Zhou Chen and his companions. Under that merciless convergence of steel and intent, even Zhou Chen's pulse quickened. The oppressive weight of so many gun muzzles was terrifying. Are you certain this is the path you wish to take? Leave quietly with me, and none of your people will be harmed. But if violence erupts, not a single soul among them will survive. Zhou Chen spoke urgently. The truth behind his warning was undeniable. Should bloodshed begin, no one present would walk away unscathed. In such a precarious standoff, restraint was the only wise course. To fight would unleash catastrophic loss. No one could foresee the ruin that might follow. So you tremble. The tycoon smirked upon hearing Zhou Chen's plea. Zhou Chen sighed, shaking his head. The tycoon had descended into delirium. Reason no longer guided his actions. Further discourse was futile. He fails to comprehend the gravity of our situation. Do you all remain blind as well? To persist down this path is to march straight to oblivion. Zhou Chen scanned the scene carefully. Many among the crowd were innocent bystanders. If he could bring them under his banner, his strength would surge exponentially. He fervently hoped to retain them. To let them follow the tycoon to ruin would be an unforgivable waste. Enough empty rhetoric. Do you take us for puppets, yours to command at whim? A young man stepped forward, voice laced with defiant pride, as though the tycoon were the sole sovereign worthy of allegiance. Zhou Chen understood instantly these people had been utterly indoctrinated. To prolong this confrontation would invite only greater peril. Better to eliminate them outright. Leaving them alive would sow chaos for years to come. Open fire. The tycoon roared the command and signaled his men to unleash hell. But in that same heartbeat, Zhou Chen activated the Apocalypse Sovereign Vehicle's armament system, striking before the enemy could pull their triggers. Bullets tore from the vehicle the instant the tycoon's final word echoed. Gunfire erupted in deafening waves, followed by concussive blasts rippling across the battlefield. When the smoke cleared, the tycoon's entourage, once thick and imposing, had vanished, entirely reduced to lifeless husks. The tycoon had trusted his followers implicitly, confident that sheer numbers would crush Zhou Chen's group without effort. He had not foreseen that in less than 2 seconds his entire retinue would be erased, utterly, irrevocably gone. I warned you, resistance is meaningless. Yet you refuse to believe me. Zhou Chen spoke swiftly, having already laid bare the truth, yet the tycoon remained trapped in his own delusion. Only the tycoon and Lao Wu remained standing. Upon encountering such a situation, the wealthy man was momentarily stunned, unsure of how to respond. Who on earth are you, and why are you so terrifying? The wealthy man was greatly frightened. After all, the situation was simply too horrifying as his subordinates had vanished so swiftly. Enough with the useless chatter. I already gave you a chance before, but you failed to cherish it. Now there's no need to say more. Come back with me, you must take responsibility for your actions. Zhou Chen thought for a moment, and decided he should take both the wealthy man and Lao Wu back. After all, they were the main culprits in this matter. If he were to kill both of them, this matter might truly come to nothing. Therefore, in such a situation, it was essential to bring both of them back. Take these two back with us. Zhou Chen quickly instructed his subordinates, who acted swiftly to subdue both Lao Wu and the wealthy man. After controlling the two, Zhou Chen wasted no more time and directly took them to Dr. Zhao's research facility. However, Zhou Chen was unaware of who resided within this so-called facility, so he wanted to consult Dr. Zhao to see if he could uncover any clues. After greeting him, Dr. Zhao quickly came down from upstairs. I figured out who the main culprits are, but I have some bad news. It's very likely that there are people associated with him in your research facility. I'm not sure if they are leaders or just staff, but this situation needs thorough investigation. If they are leaders, it could indeed pose some trouble. Zhou Chen hurriedly spoke to Dr. Zhao about this matter, since it was his research facility and he had a better understanding of these issues. Moreover, if there really were problems, it would need Dr. Zhao to handle them. An outsider like him couldn't deal with such matters. If that's the case, it might indeed be a bit troublesome. After all, I'm unsure of what the situation is, and although I have some authority, I can't investigate these matters. So it's definitely quite troublesome. Dr. Zhao also quickly mentioned this matter. Dr. Zhao had a point. Although he possessed certain authority in the research facility, it wasn't to the extent that he could investigate so many people alone. At the very least, if there were issues among the people inside Dr. Zhao alone couldn't directly investigate so many individuals. So what should we do then? If we don't keep this person here, we might face similar problems later on. After contemplating, Zhou Chen hurriedly brought this matter up with Dr. Zhao, as it was indeed somewhat troublesome. Don't worry about it, let's keep this person here. If you take him out, it might not be very safe. Dr. Zhao carefully considered and concluded that it was indeed more appropriate not to leave this person there. That's true. If I take him back, there's likely no way I can securely control him. Zhou Chen nodded in agreement. Since that's the case, you should head back first. I'll take care of the remaining matters. I believe I can manage this situation. Dr. Zhao quickly responded to Zhou Chen. Then I'll head back first. I've successfully completed the task you assigned me. I'll safely take these weapons with me. Zhou Chen smiled and replied. Take them back, but I need to mention something to you. During this time, we plan to clear the zombies over a distance and build a nano wall. I've given you all these weapons, so you'll still need to put in some effort. Dr. Zhao quickly assured Zhou Chen, don't worry, I'll handle this. When the time comes, just let me know and I'll bring my people with me. After Zhou Chen agreed, he left with his subordinates. Once he returned them to their place, Zhou Chen went back to his own house. Zhou Chen was quite aware of what Dr. Zhao had said, or it was indeed because a nano wall had been built that they managed to block all the zombies outside. Zhou Chen understood very well the importance of this matter. Thus, in such a situation, he was very willing to lend a hand. However, before participating in this endeavor, Zhou Chen contemplated whether he should upgrade the firepower system of his doomsday vehicle. After careful consideration, he felt it was unnecessary to upgrade. Currently, his doomsday vehicle hadn't used much ammunition, so upgrading at this time would seem somewhat unwise. Once he had cleared a significant number of zombies and expended more ammunition, it would certainly be more appropriate to use the upgrade system then. After all, in such a situation, he would be able to replenish all the ammunition. After careful thought, Zhou Chen decided against upgrading for now. A week later, Dr. Zhao quickly sent someone to deliver the news that they had already begun clearing zombies and needed Zhou Chen's assistance. Upon receiving the news, Zhou Chen didn't waste time and quickly contacted Monkey, instructing him to gather everyone. After all, this matter required the group to put in some effort. The process of gathering took a while. About 2 hours later, everyone had assembled and brought all their weapons and equipment. Although this group had once been a bunch of petty thugs, they now appeared to be quite formidable. Sure, you all look quite impressive. At this moment, Zhou Chen couldn't help but express his admiration. This group indeed looked the part. Isn't it all thanks to the boss? Without his help, we wouldn't have transformed into this. We would probably still be a bunch of petty thugs. Fei Ge couldn't help but sigh about this situation. After all, if one had the chance to become a hero, no one would willingly choose to be a petty thug. It was evident that this group now felt a sense of being heroes. They were unwilling to revert to being petty thugs. Now let's head out together and clear the zombies in front. This way we can contribute to humanity. Although everyone understood the situation, it was still important to discuss this matter with the group before setting out. Don't worry, boss. This time we will definitely put in our best effort. Fei Ge quickly reassured, and the others all expressed their agreement. No need to say so much, or I just hope you all can stay safe by my side. As for dealing with the zombies, I can manage that alone. Zhou Chen quickly reiterated this matter at this moment. After all, it was not easy to gather this group of younger brothers, and if he were to lose them all while fighting a zombie, it would indeed be quite inappropriate. Thus, under such circumstances, Zhou Chen hoped for the safety of his younger brothers as well. Understood, boss. We will try our best to kill zombies while ensuring our safety. Fei Gu responded to Zhou Chen, and it was clear that the group was very excited. Since things were like this, Zhou Chen felt it unnecessary to continue disturbing their enthusiasm. Moreover, this group was visibly excited, so in this situation, he should cooperate with them and ensure their safety. After reminding them to pay attention to their safety, Zhou Chen felt there was no need to say much more. He should let them rush ahead to take down the zombies, or they might burst with excitement. Following the method prescribed by Dr. Zhao, Zhou Chen swiftly brought the group to the front line of zombie extermination. Attempting to push forward was quite troublesome as the number of zombies was overwhelming. Even if the zombies were defeated, it didn't guarantee much forward progress. Thus, under such circumstances, this process remained rather difficult. Once the number of zombies reached a certain level, no one could advance further. The sheer amount of zombie corpses effectively halted humanity's progress. After controlling the apocalyptic vehicle, Zhou Chen first let Fei Gu and the others disembark to deal with the zombies, while he himself went to a relatively weak attack area to assist and help clear the zombie corpses. After all, there were simply too many zombie corpses, and continuing like this would make it impossible to advance. Zhou Chen's involvement instantly alleviated much of the pressure for the group, as the firepower of the apocalyptic vehicle was truly formidable. In what felt like an instant, the zombies ahead had nearly vanished, and Zhou Chen quickly activated the vehicle's obstacle-clearing function. Before long, the zombies ahead were almost entirely cleared. Under these circumstances, the pressure here had significantly lessened. Zhou Chen then hurried off to other areas. This location could be defended adequately, while the remaining areas should continue to push forward slowly. The remaining areas were much improved, and after Zhou Chen assisted in clearing the zombies, the others began to clean up the corpses. Everything proceeded in a very orderly fashion. Although they hadn't fought many zombies, the ammunition was indeed depleted quite a bit, and soon the vehicle's bullets were completely exhausted. In a situation where he had no choice, Zhou Chen had to upgrade the apocalyptic vehicle. Apocalyptic Vehicle Defense 11 Tire Upgrade 3100 Armor Upgrade 3100 Attack 7 Speed 6 Volume 15 Cubic Meters Comfort 1 Energy Gasoline Electricity Solar Energy Air Energy Mechanical Energy Foot Pedal Special Water Navigation Obstacle Clearing Upgrade Points Available 0. Zhou Chen upgraded the attack system of the apocalyptic vehicle again, directly raising the attack to 7. The damage of the bullets had significantly increased, and all the ammunition had been replenished. However, at this moment, there was still something that made Zhou Chen uneasy. This upgrade had consumed 2 upgrade points. This meant that future upgrades for the apocalyptic vehicle would require even more points, which was not a good thing. As of now, no tasks had emerged, making Zhou Chen quite worried about this situation. However, it was not the time to think about this. There were still many zombies waiting to be cleared. After replenishing the ammunition, Zhou Chen quickly entered the next round of zombie clearing, advancing while clearing zombies. The overall process went very smoothly. It could be said that not much time had passed before Zhou Chen's side had almost cleared everything, and once the corpses were fully cleaned up, they would be ready to set up the nano wall. However, the situation in other directions was not particularly good, so Zhou Chen could only hurry over to help, bringing a few people with him. After a day had passed, everyone was very surprised, and no one had expected that this seemingly bulky vehicle could be so fearsome. After all, everyone previously thought that the apocalyptic vehicle was merely a well-modified RV. Only by today did everyone realize how terrifying this RV's firepower truly was. No one knew who the owner of this RV was, as Zhou Chen had not revealed his true identity. After all, there aren't many who know about Zhou Chen's identity, and he does not intend to expose it further in front of more people. The current situation is already much improved. Those who know his identity are all his trusted confidants, and for the others, there is no need for them to know who he truly is. Within a day, the surrounding zombies have been cleared out almost completely, which is much faster than previously expected, especially with the help of Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle. The remaining task is merely to finalize the construction of the nano wall. Zhou Chen thought to himself that there shouldn't be anything else for him to do, so under these circumstances, he was preparing to head back. Ding dong. Task acquired. Construct nano wall. Reward points 2. At that moment, he received a system notification assigning him a new task. After receiving this task, he felt somewhat confused. Logically speaking, this task should have nothing to do with him, since he wouldn't be of any help in other matters. However, he did not expect that this task actually required him to assist in constructing the nano wall, which truly surprised Zhou Chen. Moreover, he was even more astonished to find that this task granted him 2 reward points, proving that his efforts were indeed worthwhile, as the points required for future upgrades were increasing along with the rewards. Although he still did not know what this task entailed, Zhou Chen contemplated that he would likely need to assist. He probably would encounter some trouble. After a good rest at home, Zhou Chen began to consider what he should do next. After all, he felt no confidence regarding this task. Thus, under these circumstances, Zhou Chen thought he should seek out Dr. Zhou to see if he could obtain any information ahead of time. After a good rest at home, the next morning, Zhou Chen hurried to Dr. Zhou's research institute, eager to hear what Dr. Zhou had to say about this matter. What's wrong? Is there something going on again? Dr. Zhou was quite surprised to see Zhou Chen and quickly asked, I just want to ask about the nanowall project. If I can be of any help, I'll definitely assist. This matter is quite important, as building the nanowall would greatly benefit humanity. Zhou Chen spoke earnestly, though he was aware that his family was likely to be involved in this, and this was merely a pretense. If he hadn't said it this way, Dr. Zhou probably wouldn't have been willing to share many details. He was acutely aware that Dr. Zhou would not easily divulge so many specifics. If we are to discuss this matter, it might be a bit complicated to explain. In that case, I'll go fetch some materials for you. Once you look over them, I believe you'll understand better. After saying this, Dr. Zhou quickly went upstairs, and after a short while he returned with some materials. These materials certainly appeared to be quite extensive, and upon seeing them, Zhou Chen felt overwhelmed. There were just too many materials, and Zhou Chen was unwilling to continue looking through them, so after taking them, he went straight back. Afterward, Zhou Chen contemplated that these materials likely had little to do with him, as he believed these technical details were beyond his scope. Thus, in this situation, Zhou Chen merely skimmed through the materials without paying much attention. Soon the previously agreed time arrived, and they were about to start preparing for the nanowall. Zhou Chen was quite excited about this matter. Zhou Chen desperately needed to complete this task, and although he was unaware of its exact nature, he was eager for it to happen quickly. As preparations began, Zhou Chen went straight to the site, and everything proceeded remarkably smoothly, leading him to wonder if this task was indeed assigned to him. Zhou Chen also helped with some tasks on site, but they were mostly of little use as he had yet to receive any notification that the task was completed. Just when Zhou Chen thought that this matter was about to be completed, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. At this moment, Zhou Chen dared not be complacent. He quickly drove the apocalyptic vehicle towards the disturbance. Upon arrival, Zhou Chen felt something was off as he heard a very familiar sound. It was the voice of the lava zombie. At that moment, Zhou Chen finally understood why the system assigned him such a task. It must be because the lava zombie had come prompting this assignment. Without a hint of hesitation, Zhou Chen rushed forward. Fortunately, he had saved quite a few bullets beforehand, so under these circumstances, when facing the lava zombie, Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle still possessed a certain level of combat capability. He fired repeatedly at the lava zombie. After all, the firepower system of the apocalyptic vehicle had reached a terrifying level, and the shots were quite painful for the lava zombie. As a result, after a few shots, the lava zombie's speed had already slowed down, yet it still posed a significant threat to those nearby. Everyone retreat. Don't stay here, leave the rest to me, and quickly get out of here. Zhou Chen urged the people on site, as continuing like this would likely lead to severe casualties. Most of the people present immediately evacuated, but some remained behind, as they were still transporting materials needed for the construction of the nanowall. Zhou Chen was well aware of the nanowall and understood that if these materials were damaged, it would likely be impossible to prepare them in a short time. In such circumstances, Zhou Chen was still very clear about the situation. However, at this moment, Zhou Chen did not have a particularly effective way to help them. He could only try to delay the lava zombies and urge this group to quickly transport all the materials. The lava zombies seemed to have set their sights on these materials, making it quite challenging to move everything back. Zhou Chen activated the powerful firepower system against the lava zombies. All the bullets struck the lava zombie, which seemed to go mad, relentlessly trying to rush towards the pile of materials. However, Zhou Chen managed to block all of its advances. He couldn't help but exclaim that this lava zombie was indeed quite terrifying. If he wasn't mistaken, this zombie must have undergone some mutation, otherwise it wouldn't be so fearsome. Zhou Chen felt a sense of panic about this situation, as he still couldn't effectively deal with the lava zombie. This meant that he would always face certain risks in the future. Thus, while delaying the lava zombie, Zhou Chen began to contemplate his next course of action. He had to find a way to deal with the lava zombie before him. Just as Zhou Chen was deep in thought, the lava zombie charged directly towards the person who was packing up. At that moment, Zhou Chen wanted to shoot, but it clearly wasn't appropriate. Shooting now could severely harm the person in front of him. Moreover, that person was merely an ordinary human. Even if the bullets from the apocalyptic vehicle did not hit him directly, they would still cause significant harm. Furthermore, there was still a lava zombie nearby, so Zhou Chen carefully considered and decided against firing. With no other options, Zhou Chen dashed forward, realizing that the only way to protect the staff on site was to utilize the apocalyptic vehicle. As he stepped on the accelerator, the apocalyptic vehicle sped up swiftly and reached the side of the staff member. The speed of the apocalyptic vehicle created a gust of wind that almost blew the staff member away. Fortunately, it managed to defend against the lava zombie's attack. The lava zombie slapped the apocalyptic vehicle, and although its defense system had been significantly upgraded, the situation was still quite dire. After that slap, a large dent appeared on the apocalyptic vehicle. Zhou Chen was astonished. He had not expected that even after the upgrade, the vehicle could not withstand the attack of the lava zombie. "Don't pack up quickly, leave this place," Zhou Chen hurriedly instructed the staff on site. He knew these materials were extremely precious, but under such circumstances, there was no more opportunity to collect them. The staff member understood the situation and after grabbing a few items turned to leave. After all, staying here could lead to severe consequences, and it could pose a significant problem for Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was now very close to the lava zombie, which kept pounding on the outer shell of the apocalyptic vehicle. Although the attacks weren't as powerful as that initial slap, they were still quite terrifying. Each hit caused significant vibrations in the vehicle. In such circumstances, Zhou Chen had to find a way to get rid of this lava zombie quickly. Prepare to fire. Now many people had gathered, bringing with them quite a few heavy weapons. After all, the lava zombie was indeed fearsome, and everyone on site understood the gravity of the situation. With Zhou Chen stepping on the accelerator, all heavy weapons from the human side opened fire, and various projectiles struck the lava zombie. In that instant, the lava zombie sustained significant damage. Zhou Chen's apocalyptic vehicle's firepower system also continued to unleash attacks on the lava zombie. In a moment, the lava zombie was severely injured, and amidst the barrage of fire, it became impossible to see where the lava zombie was. Once the fire ceased, Zhou Chen finally noticed that the lava zombie had collapsed on the ground, seemingly devoid of life. Ding dong, task completed, reward points 2. At that moment, the system also issued a notification confirming that this zombie was indeed dead. "Stop packing, this zombie is dead. Quickly take your materials back," Zhou Chen hurriedly told the staff on site. Soon several staff members came over to quickly retrieve the materials. However, they were still somewhat incredulous that the zombie was dead, and so quickly. In such circumstances, they were still quite frightened and hesitant. Zhou Chen quickly went over to confirm that the lava zombie was indeed dead. "Find a container to take this zombie back, it should have some use." Zhou Chen thought for a moment, and felt that this zombie still had some value, as it was among the first batch of mutated zombies, likely possessing research value. If taken back, Dr. Zhao would surely be very pleased. Soon a few people brought over a large metal box, and with Zhou Chen's help they placed the zombie inside. Zhou Chen then put the box on the apocalyptic vehicle to prepare for the return. Zhou Chen felt that his task was complete, and there was no need for him to manage the remaining matters. Zhou Chen considered that he had nothing else to attend to, so he drove the apocalypse vehicle into the research institute. Soon Zhou Chen arrived directly at the research institute. After exchanging a few words with the people below, Dr. Zhao quickly came down. It seems that the previous matter has been resolved already. Dr. Zhao initially thought the situation would be more complicated, but he did not expect it to be resolved so quickly. There were some minor issues, but the situation is still manageable. I have already controlled the preceding circumstances, which is why I returned. At this point, Zhou Chen briefly introduced what the situation was. "Since that's the case, you should take your people back to rest. There's nothing here that requires your assistance anymore." Dr. Zhao hurriedly responded to Zhou Chen, unsure why he wanted to come over. So he let Zhou Chen return to rest, as there was indeed nothing needing his help at the moment. "Actually, I have something important to tell you. I brought you a huge surprise this time, and I think you will definitely like it." Zhou Chen spoke mysteriously to Dr. Zhao. After Zhou Chen finished speaking, Dr. Zhao's expression clearly became somewhat odd. He did not know what surprise Zhou Chen had prepared for him. However, Zhou Chen's items were always particularly strange, which made Dr. Zhao very worried. He had no idea what it could be. "Stop keeping me in suspense. Hurry up and show me what it is." "But my intuition tells me that it probably isn't anything good." Dr. Zhao could hardly contain himself. After such a long time, Zhou Chen still hadn't spoken, so he took the initiative to ask, "Just have a few more people help you lift it into my vehicle. It's quite large." Zhou Chen hurriedly told Dr. Zhao, who shook his head helplessly, but ultimately still went along. Before long, Dr. Zhao quickly returned with a few people. These individuals were all young and strong, indicating that Dr. Zhao had indeed anticipated something and brought them along. At this moment, Zhou Chen did not waste any more time. He directly opened the storage space of his apocalypse vehicle and took out the items inside. A large iron box appeared before these individuals, and upon seeing it, Dr. Zhao suddenly felt a strange familiarity. Although the box was tightly sealed and nothing could be seen inside, Dr. Zhao felt as if he had encountered this item somewhere before. As the group began to open the box, Dr. Zhao suddenly realized that the zombie from before was also transported in such a box. Could it be that they captured another zombie this time? Dr. Zhao contemplated this in his mind, but chose not to say anything. After all, voicing such concerns might be somewhat inappropriate. What you've prepared for me is probably not a surprise, but a scare, right? Although unsure of what was inside the box, Dr. Zhao had a pretty good guess. In this situation, Dr. Zhao hurriedly spoke up, wanting to confirm with Zhou Chen if this thing was indeed what he suspected. Don't worry, if this thing has already been given to you. Just study it well. You'll find out what's inside shortly. Zhou Chen smiled, but still did not reveal what was inside the box. This only made Dr. Zhao feel quite uneasy, as he was eager to verify whether it was indeed what he guessed. Soon the large iron box was transported directly to the laboratory. After this group left, only Zhou Chen and Dr. Zhao remained in the lab. Now that everyone has left, there's no one else around. Are you not going to tell me what's inside? Dr. Zhao, feeling puzzled, quickly asked Zhou Chen. Since everyone has already left, why don't you just go ahead and open it? Zhou Chen smiled, but still did not open the box. In this situation, Dr. Zhao felt very distressed. He strongly suspected what was inside, but at that moment he hesitated to take action. After all, Zhou Chen's demeanor made him feel quite fearful, and given the circumstances, Dr. Zhao was reluctant to act. Rest assured, there's absolutely no problem. Zhou Chen, having sensed what was happening, quickly reassured Dr. Zhao to alleviate his concerns. After spending some time together, he found Dr. Zhao to be quite interesting. Although not young anymore, he still had a youthful mindset. Thus, in this situation, Zhou Chen was also willing to joke around with Dr. Zhao. After all, Dr. Zhao was typically quite busy, always in a state of high tension. Having someone to chat with was a good option in such circumstances. I really have no way to deal with you. I hope you're not lying to me. If I find something bad inside, don't blame me for being rude. Dr. Zhao said helplessly in this situation. If Zhou Chen did not help, he would have to open the box himself. After hesitating for a long time, Dr. Zhao walked over to the iron box and slowly opened it. Good heavens, the contents inside truly startled me. Upon seeing what was inside, Dr. Zhao immediately closed the box and exclaimed in shock, as if still in a state of disbelief. So what do you think? Isn't this surprise quite thrilling? At this moment, Zhou Chen also noticed Dr. Zhao's reaction, so he quickly asked, No way you managed to bring this over, and it's a dead one. Can you really kill something like this? Dr. Zhao was also quite surprised, as he truly did not expect such a situation. He never thought that Zhou Chen could actually bring back the body of this zombie. It can only be considered an accident. Some issues arose while clearing zombies outside, and this particular zombie caused trouble. There was really no other way, so I had to have everyone on site kill it. Considering it might be useful to you, I had them bring everything over. Zhou Chen quickly explained to Dr. Zhao what the situation was. You really surprised me with this. These items are indeed very useful for us. If I am not mistaken, this should be one of the earliest mutated specimens. If we can figure out the cause, we might really be able to suppress zombies completely. After seeing the contents, Dr. Zhao was quite happy. After all, the research results on ordinary zombies weren't particularly significant. These ordinary zombies were merely infected, and the viruses in them had undergone significant changes, making their usefulness quite limited. However, this lava zombie was somewhat different, as the virus in this zombie could be considered the most primitive form. Moreover, this virus is extremely toxic, so if we can study this virus, the remaining viruses would also lose their potency. In such a situation, Dr. Zhao was very excited. As long as we can study this zombie, the remaining issues would likely become much simpler. In that case, let's keep this specimen here for proper research. After all, this one is already dead, so I doubt anyone will be interested in it. Zhou Chen nodded, considering that since this zombie was indeed dead, the previous situation should not occur again. Don't worry, this zombie won't stay here for long. Once I finish my research and gather everything needed, we'll have to quickly dispose of it, otherwise it may release some viruses or something similar. Otherwise, that would cause some trouble. Dr. Zhao quickly spoke up. Anyway, I've handed this over to you. I won't worry too much about the rest. I've already helped you handle most of the earlier matters. If there's nothing else, I'll head back now. After saying this, Zhou Chen went downstairs to see what was happening below. However, upon descending, he noticed the armed forces in the research center were also mobilizing. Zhou Chen couldn't quite understand the situation, as the earlier zombie issue had already been resolved, and the armed forces in the research center generally wouldn't mobilize. The fact that the forces in the research center were being mobilized was enough to indicate that a significant problem must have arisen. Uncertain of the specifics, Zhou Chen quickly pulled someone over. What's going on? Where are you all rushing to? The young man, quite anxious, replied. There are a lot of zombies up ahead, and the people out there are about to be overwhelmed, so we are rushing over to help. After saying this, the young man hurried off, not bothering to explain much further to Zhou Chen. At this point, Zhou Chen understood the situation, and without a moment's delay, quickly boarded the doomsday vehicle. Once in the doomsday vehicle, Zhou Chen wasted no time and pressed down on the accelerator. From what the young man mentioned, the situation on site was quite dire, so he needed to rush over and lend a hand. If he didn't help, who knows what kind of trouble could arise, making all his previous efforts in vain. On the way, Zhou Chen encountered many people rushing to help. Normally, he might have opened the door to let them in, but given the urgency of the situation, bringing this group along wouldn't necessarily enhance combat capability. Arriving at the scene promptly was the most important thing. So Zhou Chen did not stop along the way and directly activated the Doomsday Vehicle's autopilot. The autopilot feature of the Doomsday Vehicle was quite impressive. Despite the large number of people on the road, it maintained a very fast speed, easily dodging past them. The people on the scene barely caught a glimpse of what was happening, only seeing a shadow before it vanished from sight. Zhou Chen quickly reached the front line, where the situation was indeed dire, with the sounds of gunfire ringing incessantly. The outside was pitch black, filled with zombies. It would indeed be quite troublesome to resolve this horde of zombies in a short time. Moreover, the number of zombies ahead was substantial, and the gathering of corpses was also considerable, forcing humanity to continue retreating. After all, if they did not retreat, merely these corpses could overwhelm them. Upon Zhou Chen's arrival, he felt somewhat at a loss, only able to activate the Doomsday Vehicle's firepower system and continuously fire at the outside. However, the sheer number of zombies outside was overwhelming, rendering the bullets from the Doomsday Vehicle ineffective. The main reason was that there were simply too many corpses ahead, making it very difficult for the bullets to hit the zombies. Even the bullets from the Doomsday Vehicle were proving to be of little use. Looking at the constantly depleting bullets and the increasing number of zombie corpses ahead, Zhou Chen felt a sense of confusion, unsure of what to do. After all, the number of zombies ahead was simply too overwhelming, to the point where it was beyond his imagination. Zhou Chen considered that if he did not use some heavy weapons at this moment, he truly would have no means to cope. Relying solely on these firearms and ammunition would not significantly affect the zombies. Soon the bullets of the Apocalypse Vehicle were entirely spent. With no other options, Zhou Chen had to decide to upgrade the firepower system of the Apocalypse Vehicle. Upgrading the firepower system would not only enhance its capabilities, but more importantly, it would replenish all the spent ammunition. The firepower system of the Apocalypse Vehicle was upgraded to level 8. All previously consumed bullets had been completely replenished. At this moment, Zhou Chen dared not hesitate and quickly activated the firepower system of the Apocalypse Vehicle, unleashing a torrent of bullets. Since it was an upgraded firepower system, the firepower had significantly increased. However, the effect was still minimal, as the number of zombies was simply too great. We need to quickly find a way to request heavy weapons. If this continues, we might not be able to hold on any longer. Zhou Chen hurried over to the person in charge on site, hoping they could request the use of heavy weapons. Although by the time of his previous life's demise, heavy weapons had no effect on zombies, the current situation was different. The zombies had only just begun to mutate. In this context, using heavy weapons was a very worthwhile choice. The person in charge assessed the situation and, after some hesitation, ultimately departed. Zhou Chen was well aware that the person in charge must be going to request heavy weapons. Given the circumstances, it was clear that without heavy weapons it would be nearly impossible to clean up so many zombies. Although the request for heavy weapons had been initiated, it might not return in a short time, and there was no guarantee that the heavy weapons could be deployed. Therefore, under these circumstances, Zhou Chen controlled the bullets of the Apocalypse Vehicle, trying to target the areas with more zombies. After all, the bullets from the Apocalypse Vehicle had a certain explosive effect, so aiming at the densely populated zombies was the most effective strategy. As time passed, the bullets on site were nearly exhausted, and some areas were even beginning to run out of ammunition. In light of this, Zhou Chen could only rush over to plug the gap. If a gap appeared in one area, it would likely lead to more gaps emerging elsewhere in a short time. Moreover, that gap would continue to expand. Therefore, it was essential to maintain the line. Once a gap appeared, it should be promptly filled, or else it would only grow larger and severely impact other areas. However, after such a long time had passed, Zhou Chen began to feel anxious. The number of bullets in the Apocalypse Vehicle was dwindling, and if this continued, his side would become extremely dangerous. Having passed so much time, he wondered why the heavy weapons had not yet arrived. Many areas had started engaging in close combat with zombies, but fortunately, there were numerous zombie corpses ahead, making it difficult for the zombies to approach. Both humans and zombies found themselves at an impasse. The bodies of the zombies had created a barrier, and both sides would have to endure a lengthy process to meet each other, alleviating the pressure on defenses. Finally, after a long wait, the request for heavy weapons had been fulfilled. At that moment, Zhou Chen understood why the delay. Previously, all the heavy weapons had been towed by vehicles, but due to the current situation, there had been a significant depletion of energy, causing the vehicles to become inoperable. Now all these vehicles had to be pushed by human power. Each heavy weapon was exceedingly heavy, and moving them manually was quite a troublesome task. This explained the extended delay on the road. However, thankfully, it was still timely. Once the heavy weapons were positioned appropriately, specialized personnel quickly took over operations. As one shell after another was fired, Zhou Chen could clearly see the monitoring system on the Apocalypse vehicle displaying a diminishing number of zombies. This was enough to prove that the heavy weapons posed a significant threat to the zombies at this time. Soon all the shells that had been brought over were completely fired and the zombies ahead were thoroughly cleaned up. Once most of the area was cleared and it was confirmed that there were no remaining threats, the personnel on site began to clear the zombie corpses. No one knew why the zombies had launched such a large-scale attack, but at last they had managed to clear all the zombies. Clearing the zombie corpses had become a rather troublesome task, and Zhou Chen assisted the personnel on site in clearing the bodies. He also remained vigilant, for no one knew if there were still living zombies among the corpses. With so many zombie bodies, it was inevitable that some live zombies were buried within. Indeed, there were still living zombies among them. During the process of clearing the zombie corpses, gunfire echoed continuously. Not only were there the sounds of gunfire from the end times god car, but also from the staff on site. It seems that there are indeed quite a few living zombies here, otherwise the gunfire wouldn't be so frequent. Ding dong. Hidden task completed. Kill zombies 100, 001, 0000 reward points gained 2. In the midst of continuously clearing the corpses, Zhou Chen received a prompt from the system. Zhou Chen truly did not expect such a system prompt. He had already completed a similar task before, and he couldn't believe that it had taken him so long to kill merely 100 zombies. However, upon closer reflection, that is indeed a terrifying number, considering he hadn't deliberately sought to kill zombies. If he had been intent on killing zombies, the number would have been significantly higher, but he feared that his end times god car would have run out of bullets long ago. Moreover, this was an exceedingly unprofitable venture. After all, if he could kill so many zombies, he would have wasted an immense amount of time and ammunition. An even more pressing issue is that the rewards for this task were simply too meager, to the point where he was reluctant to undertake such tasks. Since he had completed hidden tasks twice, Zhou Chen had done so unintentionally both times. Zhou Chen was very clear about what he should do: escape. Confronting zombies hidden was not a wise choice. His experiences from a previous life made Zhou Chen acutely aware that running away was indeed the wisest choice. Given the overwhelming number of zombies, he certainly couldn't handle them alone. Thus, in this situation, it was far safer to flee. Had he followed his previous plan, he would have maximized comfort and speed long ago, but he had no choice. After enduring so much, he had to abandon those priorities and allocate all earned points to attack. Although this was a significant departure from his original plan, there was no alternative now. If he didn't invest in attack, he might not even be able to leave this place safely. Of course, if he were to wander outside indefinitely, perhaps he wouldn't need to invest in so much attack. However, Zhou Chen was still considering a relatively safe place, so there was no need for him to choose to wander. After all, there were still many human strongholds that had not yet been compressed to a critical extent. Moreover, the places they resided in below were for safety, so in this situation, there was no need to wander. After finally managing to handle the situation on site, Zhou Chen felt somewhat fatigued. If it weren't for the end times god car's ability to clear obstacles, who knows how long it would take to clean up so many zombie corpses. If supplies were sufficient, perhaps it would have been cleaned up long ago, but now energy supply had become a significant issue, so in this situation, only the end times god car, a modernized piece of equipment, was in use, with everything else relying on manual labor. This caused a considerable inconvenience. After finally clearing everything, the staff on site began to arrange for the construction of nanotechnology, and at that moment Zhou Chen drove the end times god car away. After the zombie incidents occurred twice, Zhou Chen was basically reassured this time. There shouldn't be any more zombies appearing in the short term. Although zombies had been infected by the virus, they had only just undergone mutation and not much time had passed, so the current zombies still retained a certain level of rationality. If one were to speak of rationality, it might be somewhat inappropriate, but at the very least they still exhibited a series of biological characteristics. After all, so many zombies had already died, so the remaining zombies, noticing this situation, also came to a halt. Zhou Chen was very clear in his heart that such a situation would not last particularly long. After a while, when the virus within the zombies mutated, it was likely that this group of zombies would completely lose their rationality and would attack humans frantically upon sight. However, by that time the nanotechnology should have been constructed, and he probably wouldn't have to worry so much anymore. So at this moment, Zhou Chen hurried back home. Although he didn't need to personally command so many things down below, the process on the end times god car was still quite exhausting. After all, being inside the vehicle meant that the visibility was ultimately lacking. Zhou Chen had been very fatigued during this period, with his mind always in a state of heightened concentration. Finally, after a hard-earned moment of relaxation, Zhou Chen quickly drove the end times god car back to Dr. Zhao's home. Upon returning home, dinner had long been prepared, but Zhou Chen didn't eat. He collapsed onto the sofa and quickly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already the next morning. Moreover, Zhou Chen was awakened by the sound of knocking at the door. What is it? Knocking so early? Zhou Chen opened the door helplessly, and upon seeing the monkey, he hurriedly let him in and complained a bit. Boss, don't sleep anymore. I have a major discovery here. We found a lot of good stuff, the monkey said excitedly to Zhou Chen. What good stuff could there be? You guys are just too boring, Zhou Chen replied helplessly. After saying this, he lay down again, preparing to continue sleeping, but was directly pulled up by the monkey. Boss, hurry, and come with us to take a look. This time we really found a lot of good things that are simply invincible for our future lives. The monkey was still very excited at this moment. In such a situation, Zhou Chen had no choice but to nod in agreement. With that, he reluctantly got out of bed and followed the monkey to see what the situation was. Under the monkey's guidance, Zhou Chen drove straight to the mansion where the wealthy had previously lived. This manor has gathered a great number of people. Essentially, everyone under Fei Guest's command has arrived. Zhou Chen took a glance and recognized mostly familiar faces with a few individuals he rarely saw, making it hard for him to remember them clearly. Why are so many of you here together? What kind of thing could possibly summon all of you? I am genuinely quite curious. Throughout the journey, Zhou Chen remained in a state of confusion, unaware of what the monkey was up to. However, upon seeing so many people already present, Zhou Chen suddenly felt that this matter was likely far more serious than he had imagined. To attract this group of ruffians to this place, it must be something incredibly powerful. After all, when he had brought out so many firearms and ammunition, it hadn't completely captured their attention. In this situation, Zhou Chen was eager to discover what could have attracted this group of troublemakers. Enough talk, boss, hurry and follow me. I'll take you to see something remarkable, Fei Gu said cheerfully, and after finishing this sentence, he quickly pulled Zhou Chen in to head inside. After a long detour, Zhou Chen felt quite dizzy. Soon the group stopped at a spot with only a small wooden door on the ground that could be opened. It resembled a very traditional cellar. Zhou Chen was puzzled at this moment, completely unclear about the situation. Had this group hastily called him over just to see this cellar? Stop keeping us in suspense. If there's something going on, just spill it. After all, you discovered this, and I have no idea what it is. You're confusing me, Zhou Chen said, feeling quite helpless. He was still trying to figure out what was going on with these people. Since that's the case, let us show you. After saying this, Fei Gu directly opened the small door to the cellar, and unexpectedly a light shone from within, indicating there was indeed something extraordinary inside. Zhou Chen was also captivated by the light inside. Logically, there shouldn't be any light down there. Even if the owner of this place was quite wealthy, they wouldn't have installed lights in a cellar. Are you implying there's something inside? Zhou Chen, still not very certain, hurriedly asked the people present. Boss, you should go down and see for yourself. I can guarantee you'll be greatly surprised once you go down. The monkey said excitedly, clearly already aware of what was inside, but having yet to tell Zhou Chen. I really can't stand you guys anymore. If there's nothing good down there, don't blame me for being rude. Zhou Chen said helplessly, then pointed at the few people present, warning them. At this moment, Zhou Chen basically confirmed that there was indeed something inside, whether it was something that could excite him, he was still uncertain. Following the repaired staircase, Zhou Chen slowly descended, and the group of ruffians hurriedly followed him. Zhou Chen couldn't help but marvel, below was indeed a hidden paradise. He initially thought it would be quite cramped down there, but to his surprise there was ample space above his head. Moreover, it didn't feel like he was underground at all. The air was fresh, and it was merely the absence of sunlight. Furthermore, the space was indeed vast, seemingly endless. After walking a short distance, Zhou Chen noticed the arrangement of items here seemed very familiar, but he couldn't immediately recall where he had seen it. Only upon seeing a small fountain still spraying water ahead did Zhou Chen finally understand the situation. This underground world was essentially a replica of the above-ground environment, only the buildings above had multiple floors while below there was only one. Is this all there is to this underground space? Zhou Chen still had some doubts, so he hurriedly asked. After all, if this was merely the underground space, it seemed somewhat unworthy. Thus Zhou Chen speculated that there must be plenty more down here, otherwise they wouldn't have gone to the trouble of constructing such an underground area, especially one imitating the above. As expected of the boss, you knew there was more here. Hurry and come with me, I'll take you to see something great, the monkey said excitedly, and after speaking he ran ahead to lead the way. Zhou Chen shook his head and smiled helplessly, yet quickened his pace. Soon Zhou Chen arrived at a large door that resembled a warehouse. The monkey smiled mysteriously and directly opened the door. Upon opening the door, they discovered it was indeed a warehouse, and Zhou Chen quickly led the group inside. Once inside, he found various large boxes and opened a few to take a look. They were all items like compressed foods that could be stored for a long time. Why would this person prepare so much food underground? Zhou Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. It's not just food. This place has a complete power generation system that ensures the water and electricity here won't stop. Moreover, it has not only food, but also various types of weapons. Fei Gu explained as he opened other boxes. Zhou Chen hurried over to take a look and found indeed there were weapons inside the boxes. Although they were not as good as those he had brought before, the variety and quantity were quite impressive. Seeing these items, Zhou Chen felt a deep sense of astonishment. Initially, he thought this wealthy individual was merely a crazy businessman, but at this moment Zhou Chen began to understand why this rich man was so audacious. How far have you all studied the situation here? Are you sure this is the only hidden chamber? After all, no one knows if there are other hidden chambers. Since one has already appeared, it is possible that a second, or even a third, may exist. Therefore, under such circumstances, Zhou Chen hoped that this group would conduct a thorough investigation. Perhaps they would indeed uncover something unusual. We have thoroughly examined this area and have not discovered any other hidden chambers. Given its size, it is safe to conclude that there are no other locations. Once we clear this space, I will lead my team to continue investigating elsewhere. Fei Gu approached Zhou Chen and quickly explained the situation. In that case, you should carefully examine the situation here. Take what can be used, and do not waste anything unnecessary. At critical moments, this place may very well save our lives. After some thought, Zhou Chen instructed his subordinates accordingly. After all, this group lacked a certain level of vigilance. If they were to carelessly waste everything here, it would leave them unprepared for the future. Zhou Chen considered that this could entirely be used as an emergency refuge. Although the situation here is currently quite safe, no one can guarantee what might happen next. Thus, having an emergency refuge is very reasonable. Rest assured, I have already communicated this matter with my team. We are only taking what is necessary, and there is plenty here, so it shouldn't have a significant impact in the short term. Fei Gu nodded and quickly agreed, sharing his own plans with Zhou Chen. In that case, you should tidy up this place well. I will also take this opportunity to observe the situation closely. Zhou Chen was filled with curiosity about this place and was eager to uncover the truth about it. Logically speaking, building a refuge is a common practice, and wealthy individuals often prepare for unforeseen circumstances. Of course, many wealthy people choose to escape abroad. However, those capable of such actions are indeed somewhat astonishing. Moreover, the underground world is constructed so perfectly, which is quite abnormal. Zhou Chen thoroughly explored the underground world, but found nothing particularly different. The structures here were identical to those above ground. There was essentially no distinction except that it was only one layer below. Soon Fei Gu and his team had tidied up some items, mainly taking away supplies that could be used in their daily activities. This place can completely serve as our base. However, my suggestion is to only use the above-ground portion for now and reserve the underground for uncontrollable situations later. Zhou Chen pondered. Having such a large house seemed useless now, especially since the wealthy owner was already under control. Even if the owner were not restrained, he would likely face a bad end. In such circumstances, this vast estate had already fallen into complete disrepair. Rather than let others occupy it, it would be better for him to take it over with his brothers. This is indeed a good choice. In that case, I will return and quickly have my brothers move in. Although I was quite wealthy before, I have never lived in such a fine place. I want to experience it fully. Fei Gu expressed his excitement at that moment. After saying this, his subordinates had mostly left the area. Zhou Chen had nothing particular to do for now, so he decided to keep an eye on the house. When he returned, the monkey had already introduced the situation here, and it had been targeted by many. They were able to occupy this place simply because they had superior weapons and ammunition. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chen felt it necessary to watch over this area closely. A careless mistake could result in others seizing it, which would create considerable trouble. Should that happen, it would lead to a significant conflict. Thus, Zhou Chen felt it most appropriate to guard this place. Feeling somewhat bored, Zhou Chen began wandering around the courtyard, hoping to find something interesting. He was unsure how long he had been there, but upon hearing a loud commotion outside, he finally stepped out. Initially, he thought it was his brothers arriving, but to his surprise, he found a group of unfamiliar faces at the gate. "Who are you and why are you here? Who are you and why are you here?" Both sides asked simultaneously, leaving Zhou Chen momentarily stunned, unable to grasp the situation. "What is your situation? Do you know whose territory this is? How dare you enter?" One individual on the opposing side arrogantly spoke. "I want to know who you are as well, and how you came to this place. I am giving you one last chance to speak properly, or do not blame me for being rude." At this moment, Zhou Chen was equally angry and understood the situation. This group of people must have come to seize territory, but since his brothers were not around, he ended up encountering them. "I see you really do not know the gravity of your situation. Do you even realize who you are facing? You dare to say such things?" The thug across was equally furious and remarked, "I am very curious to know who is in front of me. How can they be so formidable?" Thus he was quite curious and wanted to know who the person opposite was. Since his brothers had not arrived, yet he needed to stall for time. After all, there were still many people on the opposite side, and he was not beside the end of the world divine vehicle, so it was quite dangerous. Stalling for a bit until his brothers arrived was a better choice. This is Scarface, a well-known boss. You really don't know that. You are really quite ignorant to dare come to such a place. The thug hurriedly introduced the person next to him. Following the direction the thug pointed, Zhou Chen quickly looked over. At that moment, he saw a man with a large scar on his face, and upon recognizing him, Zhou Chen understood why this person was called Scarface. This feature was unmistakable. I really have not heard of this name before. Zhou Chen shook his head. He indeed had not heard of this person. Although he had many followers, they seemed rather simple-minded and appeared to be poorly equipped. You don't need to know so much. The only thing you need to know is to leave this place quickly. This is not where you belong. The thug was also quite angry, but he was obviously much calmer than before. Perhaps it was because Zhou Chen was completely unaware of these matters, and he did not want to entangle himself further with Zhou Chen. But I am very clear about one thing: this was given to me by my men, so you should leave quickly, otherwise you will regret it when my brothers return. Now that things had escalated, Zhou Chen thought he should clarify the situation with this group of thugs to avoid unnecessary trouble and prevent any psychological distress. I truly find this laughable. Oh, do you know what you are saying? Everyone knows this house is ours. I can't believe you would claim it was given to you by your men. You really do not know your place. The thug had originally decided not to continue entangling with Zhou Chen as he believed Zhou Chen was not part of this world. However, he didn't expect Zhou Chen to say such words, which made him very angry. I know exactly what this place is, and my brothers did indeed give this to me. If you don't believe me, I can have my men confirm it. Zhou Chen helplessly waved his hand. In such a situation, saying anything more seemed futile. These people had already made up their minds, so further explanation seemed pointless. What's going on? Hurry up and get this kid out of here. Don't waste time. Scarface angrily said, clearly impatient after waiting at the entrance for so long. Boss, don't worry, I'll get this kid out right now, the thug quickly replied, then walked over to Zhou Chen and threw an arm around his shoulder. Brother, don't act like this. Do you not understand the situation? What are you waiting for? You should leave quickly. Besides, if you stay here any longer, I fear for your life. The thug hurriedly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen was quite surprised by the thug's words. He had not expected him to want to help him leave. I am speaking the truth. I kindly remind you, hurry and persuade your boss to leave, or who knows what might happen. Zhou Chen truly did not expect the thug to say such things. In this situation, he felt some sympathy for the thug and did not want him to face the upcoming troubles. Brother, you really should get out of here. This isn't a game. Continuing down this path won't bring you any good. The thug was still trying to persuade Zhou Chen earnestly. Everything I said is true. If you come with me now, it's not too late. If you stay with these people, I cannot guarantee your safety afterward. Zhou Chen had a fairly good impression of the thug, so he quickly shared his true thoughts with him. Are you done yet? You still haven't gotten this one out. I see you don't want to be in this business anymore, do you? Scarface was really starting to lose his patience. There was only one person on the opposite side, and it had taken so long to resolve this matter. In such a situation, anyone would struggle to hold their composure. Furthermore, as the boss, Scarface felt the pressure even more. Boss, give me one more chance. I will resolve this kid immediately. The thug was now anxious, and Zhou Chen could see that the thug was not inherently bad. He probably had no choice but to join them. All right, I know you want to help me, but it's of no use. You should just step aside and let others come and trouble me. I understand what you are thinking inside, and that's enough. Zhou Chen quickly interjected, and after saying this, he stepped past the small thug and walked a few steps forward. Hurry and leave this place. It's not where you should be. If you stay here any longer, I can't guarantee what problems might arise for you next. Zhou Chen directly addressed the person opposite him without any pretense. I see you really don't know your own limits. Get two people to properly teach this kid a lesson. The scarred brother was genuinely angry at this moment, so he quickly uttered a command, allowing his men to go teach Zhou Chen a lesson. Two very skinny individuals with flashy hairstyles approached directly. These two clearly appeared to be typical small thugs, likely relying on their tattoos and messy hair to attract attention. In such a situation, Zhou Chen was completely unfazed. The two small thugs swaggered towards him. The two thugs did not carry weapons, clearly intending to bully others with their numbers. However, Zhou Chen was not concerned. Zhou Chen felt he could easily handle these two. After all, he had spent his past life evading zombies, and he had experienced enough to possess certain combat skills. Although his body had not undergone such training in this life, all that knowledge was imprinted in his mind, focused on survival. There were also close combat techniques, all of which were killing skills. As the two thugs approached, one of them reached out. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Chen grabbed the thug's hand and forcefully twisted his finger. Instantly, the sound of bones grinding could be heard, and the thug's finger bent in a very peculiar manner. This was all knowledge Zhou Chen had acquired in his previous life, devoid of any flashy techniques. It was purely about killing. Zhou Chen originally did not intend to resort to such measures, but he found himself with no other choice. After all, none of his people had arrived yet, so in this situation, he had to employ these lethal skills. The small thug let out a piercing scream. No one expected such a situation. The other thugs, seeing this, clearly became frightened and truly wanted to flee. But Zhou Chen certainly would not give him the chance. He grabbed the thug's shoulder and twisted his arm sharply. This was another practical combat technique. If it were against some trained individuals, it might not have had a significant effect, but against this group of untrained, physically weak thugs, it was practically guaranteed to work. Similarly, the second thug also let out a shrill scream. With two thugs screaming in such a manner, it was clear that these two had lost all fighting capability. The scarred brother was surprised upon seeing this. Although he knew that his thugs were mostly just there to make up the numbers, they still posed a certain danger to ordinary people. He did not expect that the young man opposite had actually trained, so in this situation, he had to think of some strategies. He had to control the young man opposite, otherwise he would surely be embarrassed. "Get to it. What are you waiting for?" the scarred brother said angrily. Despite his command, none of the small thugs dared to act. These thugs had clearly seen that the previous person's hand had already twisted into a grotesque shape, so, in such a situation, no one was willing to take the risk. As several people hesitated with no other options left, the scarred brother pulled out a handgun. "I truly don't believe I can't deal with you. Kneel and beg me now, and I might give you a chance, otherwise don't blame my men for being ruthless. You should know that once the gun fires, you might not even have the chance to plead for mercy." With the gun in hand, the scarred brother was quite arrogant. After all, ordinary people had no chance of resistance against such deadly weapons. Even Zhou Chen had to consider this matter carefully. After all, he was just a mortal and had no defensive capabilities against firearms. Moreover, the doomsday vehicle was still a considerable distance away, so it would take time to summon its power. Bang! At that moment, a gunshot rang out. Everyone was caught off guard as Zhou Chen initially thought the scarred brother had indeed fired, but upon checking himself and finding no issues, he was uncertain who had fired the shot. Following the gunshot, the scarred brother let out a terrible scream. Zhou Chen looked closely and discovered that the scarred brother's entire palm had vanished with blood dripping continuously from his hand. Zhou Chen was confused about the situation, but after glancing behind him, he understood. It turned out that his men had already arrived, all wielding guns. "How about that, boss? Was I cool with that shot?" At this moment, Monkey excitedly spoke up, proudly raising his gun. Zhou Chen understood the situation. Now, a monkey had shot off the scarred brother's hand, which explained what had just happened. "Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise I might have been killed by someone else." After waving his hand, Zhou Chen helplessly remarked. The situation moments ago had indeed been perilous. If Scarface had struck without hesitation, Zhou Chen might well have been killed. Fortunately, his men arrived just in time, saving his life. "We truly handled this poorly, boss. We never imagined this small-time gang would dare act so brazenly, actually laying hands on you." At that moment, Hosey hurried to explain the full circumstances to Zhou Chen. "It's not too bad, but judging by what they said, there seem to be many more of them. This place won't be peaceful anytime soon." Zhou Chen promptly clarified the matter for Fij and Hosey. From their earlier words, it was clear gangs like theirs were likely numerous, and more troublemakers would almost certainly arrive. "Don't worry, boss. We've been ready for this all along." And with those words, every one of the hooligans drew their weapons. All were automatic rifles, and Scarface and his men froze in stunned silence. They had assumed they'd merely crossed a large but ordinary gang, never imagining these men wielded such superior arms, even surpassing standard military issue. "You come here? You've got some nerve laying hands on our boss. Do you really wish to die?" Hosey snapped furiously at Scarface after a brief pause. By now, Scarface fully grasped the gravity of the situation and dared not hesitate even for an instant when Hosey summoned him. Scarface rushed instantly to Hosey's side. "And brother, spare me. I swear I'll never do this again," he pleaded desperately, knowing full well that if he persisted in arrogance, the consequences could be far worse. "That plea means nothing to me. Take it straight to my boss. If he forgives you, we'll say no more. But if he refuses, well, you'd best brace yourself for what follows." Hosey delivered the warning sharply. "And understood. I'll beg his pardon right away." Jolted by Hosey's words, Scarface finally realized who truly held authority and bolted immediately toward Zhou Chen. "Brother, I truly failed to recognize your stature. I had no idea things stood thus. Please forgive me. I swear I'll never repeat this folly." Now only abject supplication remained. Their arsenal was simply too formidable. Losing a hand was in truth a merciful outcome. He'd kept his life. "Tend to your wound. Then leave this place at once. Never let me see you here again, or you'll find me far less lenient." Though Scarface had nearly cost him his life, Zhou Chen bore him no deep grudge. They were both merely struggling to survive. In light of that, Zhou Chen chose not to exterminate him utterly, but simply ordered him gone. Hearing Zhou Chen's command, Scarface fled without hesitation, rolling and scrambling away, leaving his stunned underlings frozen in place. What are you all staring at? Get back to work. Do you expect me to escort each of you out personally? Zhou Chen sighed, exasperated, addressing the motionless gangsters. At once they dispersed. Only the young thug who'd earlier spoken up for Zhou Chen remained. I sense integrity in you. Would you join us? Zhou Chen felt genuine regard for this youth, and decided under these circumstances to retain him. After all, staying by his side would significantly increase the boy's chances of survival. No need. Truth be told, I've never much liked being a thug. Now that you've dealt with those men, I can depart in peace, knowing they'll face no further retribution. With that, the youth also left. Zhou Chen shook his head, resigned. Clean up this place. Tonight we rest here. From now on, this is your home. Zhou Chen spoke swiftly, and his men sprang into action without delay, setting their new residence in order. Soon the vast manor brimmed once more with vitality. Zhou Chen wondered, might he himself move here soon? After all, at Dr. Zhao's place he had no proper room, only a sofa for sleeping. But here things would be different. Ample space awaited him. As Zhou Chen pondered this, a fresh clamor erupted outside. He sighed inwardly, already guessing its source, and strode silently to the gate. There, as expected, stood a crowd, rough-looking thugs oddly assembled. My men told me my brother was bullied by you. Bring out your boss now. I demand an explanation. A portly figure spoke. The man was enormously overweight, easily over 200 kg. His body was covered in tattoos, though many had warped and stretched with his expanding girth. Most striking was the thick, gleaming gold chain around his neck. Whether real or imitation, its weight was unmistakable. I am the leader of this group, so feel free to tell me anything directly. Zhou Chen felt somewhat frustrated. He had merely stepped to the doorway to enjoy the commotion, yet the people opposite had called him out by name. Since they had directly named him as the leader, it would indeed be rather inappropriate for him not to step forward. You little brat, stay out of this. If your leader were to find out, who knows what punishment you would receive. Just hurry up and get your leader out here, and don't embarrass yourself by sending a kid like you. After all, who would believe that a person who looked so young could be the leader of this group? I truly am the leader of this group. If you don't believe me, you can ask anyone here, and they will all attest to my position. Zhou Chen said this, helplessly wondering when age had become the standard for determining leadership. Although he was indeed quite young, everyone present was also not much older, with many being even younger than him. This person is indeed our leader. If you have anything to say, hurry up and tell him. If not, just scram. The monkey, feeling quite angry, remarked that he had only just settled down in such a good place and did not expect trouble to come so quickly. I have made myself very clear. My brother was bullied here, and I must seek justice for him. The rather rotund man on the opposite side quickly explained the situation. Upon hearing him speak, Zhou Chen felt quite helpless, as he truly did not know who this person was or who his brother might be. May I ask, who are you and who is your brother? I have never heard of you or your brother before. Zhou Chen said this with a sense of helplessness. They all call me Brother Lei, and my brother is Scarface. According to my brothers, you just broke Scarface's arm. Shouldn't you provide him some compensation and an explanation? Brother Lei spoke quite arrogantly. After understanding the situation, Zhou Chen realized that this so-called Brother Lei was indeed associated with Scarface. He did not expect trouble to find him so quickly after such a short time. However, Zhou Chen could not understand why Scarface, who had left this place terrified, had a brother who was oblivious to what Scarface had experienced. It seems you really are quite unaware of the dangers. How could you dare to come here under these circumstances? Have you heard what your brother went through? If your brother hasn't told you what he faced here, then I think you should reconsider this friendship. He might be trying to lead you to your doom. Zhou Chen said this, helplessly thinking that if they were true brothers, Brother Lei would have been advised not to come. My brother has gone to the hospital for treatment. All this information comes from my brothers. Regardless, you must give my brother an explanation today, or I will not hesitate to be rude. Brother Lei arrogantly stated this. After hearing his words, Zhou Chen understood that this so-called Brother Lei was merely deceived by his own subordinates. Or perhaps his brothers were also unaware of the true situation and simply dragged him along for revenge based on hearsay. I advise you to leave this place quickly before I become angry. Zhou Chen shook his head helplessly. Although this person seemed somewhat loyal, he clearly lacked common sense, not understanding the situation and daring to come. If he were to learn the truth, he would probably be terrified. Are you looking down on me? Brothers, arm yourselves. Oh, we must show these kids who we truly are. Brother Lei angrily exclaimed this, and after saying it, he directly raised the gun in his hand. The group of thugs under him began to respond, some raising their guns, while others brandished various cold weapons. It looked quite flashy. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified by the sight before them. However, Zhou Chen felt as if he was playing house when he saw these things. These weapons were nothing compared to those he had at his disposal. What are you all standing around for? They are already at our doorstep. Aren't you going to raise your weapons? After Zhou Chen smiled, he noticed the people beside him were also laughing as if they had no intention of making a move. Seeing this, Zhou Chen felt quite helpless. After Zhou Chen's reminder, his underlings finally realized the situation. They hurriedly retrieved their weapons. Zhou Chen's side was quite uniform, all wielding automatic rifles. As soon as Zhou Chen's side took out their weapons, Brother Lei couldn't help but react. Brother Lei was truly in disbelief, so he quickly rubbed his eyes to confirm he wasn't seeing things. But it turned out he was not mistaken. Their side indeed had automatic rifles, all identical. When comparing weapons alone, it was clear there was no contest. In a fight against the other side, they had virtually no chance of winning. Are you sure you want to continue like this? Seeing that Brother Lei was somewhat stunned, Zhou Chen quickly spoke up to remind him. No, I don't think it's necessary anymore. After witnessing such a grand scene, Brother Lei also realized the situation at hand, so in this context, it would clearly be unwise to stay here any longer. Staying in this place could only mean that all his men would end up dead, and seeking revenge for his brothers would also be an impossible task. Since you already know what the situation is, why don't you hurry up and leave? Do you want me to help you with that? At this point, he couldn't help but say this out of frustration. The person across from him had already figured out what was going on, yet for some reason still showed no intention of leaving. I got it, I will leave right now. Only then did Brother Lei react. After saying this, he quickly signaled to his men, and soon everyone turned and hurriedly followed him. This is really a bit meaningless, Zhou Chen said helplessly, and after saying this, he quickly returned. The group of brothers under him also quickly began to pack their things. After all, moving completely to this place required some careful organization. Boss, today's situation is not a good one. What do you mean by that? I don't quite understand. Haven't these people been dealt with already? Is there going to be any subsequent trouble? Hearing the monkey's words, Zhou Chen was still somewhat unclear about the situation, so he voiced all his inner doubts. Yes, these people have indeed been dealt with, but I fear that once this news spreads, it will create significant trouble for us. Now everyone knows we have taken over this place, and it is likely that someone will come looking for trouble soon. If that's really the case, then I think we must take action. Dealing with some of these people might help everyone settle down. Upon hearing the monkey's words, Zhou Chen finally understood what he meant. If he thought about it carefully, it did seem to make sense. The monkey's reasoning held some truth. Indeed, such a situation is likely to occur, and it could be very serious. If that happens later, I must take certain actions. We must impose some punishment on these people. If we can't set an example, the situation might arise again, and it could be very troublesome. Then I will keep an eye on this matter. If such a situation truly arises, we can respond immediately. The monkey quickly agreed to this. This matter will be entrusted to you. If there are any issues, make sure to inform me at the first opportunity. Zhou Chen also quickly spoke to the monkey. He had already formed a basic judgment in his mind. If more people came looking for trouble, he would directly take action against them. Boss, someone is looking for you outside. Who is looking for me? Did you ask? Upon hearing that someone was looking for him, Zhou Chen felt quite puzzled. Logically, since he had moved to this place, no one should know where he was, so he asked his subordinate. If it's someone bad, I can just go over with my brothers. It seems like they are from the army. I'm not quite sure about the details. Would you like me to call a few brothers to accompany you? If there are any problems, we can respond together. The little brother clearly knew what Zhou Chen was thinking and quickly suggested. Let's go out together and take a look. Zhou Chen was still a bit unsure of the situation, so he quickly spoke up and asked a few of his younger brothers to help him out. After all, having a few younger brothers with him would give him some peace of mind. If anything truly bad happened, he could react immediately. The few brothers under him were very quick to respond, grabbing their weapons and following Zhou Chen out. When they reached the door, Zhou Chen finally saw the situation of the person at the entrance. The person at the door was indeed from the army, and Zhou Chen recognized him as someone from the research institute. Because this person had previously helped deliver messages several times, Zhou Chen had already met him, but he didn't know how this person had found this place. You all go back, there is nothing going on anymore. I didn't want to find you here. Don't underestimate our intelligence system. It is quite easy to investigate where you are unless you leave. Especially since you've made such a big commotion, if I couldn't find you, it would indeed be a dereliction of duty. The person quickly explained the situation to Zhou Chen. Zhou Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. It seemed that there was indeed some danger in this place where he could be easily investigated by others. Although these people posed little threat to him, it still felt quite uncomfortable. What is the reason for my visit this time? Is it Dr. Zhao who called for me again? Zhou Chen inquired, already guessing the circumstances. Yes, you should go find the doctor first. He will inform you of the remaining matters. After saying this, the messenger left promptly. Zhou Chen was puzzled. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be anything that required him at this time. However, the fact that Dr. Zhao had sent someone to his door indicated that the situation had escalated to a point where he had to comply. After a brief tidying up, Zhou Chen boarded the apocalyptic vehicle ready to head to the Research Institute to investigate the situation. Upon arriving at the Research Institute, Zhou Chen expressed his surprise at being summoned directly this time. Zhou Chen was still quite confused. He hadn't anticipated that the circumstances this time would be noticeably different. However, since he was already there was no need for further hesitation, and he proceeded upstairs. Upon reaching Dr. Zhao's office, he quickly knocked on the door. "Come in," came Dr. Zhao's voice from inside. After responding, Zhou Chen hurriedly pushed the door open. Inside, he saw not only Dr. Zhao, but also another elderly man. Though the old man was dressed in ordinary clothing, Zhou Chen could distinctly sense that he was no ordinary individual. He emanated a presence of someone who had long occupied a position of power. "Is there something I can assist you with?" Zhou Chen quickly asked, not mincing words. Upon seeing the old man, he had an inkling of the situation. It was likely that the old man needed something. "It's Mr. Li from above, a high-ranking leader. Mr. Li has some matters that require your assistance. You two can discuss it, and if you can help, please do." Dr. Zhao quickly explained the situation, and after finishing his words, he turned and left without lingering. It was evident that the matter was quite serious to the extent that Dr. Zhao did not have the authority to remain and listen. "Hello, Mr. Li. If you have something to discuss, please let me know. If it is within my capability, I will certainly assist you. If not, I hope you will seek help elsewhere." Zhou Chen did not inquire about the nature of the matter. He quickly stated that he would do his best if it were feasible. "I didn't expect you to be so straightforward. In that case, I won't say much more." Mr. Li smiled and began to converse with Zhou Chen. "Recently, we received a distress signal. To be honest, we were quite surprised upon receiving this news. There has been an expert in S City, but until now we haven't received any information from him. This distress signal just came through a couple of days ago, so we hope you can help us find out what is going on." Mr. Li did not beat around the bush or hide anything. He directly expressed his needs. "If you received a distress signal today, why can't you rescue the person yourselves? Also, I don't even know where the person is." Zhou Chen quickly voiced his inner doubts. "We can indeed receive the distress signal, but it would be inappropriate for us to go. Currently, we are constructing the nano wall and cannot dispatch a large number of people to rescue this expert. Thus, we can only place our hopes on you." Mr. Li explained the situation. Ding dong. Mission acquired. Rescue the expert. Points acquired. 2. Zhou Chen was somewhat reluctant to accept this matter. Just as he was about to refuse, he suddenly heard the system notification. The system notification had not appeared for a long time, and it had been ages since he was assigned such a task. In this situation, even though Zhou Chen wanted to refuse, he ultimately had to agree. After all, receiving such a task would significantly enhance his abilities. As long as he could complete this task, he would be able to upgrade the apocalyptic vehicle, and at this point it was no longer about whether he wanted to take on the task. The system had already assigned the task to him, so he had to fulfill it. "What's wrong? Is there something you need?" Seeing Zhou Chen in a daze, Mr. Li quickly reminded him. "There's nothing. The task is assigned to me. However, I need to bring a few people with me, and weaponry is an issue, so I hope you can provide some equipment." Zhou Chen thought for a moment. If he were to simply complete the task, it would be inappropriate, so he needed to acquire some resources. "I heard that you already took quite a few weapons before. Aren't you satisfied?" Mr. Li chuckled and quickly interjected. "I did take quite a few weapons previously, but they are clearly insufficient. This matter is rather troublesome, so if you can agree, I will go complete the task. If not, I will have to find others." Zhou Chen was well aware that Mr. Li would definitely agree, so in this situation, he made a bold request. "Rest assured, as long as you can complete the task, you will receive ample supplies, and the weapons will be far more than before. Today I will take you to collect some weapons, and you should set off as soon as possible." Mr. Li readily agreed to this to the extent that Zhou Chen was momentarily taken aback. "In that case, thank you very much." Zhou Chen was genuinely surprised and happily agreed, preparing to head down together. Soon the two of them went down together, and Old Li directly brought Zhou Chen to the armory. "Hurry up and take what you need. I've already arranged for the people here to leave. You need to act quickly. If there are too many people later, it would be hard to explain." Old Li said this with a sense of helplessness. Zhou Chen taking some weapons was indeed not a problem, but if others saw it, it would be somewhat inappropriate and could lead to various misunderstandings. Therefore, in such a situation, it was more suitable to avoid unnecessary troubles. At this moment, Zhou Chen was quite unreserved, driving his apocalypse vehicle nearby and began to frantically load items into it. During this time, the storage space of the apocalypse vehicle had already consumed some items, thus providing ample space. Under these circumstances, Zhou Chen was clearly unreserved and frantically moved items inside, transporting all the weapons and ammunition. When there was no more room left in his vehicle, Zhou Chen finally stopped his actions. Turning around, he saw that old Li's expression was already quite grim. You promised me to help with this. How can you do this? Zhou Chen said with a touch of helplessness, clearly seeing that old Li looked ready to kill. I didn't expect you to move so many things, old Li also said with resignation. Isn't there a need for it? If there wasn't, I wouldn't have moved so many things, right? Zhou Chen shamelessly replied since he had already moved so many items he didn't care much about it. Your vehicle seems quite impressive. How can it hold so many items? I've heard that your vehicle is not simple. Is there a possibility of replicating it? Old Li quickly redirected his focus to Zhou Chen's apocalypse vehicle and inquired. After all, Zhou Chen's apocalypse vehicle had become quite famous during this time, and many were eyeing it. However, they all wanted to know how this vehicle came to be, but so far no one had been able to figure it out. Mainly Zhou Chen had been very mysterious about the vehicle, so these people had little opportunity to inquire. Basically, there is no possibility of replication. Some inferior versions can be imitated, but they cannot have the same functions as mine. Zhou Chen carefully considered this and felt that there was indeed some possibility, so he quickly conveyed this to Old Li. If I were to let you handle it, do you think it's possible to create these items? Old Li still wasn't entirely convinced, so he inquired. Actually, there is a certain possibility, it just needs some modifications. However, I believe the most important thing right now is to rescue your expert. A distress signal has already been sent out, and I estimate the situation over there isn't good. Zhou Chen quickly addressed this matter with Old Li. On one hand, the situation with the expert was indeed urgent. On the other hand, Zhou Chen wanted to complete the task quickly and did not wish to get tangled up in these issues. If that's the case, then you should hurry and set off. I'll wait here for your return, Old Li said. After he finished, Zhou Chen quickly got into the apocalypse vehicle. With these items, Zhou Chen hurried back. On the way, Zhou Chen took some time to consider that the weapons and ammunition he possessed had reached an astonishing level enough to support a considerable team. However, Zhou Chen did not plan to take all these weapons out, nor did he want to use them to expand the number of people around him. On one hand, it would be challenging to control a certain number of people. On the other hand, Zhou Chen could not guarantee that this group would not pose any harm. Thus, Zhou Chen carefully considered and felt it best not to expand. The current group of people under him was already sufficient. After returning to the estate, Zhou Chen first made appropriate arrangements for the three girls. After all, this trip was quite troublesome, and he needed to keep some people with him for assistance, so these girls certainly could not go. Fortunately, there was such a good place now, so even if he wasn't around, he could ensure their safety. After arranging the three girls, Zhou Chen directly called Monkey and Brother Fei over. What's up, boss? Is there something going on? Monkey said anxiously at this moment. Let's get a few brothers to unload everything from the vehicle, while I've prepared some weapons and ammunition for you. Zhou Chen quickly responded. After hearing this, Monkey was very excited and hurriedly left. Not long after, a group of brothers came over to start unloading the weapons and ammunition from the vehicle. This group of people was very surprised, not expecting Zhou Chen to have prepared so many weapons and ammunition. Soon, all the weapons and ammunition were moved to the underground warehouse. Boss, you brought back so many weapons and ammunition, there must be something we need to handle right. Brother Fei, who had been watching from the side, felt that something was not quite right, so he quickly spoke up. You know me well, there are indeed some matters that need to be addressed. I promised to help those people over there, and am the only one returning. This is their reward for me. Help me pick a few clever brothers, and we'll go out together. Once we complete this task, all these weapons will be ours. Zhou Chen quickly explained the situation to Brother Fei. After saying this, Brother Fei nodded, and went to find people as Zhou Chen requested. Not long after, he returned with a few people. Soon Monkey and Feed arrived with a group of people. Zhou Chen confirmed they were indeed quick-witted and resourceful. He urged them to arm themselves thoroughly. This mission would be perilous, and they needed every available weapon at their disposal. They gathered every functional weapon they could carry along with an ample supply of ammunition. Then let's depart. Once all gear was secured, Zhou Chen led the group out without delay. Thanks to credentials arranged earlier by Elder Li when distributing weapons and ammunition, their departure proceeded smoothly. Zhou Chen noted the nanotech barrier was nearing completion. If he failed to retrieve the target personnel before its finalization, he might never return himself. Re-entering afterward would become vastly more difficult. Thus, he dared not waste a moment. Even though Elder Li would likely ensure he wasn't locked out entirely. Yet time would be severely limited, any prolonged delay risked catastrophic losses on this side. Consequently, Zhou Chen pushed forward at breakneck speed towards City S, but the distance remained daunting, demanding many hours, even under ideal conditions. En route, they encountered numerous zombies, and Zhou Chen observed a disturbing evolution. These creatures had grown markedly stronger, significantly complicating his operation. Fortunately, the Apocalypse Divine Vehicle's firepower had been upgraded to a formidable level, making such encounters manageable. Zhou Chen dispatched each wave effortlessly, The vehicle still carried abundant ammunition, so expending hundreds of rounds posed no concern. Despite their urgency, it took a full day to reach City S. By the time they arrived, night had fallen. Zhou Chen wished to survey the terrain and locate the research institute, but darkness hampered visibility. He decided against entering the city immediately, doing so risked overwhelming zombie hordes, and only a secure human stronghold could offer respite. Better, he reasoned, to rest aboard the vehicle for now. We've arrived. We'll stay outside tonight. Entering now could provoke serious trouble. Rest here in the vehicle for now. Things ahead may grow complicated. Zhou Chen voiced the warning promptly. With zombie numbers surging across the region, this city would surely be no exception. Indeed, the situation promised escalating danger, and the crew aboard settled in to rest. Including Monkey and himself, Zhou Chen had brought 10 individuals total. The Apocalypse Divine vehicle was operating at absolute capacity. Space inside was severely cramped. Still, the group managed brief rest. Had space permitted, Zhou Chen would have brought more hands. Greater numbers conferred distinct tactical advantages. Zhou Chen drifted into a drowsy slumber until the vehicle erupted with a piercing alarm. Everyone jolted awake. Uncertain of the threat, Zhou Chen immediately accessed the vehicle's surveillance system. The feed revealed a dense cluster of crimson blips, zombies swarming tightly around them from all sides. Caution, zombies surround us. Zhou Chen warned sharply, preparing to flee. Engaging them on board would be cumbersome and utterly unnecessary. Time was too precious to squander. He chose retreat over confrontation. Flooring the accelerator, the vehicle surged forward, crushing dozens in its path. Yet the horde far exceeded his expectations. Countless figures converged in the impenetrable dark. Headlights would only draw more attention. After rapid deliberation, Zhou Chen resolved to enter the city. Wandering the uncharted outskirts invited unknown perils, and familiarity lay within the urban sprawl. Inside, he could fortify a defensible position anywhere, turning the city itself into a stronghold. With no alternative, Zhou Chen abandoned his original plan and drove straight into the city, where zombie density noticeably thinned behind him. He killed the headlights instantly. Though driving blind in an urban wasteland was hazardous, attracting more zombies was far deadlier. He had come to rescue lives, not to hunt the undead. Slowing his pace, he circled cautiously before steering into a wide-open lot. Zombies lingered within, but Zhou Chen rolled down the windows and signaled his team to engage. Within moments, the immediate perimeter was cleared. Once the area was secured, he ordered everyone to pause and recover, himself included. At dawn, Zhou Chen prepared to locate humanity's main bastion and assess the true state of affairs. After a brief tidying up, Zhou Chen took his brothers to have a meal, preparing to go out and assess the recent situation. After a thorough round of exploration, Zhou Chen still could not find any traces of the human stronghold. This was enough to indicate that humanity had been confined to a very small area, likely with almost no space for survival. In such circumstances, Zhou Chen felt quite anxious, as this had already significantly increased the difficulty for him. Zhou Chen tirelessly searched towards the city center, and after a long while he finally found evidence of human existence. Not daring to be the slightest bit negligent, Zhou Chen quickly moved in the direction of the signs of human survival. At this moment, Zhou Chen noticed that the number of zombies ahead was increasing, suggesting that the human gathering place had become exceedingly dangerous. Zhou Chen hastened his pace, running forward, but the growing number of zombies forced him to gradually slow down. Reluctant to engage too much with the horde of zombies, Zhou Chen felt fortunate that the situation still allowed him to move forward. The number of zombies ahead had reached a concerning level, prompting Zhou Chen to consider whether anyone was still alive ahead. However, since he had come this far, he felt he should quickly go and check it out. Moreover, the system assigning him such a task indicated that this person should still be alive. After charging ahead for a distance, Zhou Chen heard gunfire ahead. This was ample proof that there were still people ahead, and they were fighting the zombies. In light of this, Zhou Chen promptly activated the firepower system of the End Times Divine vehicle, both to clear the zombies in front and to encourage those ahead. At the very least, it would let the people ahead know that there were still others on this side. Quickly, many zombies were cleared, but their numbers were still overwhelming. Zhou Chen barely managed to push through and saw 3 people ahead, 2 of whom were armed and fighting off the zombies around them. A middle-aged man also held a gun, but his accuracy against the zombies was not particularly high, primarily focused on protecting his own safety. Seeing these 3 individuals, Zhou Chen hurriedly increased his speed to reach them, but the sheer number of zombies made it seem nearly impossible to rush through in a short time. Furthermore, the 3 had become exceedingly perilous. Zhou Chen launched attacks, but ultimately fell short. By the time Zhou Chen reached them, the 2 young men had already been captured by the zombies. Though he wanted to save them, it was already too late. Fortunately, he managed to rescue the middle-aged man. Zhou Chen's brothers quickly pulled the middle-aged man onto the vehicle, not daring to waste a moment. They activated the firepower system of the end times divine vehicle, frantically clearing the zombies ahead and preparing to escape. The middle-aged man was obviously still shaken. Even after a long time in the vehicle, he had not yet calmed down and his face remained pale. "Was it you who sent the distress signal?" Zhou Chen asked, still somewhat uncertain, as he had come to rescue this expert. "I was the one who sent the distress signal," the middle-aged man replied after taking a moment to collect himself. Zhou Chen nodded without saying more. After clearing a distance from the zombies ahead, Zhou Chen finally rushed out of the city with the middle-aged man. Ding dong. Mission complete. Reward points 2. After breaking free, Zhou Chen heard the system's notification and felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, he had completed the mission. Had he been any slower, the expert would have surely been captured by the zombies. This mission had truly been a thrilling experience. Zhou Chen could not help but reflect on the ordeal. The sheer number of zombies was overwhelming, resulting in the ammunition of the end times divine vehicle being severely depleted. Zhou Chen chose to upgrade the firepower system of the end times divine vehicle primarily to replenish all the ammunition. End times divine vehicle defense 11, tire upgrade 3100, armor upgrade 3100, attack 9, speed 6, volume 15 cubic meters, comfort 1, energy gasoline, electric energy, solar energy, air energy, mechanical energy, pedal, special waterway, obstacle clearing upgrade. 0. After upgrading the firepower system again, all bullets were replenished and the attack power had greatly increased. What exactly is the situation here? Why were the three of you caught outside? Zhou Chen, still confused, quickly asked for clarification about the situation. There are no surviving humans left here. The three of us should be the last survivors. We had to flee from that place as it was simply uninhabitable, but unfortunately the other two sacrificed themselves to protect me, the expert said sadly. After hearing this explanation, Zhou Chen began to understand the gravity of the situation. It seemed that the situation here was indeed dire. The fact that only these three remained proved how terrifying the zombies truly were. Do you have any news about the situation in other cities? Is it similar to yours? Zhou Chen was still uncertain and wanted to know what was happening elsewhere, particularly concerning Lin Qian and Zhou Hu. If possible, Zhou Chen hoped to rescue the two of them as they were good individuals, and he would definitely try to save them if he could. Several nearby cities are all experiencing the same crisis. Conditions there are likely no better. The outside world has grown perilous. Only major urban centers remain relatively stable, while smaller cities struggle desperately. Most have probably lost all human life. The expert gradually acclimated to the vehicle's motion and at this point addressed the young man to outline the current situation, an abridged briefing on the state of the world beyond. The young man had not anticipated such complexity. Confined within Z province, he'd assumed humanity's plight was still manageable, only to learn it had deteriorated far more severely than he'd imagined. I sincerely apologize. According to my original mission parameters, I was to retrieve you and return immediately. However, due to personal obligations, I must first rescue several friends. I hope you'll understand this deviation. He reflected Lin Qian and Zhou, who were people he had to save. Though their current condition remained unknown, he felt morally compelled to verify it in person. Failing to do so would weigh heavily upon his conscience. His assigned task was to extract this expert, thus any subsequent action required full transparency. This expert deserved clarity on the unfolding circumstances. At the very least, the expert retained the right to be informed. So under these circumstances, the young man chose to explain matters plainly. Of course, you saved my life. Whatever course of action you take, proceed without hesitation. The expert nodded, emphatically accepting without reservation. He understood the gravity of the world outside. Had it not been for the young man, he would almost certainly be dead by now, his fate unimaginable. Under such dire conditions, the young man's words carried undeniable authority, and thus no objection was possible. Then let us depart at once. Earlier we leave, sooner we return. The young man spoke swiftly, prompting an enthusiastic cheer from the others aboard the vehicle. Fei Gu Monkey and the rest had remained cooped up for an extended time. This rare excursion electrified them, especially the prospect of journeying further. The young man sighed, faintly shaking his head, but pressed harder on the accelerator without delay. Even the Apocalypse vehicle's extraordinary speed could not negate the vast distances involved, particularly the great expanse separating him from Lin Qian. Faced with this reality, he had no choice but to accelerate further. A pang of regret stirred within him. Had he foreseen this urgency, he might well have allocated his recent upgrade points toward velocity instead. Alas, he'd prioritized firepower, ensuring his immediate survival over long-range mobility. He paused for nothing, not a heartbeat, not a breath. Even when hordes of zombies appeared, he surged straight through, never pausing to draw a weapon. The Apocalypse vehicle moved with blinding speed and unyielding resilience. Mere common zombies posed no threat. They simply shattered beneath its momentum. Unrelenting, he pushed forward until the outskirts of City H emerged on the horizon. where Zhou was last known to be. The location remained vivid in his memory. Upon arrival, he wasted no time, racing headlong into the city's heart. Inside, devastation reigned. The streets teemed with shambling undead, every corner choked with their presence. As the apocalypse vehicle roared into the city, the zombies erupted into frenzied pursuit, swarming toward it as if drawn by madness itself. Yet the young man paid them no heed. These were merely low-tier undead, no match for his armored behemoth, posing no genuine danger. His purpose burned clear: locate the survivors. Now, he drove straight for the city center, determined to find them before time ran out. But the moment he entered, his heart plummeted. What he witnessed was unspeakably grim. Not a single trace of human life remained. No footprints, no scattered belongings, no signs of refuge. Panic seized him. Was Zhou still alive? And if not, how would he face what came next? Reaching the city center consumed precious time. The streets swarmed with staggering numbers of undead. Though individually harmless, their sheer density slowed his advance to a crawl. Every meter demanded relentless combat, clearing paths, mowing down waves, carving passage through the rotting tide, until at last the center loomed ahead. Still, no sign of humanity. His anxiety deepened, sharpening into dread. With no alternative, he began circling the central district, scanning for any fragment of evidence. A footprint, a discarded item, a whisper of hope. An hour passed, then abruptly a gunshot. Then another, and another. His pulse leapt. Gunfire meant survivors. Humanity endured, however precariously. Yet their condition was surely dire. Without hesitation, he steered the apocalypse vehicle toward the source of the shots. Who remained alive in Dongguan? He would bring them back. After advancing a short distance, he pinpointed the origin, the cluster of buildings ahead. Ahead lay a row of single-story dwellings. No towering skyscrapers, just low, weathered structures huddled together.